In the expanse of the heavens and earth, myriad forms exist. I, Li Luo, shall ultimately ascend to become the sovereign of all manifestations. In the great Xia kingdom, within the Tianshu prefecture, the city of South Wind in June basks under the blazing sun, scorching the earth. At the South Wind Academy, a spacious and well-lit training ground hosts two youths, both approximately 15 or 16 years of age. The young man on the right possesses a tall and slender physique, with a strikingly handsome countenance. His eyes, imbued with spirit, and his overall demeanor radiate excellence. Not to mention, his exceptional appearance draws the attention of several young maidens in the vicinity, their eyes sparkling with admiration, tinged with a hint of shyness. Li Luo, go for it. One bold maiden cheers, adding to the atmosphere of encouragement. Before the youth named Li Luo stand a robust figure, a boy whose rugged features and dark complexion starkly contrast with Li Luo's elegance, resembling a man beside a bear. Upon hearing the cheers for Li Luo, he reveals a hint of jealousy, baring his teeth before exclaiming, Li Luo, I won't go easy on you. With a decisive step, the ground trembles beneath him as he swings his wooden sword, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of a rushing wind, aimed directly at Li Luo. As the sword descends, Li Luo's gaze sharpens with a deft push off his toes. He darts away, his movements as agile as a sparrow, effortlessly evading the heavy, fierce strike. That's the wind sparrow step. Someone in the crowd exclaims, admiration evident in their tone. The wind sparrow step is a low-tier manifestation technique, known to many present, yet few can execute it with the finesse displayed by Li Luo. Li Luo's figure flits like a sparrow, closing in on the hulking boy, drawing forth his wooden sword with a swift motion. In that instant, a glimmer of light flashes as he thrusts towards the boy's chest with remarkable speed. Little spirit light sword. Another voice gasps in astonishment. The power of Li Luo's strike is as swift and fierce as a gazelle's horn, prompting admiration for the renowned prodigy of South Wind Academy. As the sword approaches, the hulking boy's expression shifts, however. His strength is formidable. In a moment of crisis, he steadies himself, stomping his foot to retreat several steps. Simultaneously, a faint silvery glow shimmers around his body, and the hand gripping the wooden sword appears to transform into a blurred, silver bear paw. A low growl, akin to a bear's roar, resonates faintly from within the stout boy. Witnessing this, the other students exclaim in unison, that's Zhao Kuo's fifth-tier silver bear manifestation. It seems he's serious. Amidst the chorus of astonishment, Zhao Kuo steps forward, causing the ground to crack beneath him. His heavy sword, infused with raw power, sweeps through the air with ferocity, striking towards Li Luo. From the wooden sword, a silvery light surges forth, accompanied by a piercing sound of wind. Violent slash. The hulking boy bellows, as the crimson light of his strike meets the oncoming thrust of Li Luo's sword. In an instant, the two swords collide with a resounding crash. Amidst the violent clash, Li Luo's wooden sword shatters upon impact, overwhelmed by the brute force akin to that of a raging bear, sending him reeling backward, retreating a dozen steps. Li Luo steadied his stance, gazing down at the shattered wooden sword in his hand, a wry smile playing on his lips as he said, Very well, Zhao Kuo, you have triumphed. With these words, a few young maidens in the audience let out sighs of disappointment, while many of the young men could not suppress their smirks. After all, as impetuous youths, they were envious of Li Luo's popularity among the girls. What a pity! Clearly, Li Luo's offensive was far more ferocious, and he demonstrated significantly greater skill in the application of his techniques than Zhao Kuo. Had it not been for his lack of affinity, victory would surely have been his, one remarked. Indeed, Zhao Kuo possesses the silver bear affinity of the 5th rank, boasting tremendous strength, and it is likely that his energy has also reached the 5th seal. Truly, he is the strongest among our 2nd academy, another added. Li Luo certainly exhibits remarkable comprehension and talent in his training of techniques, yet his inherent lack of affinity is a significant flaw. Without sufficiently potent energy to support him, even the most refined mastery of techniques would prove of little consequence. Spare your sympathy. Who is Li Luo, after all? He is the young lord of the Luolan house, one of the 5 great houses of the great Xia kingdom, and his parents are the youngest nobles in the realm. In just a decade, The Luolan house has risen to prominence among the 5 great houses, earning a reputation both within and beyond the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Oh, and yet, how times have changed. Ever since Li Luo's parents disappeared on the noble battlefield 3 years ago, the Luolan house has seen better days. From what I hear, there are significant divisions within the house now, and it may very well fracture in the future. This young lord may struggle to maintain his position. Really? Is that so? The current leader of the Luolan house should be Senior Sister Jiangxinga, correct? At the mention of this name, the eyes of all the young men in attendance ignited with fervor, for she was a legend within their Southern Wind Academy. However, as they recalled the connection between this legendary senior and Li Luo, their gazes toward him grew somewhat peculiar. While the youth and maidens whispered among themselves, Zhao Kuo approached Li Luo, clapping him on the shoulder with a broad grin. "Are you all right? Don't blame me for winning by underhanded means." Li Luo chuckled lightly. Zhao Kuo was straightforward by nature, and they maintained a good rapport. Moreover, there was nothing illicit about this encounter. After all, his inherent lack of affinity was indeed his greatest flaw, one that could not be attributed to Zhao Kuo. His eyes, too, were filled with a sense of regret. Li Luo's comprehension was exceptionally keen. Any technique in his hands could be cultivated more swiftly than by the average practitioner. In this regard, he clearly inherited the virtues of his illustrious parents, even surpassing them in some respects. Yet, it was lamentable that Li Luo's innate lack of affinity posed considerable challenges in his energy cultivation. In the realm of human cultivation, reliance on one's innate affinity is fundamental. Through this affinity, one absorbs the energies of heaven and earth, ultimately manifesting what is known as energy. There are countless varieties of human affinities, but they can broadly be categorized into 2 main types: elemental affinities and beast affinities. The essence of elements refers to the myriad elements found in the universe, such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. The concept of the myriad beast forms is said to originate from the dawn of humanity, when a supreme being sought to augment the strength of humankind. Thus, the spirits of countless beasts were infused into the bloodlines of humanity, giving rise to what is known as the myriad beast forms. Both the elemental forms and the myriad beast forms are categorized into grades, simply classified from 1 to 9. As human children reach the age of 10 or so, a vital aperture within them, known as the chamber of forms, will naturally open. When this chamber manifests, it inevitably gives rise to their innate affinity. For instance, Zhao Kuo awakened a 5th-grade silver bear form within his chamber, a variant of the myriad beast forms. This affinity is characterized by immense strength, and when combined with his own innate power, his destructive capability is truly formidable. However, Li Luo's predicament arises here. Upon the opening of his chamber, no affinity emerged. It remained utterly void, leading to the designation of an exceedingly rare empty affinity. Lacking an affinity to absorb and refine the energies of the world, it is naturally arduous for Li Luo to cultivate formidable innate power, which is the fundamental reason for his defeat to Zhao Kuo. The issue of Li Luo's empty affinity has been subjected to numerous tests within the academy. Given the extraordinary accomplishments of his parents, the academy's higher-ups initially held great expectations for Li Luo, believing he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of higher education, the sacred Xuanqing Academy. In his first year at the academy, Li Luo did not disappoint. He exhibited astonishing talent in the study of form techniques and was directly admitted to the first division of the South Wind Academy, a place that gathered the most exceptional youths of the entire Tianshu prefecture. While others possessed their own affinities, Li Luo's chamber, although it had manifested, remained empty. Consequently, despite his rapid progress in form techniques, his innate power developed at a notably slower pace, ultimately falling below the average level of the first division after a year. The cultivation of form techniques aims to amplify innate power, yet if one's innate power is weak, even the most advanced techniques will have limited efficacy. Following numerous assessments, the Academy's authorities concluded that this was a result of Li Luo's constitution. This constitution lacks an affinity, making it exceedingly difficult to absorb and refine the energies of the world, thereby complicating his future cultivation. Once this conclusion was reached, the form master of the first division promptly submitted a request to demote Li Luo to the second division. This decision was quite reasonable, as the First Division represented the pride of the South Wind Academy, and the master naturally did not wish for Li Luo to hinder its reputation. Moreover, by that time, Li Luo's parents had been missing for a considerable period, and without these two pillars of support, the already weaker Luolan Academy found itself in an increasingly awkward position within the Great Xia realm. Thus, Li Luo ultimately found himself in the Second Division. Su Shangyue sighed inwardly. When Li Luo first arrived at the Second Academy, Zhao Kuo was not even his match. Yet, merely half a year later, Li Luo found himself overshadowed by Zhao Kuo. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that Li Luo's ranking in the Second Academy would continue to decline over the coming months. Should his achievements remain at this level, it would appear that the illustrious Shang Xuanqing Institute, a beacon of aspiration in the Great Xia Kingdom, would be beyond his reach. As Su Shangyue gazed at Li Luo's tall figure and composed, handsome visage, a deeper sense of regret welled within him. The young man had indeed exerted considerable effort, however. The extraordinary accomplishments of his parents had inadvertently raised the expectations of those around him to stratospheric heights. In truth, those esteemed parents had become a source of pressure rather than support for him. After all, society tends to utter the phrase "a tiger begets a son who is a dog," rather than delving into the complexities of individual circumstances. Li Luo, aware of the pitying gazes directed at him, brushed off the wood shavings from his attire and seated himself calmly nearby. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. An empty manifestation, it was a clear indication of a bleak future. Yet, he could not help but smirk slightly, his hand instinctively resting on his lower abdomen. Unbeknownst to anyone else, his uniqueness extended beyond merely possessing an empty manifestation. In the realm of practitioners, one typically begins with the formation of a single manifestation palace within their body, and should they ascend to the Marquis realm, a second palace would emerge. Upon reaching the King realm, a third palace would manifest. However, within the Great Xia Kingdom, true Marquis-level practitioners were exceedingly rare, and even fewer could be found at the King level. Nonetheless, this was not an absolute truth. It was rumored that individuals with extraordinary talent might possess a slim chance of generating a second manifestation palace before reaching the Marquis realm, though such occurrences were exceedingly uncommon. And therein lay Li Luo's other peculiarity. Despite currently being at the nascent stage of the Ten Imprints realm, he harbored not one, but an astonishing 3 manifestation palaces within him. Indeed, this was a level typically reserved for peak powers at the King realm, yet it had manifested within Li Luo. What was even more tumultuous, however, was that all 3 of these manifestation palaces were devoid of substance. Thus, while one empty manifestation signified a lack of prospects, what could one infer about 3 empty manifestations? Did that herald a glimmer of hope or an even darker fate? Li Luo let out a deep sigh, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. In the midst of his tumultuous thoughts, Zhao Kuo settled beside him and inquired softly, "Have you yet to resolve the issue with your empty manifestation?" Li Luo merely shook his head in response. Zhao Kuo, recognizing the futility of his question, sighed in resignation. He understood that compatibility was innate, and he had never heard of anyone being able to cultivate it postnatally. Clearly, Li Luo's predicament was a formidable challenge. The other students, overhearing their exchange, wore solemn expressions. They had devoted years to their studies, all in anticipation of the upcoming major examination next month. Success in this endeavor could pave the way to a prestigious higher education, significantly enhancing their future prospects. Once Su Shangyue concluded his remarks, he announced the end of the class. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo then joined the throng of students as they exited the training grounds. "I must return to my training in divination today. I have been rather disheartened by your prowess. You are quite the anomaly. If your abilities were any stronger, I would surely be at your mercy." Zhao Kuo sighed, leaving the training grounds, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he waved farewell to Li Luo. Li Luo smiled at Zhao Kuo's retreating figure, fully aware that his companion had chosen to depart early to avoid any dampening of his spirits caused by their earlier contest. However, after such a lengthy period, he had grown accustomed to this dynamic. As he traversed the path, he encountered numerous fellow students, both male and female, who cast their gazes upon him. After all, aside from his striking appearance, Li Luo had garnered a reputation of a rather unique legend within the academy. In response to these glances, Li Luo remained remarkably composed, continuing along the narrow way until he paused at the entrance of the academy. Before him gathered a throng of students, their clamor resonating through the air. The focal point of their attention was a blue stone wall, the honor wall of the Southern Wind Academy, which commemorated all the exceptional talents who had emerged from its halls. Despite having gazed upon this wall countless times, the students were still drawn to it with fervor, as it remained a hub of activity each day. Li Luo pressed his lips together. Well aware of the reason behind this enthusiasm, most of those present were there for her. His gaze shifted to a particular spot above the honor wall, where a crystal stone emanated radiant beams of light, coalescing into a slender, vivid silhouette. The figure was that of a girl, clad in the academy's uniform. A simple white top adorned with a cobalt blue cape that fluttered gently in the breeze, paired with a black skirt that accentuated her long, elegant legs, which were strikingly fair. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate nose, lush, elongated lashes, and skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow. Yet, it was her eyes that left the most indelible impression, golden irises that radiated an indescribable purity, capable of evoking a sense of pressure when met with a prolonged gaze. Her demeanor was somewhat aloof as she gazed ahead, one hand resting on her slender waist while the other gripped a formidable sword, exuding an aura of striking confidence and formidable presence. This was a girl whose beauty and poise could make one's heart race. Etched upon the wall behind her luminous figure was her name, Jiang Qingyi, a dazzling jewel of the Southern Wind Academy, endowed with a ninth-grade light affinity, whose extraordinary talent had inspired awe throughout the great Xia Kingdom. In just 2 years since her enrollment, long before the rigorous entrance examinations, she had been specially recruited by the esteemed Xuanqing Academy, becoming the first in a century from Tianshu County to receive such an honor. She had become a living legend of the Southern Wind Academy, with countless future students aspiring to reach her heights. And now, her fame resonated throughout the entirety of the great Xil. Luo gazed vacantly at the ethereal silhouette of Jiang Qingyi, only to become acutely aware of the scrutinizing glances directed at him from those around. The students, regardless of gender, regarded him with expressions tinged with envy, resentment, and an air of peculiarity. Unperturbed by their stares, Li Luo remained indifferent, fully cognizant of the source of their scrutiny. It was Jiang Qingyi, a figure revered by all in Nanfeng Academy, akin to a goddess. Not only was she a disciple taken in by his parents since childhood, but she also held a betrothal to him. To put it plainly, Jiang Qingyi was his fiancée. Chapter 2. The reluctant fiancé. In Li Luo's recollections, he first encountered Jiang Qingyi when he was around 3 years old. Subsequently, they adopted Jiang Qingyi as a disciple. From this perspective, Li Luo and Jiang Qingyi can be considered childhood sweethearts, and his parents held her in high regard. However, the relationship between Li Luo and Jiang Qingyi during their youth was rather intricate, as she was exceptionally gifted and, being 2 years older than him, their many childhood quarrels invariably ended with Li Luo being coldly subdued and thoroughly outmatched. It was nothing short of a nightmare. The reason Jiang Qingyi became his fiancée is said to stem from an incident when she was about 10 years old. One night, after indulging in too much wine, his father lamented how wonderful it would be if Xiao Er were to become his daughter-in-law. The following day, a 10-year-old Jiang Qingyi composed a marriage contract by hand and presented it to her astonished father. To make matters worse, Li Luo, who had been watching the spectacle with a smile, found himself on the receiving end of his mother's wrath as well. Ultimately, his parents had no choice but to acquiesce to her wishes, yet the contract was tucked away and never mentioned again, as if it had never existed. As time passed, this matter gradually faded from memory, even for Li Luo himself. However, a few years ago, during her time at Nanfeng Academy, Jiang Qingyi publicly declared her engagement to Li Luo in response to an overly persistent suitor. The uproar that ensued reverberated throughout the entire Tianshu County. Fortunately, Li Luo had not yet entered Nanfeng Academy at the time. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly faced a barrage of scrutiny. Even though this incident occurred several years ago, its lingering effects made Li Luo acutely aware of Jiang Qingyi's allure while he was now at Nanfeng Academy. Father, you truly have put me in a precarious position. Li Luo sighed inwardly. Li Luo, Do you not relish the envious gazes of others as you linger here each day? At that moment, a girl's voice broke through his reverie. Turning around, he beheld a striking young woman with waist-length hair. Though her beauty could not rival that of Jiang Qingyi, she was nonetheless a charming figure. Dressed in a fitted school uniform that accentuated her budding curves, she stood with her arms crossed, regarding Li Luo with a somewhat mocking expression. Despite her gaze, Li Luo maintained a calm demeanor. The girl before him was Tifa Qing, a student from the same academy, recognized as a prominent figure within Nanfeng Academy. She hailed from the esteemed Tifa family, one of the 3 great families in Tianshu County. While Tifa Qing bore no personal grudge against Li Luo, she was an ardent supporter of Jiang Qingyi, exhibiting a fervor that bordered on fanaticism. In her eyes, Jiang Qingyi was a flawless celestial being, and no man in this world was worthy of her, Li Luo included. Even though Tifa Qing acknowledged Li Luo's striking appearance, she deemed it shallow to judge solely based on looks. Jiang Qingyi, a person of such caliber, must be matched only with those among the finest. Thus, ever since Li Luo entered the Southern Wind Academy, he has inevitably faced a barrage of scorn from Tifa Qing, followed by her relentless inquiry, Li Luo, when will you annul your engagement to Sister Jiang? As expected, upon hearing this question, which had been repeated countless times, even Li Luo could not help but rub his brow in exasperation, replying curtly, none of your business, before turning to leave. Seeing this, Tifa Qing's face flushed with anger, and she pursued him relentlessly, exclaiming, Li Luo, do you wish to be a toad dreaming of eating swan meat? Yet, Li Luo remained indifferent, ignoring her entirely, which only served to infuriate her further. She hastened to keep pace, asserting, Li Luo, if you do not dissolve the engagement, it will only bring you trouble. The more exceptional Sister Jiang is, the greater your troubles will become. Your parents have been missing for years, and even your Luolan house is now precarious. Therefore, your status as the young lord holds little sway. You have no idea how many formidable and talented young elites in the Great Xia Kingdom are enamored with Sister Jiang. Li Luo, if you do not annul your engagement with her, trouble will surely find you, even within the Southern Wind Academy. At last, Li Luo paused, inquiring, oh, who seeks to trouble me? Tifa Qing scoffed. Bei Kuan of the Bei family. You should be quite familiar with him. He has made it clear that he hopes you will not use your status to approach Sister Jiang. Moreover, he has invited you to meet at Qifeng Tower in 2 days to discuss matters. Li Luo chuckled. Of course, I am familiar with him. In the past, he was quite eager to be around me. Back when his parents were still alive, the Luolan house held significant influence in Tianshu County, and Bei Kuan often sought his company. Yet, who could have anticipated that years later, after the upheaval of the Luolan house, this once friendly scion would be the first to seek trouble with him? Previously, Bei Kuan delighted in hosting lavish banquets at Qifeng Tower, warmly inviting him. Now, it seemed he wished for Li Luo to host a banquet in his honor instead. How forthright of him. Tifa Qing remarked, Li Luo, do not find it amusing. Such is the nature of the world. When your house was powerful, people fawned over you. Now that the Luolan house has fallen from grace, why should others show you any favor? After all, the reputation you once enjoyed was earned by your parents, not by you. Li Luo nodded in agreement, acknowledging, your words hold merit. The fickleness of human relationships has been a lesson I have learned firsthand over the past 2 years. Thus, he said no more, quickening his pace toward the academy's exit. Meanwhile, Tifa Qing persistently followed, her voice a ceaseless drone, with her central theme being her desire for Li Luo to grant Jiang Qingyi her freedom. Li Luo understood that the best way to deal with such individuals was to ignore them, so he dismissed her entirely, traversing the corridors until he finally exited the academy. As he stepped beyond the gates of the academy, he suddenly sensed that the surrounding sounds had quieted significantly. Even the buzzing presence of Tifa Qing beside him seemed to be choked into silence. Li Luo turned to glance at her, only to discover her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed down the stone steps of the academy. Following her line of sight, he beheld a carriage elegantly stationed at the foot of the stairs. Its antiquated charm exuded both spaciousness and opulence, drawn by 4 robust, dark red lion horse beasts. Adorning the carriage was a familiar emblem. It was the emblem of the Luolan house. The source of Tifa Qing's flushed cheeks and the excitement displayed by the surrounding students was not merely the carriage itself, but rather the girl standing before it. Her long hair casually tied into a ponytail framed a delicate, serene face that reflected an alluring glow under the setting sun. draped in a deep blue short cloak and clad in slender boots. Her long, fair legs beneath her battle skirt were almost breathtaking. Yet, what captivated the observers most were her eyes, brilliant and pure, like radiant golden suns. Could it be Jiang Qi? A ripple of commotion swept through the crowd as numerous students gazed eagerly at the graceful figure, astonished that they would encounter this legendary figure emerging from the Southern Wind Academy today. Although the Luo Lan House had its roots in Southern Wind City, it had shifted its focus to the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, Daxia City, after becoming one of the four prominent houses. Jiang Qingyi cast a glance at Li Luo and spoke with a cool, melodic voice. Tomorrow marks your 17th birthday, and the Luo Lan House has some important matters to discuss here. Her voice was exceptionally pleasant, crisp, and aloof, like the sound of a secluded spring cascading over jade stones in the mountains. Li Luo nodded. Her demeanor did not surprise him, as he was well acquainted with her character over the years. Shall we? He suggested, aware that Jiang Qingyi was exceedingly popular at the academy, and standing there felt akin to being under a barrage of sharp gazes. Jiang Qingyi nodded slightly, but did not turn immediately. Instead, she directed her gaze towards Tifa Qing, who was brimming with excitement, and said, "You are Tifa Qing, correct?" Tifa Qing eagerly nodded. Her cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Senior Jiang, you actually remember me?" With a calm demeanor, Jiang Qingyi replied, "I hope you will refrain from troubling Li Luo in the future, otherwise I might have to pay special attention to your brother at the Sacred Xuanqing Academy." The excitement on Tifa Qing's face instantly froze, and after a moment, under the scrutiny of Jiang Qing's pure golden eyes, she could only timidly nod, the earlier bravado completely evaporating. After delivering her words, Jiang Qing finally turned, her azure cloak billowing as she entered the carriage alongside Li Luo, which then departed smoothly, the lion horse beasts letting out a resounding cry as they moved through the mist. Tifa Qing watched the carriage leave, and after a long pause, she rubbed her flushed cheeks, utterly entranced. Senior Jiang is simply too cool. I absolutely adore her. Chapter 3. Li Luo's desire to annul the engagement. Four majestic lion horse beasts propelled the carriage smoothly along the spacious streets of Southwind City, the buildings lining the thoroughfare swiftly retreating in the background. Within the carriage, the atmosphere was quite ample, warm, and comfortable. With Li Luo and Jiang Qingyi seated on opposite sides of the tea table, the two exchanged few words. Li Luo closed his eyes to rest as soon as he boarded, while Jiang Qing opened a book, engrossed in its contents. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gap in the window, illuminating her exquisitely delicate face, rendering it even more translucent and radiant. The silence lingered for some time until Jiang Qingyi's long, thick eyelashes fluttered. She lifted her charming face, her golden eyes gazing at Li Luo, and said, "It seems that what I mentioned years ago at Southwind Academy has caused you some trouble. I sincerely apologize." Upon hearing this, Li Luo opened his eyes, looking at the beautiful yet subtly fierce and commanding visage before him. He replied with a smile, "This apology lacks any semblance of sincerity. If you were truly earnest, you would allow me to annul our engagement." Jiang Qingyi casually turned the pages of her book and replied, "Is this what they call an annulment? In the tales and dramas, shouldn't it be me who brings this up? Have you perhaps reversed the order?" Li Luo found her sudden dry humor rather amusing and perplexing. Jiang Qingyi glanced at him and remarked coolly, "What? Are you afraid that this engagement might bring you greater trouble?" Li Luo paused, then shook his head, saying, "I'm more concerned about delaying you. As a young woman, why should you bear an unnecessary engagement? You know well how this engagement came about. How many times has my father been reprimanded by my mother because of it? I actually support my father's folly. But why must I also endure a beating every time my mother chastises him?" As he concluded, a hint of resentment flickered across Li Luo's expression. He recalled the scene of the elegant woman, gentle yet fierce, punishing the two men in the household. And even Jiang Qing couldn't help but slightly curve her rosy lips before quickly regaining her composure. "I'm not afraid." She shook her head. Li Luo, troubled, said, "What will you do if you meet someone you truly like in the future? This is utterly reckless." Jiang Qingyi smiled faintly. "Perhaps I may not encounter anyone. My standards are rather high, and besides, with our prior engagement, it would be impossible for me to harbor feelings for anyone else." Li Luo fixed his gaze on Jiang Qingyi, his voice suddenly laced with anger. "Jiang Qingyi, what exactly are you thinking? I know my parents have treated you well, and you are grateful to them, but there is no need for you to express your gratitude in this manner. Do you consider me merely a tool for your appreciation? You agreed to this engagement, Did I ever consent to it? Li Luo's sudden outburst left Jiang Qingyi momentarily taken aback. Her pure golden eyes studied his face. And after a brief silence, she lowered her gaze slightly and said, I am sorry. I truly did not consider your feelings in this matter. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Luo remarked, given this, what of the marriage contract? However, Jiang Qingyi lifted her delicate face and earnestly responded, you must understand the customs of our family. Whenever there is a disagreement between both parties, a duel ensues, and the victor holds the power to decide. This rule was established by my mother, and it has governed all matters within our household for many years. Thus, whenever a dispute arose between me and your father, I would roll up my sleeves and drag him straight to the training room. Therefore, if you harbor significant objections to the marriage contract, we can retreat to the training room upon returning home and abide by the rules. Li Luo's expression suddenly stiffened, his demeanor fluctuating as he finally gritted his teeth and pointed at Jiang Qingyi, exclaiming in anguish, Jiang Qi, do not go too far. I am merely a novice at the Tinseal stage, while you are a Disha general. What can I possibly achieve in a confrontation with you? In the cultivation of humanity, upon unlocking the Xiang Palace, one enters the foundational Tinseal stage. Beyond this lies the Xiang Master Realm, which marks the true beginning of one's cultivation journey. After the Xiang Master Realm, there are 3 significant stages, the General, the Marquis, and the King. The latter 2 are distant aspirations, whereas the General stage is divided into upper and lower tiers, the former being the Tiangang General and the latter the Disha General. Jiang Qingyi, at her age, has already reached the General stage, showcasing a talent for cultivation that astounds countless individuals. Many speculate that she may even shatter the record for the youngest Marquis in the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet now, this Disha general wishes to engage in combat with Li Luo, who is still at the Tinseal stage. Li Luo genuinely feared that she might inadvertently unleash her strength and strike him down with a mere slap. Jiang Qingyi, gathering the books from the table, expressed with a hint of regret, it seems you do not agree with this method. Thus, there is no alternative. Li Luo, trembling with indignation, wondered if the world had truly turned upside down, making even the withdrawal from a marriage contract such a daunting task. He leaned weakly against the car window, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Qingyi's polished and exquisite visage, particularly captivated by her golden eyes, which possessed a purity that was almost intoxicating. He sighed deeply, lowering his voice. Sister Qingyi, we have spent many years together, yet I understand that you do not harbor any romantic feelings for me. Without such emotions as a foundation, what significance does this marriage contract hold? Jiang Qingyi remained silent for a moment before responding. While I wish to say that you are merely 17 tomorrow and should not act so mature, I must admit that you do carry some truth in your words. I have no interest in others, but with you, at least, I do not feel repulsed. Li Luo offered a bitter smile, saying, Sister Qingyi, the marriage contract is more a reflection of your gratitude towards my parents. I believe your feelings for them far surpass any you may hold for me, but I truly do not require such gratitude. He lifted his gaze, meeting Jiang Qingyi's eyes directly, and implored, I hope you can grant both yourself and me an opportunity. Li Luo paused momentarily before continuing, we can strike a deal. Before I acquire sufficient strength, you will assist me in gaining control of the Luo Lan mansion. If, by the time I take over, the mansion suffers minimal losses, I will return the marriage contract to you as a token of gratitude. What do you think? However, I do not desire such a contract. Jiang Qingyi raised her delicate brows, her small hand suddenly slapping the tea table. Bang! Li Luo was startled, hastily shifting back, and said, let us discuss this amicably. Do not resort to violence. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet deep within his heart, an inexplicable sense of loss surfaced, prompting him to silently chastise himself for being so petty. Your words today have indeed opened my eyes. It seems you are no longer just a child. Li Luo retorted with anger, a child? How am I still a child? His eyes narrowed as he pressed his arms against the table, rising to loom over Jiang Qingyi. Their faces merely half a foot apart. Jiang Qingyi, I truly do not covet this marriage contract, for in the future, I wish for you to personally return it to me, rather than to my parents. Jiang Qingyi's golden eyes reflected Li Luo's handsome visage, and the playful smile at the corners of her lips deepened. She understood his implication. The reason for returning the contract now was that she currently harbored no romantic feelings for him, but when she eventually returned it, it would signify her affection for him. Sit down, she said, her red lips parting slightly. The earlier tension dissipated instantly. Jiang Qingyi rested her chin on her hand, lazily glancing at Li Luo. Your abilities may be modest, but your ambition is lofty. Over the years, I have encountered many prodigies, yet none have dared to speak to me in such a manner. Li Luo, do not overreach. Your aspirations are rather unrealistic. However, if you truly wish to test your limits, I can offer you an opportunity. Her golden eyes shimmered with a mysterious depth. I will await you at the sacred Xian Star Academy. This is your first step. If you cannot achieve even this, then consider today's words as the rebellious musings of youth, and forget them. Li Luo chose not to elaborate further. He simply leaned against the car window, his eyes gradually closing as he calmly replied, "Then I shall await your call." Jiang Qingyi gazed out through the window at the streets and buildings passing by, sunlight cascading into her eyes, and a subtle smile flickered across her lips, revealing a rare softness in her gaze. She inclined her head slightly and spoke softly, "Make a trip to the Golden Dragon Treasure Pavilion and retrieve something." Her golden eyes turned to Li Luo. "Before my master and mistress departed, they specifically left something for you, to be opened when you turn 17. At this, Li Luo's heart jolted. His parents had left something for him? Chapter 4. Golden Dragon Treasures. Within the vast realm of the Great Xia, myriad powerful factions vie for dominance. However, two entities stand in absolute neutrality, drawing the cautious respect of both the noble houses in the imperial court. The first is the sacred Xian Star Academy, an institution revered as the ultimate aspiration for countless youths across the land. Each year, it produces a cadre of young prodigies who attract the attention of both the royal family and various factions alike. The second is the Golden Dragon Treasures, a formidable establishment engaged in the storage, auction, and exchange of goods. Its financial prowess is so immense that it incites envy among countless powers. Yet none dare to covet it, for the reach of the Golden Dragon Treasures far surpasses the imagination of any faction within the Great Xia. Its operations here are merely a branch of a much grander enterprise that thrives beyond the borders of the realm, still basking in its illustrious reputation. The Golden Dragon notes issued by this establishment are said to be redeemable for vast sums of gold wherever one may roam. As Li Luo descended from his carriage and beheld the resplendent edifice before him, he could not help but marvel. Even though it was not his first encounter with such grandeur, the sheer opulence of a branch situated in a mere county was astonishing, rendering even the Luo Lan house somewhat diminutive in comparison. In contrast, Jiang Qingyi exhibited a demeanor of calm indifference, her gaze barely lingering as she strode directly into the establishment, prompting Li Luo to hastily follow suit. Upon entering the remarkably imposing premises of the Golden Dragon Treasures, Jiang Qingyi produced a golden ticket and presented it to a maid, who meticulously inspected it before respectfully ushering them into the VIP room. After a brief wait, a middle-aged man adorned in resplendent attire, his fingers bedecked with rings of various hues, entered with a jovial smile. "Ah, it is truly an honor to welcome the esteemed young master of the Luo Lan house and Miss Jiang to our humble establishment. Your presence elevates our status immeasurably." It must be said that the staff at the Golden Dragon Treasures are truly adept at navigating social intricacies. Recognizing Li Luo's current standing, the man displayed no hint of condescension, even prioritizing Li Luo in his greeting. "This is Chairman Lu of the Golden Dragon Treasures in Tianshu County," Jiang Qingyi introduced. Clearly familiar with him. "Chairman Lu, please lead us to retrieve our items," she continued, demonstrating her decisive nature. Chairman Lu nodded with a smile and turned to guide them, leading the trio through a series of secured passages until they seemed to descend into an underground chamber. Under Chairman Lu's guidance, they arrived at a completely sealed room, its stone walls dark and smooth, resembling polished mirrors. Chairman Lu extended his palm and gently tapped the smooth surface of the wall, causing it to part, revealing an iron box crafted from an unknown metallic substance that slowly emerged. "Esteemed guests, within lies the items left by your respective lords. To unlock it, the young master must be present, and a drop of blood shall serve as the key." President LV smiled and politely exited the room. Li Luo, however, found himself gazing at the safe before him, momentarily lost in thought. He was bewildered by the mysterious intentions of his parents and pondered what they might have left for him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed that this item held immense significance for him, potentially altering the course of his future. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, placing his palm upon the safe, only to feel a sharp sting at his fingertips, as if a drop of blood were being drawn into the safe. With a series of mechanical clicks, The once unified safe emitted a sound akin to machinery, and a faint sheen appeared on its surface before it slowly split open. As the safe creaked apart, the interior was finally revealed to Li Luo's eyes. Inside lay a jet-black crystal orb, its surface smooth and reflecting Li Luo's countenance, exuding an air of mystery. This is... Li Luo blinked. I should put it away for now. My master and mistress instructed me to open it on my 17th birthday. Jiang Qingyi handed him a suitcase. Li Luo nodded, carefully extracting the black crystal orb and placing it within the case, gripping it tightly, his eyes welling with emotion. What's wrong? Jiang Qingyi inquired, puzzled. I have a premonition that my fortunes are about to change, he replied excitedly, shaking the suitcase. Wait and see. I will definitely succeed in my engagement cancellation. Jiang Qingyi, uninterested, turned away and walked towards the exit of the underground chamber, aware that Li Luo was in a tumultuous mood and preferring to refrain from teasing him. Upon emerging, they encountered President LV again, who was now accompanied by a youthful girl. The girl, dressed in azure garments, possessed a graceful figure and an exceptionally delicate appearance. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her slender waist, and her bright, deep-set eyes sparkled. Her skin was strikingly fair and smooth, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Additionally, she wore silk-like gloves that, despite their coverage, could not conceal the elegance of her delicate fingers, which would surely captivate anyone if revealed. In terms of beauty and poise, this girl surpassed the previously encountered Tifa Ching. Yet, when Li Luo beheld her, a fleeting, almost imperceptible discomfort crossed his face before he quickly regained his composure. Ah, this is my niece, LV Qinger, President LV introduced with a beaming smile. She is currently studying at Nanfeng Academy and holds great admiration for Miss Jiang, insisting on meeting her. I hope Miss Jiang will not take offense. Greetings, Senior Jiang, LV Qinger said graciously, performing a polite bow. Jiang Qingyi assessed LV Qinger thoughtfully and nodded slightly. Since you are also studying at Nanfeng Academy, I presume you are acquainted with Li Luo? L. Qinger cast a fleeting glance at Li Luo beside her, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she softly inclined her head, her gaze deepening as she spoke. In the past, Li Luo imparted knowledge of the art of resonance to me, for which I remain eternally grateful. However, it seems he has been rather reluctant to meet me these past 2 years. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression turned awkward, and he hastily chuckled. No. You mustn't say such things. We simply belong to different academies, and it's rare for our paths to cross. Yet, within his heart, a sense of helplessness stirred. L. Qinger's reputation within the Southern Wind Academy eclipsed that of T.F.A. Qing by a considerable margin. Her beauty was matched only by her status as the Academy's new emblem. Even amidst the ranks of prodigies in the First Academy, she stood as a resplendent figure. When Li Luo was still part of the First Academy, many students, who had yet to awaken their resonance chambers, sought his guidance. Drawn by his exceptional talent and insight in the art, El Chinga was among those who approached him, and their rapport was quite amicable at that time. However, as unforeseen circumstances arose and Li Luo was relegated to the Second Academy, their relationship became fraught with awkwardness. The primary reason for this tension was Li Luo's inclination to avoid El Chinger. It was not disdain, but rather an acute discomfort stemming from the fact that he had once been the foremost student, only to have her ascend to his former position. Being a spirited young man, Li Luo often took great pains to evade any potentially embarrassing encounters with her within the academy. Yet, he had not anticipated their meeting today. In response to Li Luo's somewhat dismissive remarks, El Chinger chose not to engage further, redirecting her attention to Jiang Qingyi, with whom she began a soft and pleasant conversation. Eventually, they escorted Jiang Qingyi and Li Luo to the entrance of the treasure trading house. Ah, Miss Jiang, I have heard that the Luo Lan house will be quite lively in the coming days. El Huichang remarked with a beaming smile, his words laden with implication. Jiang Qingyi maintained a composed demeanor as she replied, President L, your sources of information are indeed impressive. Alas, it is truly regrettable, El Huichang sighed, before adding, should you require any collaboration in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. At Jinlong Treasure House, we believe in prospering through harmony. Li Luo, standing nearby, felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from probing further, simply following Jiang Qingyi into the carriage as they departed swiftly. El Huichang, stroking his plump face, glanced at El Chinger, who was intently watching the carriage disappear from view. Ahem, he suddenly cleared his throat, addressing her, my dear girl. You don't harbor feelings for Li Luo, do you? El Qing'er shot him an exasperated look and softly replied, I merely feel a sense of regret for Li Luo. He did guide me in the art of resonance, and my admiration for him remains rooted in the past. Had it not been for his empty resonance, he would have been my greatest rival at the Southern Wind Academy. El Huichong let out a relieved sigh, patting his chest. That is good, very good. Qing'er, he is a man bound by a betrothal. It would be best not to concern yourself with him. With your qualifications, no young genius in Daxia is worthy of you. El Qing'er shook her head, disregarding her second uncle's ramblings, and gracefully turned away, leaving behind El Huizhong, who stood there scratching his head with a foolish smile. Chapter 5. Pei Hao. After departing from the Golden Dragon treasure house, a palpable silence enveloped the carriage. Jiang Qingyi remained uncommunicative, while Li Luo, clutching a box, lost in thought, mirrored her quietude. It was not until they arrived at the entrance of a magnificent estate that the stillness was broken. The estate, with its rolling hills and numerous pavilions, exuded an air of grandeur. This was the ancestral home where Li Luo's parents had established the Luolan Manor years ago. The 4 lion-horse beasts halted at the estate's entrance, prompting both Li Luo and Jiang Qingyi to alight from the carriage. The atmosphere felt markedly desolate compared to the past. Jiang Qingyi gazed at the manor with a tinge of nostalgia, remarking on its transformation. In the days when Li Luo's parents were alive, this had been the bustling headquarters of Luolan Manor, a stark contrast to its current solitude. Indeed, the headquarters has long since relocated to the royal city. This place is merely an old residence, so its desolation is to be expected, Li Luo replied with a smile. As they conversed, footsteps approached from behind the grand gate. An elderly man, his face adorned with a warm and sincere smile, led the way, accompanied by a mature woman. She possessed a striking beauty, her figure voluptuous and enchanting, reminiscent of a ripe peach swaying gracefully. Uncle Lu, Li Luo called out to the elder, who had been with his parents for many years and now managed the estate while taking care of Li Luo's daily needs. However, the presence of the unfamiliar mature woman puzzled him. Uncle Lu, it has been quite some time. Jiang Qingyi nodded courteously to the elder before introducing the woman to Li Luo. This is Sister Kai Wei. She is my assistant in the royal city, overseeing various affairs of Luolan Manor. Greetings, young manor master. The alluring Kai Wei smiled warmly at Li Luo, her eyes assessing him with an intriguing glimmer. Li Luo returned the smile, acknowledging, Thank you for your hard work, Sister Kai Wei. He felt a momentary surprise. With the headquarters of Luolan Manor having moved to the royal city, the various enterprises in Tianshu County had remained stable, showing little change. Why then had Qingyi suddenly sent a capable aide to take charge? Was there an issue at hand? After a brief contemplation, he inquired. Jiang Qingyi paused. Her exquisite features momentarily hardened, before she stepped toward the manor, gesturing for Li Luo to follow. Though you remained in Nanfeng City, you must have heard some whispers regarding Luolan Manor. I refrained from discussing these matters earlier, fearing they might impact you. Her voice was cool and composed as they walked along the gravel path, dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. Li Luo nodded. While he had not actively involved himself with Luolan Manor, he could surmise that with his parents missing for several years, the manor would undoubtedly face tumultuous times. Establishing a manor in the Great Xia Kingdom was no simple feat, with one stringent prerequisite. Only those who had been conferred titles could establish a manor. Currently, there were 5 major manors within the Great Xia, and Luolan Manor was one among them. Notably, Luolan Manor was the youngest and the fastest to rise. As both of Li Luo's parents had ascended to the rank of Marquis, Yang Xianho, Li Tai Xian, and Lan Ho, Dan Tai Lan. The dual titles of the House of Luolan serve as a significant factor in its rapid ascent to prominence among the 5 major houses. In stark contrast to the long-established heritage of the other 4 houses, the House of Luolan is undeniably youthful, which also implies that its depth of history is comparatively lacking. However, this was not initially considered a substantial issue, for with the exceptional talents and abilities of Li Taiyuan and Dan Ailan, it was anticipated that any disparities would soon be reconciled. Regrettably, their sudden disappearance altered the course of events. The absence of these 2 pivotal figures precipitated a swift decline in the House of Luolan's strength. In the beginning, the lingering influence of the dual titles deterred any disturbances. Yet with the passage of time and the continued silence surrounding Li Taiyuan and Dan Tai Lan, rumors eventually surfaced that they had perished in the battlefield of the nobility. As one of the 5 major houses of the Great Xia Kingdom, the House of Luolan boasts an extensive array of assets, making it an exceedingly tempting prize for many factions within the kingdom, each lurking with keen interest. Consequently, as time advanced and the residual power of Li Taiyuan and Dan Tailan waned, various factions began to reveal their predatory intentions towards the House of Luolan. In light of this precarious situation, Jiang Qingyi, who was still honing her skills at the sacred Xuanqing Academy, found herself compelled to temporarily assume control of the House of Luolan. Although her reputation in the Great Xia Kingdom had significantly grown over the past 2 years, she had yet to attain the rank of a noble, which rendered her somewhat inadequate in terms of imposing strength. Thus, confronted by a pack of wolves, she reluctantly relinquished certain assets of the House of Luolan, aiming to buy time for recovery and resurgence. This continuous process of relinquishment led the outside world to perceive it as one of the primary reasons for the House of Luolan's precarious state. Nevertheless, Li Luo viewed this approach with understanding. After all, lacking sufficient strength while clinging to wealth would only invite greater troubles. Hence, prudent restraint was the true strategy for long-term success. Although the House of Luolan's influence had diminished significantly over the past 2 years, it appeared to be stabilizing. Li Luo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Qingyi pressed her lips together and replied calmly, "The external pressures have, for the time being, lessened somewhat, yet this time the issue lies within the House of Luolan itself." Li Luo's expression sharpened, and he slowly remarked, "Is it that senior brother Pei Hao?" Both Jiang Qingyi and the mature Lady Kai Wei beside her exchanged surprised glances with Li Luo. "Though Sister Qingyi has not been in charge of the House of Luolan for long, your charisma is unparalleled. Your prestige within the house is formidable. And among all in the House of Luolan, the only one who could possibly rival you is this recognized disciple adopted by my parents." Li Luo responded with a smile. Meeting their astonished gazes, Pei Hao had once been a destitute wanderer in his youth, and after incurring the wrath of enemies, he narrowly escaped death thanks to Li Luo's parents, who, moved by his plight, took him in. Once he joined the House of Luolan, he worked diligently and displayed considerable talent, gradually integrating himself into the house, leading Li Luo's parents to eventually accept him as a recognized disciple. In the days when his parents were still alive, this senior brother Pei Hao would occasionally reach out to him. However, in the past 2 years, such interactions have significantly dwindled, particularly after the rumors surrounding his vacant state emerged. From this perspective, Pei Hao appears rather genuine. Over the years, Pei Hao has consistently expressed dissent regarding my stewardship of the Luolan mansion and has audaciously interfered in many of the mansion's decisions. His influence within Luolan mansion is substantial, with nearly half of the heads of the 9 pavilions being closely aligned with him, which has resulted in a rather detrimental impact. Jiang Qingyi remarked softly. In truth, if he could contribute to Luolan mansion, I would be willing to tolerate all of this. Even this so-called position of authority, had it not been for my master and mistress's appointment before their departure, I would not have wished to intervene. Li Luo nodded. Jiang Qingyi's disposition does not lend itself to the management of such affairs. Given her exceptional talent, it is most fitting for her to focus solely on her cultivation. Ultimately, it is also due to the inadequacies of the current young mansion master, however. Both he and Jiang Qingyi are acutely aware that, given his present condition, this so-called vacant talent can hardly win the respect of others. If he were truly to govern Luolan mansion, it is likely that the foundation established by his parents would soon crumble. After all, in this world, strength is the only true foundation for garnering respect. You have truly borne a heavy burden, Sister Qingyi, Li Luo expressed with sincere gratitude. Jiang Qingyi shook her head, saying, "There is no need for thanks. After all, you and I are bound by a marriage agreement, and I hold a stake in Luolan mansion as well." That was quite direct. Li Luo was left speechless, while Kai Wei beside them stifled a laugh, exuding charm. Ever since master and mistress went missing, unrest has spread throughout the mansion. Although I have done my utmost to soothe tensions, the situation within Luolan mansion is glaringly evident. Meanwhile, Pei Hao has seized the opportunity to win hearts, constantly maneuvering against me. I previously conducted an investigation, suspecting that there might be other forces covertly aiding him. Jiang Qingyi continued. Li Luo reached out to catch a falling leaf, remarking, "It seems I have nurtured a treacherous wolf." Tomorrow, Pei Hao will lead a group to Nanfeng City to discuss matters with me. However, it is highly likely that we will not reach an agreement. The worst-case scenario of failing to come to terms could lead to a direct schism within Luolan mansion, which would be a severe blow given the current circumstances. At this moment, Jiang Qingyi's golden eyes appeared particularly frigid, with a faint glimmer of murderous intent. Li Luo furrowed his brow. Luolan Mansion is already surrounded by wolves, all eyeing it warily. Should a division truly occur, the mansion's strength would be significantly diminished, leading to even greater troubles ahead. Yet, he could only sigh helplessly. For with his current state of power, he could not influence the situation in the slightest. The title of Young Mansion Master seems to be met with indifference by most within Luolan Mansion, and perhaps many have even forgotten his existence altogether. All of this stems from his own lack of strength and prospects. I'm sorry, I cannot offer you any assistance, Li Luo stated. Jiang Qingyi shook her head gently, replying, Do not worry. Even if Luolan Mansion is currently unstable, when the time comes for me to hand it over to you, I will ensure it remains intact. Li Luo remained silent, for he was not particularly concerned about the matter at hand. Regardless of the strength of the Luolan residence, it remained an external entity. In this world, true power lies solely within oneself, and that is the essence of all things. Should he one day ascend to the realm of nobility, all challenges would effortlessly unravel before him. This night, Li Luo found himself restless, unable to sleep until well past midnight. He eventually rolled out of bed and retrieved his suitcase from beneath it. The enigmatic black crystal orb was carefully extracted, and at that moment, Li Luo felt his heart racing intensely. Father, mother, what exactly have you left for me? He murmured softly, gently patting his racing heart, and then offered himself a wry consolation. Surely, it couldn't merely be a birthday cake that had been stored away for years. Chapter 6. The appearance of the future. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the black crystal ball reflected Li Luo's face, which was marked by evident anticipation and tension. He, too, was eager to discover what treasures his parents had painstakingly left for him. How was he to unlock its secrets? Suppressing the anxiety that bubbled within, Li Luo glanced around at the dark, enigmatic orb before tentatively placing both palms upon its surface. Buzz. The moment his hands made contact with the crystal, it emitted a faint tremor, and the once solid, sleek surface seemed to liquefy, gradually enveloping Li Luo's hands. Simultaneously, he sensed a prickling sensation akin to needles piercing his palms. As a trickle of blood was drawn forth, the black liquid slowly receded from his grasp, and a radiant light began to emanate from within, ultimately intertwining above him to form two luminous figures. Gazing at those two remarkably familiar silhouettes, a wave of nostalgia washed over Li Luo, bringing a sharp pang to his heart. Father, mother. The two figures, one male and one female, depicted a strikingly handsome man, tall and upright as a spear, clad in white attire that exuded charm and grace. His gentle smile and commanding presence instilled an indescribable sense of security. The woman, draped in a purple coat with her long hair elegantly styled, had her hands casually tucked into her pockets. Her beauty was exquisite, dignified, and graceful. They were none other than Li Luo's parents, Li Taixian and Dan Tailon. Ha, Xiao Luo, by the time you see this recording, you must be 17, right? It's likely that we are not by your side at this moment. Li Taixian spoke as Li Luo beheld their radiant forms. You must have become even more handsome, haven't you? Are there any girls pursuing you at the academy? Dan Tailon chimed in with a warm smile. Li Luo rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, Your son, aside from being handsome, is utterly lacking in every other regard. Who would pursue me? Is Xiao Luo wallowing in self-pity, feeling inadequate? Li Taixian's luminous figure seemed to sense Li Luo's thoughts, and he chuckled once more. Dan Tailon added, Is it due to the emptiness within you? At this, Li Luo was taken aback, for his parents had vanished when the emptiness in his core had manifested. How could they possibly be aware of his condition? Do not be alarmed, Xiao Luo. In truth, we conducted some observations regarding your condition even before the appearance of the emptiness within you, employing a special secret technique. This includes the 3 palaces you possess. Dan Tailon spoke gently, her gaze filled with warmth. Li Luo opened his mouth, memories flooding back to him. It dawned on him that his parents had known of his unique situation long before he did. Could their disappearance be connected to this? Where are you now? And are you safe? Why has there been no word from you all these years? Little Luo, allow me to convey that the innate emptiness of your constitution is not a frivolous matter. On the contrary, I perceive it as the most formidable physique in existence. There is no cause for despondency. Rather, you should find joy in this realization. Li Taixian's words resonated like a thunderclap, leaving Li Luo utterly astonished. Father, must you console me with such exaggeration? Li Luo replied, his expression one of incredulity. The emptiness of his constitution made it exceedingly difficult to cultivate power, and the claim of it being the strongest physique seemed implausible. You possess an innate emptiness, thus. The inability to absorb and refine the energies of heaven and earth indeed touches upon a fundamental issue. However, this predicament is not without resolution. Li Taixian remarked with a faint smile. Since it is emptiness, we shall devise a means to fill it. Dan Tailon added with a smile. Li Luo furrowed his brow. While the notion sounded straightforward, it was, in truth, highly improbable. The nature of one's constitution is innate, and the idea of later filling it seems almost unheard of. Previous attempts had ended in utter failure. Conventional methods may prove futile. Yet since we became aware of your innate emptiness, we have tirelessly sought a solution. Fortune favors those who labor diligently, and we have ultimately discovered a method. As Li Taixian spoke, Li Luo distinctly felt his heart pounding like a drum, the intensity of which momentarily overwhelmed him. We have perused countless ancient texts and, at last, have found a technique known as the minor emptiness divine forging technique. This method allows for the forging of a postnatal constitution. If, during the forging process, one integrates the essence and soul of the individual, the resulting constitution can harmoniously blend into the realm of one's powers. Little Luo, your innate emptiness may not be a curse, for the randomness of innate constitutions is challenging to control. Yet, the postnatal constitution forged through the minor emptiness divine forging technique can be shaped according to your desires. Should you wish for an elemental constitution, you may forge it in that direction. If you desire a myriad of beasts, you may pursue that path instead. Eventually, within your 3 realms, you shall possess 3 meticulously crafted constitutions, each interwoven and potent beyond that of any innate constitution. Li Luo's eyes brightened at these words. They were indeed promising. With countless constitutions available, many become fixed at the onset of their powers, unalterable regardless of circumstance. In his case, although lacking an innate constitution, he was afforded a remarkable degree of postnatal malleability. Little Luo, there is yet another splendid advantage to the postnatal constitution forged through the minor emptiness divine forging technique. Dan Tailon added. Although aware that this was merely a reflection of possibilities, Li Luo felt invigorated. If you were to speak of advantages, then I am no longer weary. Most conventional innate constitutions are singular in element, whereas the postnatal constitution forged through the minor emptiness divine forging technique is distinct. It encompasses 2 attributes, one dominant and one supplementary. If these 2 attributes could harmoniously coexist, it would undoubtedly enhance their potency remarkably. While it is true that the world is replete with rare treasures that may give rise to additional elements within the realm of one's affinity, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, yielding at most a modest enhancement. In comparison to the synergy of your primary and secondary affinities, the difference is stark. Remarkable, Li Luo exclaimed, clapping his hands with fervor. He understood well the immense value of such a combination. Should he choose to take the fire affinity as his primary element, complemented by the thunder element, the fusion of fire and thunder would undeniably amplify the destructive force of his power. This thought stirred a palpable excitement within him. Indeed, his so-called void affinity appeared to be more exquisite than any innate affinity. However, perfection is an elusive ideal. Although the acquired affinity seamlessly aligns with the void affinity, it carries a notable flaw. The crafted acquired affinity will not exceed a 4th-tier quality at its inception. Li Taixian suddenly cleared his throat and spoke up. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, hesitating. A 4th-tier affinity does seem rather low, especially when compared to Jiang Qingyi's 9th-tier light affinity. The disparity is considerable. Given such a difference in tier, it would be quite challenging for him to catch up, even with the dual elements of his acquired affinity. Nevertheless, this moment of doubt was fleeting, as his current situation was dire enough that even a 4th-tier affinity would be a commendable achievement. Do not be disheartened, Dan Tailon interjected, her maternal instincts shining through. Although the acquired affinity starts at a lower tier, it can be enhanced through various methods. Li Luo had an epiphany. Indeed, there are numerous extraordinary herbs and treasures in this world that can significantly elevate the tier of one's affinity. Particularly notable is the profession of the affinity enhancer, who can concoct various elixirs that refine affinities, highly sought after by countless affinity practitioners. However, the enhancement of one's affinity through external means is ultimately subject to limitations. Generally speaking, an enhancement of 1 or 2 tiers is the maximum achievable. Consequently, if his acquired affinity begins at the 4th tier after various enhancements, it would likely plateau at the 5th or 6th tier. Is little Luo concerned that external enhancements have their limits? As Li Luo pondered, Li Taixian's laughter resonated through the air. Oh, upon witnessing Li Taixian's smile, Li Luo could not help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that this minor flaw might have a remedy? Just as he awaited with anticipation, Dan Tailon suddenly cleared her throat, interrupting Li Taixian's discourse. With a hint of displeasure, she remarked, "You've said everything already. What more can I tell little Luo?" Upon hearing this, Li Taixian quickly replied, all right. You take over the conversation with our son." Li Luo, observing the exchange, couldn't help but shake his head. His father's survival instincts were truly remarkable. It seemed they had been honed through experience. "Are you mocking your father, young man?" The image of Li Taixian seemed to be acutely aware of Li Luo's reaction upon witnessing this scene. He let out a huff and solemnly stated, "You are still young and do not understand. This is not a matter of fearing your mother, but rather a profound love for her. I have reiterated this to you many times. Loving one's wife is the foremost family principle. In the future, when you are with Qingyi, you must uphold our family rules. Do you understand?" Hearing these words, Li Luo could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Father, every time you share this lesson with me, if it weren't for the fresh bruises on your face, I might almost believe you." However, when the topic of Jiang Qingyi arose, Li Luo sighed. "Qingyi was practically raised by my mother, so her temperament is quite similar. She's always ready to strike. What am I to do about that?" With a heavy heart, Li Luo glanced up at his father's image, and it seemed that the latter understood his thoughts, creating a moment of shared sentiment between them. "Li Taixian, must you waste my time with your antics?" Dan Tailon interjected, her brows slightly furrowed. Upon hearing this, Li Taixian quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Then, Dan Tailon turned her gaze to Li Luo, her tone softening. "The limitation on enhancing the grade of one's innate attribute through external objects applies solely to those with inherent qualities. This is because, no matter how refined, such external substances will inevitably harbor impurities. The accumulation of these impurities can ultimately lead to a complete closure of the attribute palace, making it impossible to elevate the quality. However, little Luo, your empty attribute does not fall within this category. Others possess innate attributes, thus repelling those external refining substances. Yet your empty attribute knows no such distinctions. Emptiness is devoid, and devoid signifies the capacity to encompass all. Therefore, your attribute can continually be enhanced through external refining. Though the higher the grade, the greater the difficulty. You indeed possess the opportunity to bring your acquired attribute closer to perfection. That is why I say, little Luo, this so-called empty attribute might be the most powerful in existence. It merely lacks the key to unlock its potential." Li Luo's emotions surged violently. Over the past few years, this empty attribute had brought him considerable strife. Initially, he felt resentment and anger, but ultimately, all his struggles morphed into a sense of helplessness, forcing him to accept reality. Yet now, his father was revealing that this empty attribute was not useless, but rather the strongest in the world. In that moment, Li Luo could not help but feel tears welling in his eyes. "Little Luo, the first acquired attribute has been crafted from your essence and a strand of your soul. It resides within this crystal orb. The small void attribute forging technique is also contained within," Dan Tailon announced. A warm current flowed through Li Luo's heart as he opened his arms wide. "Mother, father, thank you both. I am ready. Bestow upon me the acquired attribute and the small void attribute forging technique, and let your son embark on this transformative journey from this moment forth." At this moment, however, Li Taixian's expression grew solemn. He fell silent for a few breaths before speaking. "There is one final point I must clarify. The integration of the postnatal resonance into your body is not as simple as you might imagine. During its assimilation, it will draw upon a significant amount of your essence and blood. The reason for commencing this process at the age of 17 is that only at this stage can you barely withstand such a loss of vitality. However, the most crucial aspect is that upon merging with the postnatal resonance, you will not only sacrifice your essence, but also your lifespan. From the moment of fusion, your remaining life will be limited to just 5 years. Unless you can ascend to the Marquis realm within this 5-year period and elevate your life level, your life will inevitably reach its conclusion thereafter. This matter has been a point of contention between your mother and me for quite some time, as the cost is exceedingly steep. Yet, Xiao Luo, you have grown, and we have decided to share this with you, allowing you to make your own choice. Xiao Luo, will you opt to maintain the status quo, becoming a wealthy idle individual and living a peaceful life, Or will you choose to merge with the postnatal resonance? Daring to gamble against fate and embark on that perilous journey? Should you choose the former, simply close the crystal orb, and everything within will self-destruct. But if you choose the latter, you must extend your hand into it. The decision rests solely with you. Regardless of your choice, your father and mother will always support you. As his words trailed off, the images of Li Tai-Xian and Dan Tai-Lan ceased their conversation. Gazing quietly ahead with gentle eyes, Li Luo slowly sat down, his gaze fixed upon the pitch-black crystal orb, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. He had previously sensed the immense potential of this void resonance. How could it possibly come without some form of consequence? It seems the truth lay in wait here. Now, the choice before him was to determine whether he would remain a feeble spirit or become a fleeting one. Chapter 7. The choice within the confines of the room. Silence reigned. The obsidian crystal orb emitted a faint glow, illuminating Li Luo's shifting visage in an eerie light. At this moment, he found himself ensnared in an exceedingly arduous decision. The void within him, under the relentless efforts of his parents, had unexpectedly bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. Yet he was taken aback to realize that this hope demanded an exorbitant price, merely 5 years of life remaining. If, within this span, he failed to ascend to the Duke realm and evolve his very essence, his existence would be irrevocably extinguished. 5 years to attain the Duke rank. He was merely 17 now, and in 5 years, he would be but 22. In the annals of the Great Xia Kingdom, it appeared that no one had ever achieved such a feat at such a tender age. What extraordinary talent, fortuitous circumstances, and unwavering diligence would be required to conjure such a miracle? Li Luo was unaware, and in that moment, an immense pressure enveloped him, rendering it difficult to breathe. He could choose to continue in mediocrity. The estate left by his parents, the Luolan house, represented a considerable legacy. Even if he could not take charge, he could, with a modicum of concession, lead a life of comfort and leisure. Conversely, should he opt for the path of the innate void, he would need to remain perpetually vigilant, striving with every fiber of his being to extract every ounce of potential from within, battling against fate for that elusive sliver of survival. How was he to choose between the two? Li Luo slowly closed his eyes, his thoughts swirling tumultuously. In this moment, he recalled many things: the peculiar gazes from his peers within the academy, their whispers of like father, like son, questioning why such exceptional parents had a child with so many shortcomings. He also remembered the pure and beautiful golden eyes of Jiang Qingyi deep within. He harbored a certain fondness and yearning for her, an admission he did not shy away from. After all, as he had observed, her brilliance naturally captivated those of their generation. The adage, a fine lady is sought after by a gentleman, was but a reflection of human nature. From a young age, he had often found himself in competition with Jiang Qingyi, but due to various circumstances, he predominantly faced defeat. However, as they matured, this rivalry diminished. Particularly when the Eye Palace was unlocked, it became evident that the chasm between them had widened. From that moment, Jiang Qingyi seldom compared herself to him again. The tribulations of recent years had seemingly instilled a sense of tranquility within Li Luo. Yet, only he understood the intensity of his competitive spirit simmering beneath the surface. The transaction with Jiang Qingyi might very well have been a form of self-imposed pressure. Under normal circumstances, catching up to Jiang Qingyi, who had so far outpaced him, would be akin to scaling a mountain. However, now, a flicker of hope had emerged. Was he to relinquish this hope? The answer was, absolutely not. Li Luo suddenly opened his eyes, a sharpness unprecedented glimmering within them. He fixated on the ethereal figures of Li Tai-Xian and Dan Tai-Lan before him, and spoke softly. Father, mother, I have harbored an ambition all along, one that may seem somewhat absurd and presumptuous to others. I not only aspire to catch up with Sister Qingyi, but I also yearn to surpass her, and not just her, I wish to surpass you as well. A grin spread across his face, revealing his white teeth. I desire that in the future, when people see me, they will not merely say, I am the son of Li Tai-Xian and Dan Tai-Lan, but rather, upon seeing you, they will exclaim, Ah, behold, the legendary Li Luo's parents. With a low chuckle, Li Luo continued, Father, mother, I am profoundly grateful for the gift you have bestowed upon me on this, my 17th birthday. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. It is merely 5 years to attain the title of Marquis. Very well, I, Li Luo, accept this challenge. As the final words echoed in the air, a resolute determination ignited in his gaze. Without a hint of hesitation, He extended his palm and pressed it firmly against the black crystal sphere. With a hiss, the crystal sphere reacted violently, and in that moment, Li Luo felt an excruciating pain radiating from his palm, as if countless needles were piercing into it. Subsequently, the black crystal sphere began to slowly split apart, revealing two objects nestled within its depths. One was a black jade slip, which, if his assumptions were correct, contained the so-called lesser formless divine forging technique. The other was a peculiar entity that appeared both liquid and ethereal, shimmering in a cerulean hue, refracting faint traces of divine light within its blue depths. Li Luo's gaze remained fixated on the mysterious object that resembled a blend of liquid and light. He understood that this was the key to altering his destiny, a manifestation painstakingly crafted by his parents. Moreover, he felt an innate sense of resonance with it, as if this object were birthed from within his very being. It seemed, as his parents had said, that this postnatal manifestation was forged from his soul and essence, creating an unparalleled bond between them. As Li Luo's eyes remained enraptured by the enigmatic postnatal manifestation, a sigh laden with complex emotions gently escaped the air. He looked up to see the ethereal figures of Li Taixian and Dan Tailan come to life once more, their expressions revealing a tapestry of emotions. Xiao Luo, it appears you have indeed made your choice, Li Taixian spoke slowly. As your father, while your decision tugs at my heart, I find solace and pride in it from a man's perspective. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges and adversities, but how could the son of Li Taixian fear such trials? Beside him, Dan Tailan's eyes shimmered like droplets of water, and one could surmise that upon leaving this image, she felt an immense sorrow at the thought of Li Luo making such a choice. As a mother, it is profoundly difficult to accept the notion that her child might only have 5 years left to live. However, she refrained from dissuading him, for she understood that such a choice must be made by Li Luo himself. Since he had made his decision, she would wholeheartedly support him and place her trust in him. Xiao Luo, now that you have made your choice, allow me to share with you the innate manifestation we have crafted for you. Upon hearing Dan Tailan's words, Li Luo's spirit lifted. This innate manifestation, after countless experiments and trials conducted by his father and herself, had been forged from a myriad of materials to find the most compatible essence, ultimately culminating in its creation. It is classified as a grade 4 manifestation, primarily aligned with the water element, supplemented by the light element. Li Luo, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, before wryly chuckling. How can this be a water manifestation? Among the elemental affinities, while there is no strict hierarchy, it is evident that when it comes to offensive capabilities and destructive force, fire, thunder, and metal are notably superior. Water, in contrast, leans towards a gentler, more nurturing quality, which may seem somewhat feeble. He had not anticipated that the first innate manifestation crafted by his parents would possess such an affinity. Ah, Xiao Luo, do you perceive the water affinity as weak and incompatible with your aspirations? Do not underestimate its potential. While its offensive power may be somewhat lacking, its enduring and profound essence surpasses that of other affinities. If you can harness the advantages of the water element, it will not prove inferior to any other affinity. Moreover, your water manifestation is quite extraordinary, as it is complemented by the light element. The fusion of water and light, if developed properly, may yield results beyond your imagination. Certainly, the decision to establish your first innate manifestation as water and light was influenced by two significant reasons. After you integrate this initial manifestation, you will incur substantial loss of essence and a shortening of your lifespan, which will undoubtedly inflict considerable harm upon you. However, the nurturing quality of the water element will facilitate the healing of your injuries and promote swift recovery. Realization dawned on Li Luo. Indeed, when it comes to restorative qualities, water and light stand unrivaled in their efficacy. Yet, what is the second reason? His curiosity piqued. His question did not linger for long before Li Taixian smiled and responded. The second reason is our hope that you will become a refiner of affinities to assist in your future cultivation. Do you recall the fundamental requirements of a refiner of affinities? As elemental affinities flourish, they give rise to numerous auxiliary professions, and the refiner of affinities is among them. Their capability lies in concocting various miraculous waters and lights that enhance the quality of affinities. Additionally, there are alchemists, who require affinities such as wood and fire, and artifact masters, who create various artifacts necessitating affinities like metal, fire, and earth. The art of refining and the craft of alchemy bear some resemblance to one another. Yet their fundamental distinction lies in the fact that a refiner can solely enhance the quality of one's affinity, whereas an alchemist concocts elixirs primarily aimed at amplifying the power of that affinity. Both the water affinity and the light affinity possess purifying properties. Thus, they serve as essential and foundational conditions for one to become a refiner. However, the question arises, why aspire to become a refiner? Li Luo found himself perplexed. Yet, before he could voice his query, the voice of Li Taixian resonated. Because you possess the empty affinity, which allows for the limitless refinement of your own affinity's quality. Should you choose to become a refiner, you will gain a deeper understanding of this path, increasing the likelihood of achieving perfection in your own affinity. Furthermore, most other refiners are likely to possess only one of either the water affinity or the light affinity, while you are uniquely endowed with a predominance of water affinity complemented by the light affinity. The synergistic purifying forces of these two affinities are indeed remarkable. It would be a grave waste not to pursue the path of a refiner. The spiritual water and wondrous light you create will likely surpass that of any other refiner. Dan Tai Lon stifled a laugh, saying, "Little Luo, this can also be seen as your parents providing you with a contingency plan. Should the Luo Lan house fall into ruin under your stewardship, you will at least possess a skill that ensures you will never be at a loss." Li Luo opened his mouth, ultimately scratching his head, pondering what else he could say. It was evident that his parents were indeed shrewd, as they envisioned a profession for him that maximized the potential of his first acquired affinity. However, little Luo, this first acquired affinity is merely an introduction. Your parents can assist in forging it with your soul and essence, but the second and third affinities are far more profound and intricate. Thus, you must rely on your own exploration. Your parents advise that you consider forging the second acquired affinity only when you reach the rank of Affinity Master. We have left some insights on specific forging methods within that jade slip for your reference. The techniques contained within that jade slip pertain only to the forging of the second affinity, while the methods for the third affinity are stored in the royal city. Detailed information is available in the jade slip. When the time is right, you may retrieve it from the royal city. As Li Luo listened, he noticed the figures of Li Taixian and Dan Tai Lon began to dim, causing him to tense up, realizing that this exchange was drawing to a close. Father, mother. Unable to restrain himself, Li Luo reached out toward their fading forms, only to have his hand pass through them. Li Taixian and Dan Tai Lon gazed down at him, their eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Little Luo, this may be where we part ways. Your father and mother believe that since you have chosen this path, you will undoubtedly succeed in overcoming the 5-year ordeal. We understand your concerns for us, but rest assured, we will not encounter any misfortune before we see you again. Lastly, little Luo, remember this, no matter how deeply you worry for us, do not seek us out until you have achieved your title. As the light continued to fade, it eventually vanished entirely, leaving the room once more enveloped in silence and dimness. Li Luo sat before the black crystal orb, his eyes glistening with a fiery red hue. Yet, he refrained from shedding tears. Instead, he gently wiped his eyes and murmured, "Mother, Father, thank you for everything you have done for me. Please wait. When we meet again, I shall surely make you feel astonished and proud." Gradually, he subdued the tumultuous emotions within him. Li Luo first reached out to retrieve the black jade tablet from within the crystal orb, then turned his gaze towards another extraordinary object that shimmered with azure and divine light. From this day forth, I too shall possess an affinity. A fervent surge ignited in Li Luo's eyes, and without further hesitation, he extended his hand and grasped the innate resonance with fervor. In that fleeting moment of contact, an icy sensation surged through his palm, swiftly followed by an indescribable, excruciating pain that erupted violently within him. The intensity of the agony overwhelmed Li Luo's reason. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 8. A new beginning. The sound of loud knocks jolted Li Luo from the depths of darkness. With great effort, he slowly opened his heavy eyelids, revealing the familiar decor of his room. "What is happening?" he murmured, only to realize that his voice was alarmingly weak, akin to a frail old man clinging to life like a flickering candle in the wind. Struggling to rise from the floor, he found his limbs devoid of strength after numerous attempts. Eventually, he lay still for a while, gathering enough energy to stagger to his feet and collapse into a chair nearby. "Young master, are you well?" A woman's voice called from outside the room, recognized as that of Kai Wei, the assistant to Jiang Qingyi. "Miss Qingyi has sent me to inform you that the head of the 9 pavilions of the Luo Lan house has arrived. Please prepare yourself. Kai Wei's soft, melodious voice echoed through the air. All right, Li Luo replied, casting a glance through the window's crevice. The sunlight had brightened considerably, indicating that he had lain on the floor throughout the night. Although Kai Wei noted the weakness in his voice, she retreated nonetheless. His gaze shifted to the spot where the crystal ball had been positioned the previous night, only to be met with astonishment. The black crystal ball had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pile of black ashes. Clearly, the self-destruct mechanism within the black crystal had activated, erasing all evidence of its existence. Turning to a nearby mirror, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection, and his expression shifted involuntarily. The visage staring back at him was horrifyingly pale, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. Most striking was the change in his hair, once a deep black. It had transformed into a shade of grayish-white, a clear sign of excessive loss of vital essence. Staring at the white-haired youth in the mirror, Li Luo exhaled slowly, surprisingly. I've become more handsome. Finding humor in his plight, he managed a wry smile. Indeed, the fusion of the postnatal aspect has consumed more than half of my 17 years of accumulated vital essence. The extreme depletion of his essence left him feeling profoundly weak, with even a few steps inducing dizziness. Moreover, he sensed an indescribable emptiness within him, not a mere void of spirit, but rather a depletion of lifespan. Pressing his colorless lips together, he pondered, is it true that I now have only 5 years left to live? The thought was profoundly urgent. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, turning his awareness inward. His consciousness delved into the chambers of his essence, where previously there had been emptiness. Now, within the first chamber, a radiant blue light blossomed, emanating a soothing power that continuously spread from that chamber, nourishing his withered body. Li Luo's spirit was captivated by the azure palace before him. At this moment, despite being mentally prepared, he could not suppress the surge of emotions within him. Indeed, the fusion of the innate resonance had been successful. From this day forth, his conundrum regarding the empty resonance would be entirely resolved. Furthermore, the once troublesome empty resonance would now unveil its unique and wondrous qualities. As Li Luo opened his eyes, he sensed the surrounding energies of the universe, two distinct energies gravitating towards him, that of water and light. Henceforth, he would be able to absorb these energies and transform them into his true resonance power. The only prerequisite would be to cultivate the energy guiding technique. But that was a trivial matter, as the Luo Lan house possessed a vast heritage, with numerous guiding techniques in its collection. Contemplating this, Li Luo gradually rose to his feet, refreshed himself, and donned a clean set of garments. After changing, he gazed into the mirror. Though his face appeared haggard and his hair was streaked with gray, it could not obscure the handsome and striking features of the youth, who then broke into a radiant smile. Li Luo, welcome to your new life. In the old residence of Southwind City, what had once been a place of solitude now bore an unusually weighty atmosphere. The premises were surrounded by vigilant sentinels and guards. Inside the spacious hall, the ambience was thick with tension, making it difficult to breathe. The hall was divided into two sides, with 2 seats at the center. One was vacant while the other was occupied by Jiang Qingyi, whose calm demeanor held an icy edge. Her golden eyes surveyed the hall, occasionally glancing towards the left side, where 4 figures radiated formidable energy. The foremost figure on the left was a young man, appearing to be in his late 20s. His features were not particularly striking. His eyes were slightly sunken, and his nose was somewhat elongated, adorned with a sword-shaped earring that glimmered with a cold light. He perpetually wore a gentle smile, endearing him to others. However, Jiang Qingyi, well acquainted with him, understood that he was no amiable character. Since taking charge of the Luo Lan house, he had been a significant obstacle for her. This man was Pei Hao, the named disciple of Li Tai Xian and Dan Tai Lan, and a powerful figure within the Luo Lan house. Beneath him were 3 figures, the heads of various factions he had courted. Opposite them sat the 6 other faction leaders of the Luo Lan house, for supported Jiang Qingyi, while 2 remained neutral, showing no allegiance to either side. This alone illustrated the current chaos within the Luo Lan house. Without the steadfast support of Li Tai Xian and Dan Tai Lan, the relatively shallow foundation of the Luo Lan house indeed faced turbulent times. The silence within the hall lingered for an extended period, interrupted only by the subtle sounds of tea being sipped by the assembly. At a certain moment, Pei Hao, seated at the left end, placed his teacup on the table with a gentle yet deliberate motion. The crisp sound resonated throughout the living room, momentarily halting the atmosphere. Pei Hao lifted his gaze towards Jiang Qingyi, smiling as he inquired, "Junior sister, everyone has been waiting here for quite some time. Why has the young lord yet to make an appearance?" Although he held the title of young lord, they had all been striving for the glory of the Luolan house. It was well known that even in the presence of their master and mistress, punctuality was expected at such gatherings, which underscored their regard for all attendees. As Pei Hao's voice echoed, the 9 pavilion masters exhibited varied reactions. Some remained impassive, others frowned slightly, while a few murmured quietly to themselves. Jiang Qingyi, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, "When our master and mistress were present, I don't recall you lacking in patience." Pei Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Qingyi as he replied, "Junior sister, one must ultimately look ahead." He paused, surveying the others before continuing. "Since the young lord has yet to show himself, I propose we proceed without further delay and commence our discussions." After all, Pei Hao's expression bore a hint of resignation as he added, "Everyone is aware of the young lord's circumstances. His absence today may indeed be for the best," allowing him some peace. In the living room, the assembly bore diverse expressions, and aside from Jiang Qingyi, silence reigned for a moment. With no objections raised, Pei Hao smiled and gestured for the meeting to begin. However, as Jiang Qingyi's expression hardened and she prepared to speak, a sudden burst of laughter erupted from behind the beaded curtain in the living room. "After several years, senior brother Pei has certainly become quite imposing. If my parents were to see how far you've come, they would surely be pleased." As the laughter echoed, the curtain was lifted, revealing a tall and handsome youth, wearing a smile. Upon catching sight of his face, an involuntary shiver coursed through the onlookers, and they instinctively rose to their feet. The resemblance to the two figures they revered was striking. Even Pei Hao's previously jovial expression momentarily stiffened, his body instinctively bending as if to stand. However, clarity suddenly dawned upon him. The figure before him was not the revered duo, merely a hollow shell of a man. Thus, he extended his palm and forcefully struck the teacup on the adjacent table, shattering it into a fine dust. The 6 pavilion masters, after a brief hesitation, clasped their fists in greeting towards the emerging Li Luo. "We have met the young lord." As they focused on Li Luo, they realized that although he bore some resemblance to Li Taixian and Dan Tailan, he lacked the intimidating presence, appearing far too youthful and inexperienced. What struck them most was the shock of gray-white hair atop his head. Even Jiang Qingyi, who bore a look of astonishment, paused momentarily upon observing Li Luo, a fellow who had appeared perfectly well just yesterday. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement to the 6 esteemed pavilion masters, then turned his gaze toward Pei Hao, who remained motionless in his chair, and remarked with a smile, "It has been years since we last met. Senior brother Pei Hao, you have indeed transformed beyond recognition." The 9 pavilion masters present exchanged glances, discerning the underlying implications in Li Luo's words. In the years gone by, when Li Taixian and Dan Tailan were still around, Pei Hao would greet Li Luo with a warm, brotherly smile, often going to great lengths to present him with various gifts. Alas, it seems that neither Li Taixian nor Dan Tailan could have foreseen that their once respectful disciple would reveal such a nature after their prolonged absence. Pei Hao, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, lifted his gaze to meet Li Luo's and said, "It has been quite some time. Little Luo has truly matured greatly." He suddenly paused, furrowing his brow with a serious expression, and inquired, "But why does your complexion appear so pallid, and your hair has turned white? You seem as though you may not have many years left to live." Chapter 9. Counsel within the manor. Pei Hao's voice resonated throughout the living room, instantly freezing the atmosphere. No one had anticipated that this person, who had previously shown kindness towards Li Luo, could utter such venomous words. Although Li Luo's complexion was indeed pale and unwell, it hardly warranted a curse of such severity upon his life. The 3 cabinet leaders whom Pei Hao had targeted wore expressions of slight embarrassment, but remained silent, their gazes fixed on the floor as if the intricate patterns beneath their feet held an irresistible allure. Conversely, the other 6 cabinet leaders displayed evident anger. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room, startling everyone. They turned to see Jiang Qingyi's delicate hand striking the table, her exquisite features marred by a frosty demeanor. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Pei Hao hastily clapped his mouth shut and chuckled, my apologies. I truly speak without thinking. I hope little Luo does not take offense." Li Luo fixed his gaze on Pei Hao, scrutinizing him closely before breaking into a smile. Though he had become accustomed to the facades of people over the years, those were outsiders. Pei Hao, on the other hand, owed his very life to Li Luo's parents. Without the intervention of Li Taixian and Dan Tailan, Pei Hao would have likely met a gruesome end at the hands of his enemies long ago and would not enjoy the present splendor. Yet, the disdain Pei Hao displayed suggested a profound lack of gratitude towards Li Luo's parents, replaced instead with deep-seated resentment. This left Li Luo somewhat disheartened. Even after years of sagacity, his parents had misjudged once. Pei Hao's behavior was merely a reflection of his true nature. There was little point in harboring resentment. Moreover, even if Li Luo wished to express such grievances, what difference would it make? Thus, he decided against voicing such trivialities. Shaking his head, he took a seat at the vacant head of the table. Pei Hao wore a smile, casually spinning a ring on his finger, not allowing any hint of anger to surface despite the veiled sarcasm in Li Luo's words. There was no need, for as Li Luo had pointed out, even if he wanted to lay blame, it would yield no consequences. The Luolan Manor was no longer what it used to be. With the absence of the two formidable mountains that had once loomed over it, Pei Hao felt no fear of anyone within the manor. A young master with little prospect was nothing more than a puppet, had it not been for Jiang Qingye's presence. Pei Hao would have likely seized complete control of the Luolan Manor by now. Since the young master has arrived, shall we commence our discussion? Pei Hao turned his gaze toward Jiang Qingye. Jiang Qingye, her expression impassive, replied coolly. Then you may begin by explaining why not a single ounce of gold has been contributed to the manor's treasury from the 3 cabinets under your jurisdiction this year. Pei Hao sighed softly. The situation in my 3 cabinets has been exceedingly dire this year. As my junior sister may have heard, the storerooms of the 3 cabinets were suddenly set ablaze. I suspect foul play from those coveting the Luolan Manor. I have conducted a thorough investigation, but as of yet, there are no results. Hence we are unable to remit any funds this year. Li Luo remained silent, listening intently. Though he found Pei Hao's reasoning to be utterly ludicrous, he refrained from interjecting, fully aware that his influence within the Luolan mansion was limited. The so-called young master, in the eyes of various factions within the mansion, might merely be regarded as a decorative talisman. Given this reality, it was unnecessary for him to speak and invite ridicule upon himself. Jiang Qingye cast a penetrating glance at Pei Hao and asked, "Is this truly your justification?" Pei Hao smiled faintly and replied, "Since my junior sister seeks a rationale, I shall provide a casual one. After all, why must every matter be fully elucidated?" He continued, "Well then, since we have ventured this far, I might as well disclose to both my junior sister and the young master that the 3 mansions will not only refrain from remitting tribute this year, but will also cease to do so henceforth." Though Pei Hao's tone was soft, his words struck the assembled guests like a thunderclap. The icy aura emanating from Jiang Qing seemed to freeze the very air, and she spoke with chilling clarity. "It seems you intend to establish your own dominion." Pei Hao chuckled lightly. "I would not wish to depart from the Luolan mansion. It's simply that, without a true master in residence, the tribute paid is uncertain in its destination. Rather than submit it under such ambiguity, it would be more prudent to wait until a credible master emerges." The atmosphere in the room grew oppressive, and the other 6 mansion heads wore grim expressions. Should Pei Hao proceed with his plan, the Luolan mansion would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the 4 other great mansions. His actions were tantamount to hoarding power and attempting to fracture the unity of the Luolan mansion. "Pei Hao, are you intent on bringing about the ruin of the Luolan mansion? If it falls, what benefits do you expect to gain?" A middle-aged man on the right, known as Lei Zhang and a supporter of Jiang Qingye, spoke in a low voice. Pei Hao shook his head. "I have stated before that I do not wish for the downfall of the Luolan mansion." After a brief pause, he turned his gaze toward the taciturn Li Luo, smiling as he said, "In truth, if I am to adhere to the rules and submit the tribute as required, I would not object, provided that the young master agrees to one condition." The room fell silent with shock, as none anticipated that Pei Hao would suddenly shift the focus onto Li Luo. Emerging from his introspective state, Li Luo fixed his curious gaze on Pei Hao and inquired, "I too am keen to know what condition you would impose." Pei Hao's eyes shifted from Li Luo to Jiang Qingye, and a flicker of fervent greed crossed his gaze as he beheld her exquisite, icy visage and graceful form. "I hope the young master can annul the engagement with my junior sister." The atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy silence. While Li Luo did not erupt in fury, his expression turned impassive. Although he had previously discussed the annulment of the engagement with Jiang Qingye, and even reached an agreement with her on the matter, the proposition still left him taken aback. However, the engagement is a matter solely between him and Jiang Qingye, They may speak and act freely regarding it. What, then, is Pei Hao in this context? Suddenly, as a chilling sensation surged within Li Luo, a powerful energy wave erupted explosively within the living room. This energy shone brilliantly, illuminating the space and obscuring all light within the room. In the next moment, Li Luo caught a glimpse of Jiang Qingyi, seated nearby. As she shot forth like a radiant comet, aiming directly at Pei Hao. The abruptness of her attack caused Pei Hao's eyes to narrow, and in an instant, a sharp golden light erupted from within him. The sword-shaped earring dangling from his right ear swiftly fell away, expanding in the wind until it transformed into a golden longsword. The blade shimmered with a fierce golden radiance, pulsating and undulating like countless golden rainbows. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded as a violent shockwave of energy erupted, shattering all the furniture in the living room. The 9 pavilion masters quickly intervened to dissipate the residual energy waves, their gazes fixed intently on the scene before them. There, 2 figures stood in confrontation, swords poised against one another, Jiang Qingyi and Pei Hao. Jiang Qingyi wielded a heavy sword, its blade aglow with dazzling light, so brilliant that merely gazing upon it caused discomfort to the eyes. The purity of its sacred essence radiated an intense heat, startling those present. What an imposing manifestation of light! Opposite her, Pei Hao brandished his golden longsword, the golden energy surging from within him appearing exceptionally sharp and fierce. This was the power of the golden element. As their swords clashed, the opposing energies caused the floor beneath them to gradually crack. Pei Hao, with his eyes slightly narrowed, remarked, "The 9th grade light element truly lives up to its reputation. Although my junior sister is merely at the initial stage of the earthly fiend, her energy is remarkably powerful, not at all inferior to my own late-stage earthly fiend strength. Your golden element must have ascended to the 7th grade, I presume? It seems you have been quite adept at siphoning funds from the Luolan Manor." Jiang Qingyi responded coldly, having noted the increased sharpness of Pei Hao's golden element, which had previously been at the 6th grade. The transition from 6th grade to 7th necessitates a considerable amount of spiritual water and extraordinary light. Pei Hao did not contest this, and in the next moment, both he and Jiang Qingyi unleashed their energies simultaneously, their sword tips clashing fiercely. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated, accompanied by a surge of energy, causing both combatants to stagger back several paces. "Pei Hao, you are being presumptuous." At this moment, Lei Zhang and several other pavilion masters appeared behind Jiang Qingyi, their expressions grim as they admonished him. Yet, 3 pavilion masters also materialized behind Pei Hao, their faces betraying caution. Outside the living room, the commotion had stirred some chaos within the old estate, prompting 2 groups to surge forth from various directions, ready to confront one another. "Junior sister, do you intend for the entire Great Xi'an nation to learn of the internal strife within Luolan Manor?" Pei Hao said with a faint smile. Pei Hao fell into a contemplative silence for a few moments, furrowing his brow as he addressed his junior sister. "Why must you persist in this? That marriage contract is likely nothing more than a burden to you. I understand your gratitude towards master and mistress. Yet it is unnecessary for you to bind yourself to Li Luo. He is truly unworthy. A person with a heart as treacherous as a wolf's cannot comprehend what it means to be grateful," Jiang Qingyi remarked with a hint of indifference. Pei Hao shook his head and shifted his gaze towards Li Luo. "Li Luo, you are quite astute. Hence, you must grasp the concept of bearing the guilt of possessing something precious. The Luolan mansion is a beautiful gem in your eyes, and a talent like my junior sister is an unattainable treasure for you. Trust me, if you seek to constrain her through her gratitude towards master and mistress, it will ultimately lead to your own downfall." Li Luo responded calmly. "Are you suggesting that I must relinquish both the Luolan mansion and Sister Qingyi? If you possess any semblance of wisdom, that should indeed be your course of action," Pei Hao replied, a note of pity in his voice. "This is for your own good. If you lack the capability, you must temper your greed, for there remains a possibility of living as a wealthy recluse." Pei Hao's pupils contracted slightly, and the 3 pavilion masters behind him displayed varying expressions. He regarded Li Luo with a sympathetic sigh. "Thus, your greatest support has vanished. In this moment, how do you differ from the person I once was? No, you may not even compare to the person I was back then. For even though I lacked connections and was at my wit's end, I still possessed a glimmer of potential. But you have lost everything." Chapter 10. The ungrateful wolf. Pei Hao's words were like sharp blades, piercing the hearts of those in the living room who supported Jiang Qingyi, their faces reflecting anger. Their gazes inevitably drifted towards Li Luo, only to be astonished to find that he displayed no sign of fury, which brought them a sense of relief. They couldn't help but sigh. Despite Li Luo's inherent shortcomings, his temperament was commendable. Pei Hao also noticed Li Luo's indifference to his remarks and was somewhat taken aback. However, he quickly understood that the tribulations of recent years had undoubtedly enlightened Li Luo to these harsh realities. "Are you finished?" Li Luo asked calmly. Pei Hao smiled faintly. "I find it rather curious. Your parents have shown you considerable kindness, yet you seem to harbor a deeper resentment towards them," Li Luo inquired. Pei Hao fell silent for a moment before responding softly. "My master and mistress have indeed treated me well, but they have always known what I desire. I wish to be their true disciple, not merely a nominal one. To achieve this goal, I have exerted immense effort for the Luolan house. Yet they have never spoken a word. Do you know how many times my hopes have turned into despair?" Li Luo chuckled. "Ah. This is the age-old tale of gratitude turning into enmity, is it not? However, in hindsight, my parents have handled things quite well. I doubt that with your ungrateful nature, being truly accepted as a disciple would temper your ambition. If granted the status of a true disciple, it would merely exacerbate your desires, facilitating your takeover of the Luolan house." Pei Hao shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. "It seems you have little interest in my proposal," he remarked lightly. Li Luo nodded in agreement. "Save your breath. The engagement is a matter between me and Qingyi. Your threats will not alter that." Pei Hao sighed softly. "Li Luo, greed comes at a heavy price. The times have changed. You no longer possess the luxury of recklessness." Li Luo fixed his gaze on Pei Hao. Though he was considerably weaker in presence, the intensity in his eyes made Pei Hao feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Pei Hao, this sentiment applies to you as well," Li Luo stated earnestly. Pei Hao was momentarily speechless before chuckling. "Li Luo, do you truly believe that your little junior sister can always protect you? You are far too naive. However, since you do not concur with my proposal, so be it. As I mentioned earlier, starting today, the 3 factions under my jurisdiction will cease to remit their tribute to the treasury. Likewise, any directives issued from the house. Whether the 3 factions choose to implement them will depend on my disposition." The expressions of the other 6 faction heads in the living room gradually turned stern. Although 2 among them were neutral, if Pei Hao truly intended to fracture the Luolan house, it would inevitably impact their interests as well. If that is the case, they would likely have no choice but to heed Jiang Qingyi's command and launch an assault on the 3 pavilions in Pei Hao. However, should it come to that, the schism within the Luolan mansion would be laid bare before the myriad forces of the Great Xia Kingdom. "What? Do you wish to strike at me?" Pei Hao seemed to sense the chill in their gazes and let out a light chuckle. Observing the smile adorning Pei Hao's face, the 6 pavilion masters, including Lei Zhang, could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation. It was true that Pei Hao had significantly contributed to the rise of the Luolan mansion over the years, having vanquished numerous formidable foes intent on obstructing its ascent. Presently, Pei Hao stood at the late stage of the earthly fiend general, while the pavilion masters, with the exception of Lei Zhang, who was at the mid-stage, were all at the initial stage. Among those present, it seemed only Jiang Qingyi, possessing the 9th grade radiant aspect, could contend with him. Of course, it was paramount to note that Pei Hao was not alone. He had loyal supporters beyond the 3 pavilion masters currently aligned with him. Should a confrontation erupt here, it would undoubtedly signal to the world the internal discord within the Luolan mansion, exacerbating its plight within the Great Xia Kingdom. Esteemed colleagues, I have come here not to engage in verbal sparring, but to ensure that the Luolan mansion continues to stand resolute within the Great Xia Kingdom. If my junior sister is willing to dissolve her engagement with the young mansion master, our alliance would surely elevate the future of the Luolan mansion to new heights. Pei Hao surveyed the assembly, smiling with a calm demeanor. Having reached this juncture, one could only fault our young mansion master for his excessive ambition. However, I shall not relent. At this point, Pei Hao withdrew a token from his bosom, inscribed with the character for ink. Upon sighting this item, the faces of the pavilion masters shifted dramatically. "Is that the token of Elder Mo?" Lei Zhang exclaimed. Within the Luolan mansion, aside from the 9 pavilion masters, there existed 3 esteemed elders who represented the most formidable forces in the mansion, second only to Li Tai-Xian and Dan Tai-Lan. These 3 elders were all at the celestial general level. However, they traditionally refrained from involving themselves in the affairs of the Luolan mansion, only intervening when external threats loomed, as was the agreement established by Li Tai-Xian. Elder Mo was one of these 3 esteemed elders. Yet, No one anticipated that the individual who should remain utterly neutral within the Luolan mansion would have his personal token appear in Pei Hao's possession, rendering the implications all too clear. When the master summoned the three esteemed elders, he had mentioned that they held the authority of oversight. Therefore, during the next mansion festival, should anyone garner the support of 2 esteemed elders and 4 pavilion masters, they would be entitled to contend for the position of mansion master of the Luolan mansion. Pei Hao smiled gently and remarked, "Thus, you need not worry about my intentions to fracture the Luolan mansion, for what I desire is a unified Luolan mansion." In the drawing room, Lei Zhang and the other pavilion masters wore expressions of astonishment and fury, clearly taken aback by Pei Hao's ulterior motives. At present, it appears that he still harbors a chance of success. Clearly, in anticipation of this day, it is likely that Pei Hao began his preparations shortly after the disappearance of the 2 lords. Pei Hao cast a glance at the cold-faced Jiang Qingyi before turning to Li Luo and said with a hint of detachment, "Thus, cherish this final year. For when the ceremonial festival arrives, the Luolan manor, and you will probably be of little consequence. In that moment, you shall find yourself truly devoid of everything." With these words, Pei Hao turned on his heel and left, followed closely by the 3 pavilion masters. As Pei Hao departed, the tense atmosphere in the living room began to ease, yet the faces of the gathered individuals remained etched with concern. Although this outcome had been somewhat anticipated, its manifestation still provoked considerable distress. Nonetheless, Jiang Qingyi exhibited remarkable composure, her voice soothing as she reassured the 6 pavilion masters before dismissing them. Once they had all taken their leave, silence enveloped the living room. "You may seem calm on the surface, but I can sense your anger within," Jiang Qingyi remarked softly. Li Luo let out a bitter laugh and replied, "How could I not be angry? Pei Hao today treated me as if I were inconsequential, and his audacious demand for the dissolution of our engagement was akin to pressing my face into the ground. Yet you maintained your composure, displaying no overt signs of disarray." Jiang Qingyi smiled gently, a hint of praise lacing her tone. Li Luo sighed. In truth, had circumstances permitted, I would have preferred to confront him directly and settle this matter for my parents. My restraint stems from an inability to act. At that moment, Li Luo acutely felt the significance of his own power. The so-called young lord, bereft of his parents, was essentially nothing. He understood, too, that more crucial was the perception of his inherent lack of potential, a belief that led others to regard him with derision. Not everyone sails smoothly through life. A measure of patience is not a sign of weakness, Jiang Qingyi consoled him. Li Luo nodded, acknowledging, after today's events, I have come to grasp the extent of our troubles in the Luolan manor. These past 2 years have truly been a trial for you, Qingyi. The ascent of Luolan manor had been remarkably swift, yet this very rapidity rendered its foundation precarious. Thus, when the founders, Li Taixian and Dan Tailan, vanished, the towering edifice became unstable. Had it not been for Jiang Qingyi's unwavering efforts to stabilize the hearts of the people over the past 2 years, there would likely be more than just Pei Hao contemplating rebellion now. Jiang Qing seated herself gracefully, her long, fair legs elegantly crossed. Do not take Pei Hao's earlier words to heart. I shall deal with him, though it will require some time. As she spoke, a faint glimmer of lethal intent flickered in her pure golden eyes. Since we have made a pact, I assure you that when the time comes, I will entrust the Luolan manor to you in its entirety. Thus, regarding the matters of the Luolan residents, there is no need for you to fret for the time being. Your thoughts should be directed towards the upcoming grand examination at the South Wind Academy next month. Should you fail to gain admission to the sacred Xian Star Academy, all previous agreements will lose their validity, remarked Jiang Qingyi, her red lips slightly parted. She then paused, tilting her head slightly towards Li Luo, and smiled gently, saying, However, if you believe the chances are slim, do let me know now. I can consider that agreement as a mere whim of yours. Li Luo blinked and then extended his palm, saying, Place your hand in mine. Jiang Qingyi hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by the gesture. Were it anyone else, she might have swiftly retaliated with her sword. Yet, given the unique nature of their relationship, she ultimately extended a delicate hand, resting it in Li Luo's palm. Li Luo slowly grasped her small hand, the tender sensation stirring something within him. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Qingyi's inherent brightness, but her skin appeared remarkably pristine and luminescent, akin to exquisite jade, making it hard to resist. Nonetheless, Li Luo suppressed the urge to caress that soft hand and summoned a faint strand of energy from his palm. Initially calm, Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as the subtle energy surged forth. Her slender fingers curled, capturing Li Luo's hand, and a wave of perception flowed into his being. She soon discovered that his once empty palace of energy now radiated a cerulean glow. With a mixture of astonishment and a hint of amusement, Jiang Qingyi gazed at Li Luo's smiling countenance and finally spoke. Is this water affinity? You possess an affinity? After a brief moment, Jiang Qingyi slowly released his hand, inquiring, Is this a gift from your master and mistress? Li Luo nodded in affirmation. Jiang Qingyi exhaled softly, murmuring, This is certainly the best news of the day. Your water affinity, though seemingly of a low tier, possesses a unique purity, perhaps due to the exceptional resources your master and mistress left for you. Regardless, this signifies a promising beginning. It was evident that Jiang Qingyi's spirits were lifted. Her previously taut brows relaxed slightly. In a playful tone, she teased Li Luo, Congratulations, you have taken a small step closer to your goal of dissolving our engagement. Li Luo smiled wryly and fell into a contemplative silence before asking, What do you think about the credibility of that remark he made concerning my parents? With her long lashes fluttering gently, Jiang Qingyi replied calmly, Though I am unaware of the source of his information, I believe someone so shallow-minded could not possibly comprehend the strength of your master and mistress, even if they are temporarily restrained for certain reasons. I have faith that they will remain safe. Li Luo nodded slowly and firmly in agreement. I share that sentiment. Jiang Qingyi rose gracefully, making her way to the window where sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her exquisite figure. The light danced along her enchanting curves, evoking a sense of wonder. After sharing a few words, she turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at Li Luo, the sunlight accentuating her flawless profile. Her golden eyes sparkled brilliantly, captivating anyone who dared to gaze into their depths, making them unforgettable. Thus, Li Luo, I hope our next encounter will be at the sacred Xian Star Academy, she murmured softly with a gentle smile. Chapter 11. Energy Guiding Technique. On the second day, at the entrance of the old residence, Li Luo watched as Jiang Qingyi's carriage receded into the distance. Beside him stood Uncle Lu, arms crossed, and alongside them was the tall and voluptuous Kai Wei. Li Luo, owing to the fusion of his innate characteristics, found his vitality significantly diminished. In such a state, attending the academy might only invite unwarranted gossip. Now that he possessed the water affinity, his foremost task was to seek a technique for energy guidance to elevate his affinity level. Although the Southern Wind Academy offered various energy guiding techniques, the conditions for exchange were rather cumbersome. Thus, it would be far more convenient to utilize his own library. Yes, young master, Uncle Lu replied dutifully to Li Luo's request. Turning his gaze to Kai Wei, Li Luo said, Sister Kai Wei. Kai Wei, with her elegantly elongated and alluring eyes, smiled demurely. What does young master require? I would like you to procure some spirit water wonders for me. Preferably of the 4th tier, Li Luo said with a smile. Kai Wei's thick lashes fluttered. Spirit water wonders were typically used to enhance one's affinity tier. Yet it appeared that Li Luo was a natural empty affinity. What could he possibly need them for? Despite her internal confusion, she acquiesced, her voice soft and melodious. How many does young master need? After a moment's contemplation, Li Luo replied, Let us start with 50. Even for the composed and rational Kai Wei, the number struck her with astonishment, leaving her staring blankly at Li Luo as if she had misheard. Young master, did you say 54th tier spirit water wonders? She reiterated incredulously. Meeting her astonished gaze, Li Luo nodded earnestly. Kai Wei gently bit her alluring red lip. Spirit water wonders were quite costly, particularly the 4th tier, which retailed at approximately 1,000 Tianyang gold per unit. Consequently, 50 would amount to a staggering 50,000 Tianyang gold. The Luolan House, within the entirety of Tianshu County, garnered an annual income of around 300,000 Tianyang gold from various businesses and enterprises. Although this had been gradually declining in recent years, while the quantity of Tianyang gold was not overly concerning for the Luolan House, given their substantial holdings, the request for 54th tier spirit water wonders indeed struck Kai Wei as peculiar. The primary purpose of spirit water wonders was to cleanse one's affinity, enhancing its tier. However, it was well known that these wonders contained impurities resulting from the fusion of various materials, which could gradually erode the affinity palace over time, leading to a state of stagnation in affinity enhancement. Thus, even when others sought to purchase spirit water wonders, they typically did so in small quantities. Li Luo's request for 50 at once seemed more akin to stockpiling for several years. Kai Wei found it difficult to comprehend the motives behind Li Luo's actions. Nonetheless, as the young master of the manor, and given that Jiang Qingyi had mentioned her presence here was primarily to assist him, she ultimately acquiesced with a gentle nod. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Sister Kai Wei. Li Luo responded with a warm smile before turning to enter the ancestral home. Kai Wei watched his retreating figure, feeling a sense of helplessness as she sighed softly. This young master seemed to be acting rather recklessly. After the events of yesterday, did he not realize that the Luo Lan Manor was currently besieged by both internal and external troubles? Even if his physical condition prevented him from alleviating Qingye's burdens, was it necessary for him to create further chaos? With his indiscriminate squandering, the annual income of the Luo Lan Manor in Tianshu County might not withstand such turmoil for long. Would he then need to request assistance from Jiang Qingyi? Yet, the current predicament of the Luo Lan Manor also required substantial funding. As for Kai Wei's myriad emotions, Li Luo paid them little heed. At that moment, he was filled with excitement and anticipation as he made his way directly to the library within the ancestral home. The library housed a plethora of guiding techniques and divination arts collected by the Luo Lan Manor. Although most had been transferred to the headquarters in the royal city, a significant number remained in the old mansion. This place was one of the manor's key locations, typically well protected with guards patrolling frequently. However, as the young master, Li Luo encountered no obstacles as he entered the library. Young master, a steward in the library, upon seeing Li Luo's arrival, paused momentarily before promptly greeting him with respect. Li Luo nodded and instructed, "Please gather all energy guiding techniques suitable for a 4th grade divination art." The steward, somewhat perplexed by this request, recalled that in the past, Li Luo had only perused some divination arts and had shown no interest in energy guiding techniques, given his innate empty divination. Such techniques were of little effect for him. Nevertheless, he dared not voice any dissent. After all, Li Luo was the young master and held the highest authority within the ancestral home. Thus, he promptly complied and set off to find the requested energy guiding techniques. Li Luo then sought a quiet room and patiently waited for a moment. Soon, the steward returned, drenched in sweat, carrying a pile of crystal slips. "Young master, here are all the energy guiding techniques suitable for 4th grade cultivation. There are 28 entry-level techniques and 6 intermediate techniques." Li Luo nodded, waved his hand to dismiss the steward, and began to meticulously peruse the energy guiding techniques. In the Great Xia Kingdom, energy guiding techniques were similarly classified by rank, following a system akin to that of divination levels. They were divided into entry-level, intermediate, noble, and royal ranks. Beyond the entry-level, the other 3 grades were further subdivided into the rather commonplace upper, middle, and lower tiers. The introductory energy guidance technique enables individuals to progress from the 10-seal realm to the physiognomist realm. To ascend from the physiognomist realm to the general realm, one must employ the general-level energy guidance technique, and so forth. Introductory energy guidance techniques are ubiquitous, while general-level techniques begin to differentiate themselves, available only to certain intermediate powers. The candidate-level energy guidance techniques are even rarer, reserved exclusively for elite factions. Li Luo recalled that his own Luo Lan mansion possessed 2 candidate-level energy guidance techniques, bequeathed by his parents. As for the royal-level energy guidance techniques, their rarity is beyond compare, should one truly surface. It would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the foremost factions within the Great Xia, potentially even sparking a war between nations. Generally speaking, the higher the level of energy guidance technique, the more stringent the cultivation requirements, with many imposing prerequisites concerning the practitioner's affinity level. Currently, with Li Luo's water-light affinity at merely the 4th rank, he could only request the steward to procure energy guidance techniques for which he was qualified. As time passed, Li Luo swiftly perused the crystal tome on the table. Ultimately, he selected 3 energy guidance techniques: the Kanglin meditation diagram, a mid-tier general-level technique, the Linghua formula, also a mid-tier general-level technique. All 3 techniques fell within the general-level category, and upon reaching their apex, would allow him to transcend into the general realm. While these techniques were not the pinnacle of potential, they were certainly not commonplace either. Most importantly, they were perfectly suited for Li Luo's 4th-rank water-light affinity. He reasoned that once he elevated his affinity rank in the future, He could then seek out more appropriate energy guidance techniques for further cultivation without much hassle. After a moment's contemplation among the 3 energy guidance techniques, Li Luo ultimately chose the Kanglin meditation diagram. As the energy it cultivated possessed a profound and expansive quality akin to the sea, harmonizing splendidly with his water-light affinity. This one it is. With a decisive wave of his hand, he secured the Kanglin meditation diagram, an eager glint in his eyes. He then promptly rose and departed for the underground chamber of the library, a training sanctuary meticulously crafted by his parents. Here, he would commence his true journey of cultivation. Chapter 12. The Art of Resonance Cultivation. Li Luo descended into the deepest recesses of the library, where he pricked his finger to unlock the formidable door forged from a unique alloy of iron. Beyond the door lay a brightly illuminated chamber dedicated to cultivation. This room was no ordinary space. It was constructed from pure celestial gold, a rare metal formed over eons through the refinement of terrestrial energies. As both a currency of significant value and a substance with a remarkable capacity to absorb celestial energy, chambers made of celestial gold have become a hallmark among elite factions. Such opulence! Li Luo marveled as he stepped upon the sturdy floor, recalling that his parents had expended hundreds of thousands of celestial gold coins to create this sanctum. Here, the efficiency of cultivation was magnified, a privilege previously reserved for them in Jiangqingyi. This was his inaugural visit to this genuine treasure trove of gold. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that one gets what one pays for. The investment in celestial gold was undeniably worthwhile. Merely standing within this chamber allowed Li Luo to distinctly perceive that the celestial energies here were far more abundant than those outside. With a sense of awe, he approached the center of the room, where 2 stone platforms stood, each adorned with a meditation mat, clearly used by his parents during their cultivation sessions. He casually settled onto one of the mats, grasping a crystal tablet, his eyes gently closed as he recited the cultivation incantations inscribed in the Kanglin meditation diagram. Breathing in 6 times, exhaling 3, lightening 9, and deepening 4, he began to transform his state of being. The initial attempts, predictably, resulted in failures several times. However, Li Luo's exceptional insight soon revealed its value, enabling him to swiftly grasp the essential elements of the Kanglin meditation diagram, leading him to a state of increasing proficiency. Seated upon the mat, with his eyes shut and mind focused, he gradually perceived the sound of flowing seawater at his ears. The term Kanglin embodies the notion of grandeur and clarity. Li Luo envisioned himself seated amidst the currents, allowing the waves to wash over him. As he immersed himself further, he began to sense the celestial energies around him stirring to life. Among these energies, the water element surged most powerfully, intertwined with strands of luminous energy. These energies seeped into his body through the openings of his pores, and with each breath he took, the gentle warmth of the water energy and the purity of the light energy flowed joyously within him. Under their nurturing embrace, Li Luo's body, previously drained of vitality, began to regain its strength. After circulating within him, the energies ultimately converged in the resplendent, azure-hued resonance palace, transforming into Li Luo's resonance power. As the resonance power within the palace gradually intensified, Li Luo succumbed to its allure, wholly immersing himself in this hard-won cultivation. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, half a day had passed. When he was finally roused from his meditative state, he felt a faint, tingling sensation coursing through his body. It was as if his body was signaling him that today's cultivation had reached its limit. Utilizing the guiding technique to absorb the energies of heaven and earth inevitably imposed a certain strain on the body's meridians. It is said that the lower the grade of the guiding technique, the greater the burden it inflicts. At this moment, Li Luo found himself in such a predicament. This abrupt interruption left him with a lingering desire for more, yet he was powerless to continue. After all, the Kanglin meditation diagram he was practicing was merely a foundational skill, and being able to cultivate for such a duration was already the pinnacle of his capabilities. From this, one can glean the immense significance of a high-level guiding technique in the cultivation of elemental energy. Had he been able to commence his training with a superior guiding technique from the outset, the accumulation over the years would undoubtedly place him far ahead of others. Regrettably, high-grade guiding techniques are not only rare and precious, but also come with stringent cultivation requirements. At the very least, the elemental affinity grade is enough to hinder the vast majority of practitioners, including Li Luo himself. The Luolan house does possess guiding techniques of a higher grade, but as far as he knew, They required a minimum of a 7th grade elemental affinity. Fortunately, the Kanglin meditation diagram is merely a temporary choice for Li Luo. Once he elevates his elemental affinity, he will naturally transition to a more advanced guiding technique. Therefore, it is evident that advancing one's elemental affinity grade is indeed of the essence. With a sigh, Li Luo extended his palm, and a wave of azure elemental energy gradually manifested in his palm. This was the power he had cultivated, water elemental energy, along with a hint of light elemental energy. The fusion of these two elemental forces was undoubtedly more refined than mere water elemental energy. My elemental energy must have reached the 3rd seal, Li Luo mused to himself. Although the previous Li Luo struggled to accumulate elemental energy due to the void affinity, he certainly did not lack a foundation. Thus, after this session of cultivation, his elemental energy had stabilized at the 3rd seal. Given his current pace of cultivation, Li Luo felt confident that he could elevate his elemental energy to the 5th seal within a week. While a 4th grade elemental affinity may not be exceedingly high, Li Luo, as the young master of the Luolan house, believed that with the abundance of cultivation resources at his disposal, his progress would surpass that of many within the academy, including some of the more accomplished individuals in the first courtyard. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient. Li Luo murmured to himself, for next month marked the academy's grand examination, and his ambition was to gain admission to the Xingxuanxing Academy, the most prestigious institution in the Daxia Kingdom, which had exceedingly stringent admission criteria. Each year, countless youths who consider themselves exceptional find themselves rejected at the lofty threshold of the Xingxuanxing Academy, no matter how hard they try. Thus, for Li Luo to catch up, his current speed remained inadequate. Ultimately, he needed to elevate his elemental affinity grade. A 4th grade affinity was far too low for him. Li Luo pondered deeply, then rose directly to his feet and exited the training chamber. As he stepped out of the library, a figure who had been waiting approached him with a respectful tone, saying, "Young master, Manager Kai has sent me to remind you that the items you requested have already been delivered to your room." Upon hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help but admire Manager Kai Wei, who proved to be an invaluable assistant to Sister Qingyi, demonstrating remarkable efficiency in her duties. He had initially thought it would take at least until the next day to receive the goods. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisite sandalwood box placed on the table. As he opened the box, he discovered several dozen crystal vials standing neatly within. Curiously, he picked up 2 of the vials. One contained a flowing blue liquid that exuded an exceptionally translucent aura as he gently swirled it. It resonated with the sound reminiscent of a babbling brook. The other vial held something even more peculiar, seemingly containing strands of flowing light, which appeared as delicate silks or wisps of faint mist at times. Despite one being liquid and the other light, both emanated a pure essence without exception. Is this the wondrous spirit water and radiance? Li Luo marveled, recognizing that such a substance could only be refined by a practitioner possessing both water affinity and light affinity. Much like medicinal pills, these remarkable items were deemed essential aids in the lifelong cultivation of countless practitioners. As he turned the crystal vial in his hand, he noticed a label affixed to it. Blue Crystal Spirit Water, Grade 4, Refinement Power, 58. The Blue Crystal Spirit Water was considered a relatively common formula for Grade 4 spirit water. The so-called refinement power referred to the portion of spirit water that would be rejected and dissolved by the affinity chamber during absorption. The portion that could penetrate this natural rejection and unleash its cleansing power was termed the refinement power within the spirit water. In simpler terms, the purer the spirit water, the higher its refinement power, and consequently, the more effective its results. The 58 refinement power of the blue crystal spirit water indicated that 42 of the spirit water would be directly rejected, rendering it ineffective. However, achieving a refinement power of 58 was already commendable, as most grade 4 spirit water in the market hovered around a refinement power of 56. Those exceeding this threshold could be deemed exceptional, and their prices would be correspondingly elevated. After all, for many, the enhancement of affinity grades always had its limits. And higher quality spirit water contained fewer impurities. Utilizing such high-quality spirit water could delay the onset of closure due to impurity erosion in the affinity chamber. With a smile, Li Luo gazed at these crystalline treasures before him. At this moment, his innate empty affinity proved most advantageous. Others might fear the excessive or short-term use of spirit water, leading to the accumulation of impurities that could accelerate the closure of their affinity chambers, thus exercising extreme caution in their usage. However, he felt no such concerns. The innate emptiness of his inherent nature allows him to wield it without restraint. Thus, for the moment, he decides to experiment. If he were to fully absorb these 50 extraordinary elixirs, to what extent could his fourth-grade aptitude be enhanced? At this thought, Li Luo felt his heart begin to race. Chapter 13. The Abyss of Li Luo. With a heart brimming with excitement, Li Luo found himself sleepless throughout the night. As dawn broke, he rubbed his heavy eyelids in the attic of his room, his gaze wistfully resting upon the sandalwood chest before him. Within it remained nearly half of the ethereal spirit water yet to be utilized. Li Luo realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. Although his own empty resonance rendered him impervious to the impurities within the spirit water, the absorption of each vial required ample time. It was impossible for him to amalgamate dozens of vials for immediate use. Such interference would only render the spirit water ineffective. Consequently, throughout the night, he had managed to absorb merely 27 vials of spirit water. Were this knowledge to reach outsiders, they would likely deem Li Luo utterly mad, for they had never encountered anyone bold enough to undertake such a venture. To absorb 27 vials of spirit water in a single night would lead to an accumulation of impurities that could soon seal his resonant palace. Typically, only those at their wits' end would resort to such a reckless and desperate act, a true gamble where success meant survival and failure could be fatal. Nevertheless, the results were indeed promising. The regret in Li Luo's eyes dissipated as he sensed a transformation. His first resonant palace displayed a brilliance even purer than the day before, with the flowing resonant energy becoming more robust and refined. Estimating his progress, Li Luo calculated that to elevate his aqueous resonance to the 5th rank, he would require approximately 100 vials of 4th-rank spirit water. This equated to nearly 200,000 pieces of celestial gold for the upgrade from 4th to 5th rank, a sum he could accept. However, projecting further into the future, he felt a sense of foreboding. The price of 5th-rank spirit water would escalate exponentially, and the ascent through the ranks would become increasingly arduous. Was it conceivable that transitioning from 5th to 6th rank would demand close to 1 million pieces of celestial gold? From 6th to 7th, several million? And beyond? Suddenly, Li Luo felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Though he seldom concerned himself with such matters, he was aware that the annual revenue from all the various commerce and industries within the Luolan house amounted to merely a few million pieces of celestial gold. To devour the entirety of Luolan house would scarcely yield enough to fund his ascent to the 8th rank. This so-called postnatal resonance was indeed an insatiable abyss. Li Luo rubbed his temples. The Luolan house, bequeathed to him by his parents, would likely be unable to sustain such a prodigal heir in the future. However, if he could eventually concoct spirit water himself, he might save a considerable sum. Reflecting on his aqueous resonance, Li Luo recognized it as a unique advantage. If he could harness this potential effectively, the spirit water he would produce could become unparalleled in the market. Hence, the study of resonance refinement techniques must be prioritized. It appears that my parents have anticipated this as well, which is why they appointed me as a resonance master. To prevent the Lolan mansion from being completely overwhelmed by my actions, Li Luo sighed, once again recognizing the foresight of his parents. Ultimately, he dared not dwell further on this matter. At least until he reached the 6th tier, he should be able to manage adequately. As for the subsequent circumstances, he would face them when the time came. In the following 2 days, Li Luo entered an intense training phase, diligently practicing the oceanic meditation diagram by day until he reached its pinnacle, followed by 2 hours of studying resonance techniques, and then consuming spirit water to enhance his resonance grade. This commitment to rigorous training yielded commendable results. His resonance power swiftly ascended to the 4th imprint, and his 4th-tier water light resonance grew increasingly refined. At this juncture, Li Luo felt that nothing could impede his progress until the spirit water was depleted. In the ancestral residence, within a study, Kai Wei sat gracefully at a table, adorned in a long dress that accentuated her elegant figure, her chest curvaceous and alluring. However, her beautiful oval face bore a slight frown as she examined several account ledgers before her. It seems that this year, the Lolan Mansion's income in Tianshu County has significantly declined, she remarked, her gaze shifting from the ledgers to the several stewards present. Kai Wei's eyes were somewhat frosty. The Lolan Mansion had risen to prominence from the southern wind city of Tianshu County, achieving remarkable growth to become one of the 5 major mansions of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, within Tianshu County, there existed three other prominent families. Although these families could not compare to the full scale of the Lolan mansion, they were established forces with deep roots and substantial heritage. In the days when the two family heads were still present, the Lolan mansion thrived, and the three families were notably compliant. However, with the disappearance of the two heads, they seized the opportunity amidst the Lolan mansion's internal and external troubles to assert themselves. Kai Wei had heard from Jiang Qingyi that these three families might be under the influence of other top-tier forces, merely testing the Lolan mansion's current state. It was known that the head of the Song family had previously visited annually with gifts. The stark contrast in their demeanor was like a theatrical performance. Yet, having endured much, Kai Wei was not naive. The existence of the Lolan mansion inherently squeezed the interests of the three families. Now, seeing the Lolan mansion in turmoil, it was only natural for them to take advantage of the situation, though it could not be said that they lacked righteousness, merely that their positions differed, and thus they regarded the Lolan mansion as an adversary. However, the Lolan mansion truly lacked the resources to extinguish the flames in Tianshu County, as support was needed elsewhere, compounded by the presence of Pei Hao, which only exacerbated the Lolan mansion's plight. After a moment of silence, Kai Wei decisively stated, "Let us temporarily close down the businesses that cannot turn a profit. There's no need to entangle ourselves with them. A period of forbearance is essential. Once the Lolan mansion stabilizes, those three families will have to return whatever they have taken." Upon hearing her decision, the other stewards nodded in agreement, for they understood that the current situation of the Luolan Manor in Tianshu County was indeed somewhat lacking. Just then, a sudden knock resonated at the door. Kai Wei called out, "Please come in," and the door swung open, revealing Li Luo stepping inside. The stewards, upon seeing him, promptly bowed in respect. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively, while Kai Wei instructed them to withdraw, her beautiful gaze now fixed on the newcomer. "Young master, what brings you here?" she inquired. Li Luo cleared his throat lightly and replied with a smile, "I have a small matter to trouble you with, Sister Kai Wei." Her long, slightly alluring eyes blinked, sensing an undercurrent of unease, yet she pressed on. "What is it?" Li Luo presented a gentle smile and explained, "It is nothing out of the ordinary. It concerns the 4th grade Spirit Water Wonder. The previous 50 portions have been exhausted, so I would like to ask Sister Kai Wei to assist me in procuring another 100 portions." At this, the expression on Kai Wei's fair and smooth oval face began to gradually harden, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as her chest rose and fell subtly with agitation. "Another 100 portions? 4th grade Spirit Water Wonder." Kai Wei clenched her hands involuntarily, realizing that she had only been managing Luolan Manor's finances in Tianshu County for a mere few days. Was it already on the brink of bankruptcy? Suppressing her mounting frustration, she could no longer hold back and slammed her palm on the table, her brows furrowing in indignation. "Li Luo, are you trying to drive me away?" Chapter 14. The furious Kai Wei. Kai Wei's intense reaction startled Li Luo. Observing the anger etched across her delicate face, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly exclaimed, "Sister Kai Wei, what are you saying? Your abilities are evident to all. How could I possibly wish to hinder you?" Kai Wei fixed her gaze upon Li Luo, gradually regaining her composure after a prolonged moment of silence. "Forgive me, Lord Xiaofu. My words were perhaps too hasty," she replied. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "However, do you truly intend to procure 100 portions of Spirit Water Wonder? This is no trivial matter. Furthermore, you must understand that while Spirit Water Wonder can elevate the grade of resonance, its reckless use may lead to the premature sealing of the resonance palace." Aware of Li Luo's innate empty resonance issue, Kai Wei chose her words carefully to avoid aggravating his sensitivity. After a moment's thought, her expression sharpened, and she inquired, "Is someone secretly deceiving you, seeking to exploit your identity to obtain Spirit Water Wonder?" Though those who remained in the ancestral home had undergone rigorous scrutiny, the prolonged disappearance of the two masters left room for doubt and potential betrayal. Given the high value of Spirit Water Wonder, it was not implausible for someone to attempt to deceive Li Luo for their personal gain. If such treachery existed, Kai Wei vowed that the audacious perpetrator would face dire consequences. Li Luo shook his head earnestly, replying, "Sister Kai Wei, do not entertain such thoughts. The Spirit Water Wonder is indeed essential for my own needs." Kai Wei furrowed her brow. "While it may be somewhat intrusive, may I inquire what you require such a vast quantity of Spirit Water Wonder for? I do not wish to interrogate you, but I am concerned that you may act hastily and make a grave mistake. If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to Qingyi." understanding the immense pressure Li Luo faced due to his so-called innate empty resonance. She feared he might impulsively seek unverified remedies in an attempt to resolve his predicament. Li Luo pondered for a moment before responding. It is permissible for me to share this with you, Sister Kai Wei. In truth, it is a secret technique left to me by my parents, which will ultimately enable me to manifest a resonance. The spirit water wonder is a vital component in this process, and Sister Qingyi is also aware of it. The emergence of his resonance would inevitably attract curiosity, and the secret technique left by his parents served as an excellent cover. Moreover, any future procurement of spirit water wonder would require Kai Wei's assistance, so it was prudent to assuage her concerns first. Kai Wei was taken aback. A secret technique left by the two masters? However, she remained somewhat skeptical, scrutinizing Li Luo's eyes, which reflected a calm sincerity that suggested he was not fabricating his words. In the end, she could only nod in acceptance. Nevertheless, she recognized the gravity of the situation. If this truly enabled Li Luo to manifest a resonance, then forsaking all of the Luo Lan House's assets in Tianshu County would be a worthy sacrifice. Li Luo gazed at Kai Wei, whose smooth, oval face bore a slight furrow of concern. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he inquired, "Have I perhaps allocated too much funding, causing difficulties for you, Sister Kai Wei?" Kai Wei lifted her gaze, her eyes resting on Li Luo's youthful yet strikingly handsome features, inherited from his esteemed parents. She chuckled softly, her mood lifting a fraction. "Indeed, there are some constraints, but it is not a significant trouble. Do not worry, young master, I will manage everything." Li Luo sighed inwardly, realizing that even the current demand for a mere 100 portions of spirit water was causing Kai Wei considerable distress. Compared to future requirements, this was merely a drop in the ocean. "Is the headquarters of the Luo Lan House unable to allocate funds for now?" he asked. Kai Wei gently shook her head, her expression tinged with regret. "Young master, you are likely aware of the situation at the Luo Lan House. Coupled with the previous incident where Pei Hao embezzled from the 3 pavilions, the loss of their income has further exacerbated matters at headquarters." The implication was clear. The headquarters could not release any funds either. Nodding in understanding, Li Luo refrained from pursuing the topic further. After sharing some light-hearted conversation to strengthen their rapport, he took his leave. Kai Wei watched his departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. She contemplated how the young master possessed a commendable character, treating others with kindness and devoid of arrogance. Moreover, his handsome visage surely would not pale in comparison to that of his father, Li Taixian, who had once captured the hearts of countless noble ladies in the Great Xia Kingdom. In that regard, he and Jiang Qingyi seemed quite well matched. The only flaw lay in his inherent empty physique. In this world, regardless of wealth or power, everything ultimately relies on strength. Just as the Luo Lan House had shone brightly when Li Taixian and Dan Tailan were present, becoming one of the 5 great houses of the Great Xia Kingdom, their absence had dimmed its brilliance, leaving it vulnerable. Given Jiang Qingyi's prodigious talent, her future was undoubtedly promising, potentially shattering records for the youngest to achieve the title of Marquis in the Great Xia Kingdom. If that time were to come, their engagement might become a burden to her. Kai Wei and Jiang Qingyi shared a deep friendship, and while she understood that Jiang Qingyi was not inherently cold-hearted, she feared that Li Luo might find it difficult to bear the pressures that would arise. However, recalling Li Luo's earlier words about the two masters leaving behind secret methods, perhaps there was a chance to resolve his inherent flaw. If that were indeed the case, it might draw them a little closer together. Yet, the path ahead remained daunting. As a friend of Jiang Qingyi, who had long been in the capital, a place where ambitions converged, Kai Wei was acutely aware of the attention Jiang Qingyi garnered and the many top-tier talents who admired her. In comparison, Nanfeng City truly felt like a mere small town. With her thoughts swirling, Kai Wei ultimately suppressed them, rising to summon others to prepare for the procurement that Li Luo had requested. After half a day's time, Li Luo acquired everything he needed. After marveling at Kai Wei's remarkable efficiency, he hurriedly made his way to the attic with 2 boxes of spiritual water. Throughout the remaining days of his holiday, Li Luo devoted all his energy to the cultivation of his resonance power and the enhancement of his resonance attributes. Previously, transitioning from the 3rd seal to the 4th seal had taken him merely 2 days, primarily due to the foundation he had built earlier, allowing for rapid advancement. However, the progression from the 4th seal to the 5th seal would require a more measured pace. Yet, this slowness was only relative to his prior speed. On the final day of his holiday, Li Luo's resonance power level finally experienced another breakthrough, genuinely entering the fifth seal realm. In addition to this elevation, his own fourth-grade water-light resonance completed its first advancement to the fifth grade after he consumed the last fourth-grade spiritual water. Thus, Li Luo's week-long holiday came to an end. On the morning of his return from the old residence, Li Luo stepped into the sunlight, wearing a radiant smile. This week had undoubtedly transformed him profoundly. The once empty resonance youth was now beginning to reverse the course of his life. He stood at the entrance, gazing in the direction where Jiang Qingyi had departed just a week prior, exhaling deeply. The St. Xuanxing Academy. I shall undoubtedly make my way there. Chapter 15. Returning to the academy as Li Luo stepped once more into the South Wind Academy. A mere week had passed, yet he felt an uncanny sense of being in a different world. He gazed upon the bustling throngs of students, their youthful exuberance resonating in the air. However, Li Luo also noticed that many peculiar eyes were fixed upon him, and he could faintly hear whispers circulating through the crowd. Isn't that Li Luo? He has finally returned to the academy. Has he dyed his hair? It looks different. I believe he took a leave of absence for about a week. With the final month of the academy's grand examination approaching, how could he dare to take such time off? It seems he has given up entirely. I heard Li Luo might be on the verge of expulsion. He may not even participate in the grand examination. Listening to these hushed murmurs, Li Luo felt somewhat speechless. It was merely a week of leave, yet rumors of expulsion had emerged. However, he had no desire to defend himself. He simply navigated through the crowd, making his way swiftly towards the second courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance of the teaching arena, Li Luo slowed his pace, for he saw his mentor, Su Shanwei, standing there, his gaze sternly fixed upon him. Li Luo forced a sheepish smile and hurriedly greeted, Master Su. Su Shanwei regarded Li Luo with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, saying, Li Luo, I am aware that the issue of your empty resonance has placed considerable pressure upon you, but you must not choose to give up at this critical juncture. I haven't given up, Li Luo quickly replied. Feeling somewhat helpless, he understood that Su Shanwei meant well, so he merely nodded in agreement. After a lecture, Su Shanwei sighed deeply, casting a lingering glance at Li Luo before turning to enter the arena. Li Luo promptly followed him inside. The arena was spacious, featuring a platform several dozen meters long and wide at its center, surrounded by stone steps that rose in concentric circles. Each step bore stone cushions upon which young men and women sat in meditation. As Li Luo entered, he undoubtedly attracted numerous gazes, followed by a flurry of whispered conversations. The week-long absence of Li Luo had evidently sparked fresh intrigue within the South Wind Academy. He glanced at the crowd and casually remarked, I just dyed it. I believe it's called Grandma Gray. Isn't it quite trendy? Zhao Qua. Noticing a faint bruise on Zhao Qua's face, Li Luo was about to inquire when Su Shanwei's voice resonated powerfully throughout the arena. Students, as the grand examination approaches, I hope you all exert yourselves in these final moments. Gaining admission to a prestigious academy will undoubtedly yield numerous benefits for your future. I would also like to commend Zhao Qua and Yuan Qiu, for both of them have now reached the sixth seal in their resonance. If they exert a little more effort, they may well strive for the seventh seal before the examination. In the hall, a few gasps of astonishment echoed, and Li Luo, equally surprised, cast a glance at Zhao Qua beside him. It seemed that this week, progress was not solely his to claim. After praising Zhao Qua, Su Shanwei refrained from further commentary and commenced today's lesson. The classification of physiognomy is akin to that of guiding techniques, with the introductory level of guiding techniques simply being rebranded as low, medium, and high tiers. Beyond these three levels, the structure resembles that of physiognomy, which is categorized into the three tiers of Jiang, Ho, and Wang. Naturally, such advanced levels of physiognomy remain a distant prospect for novices like them, who are still at the initial stage of the 10th seal. Even if they were to grasp it, it would be exceedingly challenging to manifest it with their limited power. When it comes to the cultivation of physiognomy, Li Luo's aptitude is beyond reproach. In a simple comparison of skills, he is confident that among the students of Nanfeng Academy, few could rival his proficiency. Thus, it was not long before he began to comprehend and master the three techniques Su Shanwei elucidated. That will be all for today's lesson on physiognomy. This afternoon, we will shift our focus to the study of power. Ensure you dedicate yourselves to your practice, Su Shanwei concluded, wrapping up the session after 2 hours. Offering a few reminders before announcing a break, Li Luo remained seated, stretching lazily, when Zhao Qua leaned over with a grin and said, Hey, Brother Luo. Could you assist me with those 3 techniques later? Zhao Kuo was well aware of Li Luo's talent and physiognomy. Whenever he encountered challenging techniques, he would seek Li Luo's guidance. Li Luo chuckled and teased. So you only call me Brother Luo when you need help? Zhao Kuo, grinning widely, winced as the movement aggravated the bruises on his face. Furrowing his brows, Zhao Kuo replied, It's all that Bei Kuan from the first courtyard. I don't know what has gotten into him lately, but he has been bothering people from our second courtyard. I couldn't stand it anymore and ended up sparring with him a few times. He gestured towards the bruises on his face, a hint of pride in his tone. That guy hits hard, but I didn't let him have it easy. I nearly smashed that pretty boy's face. At that moment, several individuals from the second courtyard gathered around, expressing their indignation. That Bei Kuan is utterly despicable. We haven't provoked him at all, yet he keeps instigating trouble. Thank goodness for Zhao Kuo. Otherwise, no one could handle him. Zhao Kuo waved his hand dismissively, shooing them away, and then whispered, Have you somehow crossed paths with Bei Kuan lately? It seems he is targeting you. Upon hearing this, Li Luo suddenly recalled that when he left the academy previously, Bei Kuan had seemingly sent a message through T.F.A. Qing, asking him to host a banquet at Qingfeng Tower. Naturally, he had dismissed it as a joke. Could it be that this fool actually waited at Qingfeng Tower for an entire day? And since he hadn't been at the academy this week, perhaps Bei Kuan took his frustration out on the people of the second courtyard instead? Li Luo chuckled, patting Zhao Kuo on the shoulder. That might actually be the case. It seems you've taken a few hits for me. I don't mind. If it weren't for those sparring matches, I might not have been able to break through to the 6th seal. Zhao Kuo shrugged his shoulders and remarked, However, now that you are at the academy, he will likely seek you out during the afternoon energy manipulation class. After a moment's contemplation, he pounded his chest and declared, Let me take charge then. Let us see if I can push through to the 7th seal after a few more encounters. Li Luo chuckled. Recognizing Zhao Kuo's straightforward and loyal nature, he truly was a rare friend. Yet, it was not in his character to hide behind the scenes while his friend bore the brunt of the confrontation. Thus, he simply smiled and replied, We shall see when the time comes. In the afternoon, during the energy manipulation class, a vast expanse of dense forest lay to the north of the South Wind Academy. The forest was lush, and when the wind swept through, it stirred the foliage like waves of green. At the heart of the forest stood a colossal tree, its dark yellow hue reaching a height of over 200 meters, with its dense branches sprawling like an enormous web. The branches were robust, and most intriguingly, each leaf measured approximately 2 meters in length and width, with a thickness akin to a platform. This majestic tree was known as the energy tree. It was not a product of natural growth, but rather crafted from a multitude of extraordinary materials, resembling neither pure metal nor wood. Within the energy tree resided a core of energy capable of absorbing and storing vast amounts of celestial energy. The broad leaves served as cultivation platforms, each capable of supporting a student's training. Such energy trees were essential to every academy, varying in scale and potency. In a sense, these leaves were akin to the golden chamber in Li Luo's ancestral home. While the singular efficacy of the golden chamber was undoubtedly superior, not every student had access to such training conditions. The leaves of the energy tree were categorized into 3 tiers: gold, silver, and bronze. Observing from a distance, one would notice that over 60% of the tree's foliage was bronze, with 30% silver and a mere 10% gold. The golden leaves were concentrated at the apex of the tree, their scarcity evident. It goes without saying that training upon the golden leaves yielded results far superior to those of the other 2 types. However, the vast majority of these golden leaves were monopolized by the First Academy, which was only to be expected, given its prestigious status within the South Wind Academy. The entire Second Academy, comprising several hundred individuals, was allotted a mere 10 golden leaves, while the Third and Fourth Academies were entirely devoid of such privileges. This scarcity underscored the rarity of the golden leaves. The energy tree was accessible for only half a day when the great bell atop the tree tolled. It signaled the commencement of the training period, a moment eagerly awaited by all students. Li Luo joined the throng, ascending to the energy tree, and gazed up at the 10 golden leaves above, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. Once, one of those golden leaves had belonged to him, for, according to the hierarchy of strength, he ranked just behind Zhao Kuo in the Second Academy. Well, I suppose I shall make do for now, he thought. Li Luo pondered for a moment before making his way towards a grove of silver leaves in the second hospital. As he approached the silver foliage, a number of gazes laden with a myriad of emotions, lingered upon him from the vicinity above the elemental energy tree. Chapter 16. The Power Tree. At the uppermost reaches of the Power Tree, robust branches entwined to form a wooden platform, where several gazes, elevated and commanding, looked down upon the position occupied by Li Luo. After a week's absence, he had finally returned to the academy. Tifa Qing, with her arms crossed, was enveloped in a fitted school uniform that accentuated her well-developed figure. Coupled with her subtly alluring features and her fair, delicate skin, she drew the attention of numerous young men nearby, who cast furtive glances her way. She fixed her eyes on Li Luo's silhouette, a delicate pout gracing her lips as she remarked, "Is he hiding from Bei Kun to avoid trouble? What a pity for such a handsome visage." Beside her, a group of female companions chimed in with their musings. "Hee, little girl. I remember when Li Luo was still in the first courtyard. You were quite the little fan of his," one teased. The teased girl immediately flushed, stamping her foot in retort, "As if you're any different." The girls shared a light laugh, their eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Once, Li Luo had been an unparalleled figure in the first courtyard, handsome, exceptionally talented, and with a formidable background. At that time, the Luolan house was in its prime, boasting two prominent candidates. With such allure, talent, and a deep-rooted lineage, which girl would not be captivated? However, as time passed, the halo surrounding Li Luo began to fade. The disappearance of his parents had drastically diminished the status and strength of the Luolan house, and the subsequent revelation of his innate null affinity plunged him into obscurity. Thus, the once celebrated figure of the first courtyard found himself relegated to the second courtyard. By this point, any lingering admiration seemed rather misplaced. Tifa Qing, overhearing the chatter of her companions, shook her head in mild irritation, remarking, "A bunch of superficial infatuations." Just then, as Li Luo settled onto a patch of silver leaves, he became aware of some commotion around him. Lifting his gaze, he observed Bei Kun descending from the upper branches, surrounded by a group of sycophantic companions. Bei Kun, tall and robust with a pale complexion, bore a shadowy glint in his eyes that rendered his demeanor somewhat grim. "Li Luo, I thought you might not show up at the academy," Bei Kun said, his smile lacking genuine warmth. Li Luo cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing to ignore his presence. This indifference only served to stoke Bei Kun's fury. In the days when the Luolan house thrived, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Li Luo, who had remained aloof. Back then, he had refrained from speaking out, but now, was Li Luo still the same as before? "Li Luo, you made me wait for you all day at Qingfeng Tower. What do you say we settle this?" Bei Kun ground his teeth. Li Luo replied curtly, "Don't project your foolishness onto me. What kind of intellect do you possess to think I would invite you to Qingfeng Tower?" Bei Kun's expression darkened as he said, "Li Luo, apologize to me right now, and I shall let this matter go. Otherwise," Li Luo chuckled, "otherwise, will you spend another day waiting at Qingfeng Tower?" A few suppressed laughs erupted from the crowd. Bei Kun, a notorious bully at Nanfeng Academy, often tormented others, yet it was evident that Li Luo was unfazed by his threats. Glaring at Li Luo, Bei Kun retorted, "Such a stubborn tongue. Are you brave enough to come down and play with me?" Li Luo shook his head, not interested. Bei Kun was indeed too petty for his taste. He had previously chosen to ignore him, and now he felt even less inclined to engage. If he were to entertain Bei Kun's antics, it would only serve to lower himself to the same level. With a cold smirk, Bei Kun ceased his words and waved his hand, prompting his group of sycophants to shout, "Are the people from the second courtyard all cowards?" More derogatory remarks followed. The nearby students from the second courtyard manifested their anger. Yet, intimidated by Bei Kun's notorious reputation, they found themselves unable to voice their grievances. "Why must you drag the entire second courtyard into your issues, Li Luo?" Bei Kun insidiously remarked. His intention was clear, to provoke the second courtyard students deliberately, knowing they would redirect their frustration towards Li Luo, thereby forcing him to respond. Silence. A furious voice soon rang out as Zhao Kui stepped forward, glaring at Bei Kun. "If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you." "Again you?" Bei Kun frowned. "It seems my previous lesson did not leave you in enough pain." Zhao Kui opened his mouth to speak, but Li Luo gestured for him to stop, exclaiming helplessly, "Why bother with such nonsense?" Despite the challenges facing the Luolan house, it remained one of the 5 great houses of the Great Xia Kingdom. And the forces stationed at the old residence were not feeble, boasting several capable guards of the elemental master level. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students gazed in astonishment, while Bei Kun's companions wore expressions of disbelief. That defies logic. They exchanged glances, stepping back involuntarily, their taunts silenced by the realization that Li Luo indeed possessed such power. Though he was an empty resonance, he was nonetheless the young master of the Luolan house, capable of dispatching elemental masters to deal with them effortlessly. Li Luo frowned. If you're not convinced, feel free to summon your Baekuan family's experts to challenge me. Baekuan opened his mouth, struggling to respond. Though the Luolan house faced internal and external troubles, it was still a formidable entity. A starving camel is larger than a horse. Until its collapse was imminent, Baekuan could only afford to take petty jabs. As for summoning the Baekuan family's experts, there was no guarantee of their willingness to act against Li Luo, given the potential consequences he would have to bear. Thus, he stood there, momentarily at a loss. At the pinnacle of the elemental tree, a treehouse overlooked the commotion among the students below. He chuckled. This little fellow from the Luolan Manor is indeed quite amusing. The speaker was an elderly man clad in a black and white robe, his hair streaked with gray. He was Wei Sha, the esteemed head of the Southern Wind Academy, renowned throughout Tianshu County. It is hardly entertaining that disputes among students necessitate intervention from their families. How could Luolan Manor produce such a rascally offspring? Another voice chimed in. It belonged to a slender man who exuded an air of refinement, yet his brow bore a hint of arrogance. This was Lin Feng, a mentor at the Southern Wind Academy's first institute, who had previously advocated for Li Luo's demotion from the first to the second institute. Lin Feng's words are rather harsh. Beikong knew full well that Li Luo possessed an empty physique, yet still sought trouble. Is that not more despicable? Su Shanhua interjected vehemently. Lin Feng replied coolly. Disputes among classmates can foster healthy competition and improvement. However, he seemed disinclined to argue further with Su Shanhua, shifting his gaze to the elder. Director, I wonder what you think of the proposal I mentioned earlier? Wei Xiao blinked. Which proposal? Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, clarified. The Academy's grand examination is approaching, and our first institute is somewhat short on golden leaves. I would like to request an additional 5 golden leaves for our institute. I oppose, Su Shanhua exclaimed, glaring at Lin Feng. Currently, aside from the first institute, only 10 golden leaves remained on the spirit tree of the second institute. Where did Lin Feng expect to procure these additional 5 leaves? Was he not simply attempting to take from them? This fellow was truly insatiable. Chapter 17. The competitive golden leaves atop the imposing pinnacle of the resonance tree. Lin Feng and Su Shanhua, the respective heads of the first and second academies, found themselves embroiled in a dispute over the allocation of the precious golden leaves. Su Shanhua, you must comprehend the caliber of students we have gathered in the first academy. Their talents far surpass those of the other academies within the South Wind Academy. Thus, if we can provide them with superior cultivation conditions, their achievements will undoubtedly exceed those of their peers, Lin Feng stated solemnly. Su Shanhua retorted with a scoff. Indeed, the first academy is commendable. But my second academy is not composed entirely of inept individuals unworthy of the golden leaves. Furthermore, there are only 50 golden leaves on the resonance tree, and you already possess 40 of them. Are you not satisfied? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and replied, this is not merely a matter of satisfaction. The students of the first academy are inherently capable of maximizing the value of the golden leaves. I am not targeting the students of the second academy, but the facts speak for themselves. Su Shanhua sneered. What you truly desire is to extract every resource from the South Wind Academy to nurture a few students capable of entering the sacred Xuanqing Academy, thereby embellishing your own credentials and ultimately securing a position there. It is not only the students who regard the sacred Xuanqing Academy as their aspiration. Even the instructors from these intermediate academies view it as a sacred place. All their efforts are directed towards securing a teaching position at the sacred Xuanqing Academy, which would significantly elevate their status and future achievements. While harboring such ambitions is not inherently negative, Su Shanhua perceived Lin Feng's actions as excessively self-serving, prioritizing his own interests. This was exemplified by Lin Feng's earlier decision to reassign Li Luo to the second academy, a move that seemed unnecessary, as even though Li Luo possessed an empty resonance, he was not a hindrance. It appeared that Lin Feng's intent was more about establishing authority, ensuring that the outstanding students of the first academy would not dare challenge his newly acquired position at the South Wind Academy. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression darkened considerably. Su Shanhua, do not be unreasonable. Nearby, other instructors from the South Wind Academy, witnessing the escalating tension, swiftly intervened to mediate. The venerable principal, Wei Cha, found himself somewhat exasperated. The golden leaves on the resonance tree were notoriously scarce, and each academy sought to secure a greater share. This was an understandable desire, as the accomplishments of the students directly influenced the evaluations and promotions of their instructors. Wei Cha gazed thoughtfully at the multitude of figures beneath the resonance tree and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "The golden leaves of the Second Academy cannot be distributed without just cause. We cannot entirely deny the students of the Second Academy the opportunity to pursue advancement simply because the First Academy excels. If you both wish to contest for the golden leaves, it must be through the efforts of your students. Here is my proposal. Each academy shall select 3 students, with a resonance level not exceeding the 6th seal. The 2 parties will compete, and should the First Academy emerge victorious, the Second Academy will yield 5 golden leaves. Conversely, if the Second Academy prevails, the First Academy will need to allocate 10 golden leaves from its share to the Second Academy." As the principal's words resonated, Lin Feng and Su Shangyue ceased their quarrel, their brows furrowing in contemplation. "Director, why must our First Academy suffer a loss of 10 golden leaves after defeat?" Lin Feng inquired, displaying his dissatisfaction. Wei Cha chuckled, "Because the contest for the golden leaves was initiated by you, and moreover, the Second Academy is inherently stronger. If we do not impose a heavier price, why would the Second Academy engage in this contest with you at all?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before conceding, "Very well. Though this competition is constrained to the 6th seal level, our First Academy still holds a significant advantage." Su Shangyue hesitated, recognizing that even with the loss of 10 golden leaves, the First Academy remains the prestigious face of Nanfeng Academy, its students far surpassing those of all other academies. "Director, we in the Second Academy currently have only 2 individuals who have reached the 6th seal level," Su Shangyue lamented. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly, "Rest assured, the students of the First Academy will not let you be caught in such a deadlock." Su Shangyue's expression darkened, anger flickering in his eyes. Hearing the old director's words, he fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding dejectedly. Clearly, in the old director's view, the First Academy, as the pride of Nanfeng Academy, was indeed entitled to certain privileges that the Second Academy did not possess. Su Shangyue understood that he could not blame the old director for this. It was only natural to favor the most outstanding academy rather than the second one. "I shall make the necessary arrangements," Su Shangyue stated before leaping down from the treehouse. With a smile, Lin Feng turned to make his own preparations. Meanwhile, below, Bei Kuan, feeling somewhat disheveled and unwilling, led his group away, for Li Luo had completely disregarded his provocation. In contrast, Bei Kuan's unconventional tactics left his companions feeling uneasy. Young people are often impulsive. In disputes among students, they would endure even head injuries for the sake of pride. Who had ever seen someone call for reinforcements from home so casually? It was utterly devoid of decorum. As Bei Kuan and his group retreated in embarrassment, many students from the Second Academy cast peculiar glances at Li Luo, clearly surprised that he had chosen such a method to diffuse the confrontation. "Isn't this a bit too unorthodox?" Zhao Kuo scratched his head, approaching Li Luo and speaking softly. Li Luo lazily shot him a glance, replying, "Am I not allowed to stand up for myself against someone bullying an empty vessel? That's not quite the point." Zhao Kuo wanted to retort but found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head. The path taken by this young lord seemed rather wild. As they conversed, Su Shangyue's figure appeared ahead. He clapped his hands and summoned all the students of the Second Academy, briefly outlining the forthcoming contest with the First Academy. Upon hearing his words, a wave of indignation surged among them. "This First Academy is simply outrageous. They have already claimed 40 golden leaves, and they are still not satisfied? They seek to take ours as well? This contest offers us no chance of victory. We in the Second Academy have only 2 individuals at the 6th seal level. Alas, it would be better to concede." However, after a moment of impassioned anger, many students from the Second Institute succumbed to despondency. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was evident. Even with the restrictions imposed by the 6th seal, the Second Institute remained at a disadvantage. Witnessing the diminished morale among his students, Su Shangyue sighed helplessly and promptly arranged for the competition to be conducted by Zhao Kuo and Yuan Xiao. "Rest assured, esteemed teacher, I shall not bring disgrace upon our Second Institute. I will demonstrate to them that we are not to be trifled with," Zhao Kuo declared, his spirit ablaze with fervor. Yuan Xiao, a tall and composed young woman, inquired calmly, "What of the third participant?" Su Shangyue scanned the faces of the students from the Second Institute, but each individual he regarded averted their gaze, lacking the confidence to step forward. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Li Luo. Although Li Luo possessed an empty resonance, he was well versed in the art of resonance techniques, making his combat prowess second only to Zhao Kuo, and now, one must also consider Yuan Xiao. Li Luo, you shall take the stage, Su Shangyue decided, adding, do not feel pressured, it matters not if you lose. You will be the first to compete. If you find yourself unable to endure, simply concede and withdraw. If possible, strive to deplete as much of the opponent's resonance energy as you can, which will enhance the chances of victory for our subsequent participants. Li Luo was not particularly surprised by being singled out, as there were indeed only a handful of capable fighters in the Second Institute. However, it was evident that Su Shangyue regarded him as mere cannon fodder, intended to exhaust the resonance energy of the opposing team. Li Luo's gaze deepened with contemplation. He had initially wished to maintain a low profile, but it seemed that fate had other plans. Old Su, you have no idea what sort of existence you have just chosen, he mused. The brilliance of your countenance today may well outshine the sun. With a thud, Su Shangyue's hand landed on Li Luo's shoulder, causing him to stumble slightly, accompanied by a discontented remark. Why do you look so dazed? Are you not frightened? Thus, the momentum Li Luo had been cultivating was abruptly shattered by Su Shangyue's interruption. Chapter 18. The emergence of greatness. The news of the impending contest between the first and second academies for 5 golden leaves spread like wildfire, instantly drawing a crowd akin to the bustling heights of a towering tree. Students from all academies within the Southwind Academy rushed to witness the spectacle. The Southwind Academy comprises 4 academies. The First Academy, which is elite, the Second Academy, regarded as the reserve, and the Third and Fourth Academies, whose presence is somewhat superfluous, as their standards are relatively inferior. Thus, the golden leaves on the training platform of the Strength Tree are a distant aspiration for them. However, the opportunity to watch the First and Second Academies compete is indeed a rare treat. Few, if any, believe that the Second Academy could genuinely surpass the First Academy. On the eastern side of the Strength Tree, a cluster of branches as thick as giant serpents intertwined, forming a wooden platform roughly several dozen meters wide. In the past, this space served as a venue for students to engage in sparring after their training sessions. At this moment, the platform's periphery was teeming with spectators. The First and Second Academies occupied the eastern and western sides, respectively, though the atmosphere on either side differed significantly. The First Academy's students wore expressions of mockery and amusement, evidently not taking the contest too seriously. This was understandable, as the competition had a restriction on the level of strength, limited to the 6th seal, a level that barely ranked in the top 10 within the First Academy. This indicated that those truly formidable individuals from the First Academy would refrain from participating, in stark contrast to the First Academy's relaxed demeanor. The ambience among the Second Academy's students was charged with a mix of anxiety and indignation. After all, they were aware of the First Academy's prowess, and if they were to claim victory in this contest, even they found it hard to believe. For now, they simply hoped to avoid an embarrassing defeat. This is rather dull. Such contests lack any real excitement. On the viewing platform, Tifa Qing stretched languidly, her school uniform accentuating her curves, drawing envious glances from nearby girls and causing the faces of some youthful boys to flush. It was evident why Tifa Qing had become a gem of the Southwind Academy. At least it can help pass the time. A gentle laugh drifted from beside her. Tifa turned her head to find Lu Qinger, a strikingly beautiful girl with flowing hair and an ethereal presence. Sister Qinger. Tifa's eyes sparkled as she greeted her. Lu Qinger was far more renowned within the Southwind Academy, and crucially, her strength firmly overshadowed many of the First Academy's outstanding members. She was a living embodiment of the Academy's prestige. Were it not for the dazzling brilliance of Jiang Qingyi, everyone would have regarded Lu Qinger as the legend of the Southwind Academy. Thus, if Tifa's primary idol was Jiang Qingyi, then Lu Qinger would undoubtedly claim the second spot. The two girls, being the most striking figures in the academy, standing together created a captivating scene that gradually attracted the attention of others. Sister Qinger, don't you usually shy away from such gatherings? Tifa inquired, curiosity piqued. El Qinger smiled gently and said, just taking a casual glance. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the direction of the Second Academy as she inquired, which 3 individuals do you think the Second Academy will dispatch? Tifa Qing, dismissively, replied, at the moment. Among those who have reached the 6th seal stage in the Second Academy, there are only Zhao Kuo and Yuan Xiao, both of whom have only recently ascended. What about the third? El Chinger asked. Tfa Ching paused for a moment, and someone nearby chimed in with a laugh. It will most likely be Li Luo. Although he possesses an empty resonance, he is remarkably gifted in the art of resonance and can barely hold his own against those at the 5-seal stage. With El Chingo attending the event, the top students from the First Academy, who initially had little interest in such competitions, congregated as well. The speaker was a tall and handsome young man. Tfa Ching glanced at him and teased, Song Yufeng, you two have come to enjoy the spectacle? How amusing. Song Yufeng was also quite renowned within the Nanfeng Academy, second only to El Chinger in terms of strength, and he hailed from the prominent Song family, boasting a formidable background. Furthermore, his affection for El Chinger was no secret within the academy, as he had not made any effort to conceal it. In response to Tfa Ching's jibe, Song Yufeng wore a gentle smile and offered no rebuttal, instead allowing his gaze to linger on El Chinger's exquisite features. He chuckled softly and remarked, do you truly believe that the Second Academy approaches this with the intent to win? It is merely a formality. Indeed. Tfa Ching chuckled in agreement. El Chinger focused intently on the arena, observing Li Luo's figure, and for some reason, she felt that today. Li Luo seemed somewhat different. She smiled slightly and said, I believe. It might not be so. Her words instantly astonished Tfa Ching, Song Yunfeng, and the other distinguished students from the First Academy. Following El Chinger's gaze, Song Yufeng also spotted Li Luo, and the faint smile on El Chinger's face stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. Chinger, things are no longer as they once were, Song Yunfeng said with a subtle smile, his words laden with implication. This scoundrel, having already fallen into the mire, why does he persist in haunting us so? As the atmosphere in the arena continued to swell, 3 figures from the Second Academy emerged, as anticipated, Li Luo, Zhao Kuo, and Yuan Xiao. From the First Academy, 3 individuals also stepped forward. The central figure was none other than Bei Kuan, whom they had just encountered, flanked by 2 other notable 6-seal figures from the First Academy. Li Luo, what is your plan this time? Will you resort to the same threats as before? Bei Kuan's gaze was fixed on Li Luo, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Earlier, he had deliberately sought trouble with Li Luo, who had retaliated with an unorthodox counterattack. While one could argue that Bei Kuan had acted without decorum, this was now a formal competition. Should Li Luo attempt to employ threats again, it would only serve to embarrass him, possibly inciting punishment from the academy itself. Li Luo paid him no mind, instead waving at Zhao Kuo and Yuan Xiao as he said, then I shall take my leave first. Zhao Kuo quickly advised, be cautious. If you can't withstand it, promptly concede and exit. Such a handsome visage, if marred, would be a significant loss. Li Luo raised his thumb in appreciation. Good brother, you have discerning taste. Yuan Xiao sighed softly, his lackluster demeanor betraying his evident lack of confidence in the forthcoming contest. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Luo stepped into the arena and casually retrieved an iron rod from the weapon rack, dragging it along the ground, producing a jarring sound. Outside the arena, many spectators stirred at the sight of Li Luo's initial appearance. The Second Academy had actually designated him to lead the charge. This seemed to imply he would serve as cannon fodder. How amusing. The very Li Luo who had been expelled from the First Academy now returned to face them. If he were to triumph, it would indeed be quite entertaining. But what was he thinking? He was inherently devoid of affinity, no matter how exceptional his skills. Defeating someone at the 6th seal realm would be a formidable challenge. Just to lighten the atmosphere, Li Luo's presence piqued the interest of numerous students. For within the South Wind Academy, he had become something of a unique legend. In this mindset, many were eager to witness Li Luo receive a sound thrashing today. Bei Kuan crossed his arms, a knowing glint in his eyes as he regarded Li Luo, then turned to the other 2, stating, Lu Yang, why don't you go play with him? Although he yearned to deliver a direct blow to Li Luo himself, he felt that such an entrance was lacking in flair, thus opting to let someone else warm up the atmosphere first. The youth referred to as Lu Yang, who was notably tall, expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing Bei Kuan's words. With so many onlookers present, it was an opportune moment to showcase his prowess, yet he was being asked to engage first with a mere pawn, which felt beneath him. If you dispatch Li Luo swiftly, you can then contend with the others. If you possess the skill, defeat all 3 of them outright, Bei Kuan urged. Realizing the logic in this, Lu Yang nodded. He selected an iron spear and ambled into the arena, flashing a smile at Li Luo. Li Luo, do take it easy on me. His tone was laced with playful mockery. Li Luo gripped the iron rod, his expression non-committal. At that moment, on the high platform, the old dean nodded, prompting Su Shangyue and Lin Feng, the leaders of the two academies, to simultaneously bellow, "Begin!" As their voices echoed, Li Luo and Lu Yang surged forward almost in unison. Lu Yang, observing the figure before him, could not suppress a grin, remarking, "Your speed is somewhat." Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, Li Luo's foot suddenly propelled him off the ground, accelerating like a hawk in flight. A sharp sound cutting through the air. Before Lu Yang could fully articulate his laughter, Li Luo's form had inexplicably materialized directly before him. However, closely following Li Luo's figure was a shadow of a staff slicing through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Its speed was so astonishing that Lu Yang barely had a moment to react. Yet, in a critical instant, he instinctively channeled some of his energy to shield his chest. Although Li Luo's sudden burst of speed left onlookers in shock, he lacked the energy to enhance his attack, rendering it somewhat limited. Lu Yang believed that as long as he could withstand the strike with his energy, he would be able to make Li Luo bear the consequences. As Lu Yang contemplated this, the staff's shadow descended upon him like a black python, striking his chest. With a resounding thud, a deep, muffled sound echoed, followed by an intense pain radiating from his chest. In that moment, terror surged within him, for the energy he had summoned was utterly shattered upon contact with Li Luo's staff. Simultaneously, Lu Yang's body was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the arena, leaving a trail on the ground. At that moment, the cacophony of laughter and chatter from the many students outside had not yet subsided when an abrupt silence fell. The students of the first courtyard stared in astonishment at Lu Yang, who was rolling on the ground in agony, their expressions filled with confusion. What had just transpired? How had he, not Li Luo, been sent flying? Their bewildered gazes turned to the center of the arena, where Li Luo stood, the iron staff poised in a striking position. Meeting their looks, he turned to Lu Yang, his face adorned with a radiant smile that could render the other utterly humbled. "What did you say? About something?" Chapter 19. The resonance of Li Luo around the wooden platform. A throng of spectators surged. However, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere as all eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on Lu Yang, who had just been thrust from the arena. The outcome was evidently beyond their expectations. How could Lu Yang, at the sixth seal stage, have been defeated by a mere strike from Li Luo? How could such a thing be conceivable? The silence lingered for mere moments before erupting into a cacophony of bewildered exclamations. What had transpired? How had Lu Yang fallen in a single blow? Surely, given Lu Yang's formidable sixth seal status, even if caught off guard, he should have been able to withstand Li Luo's assault with his resonance defense, shouldn't he? Could it be that Lu Yang had been bribed to throw the match? Such an absurdity would be an affront to their intelligence. Meanwhile, on the side of the First Academy, Tifa Qing's delicate lips parted slightly, her brow furrowing as if questioning the very nature of reality. After a brief moment, she remarked, "What is Lu Yang doing? This is astonishingly lackluster." Song Yunfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation before stating nonchalantly, he must have underestimated his opponent, hence failing to even unleash his resonance. Foolish, Tifa Qing shook her head. Next time, he likely won't be so fortunate. Beside her, Lu Qing'er gazed at the tall figure standing resolutely with the iron rod in hand, momentarily lost in thought. She seemed to see the spirited youth from their academy days, a boy who had once teased her about her imperfect resonance yet had gently corrected her mistakes. Next time. Lu Qing'er murmured softly, "I fear he might still prevail, perhaps even winning the remaining 2 matches." Her words elicited glances of disbelief among the outstanding students of the First Academy, especially among the younger male students, who stirred with dissatisfaction and envy. "Is it possible? Are you harboring feelings for Li Luo?" Someone jeered amid the crowd. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng's expression darkened immediately, and he barked, "Who dares to speak such nonsense?" His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, silencing any further provocations. He then turned to the unperturbed Lu Qing'er and stated calmly, "Qing'er, you cannot win. Li Luo, well done." In stark contrast to the astonishment of the First Academy, Zhao Kuo was the first to erupt with excitement, followed by jubilant cheers from the Second Academy. Regardless of whether Li Luo had triumphed due to Lu Yang's overconfidence, it was undeniable that the Second Academy had secured their first victory. The uproar left Lu Yang pale and shaken as he struggled to rise, muttering incoherently about his carelessness and failure to evade the strike. Yet, no one paid him any mind. Fool, Baekuan's expression soured further upon hearing the cheers from the Second Academy. He shot an irate glare at the pallid Lu Yang on the ground before addressing another. Lu Tai, you go next, but be careful not to stumble again. The youth named Lu Tai appeared somewhat lean, yet an air of shrewdness surrounded him. Upon hearing the remarks, he did not elaborate further. Instead, his gaze swept over Li Luo before he took up an iron sword and stepped into the arena. On the high platform, Su Shangyue, wearing a smile, praised. Li Luo's mastery of the art of resonance is indeed remarkably proficient. It is truly a pity that with his level of skill, if only his resonance energy could reach the 5th seal, he would likely be capable of challenging the majority of opponents at the 6th seal. Lin Feng, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, replied, no amount of regret will change the outcome. Let the second match commence. It was evident that Lin Feng's displeasure stemmed from Lu Yang's significant defeat, and thus he refrained from engaging in further debate with Su Shangyue, promptly declaring the start of the second round. As his voice resonated, Lu Tai wasted no time in channeling his resonance energy, and a fiery crimson aura surged from his body, resembling a delicate layer of flames that radiated intense heat. This was the 5th-tier fire resonance that Lu Tai possessed. Having learned from Lu Yang's previous failure, he evidently did not dare to underestimate his opponent any longer. Boom! The flames of resonance surged forth as Lu Tai, gripping the long sword, dashed forward without hesitation, the crimson aura swirling around the blade like fire. Swish! Swish! Striking red sword shadows rushed toward Li Luo. Li Luo, no matter what peculiarities you possess, once I crush you with my 6th seal resonance energy, defeat is inevitable. Lu Tai proclaimed. Li Luo's prowess in resonance was not a secret within the Southern Wind Academy. However, no matter how refined one's skills, without sufficient resonance energy to support them, they were but a reflection of the moon on water, easily dispelled upon contact. The searing wind of the sword rushed toward him, and Li Luo's palm tightened around the iron staff as he gracefully retreated, evading the oncoming blade gusts. You managed to evade? Lu Tai scoffed, and in the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, crimson light surged forth, transforming into a torrent of fire that rained down like a magnificent, yet perilous spectacle. This was his mid-tier resonance technique, the Fire Rain Sword, which happened to be Lu Tai's forte. A multitude of fiery projectiles hurtled toward him, yet at that very instant, Li Luo began to whirl the iron staff in his grasp, creating an impenetrable shield of defense. Without resonance energy, how do you expect to defend against my techniques? Lu Tai derisively remarked. Bang! Bang! The fiery projectiles exploded against the iron staff, the intense heat rapidly warming it to a scorching temperature. However, at that moment, a brilliant azure light emerged from the staff. Hiss! Clouds of steam billowed forth, obscuring Lu Tai's view. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the vapor-like smoke was violently torn apart, revealing a glimmering iron staff that lunged forth with lightning speed, directly aiming for Lu Tai's brow. The sudden attack startled Lu Tai. How could Li Luo have completely deflected his techniques? This is impossible. Though astonished, Lu Tai did not falter, channeling all his energy into the crimson aura around his sword. He braced himself to meet the oncoming strike of the iron staff head-on. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the arena. A shocking occurrence unfolded before their eyes. Under the force of the collision, the crimson aura on Lu Tai's longsword appeared to be severely suppressed, dimming almost instantaneously. With a resounding crash, the iron sword shattered under the combined assault of high temperatures and moisture, its fragments scattering as a shimmering azure bar came to rest at Lu Tai's brow. Feeling a sharp sting at his forehead, Lu Tai's complexion turned ashen. Li Luo had triumphed once again. If the previous encounter had merely left the spectators in astonishment, this time it was an undeniable marvel. For this occasion, Lu Tai had approached the battle without a hint of arrogance. He had unleashed his 6th seal level aura without reservation, yet still, he was defeated by Li Luo. How could this be possible? Amidst the multitude of incredulous gazes, the steam swirling around the iron bar began to dissipate, revealing Li Luo's figure in full view of the crowd. Hisses of surprise echoed through the air, as gasps of astonishment arose in waves. On one side, Tifa Qing and El Qinger widened their eyes in disbelief, while nearby, Song Yunfeng struck the wooden post before him with such force that it splintered under his hand. On the high platform, Su Shangyue, Lin Feng, and other mentors from the Southern Wind Academy displayed expressions of shock. The old dean in front squinted, as they all beheld Li Luo, enveloped in a blue aura that rose slowly, reminiscent of cascading azure waves. With their discerning eyes, they recognized that it was the power of water. However, it was well known that Li Luo was born with an empty affinity, making it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate any aura. Yet now, how had the water affinity manifested? Or could it be that Li Luo was no longer an empty affinity, but had instead birthed the water affinity? Chapter 20. One transforms into three in the arena. The surge of blue elemental energy emanating from Li Luo's physique brought forth a shock and awe that far surpassed Lu Tai's defeat. All present were captivated by the spectacle, their hearts roiling with tumultuous waves, leaving them momentarily breathless. How did he suddenly manifest water affinity? Tifa Qing murmured. She gazed at the young man in the arena. Wielding an iron rod, his tall stature and strikingly handsome visage momentarily disorienting her as memories flooded back to when Li Luo first entered the Southern Wind Academy. At that time, he had swiftly become an unparalleled figure within the institution, rivaling even the legendary Jiang Qingyi. However, as his elemental affinity became evident, Li Luo's brilliance waned, ultimately relegating him to the Second Academy. Yet now, the youth before her, enveloped in a radiant blue aura, seemed to be reclaiming that former splendor. Song Yunfeng's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze fixed on Li Luo, as if attempting to peer into the very depths of his being. If anyone wished to avert their eyes from this scene, it would undoubtedly be Song Yunfeng, for he had witnessed the dazzling light of Li Luo in his prime. And thus, he dreaded seeing Li Luo rise once more. Turning his head, Song Yunfeng observed the profile of Liu Qing'er. At this moment, her bright eyes sparkled with an almost ethereal glow as she watched the young man in the arena, causing his fists, hidden within his sleeves, to clench slowly, shadows flickering in his gaze. While Tifa Qing and Song Yunfeng were swept up in contrasting emotions, Liu Qing'er remained the most composed, her twin watery pupils fixed on Li Luo. Indeed, the Southern Wind Academy was destined to become increasingly intriguing. Has he perhaps resorted to some forbidden technique? Su Shanyue, equally astonished, voiced his discontent in response to Lin Feng's remark. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Luo was once void of affinity. Must he remain so forever? Lin Feng faltered, frowning as he replied. That is not my meaning, but we all understand that a void affinity is inherent. How could one acquire it later? Su Shanyue retorted with a snort. Our disbelief stems merely from our lack of experience. Before Lin Feng could counter, the elder dean interjected. Though rare, it is indeed not impossible for one to develop an affinity after birth. It is said that certain legendary treasures possess such miraculous effects. Perhaps Li Luo's parents bequeathed him such a treasure, granting him water affinity. Let's refrain from further speculation until the competition concludes. We shall inquire after Li Luo then. We are merely educators at this academy, and it is not our place to delve into matters beyond our purview. With the elder dean's words, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for further argument. His gaze remained fixed on Li Luo, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Amidst the multitude of astonished gazes, Bei Kuan, his countenance somewhat grim, stepped into the arena, spear in hand. Li Luo, I did not anticipate you to conceal your true depth. You intend to use today's 3 competitions to validate yourself, do you not? I shall not grant you your wish, Bei Kuan said coldly. Li Luo chuckled, remarking, the lines are rather foolish. Are you performing? Bei Kuan's face flushed momentarily, followed by a surge of anger. Let us see how long you can keep laughing. He stepped forward, unleashing his aura, a faint roar resembling that of a tiger reverberating in the air, accompanied by an imperceptible sense of pressure. This was Bei Kuan's mountain-splitting violent tiger manifestation, ranked at the 6th tier, renowned for its fierce and formidable nature. If his aura was robust, it bore the strength to split mountains. As Li Luo felt the subtle malevolence wash over him, his gaze sharpened. Bei Kuan's aura was indeed stronger than that of Lu Yang and Lu Tai, and with the enhancement of the 6th tier mountain-splitting violent tiger, his overall prowess positioned him at the pinnacle of the 6th seal. In contrast, Li Luo's aura was at the 5th seal, and his water-light manifestation was merely of the 5th tier as well. On the surface, it appeared that he was considerably outmatched. However, victories and defeats are not solely determined by such factors. Boom. Bei Kuan activated his manifestation without a hint of hesitation, launching himself forward like a descending tiger. His iron spear, imbued with overwhelming force, struck fiercely at Li Luo. In response, Li Luo's iron staff shimmered with azure energy, akin to flowing azure waves, as he met Bei Kuan's spear with a solid counter. Clang! The sound of metal reverberated, and a shockwave erupted. Li Luo staggered back, but moved with the grace of a fish, swiftly dissipating the oncoming violent force. Humph, merely the fifth seal's aura. In that direct confrontation, Bei Kuan immediately discerned Li Luo's aura level, and a sense of relief washed over him. He sneered, "I thought you might actually turn the tide. Turns out, it's nothing remarkable." With a cold laugh, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, his spear slicing through the air, transforming into a flurry of spear shadows aimed at Li Luo's vital points. Clearly, he intended to capitalize on his momentum and defeat Li Luo with utmost ferocity. Yet, Li Luo did not flinch in the face of Bei Kuan's relentless assault. With a calm demeanor, he advanced once more, and in an instant, their weapons clashed repeatedly, producing a chorus of resonant metal sounds. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, their energies colliding with great intensity. However, as time progressed, Bei Kuan's expression began to darken. He realized that the power surging through Li Luo's iron staff was gradually becoming more formidable. Meanwhile, on the stands of the courtyard, several astute students noticed the anomaly. Li Luo was managing to withstand Bei Kuan's explosive force. Strange, given that he was clearly at the fifth seal of aura. Moreover, Li Luo's strength seemed to be increasing. How could this be? It was the advanced technique, 9 layers of azure waves, which resonated deeply with the water manifestation. Adept at counterattacking, its power surged like waves, gradually accumulating strength, and with the continuous and profound force of the water manifestation, the longer the battle dragged on, the stronger it would become, unless an absolute power could forcibly shatter it. Unless Bei Kuan could break the stalemate soon, he would likely face defeat. The outstanding students within the First Academy grew solemn at this moment, for the ninefold azure wave technique is an advanced form of divination, a skill so rare that only a handful of students within the academy could master it. Yet here was Li Luo, demonstrating it with remarkable proficiency. Truly, he is the foremost genius in the art of divination at the Southern Wind Academy. They couldn't help but marvel. In the past, when Li Luo lacked the power of divination, they were less aware of his potential. However, now that he has awakened his affinity and possesses divinatory power, they finally grasped the formidable nature of this combination. Roar. As they conversed, Bei Kuan suddenly unleashed a furious roar, clearly sensing something amiss. Though Li Luo's divinatory power seemed modest, it ensnared him like a whirlpool. Oddly, Li Luo's divinatory energy exuded an unusual purity. Regardless, Bei Kuan understood that he could not allow the situation to persist. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the iron spear, his palms morphing into the phantom claws of a tiger, unleashing a torrent of raging divinatory energy. Advanced divination art, Thorn Strike. Bei Kuan stepped forward, thrusting his spear with the ferocity of a wild tiger, piercing through the layers of cascading water energy, directly aimed at Li Luo. Li Luo gazed at the oncoming spear light, sharp as fangs. He unleashed the accumulated water energy from his iron staff, which erupted like a colossal wave. Astonishingly, the weapons did not collide but rather passed each other, each targeting the other. "You seek death." Bei Kuan's face twisted in a snarl, his eyes flashing with menace as he thrust the iron spear downward without hesitation. However, in that fleeting moment, he noticed the blue divinatory energy shimmering on the iron staff, which seemed to emit a blinding light, causing him to squint. In the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock as he realized that the spearhead aimed at Li Luo had missed, now hovering just above his shoulder. It was over. A chill gripped Bei Kuan's heart. He could not comprehend how such a blunder occurred, for that thrust should have struck true. Yet, there was no time to react. As Li Luo's gravity-infused iron staff surged forward, crashing into his face. Puffed. A spray of blood mixed with teeth erupted forth, and a wail echoed as Bei Kuan's figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily outside the arena. Silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by Bei Kuan's continuous cries of agony. However, this silence was short-lived, abruptly shattered by the piercing screams and uproar from the students of the other academies. They could hardly believe what they had witnessed today. They saw the once great figure of Southern Wind Academy erupting with blinding brilliance once more. They witnessed the boy known as the Empty Affinity, representing the Second Academy, achieving the remarkable feat of overcoming 3 opponents from the First Academy. Zhao Kuo, flushed with excitement, gestured disdainfully towards the First Academy, his voice rising in triumphant roars. "Did you see that?" Chapter 21. Preliminary examination. Around the wooden platform on the synergy tree, a cacophony of excitement erupted. All the students, except those from the first courtyard, were expressing their astonishment. No one anticipated such an outcome. Initially, it was believed that the competition today was merely a pretext for the first courtyard to claim the 5 golden leaves from the second courtyard. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Li Luo single-handedly toppled all 3 of the first courtyard's 6 marked practitioners. This was indeed a rare spectacle. What made it even more intriguing was the dramatic twist of events. Li Luo had been relegated from the first courtyard to the second due to his innate empty affinity and perceived limited potential. However, the sudden emergence of his affinity and strength now must have left the mentor Lin Feng from the first courtyard in a rather tumultuous state of mind. As the students continued to marvel, they couldn't help but reassess Li Luo, wondering if this once-fallen star was on the brink of resurgence. Yet, one couldn't help but ponder, wasn't it a tad too late? The noise persisted, while the atmosphere in the first courtyard grew markedly quieter. Many students exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. T.F.A. Qing gazed at Li Luo in disbelief and eventually exclaimed, wasn't he supposed to be born with an empty affinity? How could he suddenly possess an affinity? Though the emergence of a postnatal affinity is exceedingly rare, it is not entirely unheard of. Certain extraordinary natural treasures can indeed grant individuals such affinities, albeit these treasures are remarkably scarce. In the realm of the Daxia Kingdom, they are seldom seen for centuries. However, given that Li Luo's parents are both exceptional figures, it is conceivable that they might have procured such a treasure, remarked Lu Qing'er. If such treasures exist, why has he waited until now to utilize them? T.F.A. Qing inquired. Perhaps he requires specific conditions. Beyond that, I am unaware. Lu Qing'er replied with a gentle smile. T.F.A. Qing fell silent for a moment before stating, could it be that this fellow is truly on the verge of a remarkable turnaround? Her tone bore a hint of complexity. The T.F.A. family, like the Luo Lan house, was embroiled in some competition for interests, albeit to a lesser extent than the Song family. She held no particular animosity towards Li Luo, save for her discontent regarding his engagement to Jiang Qing'er. Such a feat is not easily accomplished, Song Yunfeng interjected calmly. Li Luo's affinity appears to be of the water type. From his recent battle with Bei Kuan, one could surmise its grade to be around 5 or 6. Such a level of affinity, while decent, hardly qualifies as exceptional. Moreover, his affinity strength is at the 5-mark level. Do you truly believe that a 5 or 6 grade affinity practitioner at the 5-mark level is rare? T.F.A. Qing nodded thoughtfully. If this configuration were accurate, he would struggle to even secure a position in the top 10 of the first courtyard. Even if Li Luo possessed extraordinary talent in the art of affinity, reaching his former dazzling heights would still be a formidable challenge. Most importantly, with less than a month remaining until the great examination of the academy, could Li Luo truly catch up in such a brief span? T.F.A. Qing could only conclude that it was impossible. Upon reaching this point, Tifa seemed to quietly exhale a sigh of relief within her heart, momentarily unsure whether she was genuinely pleased to witness Li Luo's resurgence. LV Qing'er remained silent during their conversation, her beautiful gaze fixed upon Li Luo. Have you finally resolved the issue of your vacant attribute? In these final moments, will you truly be able to catch up? As numerous students erupted in excitement, the higher-ups of the Southern Wind Academy on the high platform were rather subdued. Even Su Shanyue appeared somewhat astonished by the outcome. As for Lin Feng, he had not uttered a single word throughout, his expression as impassive as a wooden post. The other instructors occasionally cast glances at Lin Feng, their eyes betraying a hint of amusement. Eventually, the old dean clapped his hands and chuckled. Truly befitting the sons of those two. Could this be considered a late-blooming talent? Lin Feng replied coolly, Dean, you may have misused the term. The strength of the 5-seal realm and the seemingly 5th or 6th grade water attribute cannot be regarded as significant talents from any perspective. The old dean shook his head, fully aware that Lin Feng was likely feeling a bit disgruntled, and responded with a smile. You, my friend, are simply too proud. You will inevitably face repercussions for this. Lin Feng remained non-committal, turning his attention to Su Shanyue, stating, this time, our academy has fallen short. The 10 golden leaves will be duly awarded. If these youngsters lack the capability to maintain their standing, it is only right they pay the price. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, smiled lightly, saying, you overestimate the situation. As I mentioned earlier, he does not qualify as a significant talent, and our academy does not lack for an ordinary student such as him. What he should be contemplating now is whether he can catch up in the remaining month and achieve admission to the Holy Xuanqing Academy. Indeed, while Li Luo's sudden emergence of a water attribute caught him somewhat off guard, he did not feel any sense of loss. After all, this water attribute came too late. Li Luo was merely at the 5 seal realm level, and considering that his water attribute was not particularly high grade, Lin Feng viewed him as having merely struggled halfway out of the mire. Did he truly believe that the outstanding students of his academy were mere decorations? Moreover, the crucial academy examination was fast approaching, and Li Luo had little time left to pursue his goal. If he missed this opportunity, he would also miss the age requirement for admission to the Holy Xuanqing Academy. In that case, why should Lin Feng concern himself with Li Luo's future achievements? Losing the chance to enter the Holy Xuanqing Academy would be an irreparable loss for Li Luo, a reality that would not change simply because he was the young lord of the Luo Lan house. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Lin Feng's demeanor became increasingly nonchalant. At that moment, the old dean waved at Li Luo in the arena. Upon noticing, Li Luo hesitated momentarily before making his way up to the platform. "Greetings, Dean," Li Luo said with a smile. The old dean, his eyes twinkling with warmth, inquired, "Have you resolved the issue of your vacant attribute?" Li Luo nodded, replying, "Yes. It is a 5th-grade water attribute." The 5th-grade water affinity resonated in his ears, prompting Lin Feng to smile faintly as he remarked, "Li Luo, this water affinity is of moderate quality. However, with diligent effort, you may still achieve great accomplishments in the future. There is no need for you to worry, Mentor Lin. While the grade of one's affinity does influence the cultivation of one's elemental power, it does not preclude the existence of 5th-grade affinities that may rise to prominence in this world," replied Li Luo. Lin Feng, with a hint of amusement, responded, "A 5th-grade affinity achieving nobility? Such a naive belief. Do you truly hold such faith?" The old dean gestured to silence Lin Feng's remarks and addressed Li Luo, saying, "It is commendable that you possess such confidence. Yet with less than a month remaining until the Academy's major examination, should you wish to catch up, it will require considerable effort on your part." Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement. The old dean reiterated a few more words of caution before allowing Li Luo to depart. Seizing the moment with a crowd present, he announced to all, with less than a month remaining until the Academy's major examination, a pretest will be held in 2 weeks. Furthermore, the baseline requirement for this year's Sheng Xuanqing Academy has been established, necessitating an elemental power level of no less than the 7th seal. This statement elicited a wave of despair among the students, many wearing expressions of dejection at the daunting threshold of the 7th seal. Only the elite students from the First Academy maintained slight smiles. As the most prestigious academy in the Great Xia, and a paragon amongst neighboring nations, Sheng Xuanqing Academy was certainly not accessible to all. The 7th seal was merely the basic standard, and a fierce competition was anticipated. Thus, if Li Luo sought a more secure position, he felt compelled to enhance his water-light affinity further. However, the disparity between a 5th-grade and a 6th-grade affinity was substantial. Li Luo mused that should he pursue this path, he would likely exhaust the income of the Luolan house in Tianshu County entirely. As Li Luo pondered, the students around him gradually dispersed amidst their lamentations, when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he found El Qinger gazing at him with a serene expression. "Congratulations, young master," she said. Upon seeing her, Li Luo instinctively wanted to retreat, but as he moved, he awkwardly halted. "Hello there," he greeted in the most perfunctory manner. "Not avoiding me anymore?" El Qinger inquired. "I'm truly not avoiding you," Li Luo replied, feeling the awkwardness. El Qinger remained noncommittal and said, "Li Luo, I am grateful for your guidance in my mastery of elemental arts, yet I believe it unwise for you to continue avoiding me these past years. I have not encroached upon your position, and you must understand that such a position is not merely given, it must be seized through strength." Li Luo managed a wry smile and nodded. "I will do my best." El Qinger smiled back, yet Li Luo noticed a cold flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "I will be waiting for you. Moreover, I must inform you that your actions over the years have diminished my admiration for you significantly. Therefore, should an opportunity arise..." She paused, leaving her statement unfinished, yet her piercing gaze conveyed everything. As her words fell, she turned and left abruptly. Li Luo gazed at her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, realizing that he had inadvertently offended Lu Qing. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more petty she tends to be. In the midst of his lamentation, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon him, prompting him to turn his head. There, not far off on the wooden platform, stood a figure with a chilling stare. Song Yufeng. Their eyes met briefly, and Song Yunfeng's expression was sharp and aggressive. He then contemptuously shook his head. His lips moved silently, conveying a warning. Li Luo, do not seek trouble. Keep your distance from Lu Qing'er. He believed Li Luo would understand his silent message, as it seemed a fundamental expectation. However, not far away, Li Luo furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. What is this fool doing? If he wants to speak, he should just shout it out loud, flapping his lips like a sneaky rat. Who knows what he is trying to convey? Unable to decipher the other's intentions, Li Luo ultimately shook his head, disinterested in further engagement, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Song Yunfeng watched Li Luo's departing figure, his eyes narrowing with a shadowy intensity. Has he truly chosen to disregard me so blatantly? Such arrogance. Li Luo's earlier demeanor reminded him of the days when Li Luo was at the pinnacle of his glory in the Southern Wind Academy, radiating brilliance. Yet now, Song Yunfeng could not help but clench his fist around the wooden post, causing cracks to form. Chapter 22. The price of ascending to the 6th rank. The news of Li Luo's attainment of a 5th-grade water affinity swiftly spread throughout the entire Southern Wind Academy, igniting fervent discussions and excitement. Who would have anticipated that Li Luo could rise again? The concept of an acquired affinity was previously unheard of. It is said to be a treasure inherited from his parents, a rarity indeed. How enviable it is to have such remarkable parents. However, one must consider that a mere 5th-grade water affinity is not overly extraordinary. With less than a month until the Academy's grand examination, could he possibly catch up to those top-tier students in such a short span of time? Indeed, the 3 he defeated, including Bei Kuan, could not even break into the top 10 of their institute, while the top 10 were said to be all at the 7th seal. Among them, Song Yunfeng and Lu Qing'er are particularly formidable, rumored to have reached the 8th seal, with the latter possibly even higher. While the Academy buzzed with discussions about Li Luo, he had already concluded his training for the day and left the Academy in haste. Although victorious against Bei Kuan, the battle was more arduous than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the light power of the water-light affinity that created a visual distortion for Bei Kuan, the fight would have been prolonged. In the carriage home, Li Luo reflected on the day's battle, his expression betraying a sense of dissatisfaction and gravity. By his estimation, even with the unique qualities of the water-light affinity and his proficiency in affinity techniques, his combat prowess should render him unafraid of anyone within the 6th seal. However, against an opponent in the 7th seal, his chances would diminish significantly. Not enough, far from enough, Li Luo murmured to himself. For his ambition was to enter the sacred Xuanxing Academy, where the number of spots available from the Southern Wind Academy was exceedingly limited. If he was not among the very best, his chances would be slim indeed. With less than a month until the grand examination, he needed to not only elevate his affinity level, but also advance his 5th-grade water-light affinity to the next tier. Only then could he confidently contend with someone of Lu Qing'er's caliber. Yet, achieving the 6th-grade status from the 5th-grade water-light affinity was no easy feat. Li Luo grimaced, pondering that if he mentioned needing a substantial amount of 5th-grade spirit water's extraordinary light, Kai Wei might very well devour him. At the old residence, in the accounting room, Kai Wei sat at her desk, meticulously reviewing the account books. Dressed in a light yellow gown, her delicate oval face exuded an enchanting allure, displaying a charm not typically found in youth. After a prolonged study, she appeared fatigued and subtly leaned forward, her weighty bosom gently resting on the desk. With a sigh of relief, Kai Wei allowed her entire body to relax slightly, discreetly exhaling. Clang. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and Li Luo stepped inside. Sister Kai Wei. The atmosphere froze for a few heartbeats. Kai Wei's body, instinctively leaning forward, straightened abruptly as if jolted by electricity. A delicate blush graced her fair, oval face, and her beautiful eyes glared at Li Luo with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Do you not know how to knock before entering? Li Luo, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, hastily lowered his gaze. Sister Kai Wei, I promise to be more mindful next time. Noticing his earnest demeanor, Kai Wei's irritation diminished considerably, though she still retorted with a hint of displeasure. What is it that the young master wishes to instruct? Glancing behind him, Li Luo swiftly closed the door and declared, I would like to show you a treasure. Sister Kai Wei. However, he froze mid-sentence upon observing Kai Wei lifting a hand, brandishing a shimmering crossbow, her enchanting oval face adorned with a dangerous smile. Young master, I possess the strength of a master of the Xiang realm. Li Luo quickly raised his hands, smiling wryly. Sister Kai Wei, what are you doing? Kai Wei arched her delicate brows, scrutinizing Li Luo. And what precisely is this treasure you speak of? Though somewhat perplexed, Li Luo refrained from elaborating further. With a mere thought, he summoned the blue Xiang force, which rose from within him, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of flowing water. He revealed his fifth great Xiang. With a sharp sound, the crossbow slipped from Kai Wei's grasp, her eyes widening in astonishment. Why, you have developed an affinity? Li Luo nodded affirmatively. A fifth-grade affinity. He smiled in acknowledgement. Kai Wei, momentarily taken aback, soon recalled her previous actions, her cheeks flushing with warmth. The implications of Li Luo's earlier words were rather profound, and she was no naive girl. Her thoughts briefly wandered to what Li Luo might be implying. Suppressing her embarrassment and indignation, Kai Wei, who had weathered many storms, swiftly regained her composure and remarked nonchalantly, "Congratulations to the young master. If Qingyi were to learn of this, she would surely be delighted for you." Li Luo nodded, adding, "There is another matter, which I believe Sister Kai Wei has already surmised. Do you still require the spirit water wonder?" Kai Wei's brows furrowed slightly. "Indeed. And this time I fear I will require the fifth-grade spirit water wonder. The item left by my parents requires continuous nurturing from the spirit water wonder. Otherwise, it may dissipate over time." Li Luo refrained from revealing that he could utilize the spirit water wonder indefinitely to elevate the grade of his affinity, opting instead to weave a lie, for the matter was of utmost importance, and he wished to keep it concealed for the time being. The fifth-grade spirit water wonder. Kai Wei's brows knitted tightly, her slender eyebrows nearly touching. A fourth-grade spirit water wonder typically costs around 1,000 pieces of heavenly gold, but a fifth-grade one demands a staggering 5,000. Such an item undoubtedly falls under the category of exorbitantly expensive consumables. If Li Luo merely needed a few, it might not pose a significant issue. However, given her prior experience, Kai Wei understood that he would likely require hundreds, which was indeed a considerable sum. Kai Wei's expression shifted, yet what ultimately surprised Li Luo was her lack of excuses. Instead, she nodded affirmatively, saying, "I understand. I will do everything in my power to meet your needs." She lifted her gaze to meet Li Luo's slightly astonished face and could not help but smile, asking, "Are you surprised that I didn't refuse you? You are the young master of the Luolan house, and the entire estate's assets belong to you and Qingyi. Thus, as long as your actions are not excessively outrageous, you may proceed as you wish. Moreover, the influence of your possession of the talisman far outweighs the price of these spiritual water wonders, so what reason do I have to decline you?" Li Luo, touched, replied, "Sister Kai Wei, you truly are remarkably understanding. Could you assist me in procuring several dozen fifth-tier spiritual water wonders?" Kai Wei gently massaged her brow and responded, "While it is certainly possible, if you require such quantities in the future, our funds may become insufficient. The annual income from the various enterprises and merchant associations of Luolan House in Tianshu County amounts to just over 300,000 taels of celestial gold. Previously, we spent around 150,000 on procuring fourth-tier spiritual water wonders, and acquiring several dozen fifth-tier wonders now would nearly deplete our remaining funds." After a moment of contemplation, Kai Wei continued, "Young master, I intend to sell certain industries and merchant associations of Luolan House in Tianshu County. Our influence here is limited, leading to an unwieldy array of enterprises that have become burdensome. Additionally, the three rival families are persistently scheming against us. Continuing this way would only result in greater losses and drain our resources. Furthermore, there are indications that these three families are uniting against Luolan House due to their shared interests. If we divest some of our assets and manage the process well, it will inevitably provoke competition among them, creating discord and complicating their ability to coordinate against Luolan House." Li Luo appeared deep in thought, and after a while, he nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Sister Kai Wei, this is akin to a brave severance of ties, akin to two peaches causing the demise of three warriors. I am not well versed in these matters. I will leave everything in your capable hands. Regardless, I fully support your decisions." With a grand gesture, he added, "I thank you for your trust, young master." A smile graced Kai Wei's lips. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively, then recalled something and asked, "By the way, does our Luolan house not possess the means to manufacture spiritual water wonders in Tianshu County? If we could produce them ourselves, they should be significantly cheaper than those available on the market, right?" Kai Wei replied, "Indeed, the Luolan house is vast and prosperous, and we do manufacture spiritual water wonders. as this consumable is in high demand and immensely profitable. However, our focus primarily lies on producing third-tier wonders and below. The artisans capable of crafting higher-tier ones are exceedingly rare, resulting in a limited output. In the realm of spiritual water, the 5th grade extraordinary luminous water is a rarity in the entirety of Tianshu County, with only a handful of individuals capable of refining it. Most of the 5th grade extraordinary luminous water circulating in the markets of Tianshu County originates from other counties or even the royal city. Li Luo suddenly realized that those who could concoct 5th grade extraordinary luminous water were indeed akin to 5th grade refining masters. Such individuals would undoubtedly command a substantial offering in a place as prominent as the Great Xia Royal City, making their scarcity in Tianshu County quite understandable. After contemplating, Li Luo inquired, "Sister Kaiwei, could you take me to witness the process of refining extraordinary luminous water at our Luolan mansion? As a water affinity practitioner, I am eager to expand my knowledge about refining masters." The exorbitant prices of extraordinary luminous water weighed heavily on his mind. While 5th grade was manageable, he pondered where he would source 7th, 8th, or even 9th grade extraordinary luminous water in the future. From his understanding, the entire Great Xia Kingdom produced exceedingly few extraordinary luminous waters above the 7th grade annually. At that point, he would likely have to rely on his own resources. Therefore, it was prudent for him to prepare for the path of becoming a refining master. Kaiwei, without dissent, lightly nodded her head. "Very well. I shall take you tomorrow." Chapter 23. The Streamside Pavilion. On the following day, Li Luo proceeded to the Southern Wind Academy, as per his usual routine. Upon entering the second courtyard's teaching area, he distinctly sensed a shift. The once lively atmosphere had quieted somewhat, with curious yet respectful gazes directed towards him. Previously, Li Luo's prowess within the second courtyard was commendable, second only to Zhao Qua. However, it must be said that the other students had regarded him with a semblance of pity rather than genuine respect. After all, despite his current capabilities, he was still an empty manifestation, signifying limited potential. Given time, they believed they would eventually surpass him. Yet, the previous day, Li Luo had unveiled his true manifestation and triumphed over the trio of Bei Kun from the first courtyard, which made them realize that Li Luo was, at long last, transformed. Henceforth, none dared to harbor any pity for him. As they pondered their own qualifications to feel sympathy for someone of the esteemed status of the young master of the Luolan house. As Li Luo walked by, several students greeted him with smiles, calling out, "Brother Luo." A young woman cheerfully remarked, "Brother Luo, you look exceptionally handsome today. Can you not gaze at me like that?" Being a man, Li Luo frowned in response. Zhao Qua chuckled, then feigned melancholy as he remarked, "It seems the number one of our second courtyard must soon step aside." Li Luo retorted with irritation, "Who cares about such things? Broaden your horizons." "Broaden my horizons? Well, good luck. When you bring glory to our Southern Wind Academy, we shall all cheer for you," Zhao Qua replied. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Qua exclaimed in indignation. "Do you know that other academies in Tianshu County often say our Southern Wind Academy is overly feminine? The Dong Yuan Academy mocks us the most, claiming that we rely on women like Sister Jiang Qingyi and Lu Qing'er to hold our ground. In Tianshu County, besides the Southern Wind Academy, there were other institutions, albeit less renowned and powerful. However, in recent years, the Dong Yuan Academy had risen rapidly, posing a significant challenge to the Southern Wind Academy's reputation as the foremost institution in the region. Li Luo, however, appeared disinterested, responding nonchalantly, "Let them say what they will. The more they care, the greater the pressure on Jiang Qingyi and Lu Qing'er." He shrugged, indicating his lack of concern. As the two conversed, Su Shanyue entered the teaching area, clearly in high spirits, his usually stern face adorned with a smile. "Dear students, today the first courtyard has transferred 10 pieces of golden leaves to our second courtyard. Henceforth, we shall have an additional 10 pieces of golden leaves for our training." Upon hearing Su Shanyue's words, a wave of excitement rippled through the room. After all, with the Academy's grand examination approaching, the prospect of training with golden leaves could propel them to new heights. Applause erupted, and a bold female classmate declared, "To show my gratitude, I can accompany Brother Luo for a meal." The atmosphere within the venue was filled with envious laughter. Li Luo could only manage a helpless smile, inwardly lamenting the charm that seemed devoid of a resting place, and then he disregarded the teasing of his female classmates. Su Shanyue pressed his palm down to quell the laughter, and without further ado, he commenced the lesson for the day. After 3 hours of instruction, Li Luo sought out Su Shanwei, wishing to request leave for the afternoon. Another leave request? Li Luo chuckled in response, waving goodbye as he swiftly exited the academy. At the entrance of the academy, a luxurious carriage awaited, resembling a mobile abode. Li Luo climbed inside, where he found Kai Wei poring over the accounts by the window. Today, Kai Wei held a lace-edged round fan in her delicate hand, gently waving it, while beside her sat a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Her demeanor exuded a relaxed maturity, and with her alluringly curvaceous figure, she was truly captivating. It was evident that Kai Wei was a woman of refined taste. The opulence and comfort of the carriage surpassed even that of Jiang Qingyas. Li Luo surmised that Kai Wei's background must be quite extraordinary, though he was uncertain why she had come to manage affairs at the Luolan mansion. "Have you eaten? I've prepared lunch for you," Kai Wei remarked. Casting a glance at Li Luo, her slender fingers pointing to a table laden with delectable dishes. "Sister Kai Wei, you are truly considerate. Whoever marries you will have truly accumulated blessings from their past life," Li Luo praised. Kai Wei not only managed the accounts but also possessed beauty and maturity. In every aspect, she was exceptional. Among the women he had encountered, Jiang Qingyi stood at the forefront in terms of beauty and grace, while LV Qing'er and Kai Wei were equally enchanting, each possessing their unique charm. "You do have a sweet tongue," Kai Wei smiled. As Li Luo enjoyed his meal, she began to elaborate. "Our Luolan mansion has established a specialized department for the refinement of spiritual water, known as Xiang House. This brand has garnered a degree of renown in the market for spiritual water in the Great Xia. The headquarters of Xiang House is located in the royal city of Great Xia, with 3 branches established in other counties, one of which is situated in Nanfeng City of Tianshu County. Xiang House brings considerable profits to the Luolan mansion each year, which has led to fierce competition within the mansion, particularly from Pei Hao, who is attempting to monopolize it. The previous president of the Tianshu County branch left for certain reasons, leaving the position vacant. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Hao has taken on a vice president in an attempt to exert influence over this branch. However, fortunately, Qingyi noticed this promptly and arranged for someone to restrain him, which has resulted in significant complications for this branch of Xiang House, adversely affecting this year's production. That scoundrel Pei Hao is truly a beast. Li Luo could not help but curse inwardly. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now that he suddenly required substantial funds, he found himself constrained from all sides, realizing the immense trouble that the ungrateful Pei Hao had brought upon him. Otherwise, with the unity of the Luolan mansion, the funds he could mobilize would not merely amount to the 30-odd thousand from Tianshu County each year. In his frustration, the lavish feast before him momentarily lost its appeal. The carriage navigated through the bustling streets of Nanfeng City, before finally coming to a halt in the northern part of the city. Li Luo and Kai Wei alighted from their carriage, and as he gazed ahead, he beheld a grand edifice resembling a pavilion, prominently displaying the sign of Xiang House. In front of Xiang House stood a vigilant guard, yet upon noticing Li Luo and Kai Wei, they promptly parted to grant passage. The two entered unimpeded, only to be met by a throng of figures approaching them. Upon closer inspection, Li Luo discerned 2 distinctly separate groups. Leading the left faction was a middle-aged man with a warm smile, while the right faction presented a striking contrast. It was a tall, elegant young woman, her beauty captivating, with a refined nose and adorned with a pair of round silver-framed glasses. Her long hair cascaded gracefully, emanating an unmistakable air of haughty confidence. At that moment, Kai Wei's voice gently broke the silence, introducing the individuals. The man on the left was named Zhuang Yi, the vice president who had allied himself with Pei Hao. The enchanting woman on the right was Yin Lingqing, a distinguished student from the St. Xuanqing Academy's Refinement Institute and a close friend of Qingyi, who was now a 4th-grade refiner. She was, in fact, the reinforcements that Qingyi had summoned. Hearing this, surprise flickered in Li Luo's eyes as he could not help but steal a glance at the long-legged, imperious young woman behind her silver-rimmed glasses. He had not anticipated that she hailed from the very esteemed St. Xuanqing Academy he had longed for. Chapter 24. Yin Lingqing. As Li Luo marveled at the fact that Yin Lingqing hailed from the prestigious Shengxian Star Academy, the 2 groups had already approached. "Ah, young master, it is truly an honor to have the deputy master and the chief steward grace the Xiang Pavilion," said a middle-aged man named Zhuang Yi, his face adorned with genuine warmth and enthusiasm. In stark contrast to his fervor, Yin Lingqing appeared rather indifferent. She merely glanced at Kai Wei and then swept her gaze over Li Luo, tucking her hands into her pockets without any intention of speaking. Deputy President Zhuang is being overly formal. Xiang Pavilion is a property of the Luolan House. What is so remarkable about the young master visiting his own estate? Kai Wei remarked with a smile. Zhuang was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded with a smile. I misspoke. He lingered for a brief moment before clasping his hands toward Li Luo, stating that he had other matters to attend to, and then he departed directly. Observing this scene, it was evident that Zhuang Yi had fully aligned himself with Pei Hao, thus his apparent enthusiasm towards Li Luo was tinged with a sense of wariness and distance. That warmth was merely a facade. On the other hand, despite her cool demeanor, Yan Lingqing had remained by his side, without seeking an excuse to leave. However, as Zhuang Yi departed, her expression softened slightly as she turned to Kai Wei and inquired, Sister Kai Wei, what brings you here today? Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to a babbling brook, both refreshing and captivating. Kai Wei stepped forward, linking her arm with Yan Lingqing's, and replied with a playful smile. I brought the young master to have a look. Both women possessed exquisite grace and beauty, and standing together, they were indeed a sight to behold. Yet, their proximity also revealed a subtle disparity. If Kai Wei could be likened to undulating waves and majestic peaks, Yan Lingqing resembled a vast, tranquil plain. Li Luo's gaze briefly swept over them, yet he was still keenly observed by Yan Lingqing, who raised her pristine chin slightly and remarked with a hint of disdain. Little brother, what are you comparing? Li Luo blinked innocently. Yan Lingqing let out a soft huff and ignored him, pulling Kai Wei inside. Li Luo, unfazed, stepped forward to follow. As they entered the Xiang Pavilion and ascended a corridor bridge, they found themselves surrounded by towering refining platforms on either side. These platforms were partitioned into numerous chambers, each fronted by transparent crystal walls, through which one could see figures clad in white robes busily engaged in their tasks. The tables within were adorned with countless transparent crystal vials, and the figures in white were seen handling various bottles and containers, continuously concocting potions. Occasionally, a chamber would erupt with a flicker of blue light, signaling the emergence of a wondrous spirit water. Sister Kai Wei, at present. This branch of Xiang Pavilion boasts 2 4th-grade alchemists, 9 3rd-grade alchemists, 16 2nd-grade alchemists, and 33 1st-grade alchemists. Li Luo gazed curiously, as the cool voice of Yan Lingqing echoed ahead. This elicited a subtle smile from him, for Kai Wei, as the chief steward, must have been well informed about this matter long ago. Yan Lingqing reiterating it now was clearly intended for his ears. This close friend of Jiang Qingyi, though appearing aloof, possessed a kind heart, largely due to her regard for Jiang Qingyi. As they proceeded, after a brief tour, Yan Lingqing led them to her working quarters, the alchemy chamber. Sister Kai Wei has come here not merely for a visit, I presume? Upon entering, Yan Lingqing removed her long robe, revealing a simple garment that accentuated her slender silhouette. Her gaze drifted toward the refining table, her thoughts evidently captivated by it. It's because of the young manor lord, Kai Wei remarked with a smile. He wishes to understand the art of refining. Yan Lingqing cast a puzzled glance. Isn't her words trailed off. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Wasn't Li Luo an empty resonance? What purpose did he have in learning about the refiner? With a playful nudge, Kai Wei lightly tapped her hand and urged Li Luo, commence your demonstration and astonish our gifted scholar. Li Luo felt somewhat speechless but proceeded to channel his water resonance, manifesting the azure energy. This is water resonance? A flicker of surprise graced Yan Lingqing's cheeks as she lifted her silver-framed glasses, scrutinizing Li Luo. You possess a resonance? Li Luo nodded earnestly, stating, it is a 5th-grade water resonance, hence my desire to learn the art of refining and become a refiner. Yan Lingqing's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she replied, the Southern Wind Academy is soon to hold its grand examination, is it not? Shouldn't you be focusing entirely on your cultivation, attempting to gain admission to the sacred Xuanqing Academy first? They have a refining institute there, with many excellent instructors. Li Luo smiled. I simply wish to familiarize myself first. Yan Lingqing studied him, seemingly grasping something. Though Li Luo had awakened his resonance, it appeared to be rather late. Given his current strength, it was uncertain whether he could truly gain entry to the sacred Xuanqing Academy. If that were the case, becoming a refiner as soon as possible would offer him alternative paths in the future. It is rare for the young manor lord to possess such ambition. You should impart some knowledge to him, gifted scholar, Kai Wei suggested from the side. Yin Lingxing cast a somewhat exasperated glance at her before setting down the crystal vial, saying, "You should be familiar with some fundamental knowledge regarding refiners, correct?" Li Luo nodded vigorously, as upon awakening his water resonance, he had eagerly sought to understand the foundational aspects of refining. With a flick of her finger, Yin Lingxing released a stream of blue resonance from her fingertip, ensnaring a bundle of books before casting them at Li Luo. "Read through these." Li Luo, upon hearing her directive, did not protest. Instead, he obediently seated himself at the table and began to peruse the texts on refining. "Make yourself comfortable. I have tasks yet to complete." Noticing Li Luo's patience, Yin Lingxing nodded slightly, exchanged a few words with Kai Wei, and then returned to her work at the refining table. Kai Wei, feeling somewhat bored, stretched lazily before settling down beside her to indulge in a brief reverie. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the Shiyong house, the young master inquired of the chief steward, "Have any matters been addressed?" "Indeed," replied Bei Yu, dismissing the individual with a wave of his hand, a cold smirk soon gracing his face. "Jiang Qingyi, do you truly believe that you can contend with me merely by enlisting the aid of a scholarly young girl? Let me dispel that illusion. This Shiyong house shall undoubtedly belong to me, Bei Yu." Chapter 25. The alchemist, after 5 hours had elapsed since Li Luo immersed himself in the books before him. He exhaled deeply and stretched his stiff neck. Yin Lingxing and Kai Wei were engaged in a soft conversation nearby. Upon hearing his sigh, they paused their discussion and turned to observe him. "Indeed, he possesses a degree of patience," Yin Lingxing remarked with a hint of approval, indicating her satisfaction with Li Luo's performance. To become an alchemist, patience is of paramount importance, for one must meticulously blend various materials through repeated refinements. The precision of dosage is crucial, allowing no margin for error, a skill that demands extensive practice. Rising from her seat, Yin Lingxing approached the workbench and beckoned Li Luo over. He promptly complied, finding the table adorned with an array of transparent crystal vials, each containing an assortment of peculiar materials. The process of concocting the wondrous spiritual water involves harmonizing diverse elements in perfect proportions, utilizing the unique properties of each to eliminate impurities, ultimately yielding the extraordinary fluid known as spiritual water. Yin Lingxing selected a crystal vial containing a blue flower, its surface shimmering with ripples, the three-leaf water blossom. Gently grasping the vial, she shook it lightly, shattering the flower into a fine powder. Simultaneously, Li Luo observed a surge of blue elemental energy emanating from her body, flowing down her arm and into the vial, merging seamlessly with the powdered blossom. During the refinement, one must channel their own water or light elemental energy to merge with the materials, enhancing their intrinsic properties. It is essential to regulate the intensity of this elemental input. Excessive force may damage the materials, while insufficient energy could lead to failure in the concoction. As the water elemental force infused the mixture, after a few moments, a deep blue, slightly viscous liquid began to coalesce within the vial. Following this, Yin Lingxing expertly repeated the process, swiftly combining approximately 10 different materials, pouring them in a specific order with exceptional skill. Half an hour later, the concocted liquids fully amalgamated, resulting in a vigorous reaction that caused the mixture to bubble intensely. The subsequent step, crucial to achieving a complete fusion of the materials, requires a cohesive force known as source water or source light. In essence, this involves the high concentration of one's water or light elemental energy, culminating in a potent form of energy. Yin Lingxing retrieved a diamond-shaped crystal from the side, beneath which hung a crystal jar. She clasped the crystal in her palm, and a surge of azure energy flowed forth, cascading into the gem. The crystal trembled with rippling waves, and moments later, Li Luo beheld a droplet of deep blue liquid slowly descending from the sharp tip of the crystal, eventually landing in a crystalline jar. This was the essence of the gathering crystal, which served the purpose of condensing its inherent energy to ultimately form source water. Yin Lingxing allowed a single droplet of this source water to fall into the boiling crystal vessel, and instantly, a wondrous scene unfolded. The tumultuous boiling ceased immediately, and the chaos within was dispelled, culminating in a brilliant eruption of blue light. A wondrous spirit water had thus been successfully forged. Li Luo gazed at the liquid emanating a blue aura from the crystal jar, marveling at its beauty. This was merely a first-grade spirit water, so the process was relatively simple and not burdensome. Yin Lingxing remarked casually that, as a fourth-grade refining master, Concocting a first-grade spirit water was indeed a trivial task for her. However, Li Luo possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that, despite Yin Lingqing's flawless execution, as effortless as eating or drinking, her ease was predicated on countless prior failures. Li Luo's gaze fell upon the refining crystal as he inquired. The quality of source water and source light enhances the refining power of the finished spirit water. What then determines their quality? Yin Lingqing replied nonchalantly. The strength of source water and source light is solely dependent on the rank of one's water affinity or light affinity. The higher the rank of the water affinity or light affinity, the better the quality of the source water and source light produced. Thus, individuals with high-ranking water and light affinities possess a distinct advantage in becoming refining masters. For instance, if Jiang Qingyi were to choose to become a refining master, the spirit water she would produce would greatly surpass that of others in refining power. Yet, regrettably, she has no interest in pursuing this path. Despite the earnest pleas of the head of the Refining Institute at Sheng Xuanqing Academy for an entire year, Li Luo nodded, acknowledging that Jiang Qingyi was an exceptionally rare ninth-grade light affinity, which indeed provided her with extraordinary circumstances. Nevertheless, she was disinclined to divert her focus toward becoming a refining master. What if she were to refine some high-quality source light for reserves? Would that enhance the refining power of the spirit water produced by Xiang House? Yin Lingqing shook her head, stating, even among those with the same affinity, the source water and source light refined by them inherently possess different characteristics and subtle personal wills. For example, the materials I painstakingly harmonized earlier already contain my energy. If we were to introduce source water from another individual at this juncture, it would lead to conflict, resulting in failure of the refinement. However, there do exist certain secret methods capable of producing unique source water and source light through special techniques to enhance the refining power of spirit water. These are referred to as secret method source water and source light, but they are closely guarded secrets within every faction, and Shiyang House does not possess them. Upon hearing these words, Li Luo fell into a contemplative state. Born with an empty attribute, he had subsequently cultivated the later developed water-light attribute, yet his inherent emptiness persisted. Much like his attribute palace, which could accommodate the impurities of countless spiritual waters and wondrous lights. The source water and source light he had thus condensed should also possess this capacity for inclusivity. Might this be of utility to other attribute enhancers? Although his water-light attribute currently stood at merely the 5th rank, the amalgamation of water and light bore a refinement potential that was far from a simplistic sum of parts. Li Luo felt a surge of confidence. If one were to merely compare the refinement potential of attribute forces, his 5th rank water-light attribute would likely rival that of a standard 7th rank water or light attribute. Generally speaking, few attribute enhancers manage to attain the 7th rank in either water or light attributes. However, there was no need for haste. He would first seek to establish his foundation in the realm of attribute enhancement before undertaking any experiments. As Li Luo's thoughts swirled, Yin Lingqing adjusted her silver-framed glasses and said, if you truly aspire to become an attribute enhancer, make it a point to visit here daily whenever time allows. I will teach you some fundamental concepts, and when you are able to independently refine a first-rank spiritual water or wondrous light, you will officially be a first-rank attribute enhancer. Thank you, Sister Lingqing, Li Luo replied, unable to suppress a smile, genuinely expressing his gratitude as he achieved his goal for the day. Yin Lingqing, with her cool demeanor, waved dismissively, donned her long coat, and departed the refining chamber with Kai Wei. Meanwhile, the first batch of 5th-rank spiritual water and wondrous light he had tasked Kai Wei to procure had also arrived, allowing him to dedicate time each day to absorb and refine some of the spiritual water and wondrous light. As time passed, Li Luo sensed his growing strength, and finally, one day before the preliminary examination at the Southern Wind Academy, he successfully ascended to the 6th imprint of his attribute power. Chapter 26. The Unremarkable Preliminary Examination Today. The atmosphere at the South Wind Academy is notably more fervent than usual, all due to the impending preliminary examination. This so-called preliminary examination serves as a selection process within the Academy, ultimately identifying the top 20 candidates who will represent South Wind Academy in the Grand Examination. The Grand Examination encompasses all academies across the entire Tianshu County, with the ultimate prize being admission to the sacred Xuanqing Academy. In other words, Only those who successfully navigate the preliminary selection and secure a place within the top 20 qualify to compete for the coveted admission slots at Sacred Schwanching Academy. Of course, many students are acutely aware that Sacred Schwanching Academy remains an elusive dream for them. However, should they achieve commendable standings in the preliminary examination, they may opt for other esteemed academies within the Great Xia realm. While these institutions may pale in comparison to Sacred Schwanching Academy in terms of scale, strength, and prestige, they still represent a viable path forward. Thus, the preliminary examination stands as their final opportunity to prove their worth. At the central square of Southwind Academy, the scene is one of overwhelming crowds, with numerous platforms erected as venues for the preliminary contests. When Li Luo and Zhao Kuo arrived at this bustling locale, they were momentarily taken aback by the uproar of voices. "Wow, it's quite lively here," Zhao Kuo remarked with a grin. Though it is merely a preliminary examination, for the vast majority of students, this represents their last chance to showcase their abilities at Southwind Academy, Li Luo replied. Zhao Kuo nodded, his hand scratching his head in a moment of contemplation. "I wonder if I can make it into the top 20. Thanks to Li Luo's sudden surge in strength, Zhao Kuo has emerged as the second strongest in the second academy. Within the entire Southwind Academy, his chances of breaking into the top 20 are not insignificant, though it does require a stroke of luck. After all, encountering formidable opponents consecutively could lead to a less than favorable record, jeopardizing his aspirations. Let us see how fortune favors you. However, given the nature of luck, I'd wager you won't last beyond a few rounds," Li Luo remarked casually while surveying his surroundings. Zhao Kuo's face paled at the comment, retorting, "You scoundrel, may you face Lu Qinger in your first match. May the curse rebound upon you. Let it bounce back." As the two engaged in their trivial and juvenile banter, a sharp and resonant voice suddenly echoed from the elevated platform in the square, drawing the attention of the gathered crowd. It was the venerable Dean Wei Sha, accompanied by the instructors from various academies. "Dear students, the preliminary examination is officially underway today. I hope you will exert your utmost efforts to exhibit your best selves, for the rankings from this event will profoundly influence your futures. The preliminary examination will last for 3 days, with daily matchup lists posted upon the stone walls surrounding the square for your perusal. Without further ado, I hereby declare the commencement of the preliminary examination." As the dean's voice faded, the fervor within the crowd intensified. Meanwhile, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo approached a stone wall at the edge of the arena, where a projection crystal hung at the top, and a cascade of text began to flow downwards like a rushing stream. After a prolonged observation, the two individuals discovered the time and opponents they would face in today's match. Zhao Kuo sighed in relief, as neither of his opponents exceeded his expectations. It seemed he had successfully navigated this round. Li Luo's expression remained rather placid, for his two adversaries were from the same academy and possessed lesser capabilities than Bei Kun, whom he had previously encountered. This was to be expected, as the Nanfeng Academy comprised nearly 1,000 students, making it improbable to encounter formidable challenges easily. Conversely, it was likely that both he and Zhao Kuo were regarded as significant contenders in the eyes of many. "I'll prepare now. Best of luck to you," Zhao Kuo remarked, glancing at the time before eagerly merging into the throng of people, disappearing from view. Li Luo shook his head and turned towards another fighting platform, as his first match was about to commence. Upon arriving at the designated arena, Li Luo waited for approximately half an hour until the announcer called his name, prompting him to leap onto the stage. His appearance attracted considerable attention, as his previous feat of defeating 3 opponents in a single bout had reignited his reputation within the Nanfeng Academy. However, some students had not witnessed that earlier battle firsthand, so they regarded Li Luo's resurgence with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. Therefore, upon seeing him take the stage, they were eager to observe closely. His opponent was a lean youth at the 6th seal stage, who bore a grim expression. His abilities were considered average within the academy. Unfortunately, he found himself unfortunate enough to face Li Luo in his first match, especially against someone with awakened affinity and indicators of soaring potential. "Let the match begin," the announcer declared as both competitors took their positions. The lean youth wasted no time unleashing his full power while entering a defensive stance, clearly intending to withstand whatever Li Luo would throw at him. Yet, Li Luo exhibited no hesitation. His blue energy surged forth, flowing around him like waves. He darted forward like lightning, unleashing a fierce array of techniques. The battle concluded more swiftly than anyone had anticipated. Within mere minutes, the lean youth, overwhelmed by Li Luo's relentless assault, ultimately conceded defeat. A wave of astonishment rippled through the spectators surrounding the arena as many gazes of apprehension turned towards Li Luo. Particularly from those also at the sixth seal stage, their expressions grave. They could not help but notice that the power Li Luo had briefly exhibited seemed even greater than during his encounter with Bei Kun. Li Luo, however, paid little mind to the stares. Upon the announcer declaring his victory, he jumped down and melded into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Li Luo's second match did not take long to arrive, and it was even more effortless than the first, as his opponent chose to forfeit without any desire to engage. Thus, Li Luo concluded the first day of matches with a perfect record. As soon as Li Luo emerged from the throng, he caught sight of a graceful figure ahead. Her gaze fixed upon him, none other than LV Qinger. Today, she donned a form-fitting white training outfit, her long legs slender and straight, her waist delicate. With her long hair swept into a ponytail, coupled with her charmingly exquisite features, she was indeed a sight to behold. However, upon seeing her, Li Luo could only manage a resigned smile and greeted her. "Have you finished your match today?" It shouldn't have posed much difficulty. This remark was entirely superfluous, for LV Qinger was the foremost talent of Nanfeng Academy. Anyone who encountered her could only deem themselves unfortunate. LV Qinger scrutinized Li Luo with her beautiful eyes and remarked, "Your strength has evidently improved. I must ask, to what extent do you intend to push yourself in this preliminary examination?" Li Luo responded nonchalantly, "If I can secure a position in the top 20 and earn a place in the grand examination, that will suffice." He genuinely lacked the ambition to vie for a higher rank, as it was unnecessary. After all, a higher position in the preliminary rankings bore no substantial advantage and could potentially render him a target for other academies. Upon hearing this, LV Qinger furrowed her brows and said, "I believe your abilities should allow you to compete for a spot in the top 10. Li Luo chuckled. "You hold me in such high regard?" LV Qinger replied, "Li Luo, I feel you need not conceal your prowess excessively. Revealing your strengths at the right moment will silence those who doubt you." Li Luo felt somewhat helpless. Though LV Qinger appeared graceful, her personality was undeniably strong-willed. Perhaps this was why she fixated on him. He had been the only one capable of restraining her in the past, thus earning her unique recognition. Yet, Li Luo's nature inclined him to refrain from exposing all his abilities before the scrutinizing eyes of the public unnecessarily. It could very well be a protective instinct cultivated over the years under his particular circumstances. "I understand. I will do my best," he replied. However, recognizing that LV Qinger meant no harm, he could only offer a few perfunctory remarks before making an excuse to slip away. LV Qinger watched his retreating figure with a hint of resignation before turning to leave herself. Yet, unbeknownst to them, on a nearby combat stage, Song Yunfeng, who had just decisively concluded his battle, observed this scene. His gaze followed Li Luo's departing figure, darkening with a shadow of foreboding. "Despite my warnings, must you provoke me?" Chapter 27. The first-grade refining room. The guards outside the Xiang Pavilion had long grown accustomed to the frequent visits of Li Luo, greeting him with a respectful nod as he entered and exited without hindrance. "Ah, the young master has been quite diligent in visiting the Xiang Pavilion of late," one remarked with a chuckle. As Li Luo pondered over the first-grade spirit water he had been practicing, a sudden burst of laughter broke his reverie. Turning to the sound, he found Vice President Zhuang Yi of the Xiang Pavilion smiling warmly at him. "I hear the young master has awakened a fifth-grade water affinity?" Zhuang Yi inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Li Luo, having spent many days honing his refining skills at the Xiang Pavilion, was aware that news of his fifth-grade affinity had already spread. He regarded the vice president, who had allied himself with Pei Hao, and nodded slightly, saying, "I am currently learning refining techniques under Sister Lingqing." Zhuang Yi replied with a smile, "Vice President Yan is indeed a talented graduate of the sacred Xuanqing Academy, possessing commendable skills. However, her experience is somewhat limited. If the young master truly wishes to learn, I would be more than willing to offer some guidance." Li Luo chuckled softly, contemplating whether Zhuang Yi's intentions were to keep him under surveillance to report back to Pei Hao, or if he genuinely wished to assist him. However, given the choice between the confidant of Jiang Qingyi and the vice president who had pledged loyalty to Pei Hao, Li Luo's decision was clear. He shook his head and replied, "I believe Sister Lingqing is quite capable. If I find myself in need later, I shall seek out Vice President Bei." "That is indeed a pity," Zhuang Yi lamented with a hint of regret. Li Luo chose not to prolong the conversation. just as he was about to depart. A thought struck him. By the way, Vice President Zhuang, I heard from Sister Lingqing that some of the refining rooms here often face shortages in materials. I understand procurement falls under your purview. Could you ensure timely replenishment? Zhuang Yi's brow furrowed at this, and he responded somewhat awkwardly, Young Master. This is not entirely within my control. Occasionally, material procurement can be troublesome, leading to occasional shortages, which is quite normal. Nonetheless, since you've brought it to my attention, I shall pay closer attention in the future. Faced with Zhuang Yi's seemingly respectful yet dismissive excuse, Li Luo chose not to press further. He cast a penetrating glance at Zhuang Yi before turning away and departing. As he watched Li Luo's retreating figure, Zhuang Yi's smile gradually faded. Vice President, I did not expect the young master to suddenly awaken a fifth-grade affinity. It truly is surprising. One of Zhuang Yi's loyal subordinates whispered. It is highly likely that the two masters left him some rare treasures. Such items, used by him, would indeed be a waste, Zhuang Yi replied coolly. However, it is merely fifth grade, not particularly exceptional. Thus, it will not be easy for this young master to rise to prominence. He waved his hand dismissively. Convey this information to young Master Pei. Additionally, we should advance the matter of the first-grade refining room's authority. That woman, Yin Lingqing, is becoming increasingly bothersome. Understood. As Li Luo stepped into the first-class refining chamber, he observed several compartments, each separated by crystal walls, within which figures were busily engaged in their tasks. Among them, he spotted the tall and slender Yin Lingqing, who, clad in a long garment with her hands tucked into her pockets, surveyed the area with a chilly demeanor. At that moment, she paused before a crystal wall, watching as a young first-class refining master completed the crafting of a spiritual water marvel. Under her scrutiny, the young master appeared somewhat apprehensive. He then retrieved a slender crystal needle from a nearby table, which bore precise calibrations. This was the verification needle, aptly named for its purpose of assessing the potency of the finished spiritual water marvel. As the needle was inserted into the vial of spiritual water marvel, the scale gradually ascended from the lower end, ultimately settling at the mark of 4.6. Witnessing this, Yin Lingqing coldly remarked, such a level of refining potency would tarnish the reputation of Xiyang House if it were to be sold. The young refining master lowered his head in disappointment. However, Yin Lingqing showed no signs of compassion. Instead, she sternly continued, you have committed no less than 4 errors in your previous refinement. The fire for the white leaf fruit was insufficient, the moonlight juice was overly viscous, the smokeless water was too diluted, and during the final blending, your water affinity failed to meet the saturation requirement. Begin the refinement anew. With that, she turned on her heel, her piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly of first-class refining masters, all of whom fell silent, immersing themselves in their work. Yin Lingqing adjusted her silver-framed glasses, her delicate features exuding an icy demeanor, clearly dissatisfied with the performance of these refining masters. A flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. Although she had come to assist at the behest of Jiang Qingyi, she was ultimately an outsider. In terms of reputation within this branch, Zhuang Yi undeniably surpassed her. The Xiang House branch boasted 3 refining chambers, designated for first to third-class refinements, each responsible for producing spiritual water marvels of varying grades. With Jiang Qingyi's appointment, Yin Lingqing had swiftly acquired control over the first and second-class refining chambers, yet the third-class chamber remained firmly in Zhuang Yi's grasp. This contest over control of the refining chambers had led to a prolonged rivalry between the two. For possessing these chambers equated to commanding a significant portion of the refining masters. For Xiang House, which solely aimed at crafting spiritual water marvels, these masters were indisputably its most valuable asset. Recently, however, Zhuang Yi appeared restless. He began to make moves in the first-class refining chamber, justifying his actions by citing the prowess of a disciple he had trained, who had achieved an impressive quality of 5.6 in the crafting of a first-class spiritual water marvel. This caliber was among the pinnacle of what Xiang House produced, and Zhuang Yi seized upon this to disseminate claims that Yin Lingqing was ill-equipped to guide first-class refining masters, resulting in a notable wavering among the first-class masters within the house. If this situation continues, Yin Lingqing fears that the first-class alchemy room may indeed be seized by Zhuang Yi. Even with the support of Jiang Qingyi and Kai Wei, it would be unwise to expel Zhuang Yi, an established figure in Xiang House, without any overt wrongdoing on his part. Such an action could incite turmoil within Xiang House. ultimately harming the refinement of the rare spirit water to the detriment of Luolan Manor. Disturbed by these thoughts, Yin Lingqing merely cast a glance at Li Luo, who had entered the alchemy room, without any inclination to engage further. Li Luo, however, appeared quite nonchalant, making his way directly to an unoccupied alchemy station. Beside him, a graceful young woman whispered, "Young master, you've arrived." The young woman, referred to as Sister Inghua, playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "We've been scolded all morning." She then succinctly relayed the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression shifted slightly. It became clear that the contention was over the first-class alchemy room, a significant matter indeed. Should Zhuang Yi succeed in his endeavor, it would severely tarnish Yin Lingqing's reputation and diminish her influence within Xiang House. Contemplating this, Li Luo furrowed his brow. He certainly did not wish to witness such an outcome, considering that this branch of Xiang House contributes nearly half of Luolan Manor's annual revenue in Tianshu County. Given his current need for substantial funds, any issues here would undoubtedly have a profound impact on him. Moreover, Zhuang Yi was affiliated with Pei Hao, and with his treacherous nature, it was conceivable that he might even consume this branch of Xiang House entirely. However, dwelling on these thoughts was futile. So Li Luo turned his attention to a sheet labeled Qingbi Spirit Water, placing it on the table and gathering the necessary materials to commence his practice for the day. 2 hours of practice elapsed quietly, and just as Li Luo's alchemical skills were becoming increasingly proficient, the door to the first-class alchemy room was abruptly pushed open. All present halted their activities and enstrode a group led by Zhuang Yi, exuding an unmistakable aura of hostility. Chapter 28. Li Luo's first bottle of spiritual water. Zhuang Yi and his entourage suddenly stormed into the first-grade refining room, causing an immediate stir in the atmosphere. As curious gazes were cast their way, Yin Lingqing also noticed their arrival, her delicate features darkening as she coldly reprimanded Vice President Zhuang. "Are your subordinates completely devoid of discipline?" She wore an expression of grave concern. Yin Lingqing continued, her voice icy. "Are you not aware of the reasons behind the decline in production? If it were not for your restrictions on materials, how could such a situation arise?" Zhuang Yi frowned and countered, "Vice President Yin, you are unjustly accusing me. The materials are inherently scarce. How could I conjure more out of thin air? I believe, although you hail from the sacred Xian Star Academy, your experience is still limited. Perhaps your ideas do not align with those of our first-grade alchemists at Xiang House. If you were to instruct them, it might lead to their detriment." Within the first-grade refining room, the others dared not interject. Fully aware that this was a conflict between the two vice presidents, they had no desire to become collateral damage. "You must understand," Zhuang Yi continued, "that in the past, the average quality of the first-grade spiritual water produced by Xiang House has only been at 53%. Therefore, if Vice President Yin genuinely cares for Xiang House, I suggest you relinquish control of the first-grade refining room. Otherwise, if this continues, the market for our first-grade spiritual water in Tianshu County may dwindle significantly." As Zhuang Yi spoke, he glanced at some higher-ups from Xiang House who had accompanied him, asking, "What do you all think? Is there any merit in my words?" The higher-ups displayed contemplative expressions. While they were reluctant to involve themselves in the dispute, they could not deny the validity of Zhuang Yi's points. In their establishment, results were paramount. Zhuang Yi's disciple had managed to consistently produce first-grade spiritual water with a refining strength of 56%, a testament to his excellence. One of the higher-ups hesitantly suggested, perhaps Vice President Yin could hand over the first-grade refining room to Shi Yun, allowing you to focus on guiding the second-grade refining room, which is also a significant product for our Xiang House. Yin Lingqing remained expressionless. If she conceded now, it would signal her defeat in the struggle against Zhuang Yi, setting a precedent that could lead to her future disadvantage. However, if she stubbornly held her ground, Zhuang Yi's aggressive stance, reinforced by reasonable arguments, would also impact her adversely. Thus, she found herself in a most precarious position. Observing Yin Lingqing's inner turmoil, Zhuang Yi could not help but smirk. What did it matter if she was a top student from the sacred Xian Star Academy? She was still but a fledgling. Suddenly, as the pressure mounted on Yin Lingqing, a brilliant blue light erupted in the seemingly frozen atmosphere of the first-grade refining room. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in a state of shock, their gazes drawn to a refining platform in the back, where Li Luo stood, holding a bottle of azure liquid, his face alight with joy. In the midst of this situation, he successfully concocted his first vial of the ethereal spirit water. After brewing the verdant elixir, Li Luo deftly retrieved a nearby testing needle and inserted it into the mixture. To his astonishment, he observed the needle's pointer ascending rapidly. Moments later, it came to a halt at an impressive 60% mark. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the nearby first-tier refining masters, who were taken aback by the spectacle. Figures rushed over, exclaiming, 60% refining potency. The vial of spirit water crafted by the young lord has achieved such a remarkable strength? How is this possible? Within the first-tier refining chamber, those who heard the exclamations were instantly filled with disbelief, abandoning their previous focus on the clash between Yin Lingqing and Zhuang Yi, and flocking towards Li Luo. Upon witnessing the reading on the testing needle, they fell silent, their astonished gazes shifting towards Li Luo, who wore a smile. They were well aware that Li Luo had only been studying the art of refining for roughly 2 weeks. Yet, within such a brief period, he had not only successfully crafted a first-tier spirit water, but had also achieved an astonishing refining potency that was hard to believe. What extraordinary talent was this? Make way. Yin Lingqing's voice rang out from the periphery of the crowd. The throng parted hurriedly as she strode in with graceful strides. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the verdant elixir in Li Luo's hand. Let me see, she instructed. Li Luo complied, handing it over. Yin Lingqing swiftly poured a drop of the spirit water, sensing its purity. And her delicate features softened. Such pure spirit water indeed possesses the potential to reach 60% refining potency. She gazed intently at Li Luo, realizing she had underestimated his talent in the art of refining. After all, this was his first attempt. She recalled her own experience of becoming a first-tier refining master, where her product had barely reached 57 or 58%, which was already commendable. As if struck by a sudden thought, a rare smile graced Yin Lingqing's usually composed face. Grasping the vial of verdant elixir, she turned to the equally astonished Zhuang Yi and remarked, Vice President Zhuang, it appears I need not relinquish this first-tier refining chamber for the time being. Zhuang Yi's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation as he scrutinized the vial of ethereal spirit water. He had heard the earlier exclamations. Li Luo had indeed produced a vial with 60% refining potency. He knew that even if he and Yin Lingqing, a fourth-tier refining master, were to collaborate, their efforts might barely yield 65% potency. Yet, in Zhuang Yi's memory, he had not personally crafted a first-tier spirit water in many years, as such endeavors were merely a waste of time, offering too low a cost-effectiveness. After all, a first-tier spirit water was worth merely a few dozen pieces of celestial gold. This was indeed the first time he had heard of someone achieving a refining power of 60% on their initial attempt at concocting the wondrous spirit water. His disciple, Shi Yun, had to practice with the azure spirit water for a whole year just to barely reach 56%. In comparison to Li Luo, it was a stark contrast. Zhuang Yi's lips curled into a stiff smile as he remarked, Vice President Yin, could there be some trickery involved here? The young master has only engaged with the refining technique for less than half a month. Yin Lingqing cast a casual glance in his direction and replied, Many witnesses observed the young master's earlier refining efforts. Your excuses seem rather feeble. Should the young master perform again for your benefit? Several onlookers nodded in agreement. They had indeed witnessed the emergence of this vial of spirit water. Zhuang Yi's expression grew increasingly rigid, and with a forced chuckle, he said, I wouldn't dare to suggest otherwise. While he did not hold Li Luo in particularly high regard, he understood that, regardless, Li Luo was the nominal young master, and he dared not display any disdain in front of so many witnesses. Vice President Zhuang, if anyone capable of refining a first-grade spirit water with greater potency can become the head of the first-grade refining room, then can I not aspire to the same? Li Luo interjected with a smile. Zhuang Yi awkwardly replied, that would depend on Vice President Yin's decision. Realizing that his attempt to undermine Li Luo had utterly failed, he awkwardly echoed a few more phrases before turning to leave, his expression darkening. Within the first-grade refining room, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, followed by a chorus of congratulatory voices, and the gazes directed at Li Luo were filled with envy and admiration. As Li Luo graciously responded to the accolades, Yin Lingqing urged the crowd to resume their practice before fixing her keen gaze upon Li Luo, saying, I didn't expect you to achieve such refining power on your first attempt. It appears you possess a remarkable talent for the refining arts. In the sacred Xuanxing Academy, Yin Lingqing had encountered numerous prodigies in the refining arts, some of whom reached this level on their first attempt. However, she had not anticipated that Li Luo, with his 5th grade water affinity, would accomplish this feat. What did this signify? It indicated that Li Luo possessed a unique sensitivity in the integration and harmonization of various materials, a rare gift she had observed in the Refining Institute of the Sacred Xuanqing Academy. Perhaps it was merely good fortune, Li Luo humbly suggested. Had he known Yan Lingqing's assumptions, he would likely have felt a bit awkward, for he did not possess such a so-called talent. His achievement of 60% refining power on his first attempt was purely a result of the distinctive refining properties of his water-light affinity. He realized that despite his continual estimations, he had underestimated the potency achieved when water and light affinities harmoniously fused. Yan Lingqing disregarded his modesty, stating, "Thanks to you, I owe you a debt of gratitude, though I shall refrain from expressing it further, as the Xiang house has also profited from your endeavors." She paused, and a rare smile blossomed on her usually composed face. "However, I am in a good mood, so perhaps I shall treat you to dinner later." Chapter 29. The Child Under the Night Sky. The city of Nanfeng sparkled with lights, its cool breeze infused with a vibrant energy. "You performed admirably today," allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. "Come, let us toast." In a street-side tavern, Yan Lingqing grasped her wine glass with delicate hands. Her usually serene visage radiated an uncommon boldness and exuberance in the presence of the potent liquor. Li Luo, somewhat bewildered by her sudden transformation, weakly raised his glass to clink with hers, only to be astonished as Yan Lingqing downed the drink in one swift motion, the glass nearly obscuring half her face. This manner of drinking stood in stark contrast to her typically intellectual and aloof demeanor, accentuated by her silver-framed glasses. It was no surprise that numerous astonished gazes were cast upon her within the tavern, given her striking beauty. Sister Lingqing mentioned that ultimately, she is helping me, the young marquis, to earn wealth, Li Luo remarked with a smile. While this was indeed the case, he had long harbored a grudge against Zhuang Yi, who, relying on his seniority, had made Li Luo suffer several setbacks. Yan Lingqing pouted her rosy lips and then scrutinized Li Luo, saying, "However, today you have indeed opened my eyes. I had assumed that you, as the young marquis, were merely a figurehead." Li Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Is it really appropriate for you to be so candid in this conversation?" Yan Lingqing poured herself another glass of wine and replied, "But to speak honestly, even so, there remains a significant gap between you and Qingyi. I shall strive to bridge that gap," Li Luo said, gazing into his glass and smiling. Yan Lingqing, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Oh, it seems you truly harbor feelings for Qingyi? Her excellence speaks for itself. If I were to claim otherwise, even you would deem me insincere," Li Luo stated earnestly. Having grown up alongside Jiang Qingyi for many years, their relationship was inherently complex, further complicated by their engagement. Thus, Li Luo believed that their bond was profound. He was confident that this sentiment was mutual. Even someone as spirited as Jiang Qingyi could not treat him as she would an ordinary acquaintance, a realization he had discerned through their interactions. "Quite honest," Yan Lingqing acknowledged, downing another glass of strong liquor. She nodded thoughtfully and added with a meaningful smile, "However, if you truly possess such intentions, know that the road ahead is arduous. You are merely in Nanfeng City for now. When you eventually arrive at the Shengxian Star Academy, you will come to understand just how formidable your competitors are." Li Luo lifted his glass and drained it, contemplating before responding, "However, I am Jiang Qingyi's fiancé." He paused, then added with a grin, "Moreover, should they wish to harm me, Qingyi will protect me. I believe it will be they who find themselves in discomfort." Yan Lingqing's eyes widened slightly as she fixed her gaze on Li Luo. "Isn't that merely hiding behind a woman?" Li Luo retorted with conviction. "What is wrong with a fiancé being protected by his fiancée?" Yan Lingqing was momentarily speechless, and then could not help but exclaim, "This is rather cruel, isn't it?" She soon burst into laughter, for given Jiang Qingyi's character, it was indeed plausible that she would act in such a manner, delivering a dual blow, both physically and mentally, to those individuals. Li Luo let out a sigh of relief, shaking Yan Lingqing gently, only to find her unresponsive, which left him somewhat at a loss for words. Eventually, he stepped forward, bending down to wrap one arm around her slender waist while the other slipped behind her knees, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. As Li Luo carried Yan Lingqing out of the tavern, he was met with envious glances from those around them. However, Li Luo harbored none of their sordid thoughts. Upon exiting the establishment, he summoned the waiting carriage, from which a maid emerged. This had been arranged by Yin Lingqing beforehand, suggesting she had anticipated her inevitable inebriation. The maid responded respectfully, and soon they departed. On the street, as Li Luo watched the carriage disappear into the illuminated night, he stretched languidly, recalling his earlier conversation with Yin Lingqing, and smiled gently. It was clear he needed to strive harder. While he did not mind Jiang Qingyi acting as his protector, it was essential that he did not allow her to lose face. Yet, as Li Luo turned to leave, the carriage that should have contained the heavily intoxicated Yin Lingqing suddenly revealed her wide-open eyes. Lying lazily, she chuckled to herself, "Not bad at all. He didn't take advantage of me." The following day, upon rising, Li Luo felt a dull ache in his head, leaving him quite exasperated. It seemed he would have to decline future drinking sessions with Yin Lingqing. After a brief wash, he entered the front hall and found the enchanting and radiant Kai Wei waiting for him to have breakfast. Li Luo offered an apologetic smile. "Did you drink with Yin Lingqing last night?" Kai Wei asked, serving him a bowl of congee with a playful smile. Li Luo nodded. "I didn't expect Lingqing to be so bold with her drinking." Kai Wei feigned annoyance. "Really, Lingqing, you should know better. He is still just a child." Li Luo, feeling slightly displeased, retorted, "Sister Kai Wei, don't try to take advantage of me. You are only a little older than I am, treating me like a child." Kai Wei shot him a teasing glance, praising, "I heard about your actions at Xiang House yesterday. You did well, actually managing to lend a hand. With those burdens lifted, our finances have become somewhat more ample. The 5th grade spiritual water you need should be procured gradually in the near future." Li Luo was overjoyed. "Sister Kai Wei, you are truly capable, unlike Lingqing, who cannot hold her liquor and drinks recklessly." Kai Wei fluttered her thick lashes playfully. "Cannot hold her liquor? My dear young lord, Yin Lingqing could drink 10 of you under the table without even blushing." Li Luo was taken aback. Kai Wei scrutinized him and added, "I hope you didn't harbor any ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, she may never speak well of you in front of Qingyi for the rest of her life." However, it is evident that he was still played by Yin Lingqing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and irritated, he set down the bowl and said, "I am heading to the academy." Turning on his heel, he dashed away, while the melodious laughter of Kai Wei echoed behind him. This left Li Luo filled with sorrow and indignation. His sister's schemes were too intricate, and he realized that he was indeed still a child. Chapter 30. Yulang. When the aggrieved Li Luo arrived at the academy, he observed that the atmosphere had significantly dampened compared to the previous day's fervent excitement. Many students wore expressions of clear dismay, predominantly those who had encountered misfortune in the recent competition. Such is the nature of a competitive elimination system, where joy for some inevitably begets sorrow for others, continually weeding out the less capable. "Brother Luo, you finally arrived," Zhao Kuo exclaimed upon spotting Li Luo rushing over. "You have a challenging match today. One of your opponents is Yu Lang from the First Academy. Do you remember him?" Yu Lang. Li Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. This individual possessed some renown within the First Academy, consistently ranking around the top 10. It was said that he wielded a 6th grade wind affinity, renowned for his remarkable speed. "That fellow has now advanced to the 7th seal, far surpassing Bei Kuan," Zhao Kuo remarked with a grave expression. The 7th seal, Li Luo mused, acknowledging that this opponent would indeed be more formidable than yesterday's. Nevertheless, he believed it to be within his capacity to handle. He then patted Zhao Kuo's shoulder, reassuring him with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm confident." Seeing Li Luo's demeanor, Zhao Kuo refrained from further comments, well aware of Li Luo's character. He would never feign strength if he genuinely felt outmatched. However, just as they conversed, a student from the 2nd Academy approached, whispering, "Brother Luo, someone is looking for you outside." Li Luo, intrigued yet puzzled, stepped outside and found a carefree young man with flowing hair lounging beneath a tree. Instantly, he recognized him, his opponent for the day, Yu Lang. "You came to find me?" Li Luo greeted with a smile. Yu Lang brushed aside his bangs, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Li Luo. "Li Luo, I never imagined that after such a long time, you would rise again. Truly, you are the man who once dominated the Southern Wind Academy." Li Luo exhaled, slightly irritated. "Spare me the flattery. What is foolish about that?" Yu Lang retorted, though he ultimately rolled his eyes and continued, "This afternoon, you will face me." Song Yinfeng sought me out and offered a handsome price, urging me to do my utmost to incapacitate you. Li Luo was taken aback, then chuckled, "Are you here to snitch? Or do you hope to reap benefits from both sides?" "Please, although I, Yu Lang, am carefree, I still have my principles. You taught me the art of affinity, so I owe you a debt of gratitude, Yu Lang replied dismissively. I'm merely here to warn you. If you find yourself truly outmatched this afternoon, it would be wise to withdraw from the stage. Of course, it's also possible that you've concealed your prowess too well, in which case I might end up at a disadvantage. If that happens, do cooperate and allow me to leave the stage with injuries. I could use the compensation from Song Yunfeng. After all, that fellow is indeed a generous fool, offering quite a sum. Certainly, the latter remark was merely added for the sake of prudence, though I find it unlikely to be of any use. Li Luo, you have no idea. I am no longer the man who would stumble over long trousers. Even with Li Luo's considerable composure, he was momentarily dazzled by Yu Lang's antics. Ultimately resigning to remark, you are truly outrageous. Hence, I plan to report you to the teacher. At this, Yu Lang was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Li Luo, are you out of your mind? Is it easy for me to earn a little money? Do you, a young master, understand our struggles? Get lost. Li Luo rubbed his brow, waving him away. It had been a long time since he last saw this character, and he remained as eccentric as ever. Yu Lang scoffed, tossing his long hair back, and swaggered away. Li Luo gazed at his retreating figure and waved once more, saying, although the information lacks substantial value, I still appreciate it. Yu Lang paused, and a cold snort echoed back. Young man, take care of yourself. As Yu Lang departed, Li Luo furrowed his brow. The hostility from Song Yunfeng towards him was evidently intensifying, likely due to Lu Qing'er, but also stemming from the grievances between the Song family and the Luolan house. Despite having maintained a low profile, why must they continue to provoke me? The earlier contest had proceeded too smoothly, leaving little to discuss, and soon the afternoon arrived, where Li Luo found himself, as expected, facing Yu Lang. On the arena, Yu Lang's flowing hair danced in the wind as he regarded Li Luo with an icy demeanor, stating, Li Luo, encountering me is your misfortune. The arena was surrounded by numerous spectators, all keenly interested in this match, as it represented Li Luo's first formidable opponent. Given Yu Lang's theatricality, Li Luo felt somewhat exasperated. He did not wish to play into his antics, as it would render him foolish. Thus, he silently channeled his elemental power, and a remarkably pure blue energy began to emanate from him, causing the surrounding air to become significantly more humid. At the command of the spectators, Yu Lang, who had been posturing, suddenly unleashed a burst of green elemental energy. In that instant, a gust of wind roared, and Yu Lang's figure transformed into a shadow, darting towards Li Luo with lightning speed. The velocity was such that Li Luo's gaze sharpened, and gasps erupted from the onlookers, indicating Yu Lang's astonishing swiftness. Boom! The force of the punch, wrapped in a faint green glow, surged towards Li Luo's eyes, rapidly enlarging. Clearly, once the battle commenced, Yu Lang held nothing back. Li Luo pivoted his stance, transforming his fist into an open palm, calmly extending it before him. As the blue energy swirled, it formed an impenetrable curtain of water. The green punch collided with the water barrier, sending ripples cascading outward. A strange cry pierced the air as Yu Lang appeared to create multiple afterimages, each flickering around Li Luo. In that moment, punches and kicks, enveloped in green light, surged forth, accompanied by the sound of wind slicing through the air, threatening to engulf Li Luo entirely. The assault was extraordinarily fierce. As Yu Lang unleashed his ferocious onslaught, Li Luo found himself entirely in a defensive posture, layers of water screens shifting in tandem with his movements, continuously shielding his vital points. Observers around the arena quickly comprehended that Li Luo intended to prolong the battle. This was not surprising, for Li Luo possessed the water affinity, whose inherent trait is its enduring nature. The longer the fight persisted, the more advantageous it became for him. Li Luo was also employing his advanced elemental technique, the ninefold azure waves. Some keen-eyed students remarked that this technique, previously showcased in Li Luo's confrontation with Bei Kuan, was particularly suited for stalling combat, as its power accumulated. The subsequent counterattack would be exceptionally formidable. However, Yu Lang's prowess surpassed that of Bei Kuan, making it no simple task to withstand his tempestuous assault. With a guttural cry, Yu Lang abruptly curled his fingers and thrust them forward, the azure light at his fingertips condensing, as if transformed into a flickering azure radiance. Windfinger, his fingertips, seemingly entwined with a fierce gale, pierced through Li Luo's watery defenses and descended upon his chest with lightning speed. Recognizing the might and velocity contained within Yu Lang's strike, Li Luo understood evasion was futile. He inhaled a deep breath of moist air. Water soft palm. Li Luo executed a strike, his palm surging with azure elemental energy. And at the moment of imminent contact, he spread his fingers wide, deftly manipulating the water affinity to conjure a series of swirling vortices. The sharp azure light emanating from Yulang's finger was swiftly eroded and stripped away by the encircling water spirals. By the time the wind finger penetrated the layers of water vortices and collided with Li Luo's palm force, a significant portion of its power had been artfully neutralized. Bang! The clash of finger and fist reverberated, shock waves rippling outward, causing both Li Luo and Yulang to stagger back. A murmur of astonishment erupted from the audience surrounding the arena, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Li Luo. Had he truly nullified the strongest attack of Yulang? After all, Yulang was a formidable opponent of the seventh seal strength. Moreover, the wind affinity was inherently more powerful than the water affinity in terms of offensive capability. Li Luo's mastery of elemental techniques was indeed remarkable. His adept use of the water soft palm had effectively countered Yulang's assault. It was impressive how a technique categorized as mid-tier could render Yulang's high-tier wind finger futile. Those with exceptional prowess commented in admiration. Li Luo's elemental strength was likely at the 6th seal level, suggesting he was generally inferior to Yulang. Yet he had managed to hold his ground for so long. The reputation of the foremost practitioner of elemental techniques at the Southern Wind Academy was well-deserved. Amidst the chorus of awe, Yulang's expression shifted, a grimace forming as his gaze towards Li Luo grew considerably more serious. In their earlier exchanges, he had failed to gain any advantage, a stark contrast to his expectations. This individual was indeed an anomaly. Yulang initially intended to show some leniency, but once the battle commenced, he realized he was utterly unqualified to do so. Nevertheless, this version of Li Luo proved to be far more intriguing. Excitement surged in Yulang's eyes as, in the next moment, his azure energy erupted forth, propelling him forward with the swiftness of the wind, his speed reaching an unprecedented peak. Yet, at that very instant of acceleration, he suddenly felt an unsettling loss of balance, as if his body had inexplicably lifted off the ground. With a grave expression, Yulang glanced down to discover that, unbeknownst to him, a faint blue energy had entwined around his feet. This azure force, akin to a serpentine water creature, ensnared his legs, causing his loss of equilibrium as he surged forward. Yulang's pupils constricted. Before him, Li Luo gazed at the off-balance Yulang with a smile. Low-level energy technique, water serpent. Yulang, you have underestimated me. As he spoke, Li Luo stepped forward, his palms thrusting outward, the water energy swirling around him, reminiscent of crashing waves. Though you shall no longer trip over excessively long trousers, you will be ensnared by my water serpent. With those words, his palm struck Yulang's chest. Damn it. Li Luo, you deceitful scoundrel. Yulang cursed vehemently. Boom. In the midst of his expletives, his body was launched backward, crashing heavily outside the arena. At the moment of his fall, a jet of blood erupted from Yulang's mouth, soaring 3 feet high, while torrents of blood gushed from beneath his garments, transforming him into a ghastly figure, inciting a wave of panic among the onlookers. Li Luo on stage was momentarily taken aback. Then a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. The amount of bloodshed was rather excessive. Was this peculiar individual attempting to extort a substantial sum from Song Yunfeng and subsequently drop out of school? Chapter 31. Confronting a fearsome foe. The tumultuous commotion beneath the stage persisted for a brief moment, gradually dissipating as Yulang was swiftly carried away. However, the glances directed at Li Luo were laced with a tinge of trepidation, evidently startled by the forcefulness of his actions. Li Luo, taken aback, silently cursed Yulang for being such a scoundrel, tarnishing his reputation in the process. He stood upon the platform, surveying the crowd before finally fixing his gaze on a particular spot. Without any intention of approaching to speak, he simply turned and descended from the arena. Brother Luo, you were quite formidable, even managing to subdue Yulang, Zhao Kuo remarked as he stepped forward, awe evident in his tone. That fellow was a bit careless. Li Luo assessed the relative strengths of both sides. He concluded that had the battle continued, he could indeed have triumphed over Yulang, albeit with a protracted duration. In this light, he believed his current combat prowess could be considered exceptional among the ranks of the Seven Seals, making it entirely feasible for him to secure a position within the top 20. Now, he awaited the 2 matches scheduled for the following day. Should he emerge victorious in both, a place in the top 20 would be assured, at which point he could finally take a breather. It was said that upon the emergence of the top 20, participants could choose whether to continue vying for higher ranks. Li Luo held little interest in this, as those in the top 20 were already qualified for the Academy's grand examination, rendering further battles unnecessary. Instead, he preferred to dedicate his time to refining his spiritual water essence. After completing today's 2 matches, Li Luo did not immediately depart from the Academy. He wished to preview the matchups for the final 2 contests scheduled for tomorrow, which would be released today. He was curious to learn about his opponents. His wait was not prolonged. An hour later, the sound of a golden bell resonated through the square, prompting Li Luo and Zhao Kuo to approach a stone wall. Surrounding the wall were numerous students, and as Li Luo's gaze swept over the flowing inscriptions on the surface, he quickly identified his adversaries for the morrow. His first opponent was a member from the First Academy, possessing a strength within the 7 seals, likely weaker than Yu Lang, presenting no significant challenge. However, upon discovering the identity of his final opponent, Li Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Brother Luo, your last match is against Song Yufeng," Zhao Kuo exclaimed, having realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Li Luo's concluding bout would be against Song Yunfeng, who was ranked 2nd in the First Academy. Several sympathetic gazes were cast in his direction. Although Li Luo had risen swiftly in prominence, notably defeating Yu Lang today, his journey appeared to be at a critical juncture, as he was now set to face Song Yunfeng, a formidable opponent boasting an 8 seal strength. Zhao Kuo sighed, lamenting Li Luo's misfortune. Yet, Li Luo was not particularly surprised. Those who had remained in the competition were certainly not weaklings, and encountering such a contender was not outside the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, even if you were to lose tomorrow, securing a place in the top 20 remains a certainty, Zhao Kuo assured him. Li Luo smiled and nodded, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. In another direction of the square, Song Yufeng also noticed the list of tomorrow's battle opponents inscribed on the stone wall. He fixated on Li Luo's name for quite a while, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of his mouth. "Your expression has been rather grim since earlier. What has caused this sudden change?" came the curious voice of Tifa Qing, who stood nearby. "I am genuinely surprised to encounter such a delightful opponent tomorrow," Song Yunfeng replied with a smile. Tifa Qing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she remarked, "So you've run into Li Luo, that is rather expected. Considering both of you have been undefeated, the probability of this encounter is indeed significant. However, his luck seems to have run out. It appears that his impressive record will come to an end here." Tifa Qing was acutely aware of Song Yunfeng's formidable prowess within the entire Southern Wind Academy. Only Lu Qing'er could rival him. Despite Li Luo's recent surge in strength, there remained an insurmountable gap when compared to Song Yunfeng. She could already envision the forthcoming clash. It would undoubtedly be a crushing defeat. For a moment, even Tifa Qing felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Luo. How could he possibly navigate such a predicament tomorrow? Yet, Li Luo, fully aware of Song Yunfeng's admiration for Lu Qing'er, still chose to draw close to others. One must remember that a man consumed by jealousy often lacks rationality. Meanwhile, upon learning of his opponent for tomorrow, Li Luo bid farewell to Zhao Kuo amidst sympathetic glances and departed directly from the academy. In his carriage on the way home, Li Luo closed his eyes in contemplation. The battle against Song Yunfeng tomorrow would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. Not only was his adversary an 8-seal realm practitioner with a more robust intrinsic energy, but Song Yunfeng also possessed a 7th grade crimson carving resonance, with a resonance level of 9, and the 7th to 9th grades being classified as high. Attaining a 7th grade resonance qualifies it as a high-grade resonance. One must not underestimate the significance of the term high grade, for it signifies a profound transformation. Once the resonance reaches the 7th grade, the energy cultivated from it becomes distinctly unique. To put it simply, the energy derived from high-grade resonances is imbued with greater spirituality than that from low or medium-grade resonances. Spirituality is difficult to articulate, yet its intricacies are known only to those who engage in combat against it. Thus, the 7th grade resonance serves as a watershed. Surpassing this barrier elevates one into the realm of high-grade resonances. Within high-grade resonances, there exist further distinctions, a privilege not afforded to those of 1st to 6th grades, illustrating the vast chasm that separates them. The crimson carving resonance that Song Yunfeng wields is classified as a lower 7th grade resonance. Therefore, in terms of both the robustness of intrinsic energy and the grade of resonance, Li Luo is at a distinct disadvantage against Song Yunfeng, rendering this battle almost unbalanced. No one harbors expectations for Li Luo in this contest against Song Yunfeng. In a sense, even Li Luo himself does not hold much hope. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. Li Luo mused to himself, pondering that although his water-light physique was indeed extraordinary, it ultimately remained a mere fifth-grade physique. While the remarkable efficacy it exhibited in the concoction of spirit water was comparable to that of a seventh-grade physique, its prowess in combat was not necessarily sufficient to secure a significant advantage in a direct confrontation against a seventh-grade opponent. Should he concede defeat outright? He scratched his head, contemplating that this option could serve as a viable alternative. After all, from any perspective, this choice appeared to be the most rational one. It was evident to any discerning observer that a considerable disparity existed between the two parties. To persist in combat with the knowledge of an inevitable and overwhelming defeat would surely border on masochism. Chapter 32. Provocation. On the following day, when Kai Wei encountered the early rising Li Luo, she noticed the dark circles under his eyes and the slight pallor of his demeanor, suggesting he had not rested well the previous night. "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Kai Wei inquired with concern. Li Luo shook his head and smiled. "There has been a pre-examination at the academy lately, so I suppose the pressure has been a bit overwhelming." He refrained from mentioning the upcoming competition with Song Yunfeng, deeming it unnecessary. Kai Wei nodded slightly, a radiant smile illuminating her smooth, beautiful oval face as she encouraged him. "Keep it up. You can definitely do it," she added. "By the way, Yin Lingqing asked about you yesterday. She mentioned you didn't visit Xiang House." Li Luo quickly spooned a few bites of plain porridge and replied, "Once the pre-examination is over, I will shift my focus to Xiang House. If Lingqing misses me, I will make sure to spend more time with her." Kai Wei smiled gently. Why not say that to her face? "Of course, I fear she might retaliate," Li Luo replied candidly before hastily finishing his meal. Bidding farewell to Kai Wei and swiftly departing, Kai Wei watched his hurried silhouette with a mix of amusement and exasperation, shaking her head slightly before resuming her elegant demeanor and savoring her breakfast at a leisurely pace. As Li Luo arrived at Nanfeng Academy, a melodious voice called out to him from nearby. He turned to see the vivacious El Qing'er standing beneath a lush green tree. Today, El Qing'er wore a black short-skirt uniform, her skin as pale as snow, which contrasted strikingly against the dark fabric. Her slender waist and the long, straight legs emerging from the short skirt drew the attention of several nearby youths, who pretended to engage in conversation with their companions, yet could not help but steal glances at her. Upon hearing El Qing'er's greeting, Li Luo approached her with a smile. "I heard you ran into Song Yunfeng today?" El Qing'er inquired, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Li Luo nodded, grinning. "What do you plan to do?" she asked. Li Luo pondered for a moment before candidly responding. "I will likely concede defeat." El Qing'er chuckled lightly at his response, but her expression remained serious as she nodded in agreement. "That is a very rational choice. There is no need for you to compete with him at this moment. Given your talent in divination, the gap between you will gradually diminish." Li Luo concurred. "I feel the same way." After a brief silence, El Qing'er added, "This situation may have some relation to me. I truly apologize." Li Luo smiled and replied, "You are merely a minor influencing factor. The greater issue lies in the disputes between the Song family and the Luolan house. However, I believe there is something significant at play. Song Yunfeng is afraid." "Afraid?" El Qing'er blinked, her almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity. Li Luo remarked with a gentle smile, "He fears I might revert to my former self, relegating him to the shadows of my existence, thus rendering all his efforts over the years a mere farce." Were others to hear such words, they might scoff at Li Luo's audacity. Considering Song Yunfeng's current prestige at Nanfeng Academy far surpasses his own. Yet, Lu Qing'er appeared contemplative, for she was acutely aware of the illustrious reputation that Li Luo once commanded at Nanfeng Academy. Even now, it seemed somewhat unattainable to her, let alone to Song Yunfeng. Thus, was it not his intention to seize the opportunity to suppress you while you had yet to fully rise, thereby solidifying his own resolve? Li Luo nodded. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Lu Qing'er's delicate countenance grew solemn as she remarked, "If this is so, then he will likely not easily concede defeat today." Li Luo responded, "Let us hope that is not the case. If it truly is." He waved his hand dismissively at Lu Qing'er, then turned towards the direction of the second courtyard, with murmurs of conversation trailing behind him. "In that case, there is nothing more to be done." Lu Qing'er gazed at his retreating figure, somewhat astonished, for Li Luo's demeanor did not quite align with someone who felt utterly helpless. Could it be that he possessed an alternative strategy to evade the contest with Song Yufeng? Li Luo's first match concluded without any unforeseen incidents, while the second match was scheduled as the final contest of the preliminary rounds, akin to a climactic showdown. The square was alive with the clamor of voices, a sea of heads bobbing amidst the throng. Upon a raised platform, the venerable headmaster Wei Cha, along with mentors Su Shangyue and Lin Feng from Nanfeng Academy, observed the proceedings. Who would have anticipated that Li Luo would come face-to-face with Song Yunfeng? Do you think a confrontation will ensue? Inquired the old headmaster with a chuckle. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, Headmaster, what significance does such a contest hold? Su Shangyue sighed, stating, It is unlikely that a confrontation will occur. Given the stark disparity between the two, a simple concession would suffice, as there is no shame in it. Though Li Luo hailed from their second courtyard, Su Shangyue found it difficult to rally behind him, for the outcome seemed predetermined. The chasm between the two was too vast for any real competition. Lin Feng remained non-committal. In his view, Li Luo's sole advantage over Song Yunfeng lay in his innate talent for elemental arts. However, Song Yunfeng also possessed a 7th-grade elemental affinity, an advantage that Li Luo could not hope to rival. Thus, it appeared that Li Luo's quest to catch up to Song Yunfeng would not be an easy endeavor. As they conversed, the moment for the contest quietly approached amidst the palpable anticipation. Song Yunfeng's figure soared into the air, landing gracefully upon the battle stage, his tall stature and handsome visage exuding an air of nobility. With his appearance, the arena erupted in fervent cheers, a testament to the esteem and renown he commanded within Nanfeng Academy. On the opposite side of the stage, Li Luo ascended amidst the watchful gazes of the crowd. How striking he is, even more so than Song Yunfeng. Though Li Luo's entrance lacked flamboyance, his presence on the platform elicited gasps of admiration from numerous young ladies. Inheriting the finest traits from his parents, Li Luo's appearance was indeed exceptional, effortlessly eclipsing Song Yunfeng in that regard. Nevertheless, both competitors maintained their composure amidst the external distractions, choosing to disregard the surrounding factors. Li Luo fixed his gaze upon Song Yunfeng and raised a hand. Yet before he could utter a word, Song Yunfeng remarked nonchalantly, Are you planning to concede outright? Li Luo smiled and replied, Next, do you intend to humiliate me with your words to provoke a reaction? Song Yunfeng raised an eyebrow and replied with a hint of indifference, I wouldn't call it humiliation. I merely find it amusing that with a son like you, your parents could be perceived as seeking fame without merit. At this statement, the atmosphere outside became markedly quieter, as no one anticipated the sharpness of Song Yunfeng's words. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, but soon he gave Song Yunfeng a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive, a fatal blow indeed. Now that it had come to this. Li Luo twisted his neck and flashed a grin at Song Yunfeng, though his pearly whites appeared somewhat chilling. Come now, scion of the Song family. I offer you a chance, but whether you can seize it depends on your true capability. Chapter 33. The egg meets the stone. When Li Luo uttered these words, it became evident to all that he refused to concede. He chose to confront Song Yunfeng. However, this confrontation appeared to everyone as an egg striking a stone, devoid of any semblance of advantage. Brother Luo. Many students from the Second Academy displayed expressions of concern, and Zhao Kuo, in particular, clenched his fists in unease, exclaiming, That scoundrel Song Yunfeng is utterly shameless. Among the crowd, Yu Lang, who lay on a stretcher tightly wrapped in bandages, maintained his commitment to the dramatic performance. He muttered, What is Li Luo thinking? Is he just seeking punishment? Not far away, El Qing'er observed the unfolding scene with furrowed brows. She had anticipated that Song Yunfeng might provoke Li Luo, but she never imagined he would have the audacity to attack Li Luo's parents, both of whom were powerful figures. Clearly, Li Luo held deep affection for his parents. Thus, while he could disregard the mockery directed at himself, he could not tolerate any slander against them. Though Song Yunfeng had no right to smear the reputations of two esteemed individuals, Li Luo was determined not to remain passive in the face of such provocation. El Qing'er's gaze lingered on Li Luo, as she sensed that he was indeed being coerced into this confrontation by Song Yunfeng. On the stage, Song Yunfeng fixed his icy gaze upon Li Luo, angered by the latter's earlier remark about the Song family. However, he refrained from retaliating verbally, recognizing the futility of such an exchange. He believed that once the time came for action, the most potent rebuttal would be to trample Li Luo underfoot. As the spectators confirmed that neither party was willing to yield, the atmosphere grew solemn, and the match was declared to commence. Boom. At the moment the announcement echoed, crimson energy surged from within Song Yunfeng, manifesting as a vibrant and ferocious aura that seemed to take on the form of a phantom. This was the 7th grade red sculpture affinity, radiating a palpable sense of oppression. Song Yunfeng held nothing back, fully unleashing his 8 seals of energy, emanating an overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate the onlookers. Conversely, Li Luo activated his own energy, the azure water affinity, cascading over him like rippling waves. However, the disparity in their strengths was immediately apparent to the naked eye, leaving many puzzled as to how Li Luo would contend against such overwhelming odds. As the multitude watched, Li Luo positioned his palms. The blue energy enveloping his form began to undulate. It was clear to all that he was channeling the advanced technique, the 9 layers of azure waves. Although the technique promised to amplify in power over time, under the absolute suppression exerted by Song Yunfeng, it seemed unlikely to yield any significant effect. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, Song Yunfeng let out a cold laugh, and in the next instant, the crimson energy surged around him as he propelled himself forward with incredible speed. A streak of crimson light swept across Taichung, its velocity akin to that of a cannonball. Accompanied by a searing gale, a shadow, reminiscent of a fiery hammer, descended forcefully upon Li Luo. Song Yunfeng showed no inclination to toy with his opponent. He unleashed his full might, evidently intent on trampling Li Luo beneath a tempest of power. Confronted with Song Yunfeng's ferocious onslaught, Li Luo swung his palms, summoning the watery essence of his power to form a defensive barrier. However, with a mere touch, this defense crumbled under the overwhelming force of Song Yunfeng's crimson energy, disintegrating like fragile parchment. Even the 9 layers of azure waves he had yet to conjure were obliterated by Song Yunfeng's sheer brute strength. A deep rumble echoed through the arena. Rippling waves of energy surged forth, while Li Luo was propelled backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the stage. The audience erupted in gasps, the initial clash revealing a stark disparity in their strengths. Song Yunfeng exerted comprehensive dominance over Li Luo, despite Li Luo's proficiency in various techniques. It seemed futile against such a raw force. El Qing'er's countenance grew grave. She was at a loss as to how to turn the tide. "Go, Brother Song. Bring him down," cheered Bei Kuan and Tifa Qing, who stood nearby, their support palpable. Tifa Qing remained silent, yet she shook her head gently. The gap was insurmountable. On the stage, Li Luo's fist glowed crimson, while a chilling blue essence surged forth, causing wisps of vapor to rise from his clenched hand. He felt the searing pain emanating from his fist, realizing the extent of Song Yunfeng's strength. This intensity, his gaze flickered with a hint of concern. Suddenly, another wave of scorching wind rushed toward him. Song Yunfeng clearly intended to offer no respite, launching an even more ferocious assault akin to a ravenous eagle. Li Luo looked up, witnessing the crimson light expanding rapidly in his vision. He was at the precipice of the stage. Any misstep could lead to his downfall. Nevertheless, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. He inhaled deeply, channeling his watery essence, altering his hand seals to invoke a technique. A faint blue water screen materialized before him, resembling a delicate mirror. As soon as this water screen appeared, the crowd recognized it. A high-level technique, the water mirror technique. El Qing'er's eyes flickered. While the water mirror technique served as a defensive measure among water techniques, its defensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable. Its essence lay in its ability to rebound some of the incoming force, thereby dissipating it. However, relying solely on the water mirror technique would be insufficient to neutralize the ferocity of Song Yunfeng's assault. As the spectators gasped in astonishment, Song Yunfeng had already closed the distance to Li Luo. He gazed at the thin water screen with a cold smirk. Although Li Luo was well-versed in numerous techniques, it would be naive to believe that a mere water mirror technique could withstand his relentless attack. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Song Yunfeng intensified his strength, launching a punch that sliced through the air like a crimson eagle shrieking in flight. However, just as his fist was about to collide with the thin veil of water, he perceived a vague crimson light refracting within the mirror-like surface, seemingly revealing a shadowy figure that mirrored his own motion, striking out with a fist of its own. In that instant, both punches met with a resounding crash against the water-esque surface. Boom! A deep, muffled sound reverberated through the air. The force of the impact stirred up a cloud of dust, scattering in all directions. Li Luo's body jolted, causing him to stagger back 2 steps, his foot teetering on the edge of the arena, yet no one paid heed to this detail. All eyes were fixated in astonishment as it appeared that Song Yunfeng had been struck by an unseen, formidable force. His figure propelled backwards several paces in a disheveled manner before he finally regained his footing. As he lifted his head, his face was a canvas of disbelief. Had he truly been forced back? The rebound of energy he experienced was nearly 70% of the force he had exerted. Such a phenomenon could not possibly be attributed to a mere water mirror technique. A chorus of gasps erupted around him, the atmosphere thick with shock as Song Yunfeng's expression fluctuated between fury and confusion, his gaze fixed intently on Li Luo. That water mirror technique of Li Luo's was undoubtedly peculiar. Chapter 34. Li Luo's water mirror technique. How could this be possible? Li Luo actually withstood Song Yunfeng's full force strike. The arena was enveloped in an uproar of astonishment, with incredulity etched upon every face present. Those in attendance were not entirely unfamiliar with the water mirror technique. Some possessing water affinity had even practiced this art. Yet, to assert that the water mirror technique could withstand Song Yunfeng's full-on assault was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Nonetheless, this extraordinary event unfolded right before their eyes. Tfa Qing's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Could this truly be happening? Bei Kuan was equally flabbergasted, his exclamations echoing his shock. Such an implausible feat, and he had genuinely achieved it. Amidst the cacophony of excitement, Li Luo shook his aching arms and stepped away from the edge of the arena, fixing his gaze on the grim and fierce expression of Song Yunfeng, offering him a subtle smile. Within, however, a wave of joy surged through him. His experiment had indeed succeeded. The technique he had just executed, ostensibly a water mirror technique, concealed a deeper secret. Li Luo had augmented it with his own light affinity power, layering it with an intermediate light technique known as shadow folding. In fact, Li Luo predicted that the future synergy of these two powers could potentially imprint the attacking enemy, turning their aggression against them. He had named this enhanced water mirror technique the water light magic mirror. How absurd it was to think that today he could alter the course of events. While Li Luo reveled in his triumph, Song Yunfeng's expression darkened, his figure suddenly lunging forward once more, fingers curled like claws, revealing the ominous silhouette of razor-sharp, crimson talons tearing through the air. With no hesitation, he charged again. Observing this, Li Luo unleashed the augmented water mirror technique once more, a thin veil of water materializing before him like a mirror. Bang! As Song Yunfeng's ferocious fist struck, a muted sound resonated, and both he and Li Luo were propelled backward. This time, Song Yunfeng was somewhat prepared, managing to avoid utter disgrace, yet his countenance grew increasingly grim. He realized that Li Luo's water mirror technique was exceedingly peculiar. Each time they made contact, it felt as if he were striking himself. Is this truly the water mirror technique? Song Yunfeng's assault was thwarted yet again by Li Luo, and those surrounding the arena swallowed hard. Such a feat, once attributed to luck, now seemed a testament to genuine skill. Not only the spectators, but even the esteemed figures on the high platform, including the old principal Su Shanyue and Lin Feng, displayed expressions of astonishment. Li Luo's water mirror technique appeared to be rather extraordinary, the old principal remarked in surprise. The other instructors nodded in agreement. The conventional water mirror technique could not have rendered Song Yunfeng so beleaguered. This level of rebound resembled the advanced water mirror technique, one instructor noted. However, this assertion was soon met with rebuttal. Could a mere six-mark practitioner like Li Luo truly execute such a technique? Indeed, it was but a water mirror technique. Su Shanyue gazed intently for a considerable time before speaking. However, it is likely that it has been refined by Li Luo. The other mentors exchanged glances, refining the art of divination, although they were aware of Li Luo's remarkable comprehension and innate talent in this field. The notion of him refining such techniques seemed beyond the capabilities of someone of his rank. Yet, there appeared to be no alternative explanation. Truly, he is the son of those two, they could only lament in agreement. Meanwhile, Mentor Lin Feng remained silent, his expression dark as coal. For the current situation diverged entirely from his expectations. Around the battle platform, the clamor surged like waves, while on stage, Song Yunfeng wore a countenance as grim as a stormy sky. He glared fiercely at Li Luo, contemplating another charge, yet the enigmatic water mirror technique caused him to hesitate. Li Luo, do you dare to strike? Song Yunfeng gritted his teeth. He had discerned that Li Luo seemed to employ this water mirror technique solely to counterbalance him. And as long as he refrained from launching a full-scale attack, the technique would prove relatively ineffective. Li Luo, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. I do not dare. You should come forth. Fury coursed through Song Yunfeng as he experienced the suffocating frustration and rage of the situation, despite Li Luo's evident inferiority in strength. He found himself ensnared by that peculiar, spiny water mirror technique. Nevertheless, Song Yunfeng was no fool. He gradually quelled his anger and contemplated for a moment before once again channeling his energy. This time, however, he suppressed his own power. The water mirror technique was, after all, an advanced art that consumed considerable energy to wield. If he could compel Li Luo to use it repeatedly, Li Luo would soon exhaust his energy. And without the water mirror, he would be nothing more than a defenseless hound, easily dispatched. As Song Yunfeng advanced, Li Luo sensed the suppression of his strength and realized his intentions. Clever indeed. Yet, with his power restrained, what is there to fear? Li Luo smiled. Recognizing that Song Yunfeng's strength stemmed from his own formidable energy, but now that he had bound himself, Li Luo felt emboldened. Thus, he proactively engaged. Their figures colliding as fists and feet intertwined with energy, creating a cacophony of wind. As they grappled fiercely, Song Yunfeng's expression grew increasingly grim. For he discovered that even after suppressing his energy, he was still unable to subdue Li Luo. The fire of fury ignited within Song Yunfeng, and in the next moment, the repressed energy within him erupted violently. A furious punch enveloped in crimson energy hurtling towards Li Luo. Yet, just as his fist descended, a curtain of water unfurled before Li Luo. The prepared water mirror technique activated. Boom! Song Yunfeng's fist struck the water curtain, and his formidable strength rebounded sharply, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his chest heavy with the impact. Li Luo too was jolted back, rubbing his fist while regarding Song Yunfeng with a bemused expression. Li Luo, I wonder how many more times your Six Seal Realm energy can allow you to execute the water mirror technique. Song Yunfeng's complexion darkened, as crimson energy surged forth, unleashing his full force in a relentless assault. As an adept of the Eighth Seal Realm, his prowess and energy was far superior to that of Li Luo. Recognizing that Li Luo's sole reliance was the water mirror technique, he resolved to employ the most straightforward strategy to exhaust Li Luo's energy completely. Without a moment's respite, Song Yunfeng channeled his energy and charged forward with ferocity once more. Observing this, Li Luo continued to execute the water mirror technique. Bang! The familiar scene unfolded again. Both combatants were jolted backward. Like a rampaging bull, Song Yunfeng surged ahead, while Li Luo deftly cast the water mirror technique, resulting in another collision. Yet, no one found this monotonous, for they were all acutely aware that the true question lay in how long Li Luo's energy could endure. This repetitive exchange persisted until Li Luo invoked the water mirror technique for the 13th time. Gradually, the azure water energy enveloping his form began to wane, signaling the depletion of his strength. Surrounding the combat platform, murmurs of regret echoed. Meanwhile, a cold smirk emerged on Song Yunfeng's grim visage as he gritted his teeth and taunted, Li Luo, what can you do now? Boom. He lunged forward, crimson energy swirling around him, his eyes now resembling those of a predatory hawk. Yet, in the face of this wrathful strike, Li Luo made no attempt at defense. He stood resolutely in place, allowing the fierce shadow of the fist to loom larger in his vision. The scorching wind from the punch rushed toward him, and just as Song Yunfeng's fist was a mere inch from Li Luo's face, it seemed to freeze midair. A hand, resembling an eagle's claw, firmly grasped his wrist, thwarting any further advance. Furious, Song Yunfeng glared and discovered that an observer had intervened, halting his attack. What are you doing? He shouted in anger. The observer, expressionless, pointed toward a stone pillar at the edge of the platform, upon which rested an hourglass. At that moment, no one had noticed that the sands within were nearly depleted. Li Luo rubbed his aching arm and offered a gentle smile to the dazed Song Yunfeng. Time's up, you fool. Did you think there would be an extension? Chapter 35. A stalemate around the arena. The crowd surged, yet an uncanny silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed, wide with astonishment, upon the spectator who had intervened to halt Song Yunfeng's advance, then shifted to the nearly depleted hourglass. In that moment of clarity, they suddenly comprehended that while Song Yunfeng had aimed to exhaust Li Luo's energy, he had utterly underestimated Li Luo's intent to stall for time as well. As the last grains of sand slipped through, the battle concluded without a victor. According to the established rules, this would be deemed a draw. Thus, the contest between Li Luo and Song Yunfeng ended in a stalemate. This outcome was entirely unexpected for all present. From any perspective, such a result seemed improbable. The disparity in strength between Song Yunfeng and Li Luo was monumental. Many spectators had anticipated a decisive victory for Song Yunfeng, believing that Li Luo, despite his struggles, would find it nearly impossible to gain any advantage against Song Yunfeng, who possessed a 7th grade affinity and an energy level of 8 seals. Yet, what was the result? This match, which they had envisioned as a complete rout, had been transformed into a draw by Li Luo's sheer willpower. At this moment, they gazed at Li Luo, whose face appeared slightly pale from the exhaustion of energy, and within their silence, a sense of respect gradually blossomed. Even Bei Kuan exhibited an expression of disbelief, his face displaying an array of emotions. Beside him, Tfa Qing stared blankly at the arena, her beautiful eyes reflecting the profound impact of the moment. After a long pause, she exhaled heavily, casting a deep look at Li Luo. Although he appeared somewhat wan, she sensed a piercing light emanating gradually from within him. This reminded her of the legendary silhouette on the honor monument of the Southern Wind Academy. However, she quickly shook her head. Despite Li Luo's miraculous feat, he still fell far short of comparison with Jiang Qingyi. On the arena, Song Yunfeng's stupor lingered for a brief moment. His furious gaze fixed upon the spectator. I was on the verge of defeating him. He has no energy left. Victory is mine for the taking. Just give me one more second. Just 1 second. The spectator, frowning at the outburst of Song Yunfeng, noted that the latter, who had once been calm and gentle at the Southern Wind Academy, now stood in stark contrast. Rules are rules. Once the hourglass runs out, if no victor emerges, the result is a draw, the spectator stated firmly. You must be joking. Song Yunfeng roared, his face contorted in rage. He could not accept such a result. A draw would utterly tarnish his reputation. However, the spectator paid no heed to his outcry, glancing around before announcing, the final result of this match is a draw. Li Luo is amazing. As his voice resonated, an overwhelming wave of ecstatic cheers erupted from the Second Academy, the students brimming with excitement. For Li Luo's performance had significantly elevated their academy's standing. Bound in bandages, Yu Lang parted his lips and murmured, could this eccentric truly be on the rise? Even Song Yunfeng has suffered a setback. Amidst the deafening cheers, Lu Qing'er gazed intently at Li Luo's figure. In that moment, she seemed to see the youthful boy who, despite his own immaturity upon entering the Southern Wind Academy, consistently excelled in the art of divination, ultimately guiding novices like herself with a composed demeanor. Back then, Li Luo was undeniably radiant. Even Lu Qing'er, in secret, harbored a flicker of admiration for him, viewing him as a benchmark to aspire to. Yet, the emergence of the empty resonance shattered Li Luo's former brilliance, leading him to evade her. And she felt compelled to refrain from intruding. I knew it, Li Luo, you would rise again. At that moment, you will truly shine. However, the present version of you is still lacking. I wish to witness you reach your zenith, and then defeat you. Lu Qing'er's long hair fluttered, her bright eyes brimming with fervent combativeness. After casting one last glance at Li Luo, she chose not to linger, turning away resolutely. Who would have imagined that the seemingly gentle and sweet Lu Qing'er harbored such a fierce and combative spirit? On the battle stage, Li Luo regarded the glowering Song Yunfeng and sighed. You were given an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. Song Yunfeng, you truly are a waste. Song Yunfeng glared at Li Luo with intense disdain. Missing this chance, Song Yunfeng, you may find few opportunities ahead. Unfazed by Yunfeng's fierce gaze, Li Luo stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder, and smiled. We will settle the matter regarding your slander against my parents next time. Song Yunfeng gritted his teeth, sneering, very well. I shall await it. Li Luo nodded, choosing not to engage further. He brushed past him, descended from the stage, and departed the square amidst the enthusiastic crowd of students from the Second Academy. As he left, the atmosphere in the square gradually subsided. Many cast peculiar glances at Song Yunfeng before dispersing in succession. Today, Li Luo had initially intended to concede, yet Song Yunfeng insisted on attacking others' parents. In a comical twist, despite his elaborate provocation, he failed to secure victory. This incident would undoubtedly circulate within the Southern Wind Academy for a long time, with Song Yunfeng relegated to a supporting role in the tale of Li Luo's triumph. On the elevated platform at the edge of the square, the old dean and several mentors fell into silence, equally taken aback by the outcome. After a moment, the old dean sighed and remarked, Li Luo never aimed to win. His goal was to draw. Surprisingly, he actually achieved this. Su Shanwei, unable to contain his laughter, declared, "Li Luo has brought me great honor today." That was Song Yufeng, the second most elite student in the first academy after Lu Qing'er. Yet, this time, he was forced into a draw by Li Luo. So who says our second academy lacks talent? No one would perceive it as merely a draw. For the disparity in strength between Li Luo and Song Yufeng is indeed vast. Li Luo possesses only a 6 seal power, and his water affinity is merely of the 5th rank, while Song Yunfeng boasts an 8 seal strength and a 7th rank red sculpture affinity. To be frank, such an overarching difference leaves even their instructors at a loss as to how a reversal could be achieved. That Li Luo managed to force the situation into a draw is already astonishing. Do they truly believe that everyone is of the caliber of Jiang Qingyi, endowed with a 9th rank affinity? Su Shanwei scoffed, remarking that Li Luo might yet advance further. To advance further would still only bring him to the 7 seal realm. Lin Feng remarked expressionlessly. The old dean waved his hand, habitually halting the quarrel between the two. He gazed in the direction Li Luo had departed, then turned his stern gaze upon Lin Feng and Su Shanwei, his countenance growing considerably serious. He stated, "How Li Luo performs is his own affair. But I must remind you that in this upcoming academy examination, our Nanfeng Academy must uphold the esteemed title of the foremost academy in Tianshu County. Should any mishap occur." The final scoff sent a chill through the hearts of many instructors. Particularly, Lin Feng understood that the dean's words were directed more at him. As the first academy gathered the finest students of Nanfeng Academy and commanded the majority of its resources, the academy examination serves as a crucial validation of whether the first academy truly merits such resources. As Lin Feng was aware, the previous instructor of the first academy was nearly expelled from Nanfeng Academy after a prior examination almost caused them to lose their status as the leading academy in Tianshu County, resulting in the dean's furious dismissal. Thus, if any misstep occurred during this examination, it was likely that the dean would not show him mercy either. Contemplating this outcome, Lin Feng felt a tremor of anxiety and hastily assured, "Rest assured, Dean, the strength of our first academy is evident, and we shall certainly uphold the honor of the academy." That would be best. The dean's expression softened slightly, and he chose not to elaborate further before turning to leave. As he departed, the instructors exchanged glances, collectively exhaling in relief. A wrathful dean was indeed fearsome. However, this year, the Dongyuan Academy approached with formidable momentum. Supported by the governor's estate, and had gained considerable strength in recent years, closely trailing Nanfeng Academy. The foremost individual at Dongyuan Academy, it was said, was the governor's son, a young man named Shi Kong, whose innate talent was exceedingly high. In terms of strength, he was not inferior to Lu Qing'er. Thus, the upcoming academy examination would undoubtedly place considerable pressure on Nanfeng Academy. After the dean's departure, an instructor could not suppress his concerns and voiced them. Lin Feng cast a glance at the instructor and replied coolly, "The foundation of Dongyuan Academy pales in comparison to that of Nanfeng Academy. If they wish to seize this title, they must first consult with our first academy." With that, he turned to leave. The others exchanged glances, some feeling irked by Lin Feng's arrogance, yet ultimately resigned to their situation. They could only mutter, "Go ahead and be haughty when it all goes awry. We shall see how you handle the aftermath." Chapter 36. The Market of Excellence. After reaching a stalemate with Song Yufeng, Li Luo secured his position firmly within the top 20 of the pre-examination rankings. According to standard procedure, those in the top 20 would typically be further ranked. However, Li Luo found little interest in this competition for distinction. To him, the contest for rank was devoid of significance. For whether one stood at the 20th or the first position, it merely conferred the qualification to participate in the grand examination of the academy. Moreover, revealing too many of his strengths at this juncture could prove detrimental when facing formidable adversaries in the upcoming academy examination, as they would possess excessive information about him, thus adding to his challenges. Hence, he pondered, is it not wiser to cultivate in humility? Achieving the top rank in the pre-examination would hardly yield any reward from the miserly old dean. In fact, had it not been for Song Yunfeng's reckless insistence on testing the limits, Li Luo would likely have chosen to concede. He did not perceive any shame in yielding when outmatched. Indeed, he now felt that exposing his modified water mirror technique here was not worth the risk. Su Shanwei was unsurprised by Li Luo's decision and merely encouraged him to focus on preparing for the academy examination. The results of the top 20 were announced the following day, with 2 representatives from the second academy making the cut, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo. However, both were akin to struggling comrades, with Li Luo ranking 15th and Zhao Kuo 16th, just at the tail end of the list. It was evident that Li Luo had ample room for improvement. If he had chosen to compete for rank, breaking into the top 10 would have been entirely feasible. Yet, due to his decision to forego this contest, he was ultimately assigned his current position. These 20 individuals would, in 2 weeks, represent the Southern Wind Academy in the Grand Examination, contending for admission slots at the prestigious Shengshuangsing Academy. As the foremost academy in the Great Xia, Shengshuangsing Academy allocates admission slots to various prefectures each year. These slots are fiercely contested through the Grand Examination among all academies within the prefectures. Historically, the Southern Wind Academy has secured the most admission slots, thereby solidifying its reputation as the premier academy of Tianshu Prefecture. Nevertheless, the Southern Wind Academy is not without formidable rivals. Dongyuan Academy stands as a significant competitor. While its heritage may not match that of the Southern Wind Academy, its rise has been remarkably swift, bolstered by the support of the Tianshu Prefecture Governor's Office. In recent years, Dongyuan Academy has posed a considerable threat to the Southern Wind Academy during the Grand Examinations, and it is rumored that this year they remain intent on claiming the title of Tianshu Prefecture's leading academy, promising a fierce contest in the upcoming examination. In the attic of his room at the old residence, Li Luo sat with his eyes closed, a gentle radiance enveloping his form. On the tea table before him lay a used 5th-grade spiritual water wonder. After a prolonged period of absorption, Li Luo gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of blue light passing through them. This was the last vial of the current batch. He gazed at the vacant crystal bottle before him, unable to suppress a scratch of his head. By now, Kaiwei had procured 83 bottles of 5th-grade spirit water of extraordinary light for him, exhausting over 400,000 pieces of heavenly gold. This was no trivial sum, had Kaiwei not liquidated several properties of the Luolan Manor in Tianshu County. Sustaining such an expenditure would have been nearly impossible. After absorbing so much 5th-grade spirit water, Li Luo's 5th-grade water light affinity had indeed seen considerable enhancement. Yet he remained some distance from evolving to the 6th grade. It was imperative that he elevate his water light affinity to the 6th grade before the upcoming academy entrance examination. Although his recent battle with Song Yunfeng ended in a draw, Li Luo felt no sense of triumph, for he understood that had it not been for the constraints of the pre-exam timing mechanism, he would have inevitably lost due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. Such a stalemate would not occur in the actual academy examination, where securing a place at the Xingxian Star Academy necessitated genuine skill. The competition there would be far more intense than the pre-exam at Nanfeng Academy, as the top students from various academies in Tianshu County would participate. Moreover, Li Luo had already chosen an energy guidance technique to switch to, which required a minimum of a 6th grade affinity. Thus, achieving the 6th grade water light affinity was of utmost urgency. Based on his current progress, he would need one final batch of 5th grade water light affinity to evolve. However, recently, Sister Kai Wei seemed to be avoiding him. She appeared reluctant to see him. Li Luo felt somewhat distressed, as she had even stopped having breakfast at the old residence, perhaps in fear that he would request yet another several bottles of spirit water of extraordinary light. After all, 5th grade spirit water was not inexpensive, priced at around 5,000 gold pieces each. Acquiring 50 would set him back 25 million heavenly gold, nearly equivalent to the annual profit of the Luolan Manor in Tianshu County. Li Luo could certainly empathize with her predicament. As a reputable chief steward, it was unfortunate that upon arriving in Tianshu County, she was reduced to relying on the constant liquidation of Luolan Manor's assets to maintain operations, a significant blemish on her professional journey. Even now, Kaiwei had not resigned, and Li Luo regarded her as exceptionally magnanimous. Yet, he felt powerless. His postnatal affinity was akin to a gold-gobbling beast. Fortunately, his parents had left him the Luolan Manor. Otherwise, he feared that in 5 years, he would likely meet his demise. He decided to pay a visit to Shiyang House. Li Luo pondered briefly. Given the internal and external challenges facing Luolan Manor, he could not merely subsist on depleting its assets. While Jiang Qingyi had entrusted him with the freedom to squander the properties in Tianshu County, he could not genuinely allow them to collapse, as this would surely incite discontent among the subordinates of Luolan Manor, leading them to question whether their young lord was incompetent, a notion Li Luo could not bear to entertain. With his thoughts settled, he tidied himself up and departed the old residence, making his way to Shiyang House. Upon arriving at Shiyang House, He made his way directly to Yin Lingqing's alchemy chamber. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of two familiar figures seated together. Seemingly engaged in a conversation, their expressions tinged with a hint of concern. It was none other than Yin Lingqing and Kai Wei. Upon noticing Li Luo's presence, both women were momentarily taken aback. "The young lord?" they exclaimed. "What are you discussing?" Li Luo inquired with a smile as he approached. On the table before them lay several bottles of spiritual water, among which was a vial of the first-grade Qingbi spiritual water he had previously concocted. "We're discussing this year's sales performance of Xiang House," Kai Wei replied candidly, showing no hesitation in sharing the information with Li Luo. "Is the performance not up to par?" Li Luo's brow furrowed slightly. The profits from Xiang House accounted for nearly half of the total revenue for the Luolan Manor in Tianshu County, and a decline in performance here would undoubtedly impact his grand plans for advancement. Yin Lingqing gestured towards the crystal bottles and spoke in a cool, composed tone. "Currently, the market for first-grade spiritual water in Tianshu County is primarily contested by two entities, our Qingbi spiritual water and the Rizhao spiritual water produced by Song family's Songzi House. The quality of both products is comparable. Thus together, they have dominated approximately 80% of the first-grade market in recent years. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the quality of the Rizhao spiritual water has seen an increase, averaging around 57% in refining efficacy, which nearly matches our highest quality. Consequently, the Song family has launched an extensive promotional campaign for their Rizhao spiritual water, resulting in them capturing a significant portion of the market, while our Qingbi spiritual water sales have dramatically declined." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's expression turned solemn. "What is the production rate of Xiang House's first-grade spiritual water?" Xiang House can produce 5 bottles of first-grade spiritual water daily, totaling 150 bottles a month. The market price for first-grade spiritual water hovers around 50 pieces of Tianshu gold, which means that over the course of a year, the total sales for first-grade spiritual water will reach approximately 90,000 pieces of Tianshu gold. After deducting all costs, the profit stands at around 30,000 gold. Kai Wei stated without hesitation, clearly well-versed in the operations and data of all the Luolan Manor's enterprises in Tianshu County. Li Luo first offered a thumbs up to Kai Wei in appreciation and then began to calculate, feeling a tinge of astonishment. The profit from just the first-grade spiritual water accounted for 1/10 of Luolan Manor's annual income in Tianshu County, underscoring the substantial profits inherent in this market. However, this was to be expected, as high-quality spiritual water is not something everyone can afford to indulge in. Many who purchase first- or second-grade spiritual water do so not merely due to their own limitations, but because they cannot afford the more costly higher-grade options, thus resorting to inferior alternatives. Yet, this increase in efficiency is evidently far inferior to that achieved with high-quality spiritual water, and the accumulation of impurities occurs at a faster rate. Nonetheless, not everyone starts with a foundation as robust as Li Luo's. The Song family's Pine Nut House produces the renowned Rizhao Qiguang. Why has its quality improved this year? Li Luo inquired. The factors influencing the quality of Ling Shui Qiguang are limited to 3: the formula, the experience and capability of the alchemist, and the quality of the source water and light. Yin Lingqing replied, somewhat nonchalantly. "I have examined the Rizhao Qiguang, and through my analysis, it appears that there have been subtle modifications to the formula. I suspect that the Song family has likely invested a considerable sum to seek guidance from some esteemed experts." Kai Wei, with her left arm crossed over her chest and her right elbow propped up, delicately touched her alabaster chin, her willow-like brows knitted in concern. Furthermore, that Zhuang Yi has been incessantly using this as a pretext to attack Ling Qing, claiming that this outcome is due to her actions, insisting that she withdraw from Xiang House. Unbeknownst to Kai Wei, her inadvertent gesture intensified the already turbulent atmosphere, particularly when juxtaposed with Yin Lingqing, who could only be described by the word tragic. Seemingly sensing something amiss, Yin Lingqing, her expression devoid of emotion, reached out and pulled Kai Wei's left arm down. Kai Wei, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a flush of crimson grace her otherwise gentle and charming oval face, while her hand beneath the table indignantly pinched Yin Lingqing. Subsequently, both women cast sharp glances at Li Luo, who, after a brief moment of surprise, maintained his composure and sternly remarked, "When discussing serious matters, refrain from such trivial antics. We are all adults here. Should this occur again, I shall have to reprimand you." Li Luo's serious admonition elicited merely a cold hum from the two women. who promptly chose to gloss over the matter. When the mention of Vice President Zhuang Yi arose, a flicker of irritation crossed Yin Lingqing's cool features. This fellow is always stirring up trouble, causing significant internal strife within Xiang House. The decline in our product quality this year is not unconnected to his actions. It appears he is a nuisance. Can we devise a means to oust him? Li Luo grimaced, equally displeased. I am in dire need of substantial funding. Yet instead of generating profit, you are setting fire to my backyard? Kai Wei furrowed her brows in concern. Currently, Xiang House lacks a leader. Lingqing is relatively new and lacks sufficient prestige, while Zhuang Yi is a veteran. Some of the alchemists within Xiang House still place their trust in him. Thus, unless there are justifiable grounds, forcibly expelling him may incite unrest among the ranks. Moreover, he has the backing of Pei Hao. Li Luo frowned. Pei Hao is a significant threat within the Luolan House, and while Zhuang Yi merely affects the sales of Xiang House, Pei Hao seeks to seize control of the entire Luolan House. This would sever my lifeline. If you take the Luolan House, how will I fill this endless void in my postnatal affinity? Rely on my looks? However, Pei Hao's influence has already taken root, while he is merely a fledgling, lacking the strength to contend with him. Thus, for now, he must remain low-key, developing in the shadows behind Sister Qingyi. Just as Li Luo was lost in these thoughts, news suddenly arrived. The lord of the mansion, the chief steward, and Vice President Yin. Vice President Zhuang unexpectedly summoned all the management of Xiang House, stating that there was a significant matter to discuss, and requested the participation of the three. Upon hearing this announcement, Li Luo, Kai Wei, and Yin Lingqing were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. This fellow is surely up to something again. Chapter 37. The contest for leadership in the conference hall of Xiang House. When Li Luo, Kai Wei, and Yin Lingqing arrived, they found every seat occupied, with all the senior management of Xiang House present. At the forefront, Zhuang Yi wore a smile, though beside him sat an elderly man with a rather stern countenance. Upon seeing the elder, Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing exchanged surprised glances and then leaned towards the somewhat puzzled Li Luo, whispering explanations. That elder is named Zhang Ping, a venerable elder from the headquarters of Xiang House. He holds significant seniority. When the two leaders established Xiang House, he was among the first batch of elders. However, he is notoriously rigid and severe, a rather obstinate figure. He usually remains at the headquarters in Wang City, and his sudden appearance here, without any prior notice, likely indicates ill intentions. As the two women elaborated to Li Luo, the attendees in the conference hall rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to him. Even the elder Zhang Ping from the headquarters stood up, his gaze fixed on Li Luo, as he stated, I pay my respects to the young master. Elder Zhang, you are too kind, Li Luo replied with a smile, before taking his seat alongside Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing. When did Elder Zhang arrive in Nanfeng City? Yin Lingqing inquired suddenly. Zhang Ping's expression remained impassive as he replied, the performance of the Tianshu County branch of Xiang House has been rather poor this year. The headquarters sent me to investigate and to clarify the unresolved leadership matter here. As he spoke, his gaze turned stern as he focused on Yin Lingqing, saying, Vice President Yin, I have reviewed some financial reports, and I must point out that the performance of the first-class refining room under your supervision has been abysmal, adversely affecting Xiang House's reputation in Tianshu County. What do you have to say about this? Yin Lingqing replied coldly, if you wish to understand the reasons behind this, perhaps you should consult Vice President Zhuang, who might provide clearer insight. Vice President Zhuang immediately retorted, Vice President Yin, do not deflect responsibility onto others for your own shortcomings. If you had not covertly obstructed the supply of materials to the first-class refining room, resulting in our inability to perform even basic training, would we be facing such outcomes? Yin Lingqing slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Silence. Zhang Ping thundered, casting a fierce glare at both Zhuang Yi and Yin Lingqing. You both present your arguments, but I have no interest in hearing them. My sole concern is the performance of Xiang House. Anyone who hinders its progress and tarnishes its reputation shall not escape my scrutiny. The declining performance of the Tianshu County branch ultimately stems from the absence of a leader to oversee operations. Therefore, the headquarters has decided that a new leader must be appointed without delay. In the assembly hall, a subtle stillness enveloped the atmosphere, as several high-ranking officials remained silent, fully aware that the contention for the presidency was primarily a conflict between Yin Lingqing and Zhuang Yi, a matter entangled in deeper complexities. Thus, They judiciously maintained their neutrality. Li Luo's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, Zhang Ping's assertion held merit. The internal strife within the Xiang House's Tianshu County branch was excessive, and to genuinely uphold stability, the decision regarding the presidency was paramount. However, the crucial question remained: who would be the president? Contemplating this, he smiled and inquired, Elder Zhang, who do you believe is most suited for the presidency? Although Zhang Ping exhibited no favoritism towards either Yin Lingqing or Zhuang Yi, he maintained a degree of respect when addressing Li Luo. After a brief silence, he replied, according to the long-standing tradition of the Xiang House, the position of president typically goes to the head of the most successful alchemy chamber. A subtle smile graced Zhuang Yi's face. Among the 3 alchemy chambers, the third-tier chamber, he managed consistently yielded profits that far surpassed those of the other 2. Thus, this rule favored him greatly. I hope the young master does not take offense. My actions are solely for the benefit of the Xiang House and the Luolan House, Zhuang Yi remarked. Li Luo observed the elder with a contemplative gaze, realizing that Zhang Ping was not, as Yin Lingqing had surmised, sent to undermine them. At the very least, his words did not echo those of Pei Hao's faction. The sudden arrival of a representative from the Xiang House headquarters in Tianshu County likely stemmed from the covert rivalry between Jiang Qingyi and Pei Hao. Yet the individual sent was the rigid and inflexible Zhang Ping, indicating a culmination of the conflict between the 2 factions. In a sense, this was not entirely unfavorable news. However, should the presidency be determined based on the performance of the alchemy chambers, Yin Lingqing would face considerable disadvantage. For Zhuang Yi's third-tier chamber was the heavyweight within the Xiang House, its annual profits eclipsing those of the first and second-tier chambers combined. Yin Lingqing, fully aware of this, wore a frosty expression, her beautiful eyes brimming with ire, ready to unleash her frustration. Yet, Li Luo suddenly placed his hand upon her wrist, his gaze fixed intently on Elder Zhang. So, it is true that the chamber with the best upcoming performance will ascend to the presidency? Indeed, Elder Zhang nodded. Li Luo pondered for a brief moment before decisively stating, this approach is commendable. Let us proceed accordingly. His declaration immediately incited a murmur of surprise among the attendees. Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing exchanged bewildered glances, evidently perplexed by his acquiescence, as it clearly indicated a relinquishment of the presidential position. Zhuang Yi too was momentarily taken aback. Before bursting into laughter, the young master truly possesses a broad vision. After all, we ultimately desire the prosperity of the Xiang House, do we not? A thriving Xiang House also translates to profit for you, young master. Elder Zhang, somewhat astonished, turned to Li Luo and asked, is the young master truly resolved on this decision? Li Luo smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. He then took the still dumbfounded Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing by the hands and exited the assembly hall. Li Luo gazed at the 2 women, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, sisters, I am not a fool. Surely I can discern who is truly worthy of trust. Kai Wei looked at him with a puzzled expression, while Yin Lingqing crossed her arms and turned away in annoyance, refusing to engage with him. Although this rule seemed to disadvantage Sister Lingqing, do you not agree that it presents a legitimate opportunity to elevate her to the position of president and rid ourselves of the calamity that is Zhuang Yi? Li Luo remarked with a grin. Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing furrowed their brows. Indeed, it was a promising opportunity, yet the crux of the matter remained. Zhuang Yi held an absolute advantage. Ultimately, who would be the one to oust whom? Kai Wei's eyes flickered with thought, and she stared at Li Luo in surprise. Could it be? You possess a way to turn the tide for Lingqing? Chapter 38. The source of secret methods. Upon hearing Kai Wei's words, even Yin Lingqing could not help but glance over, retorting with irritation, what can he do? How long has he been acquainted with the art of refining? Further elaboration felt unnecessary, as Li Luo had scarcely possessed his affinity for a month. To suggest he could reverse the situation was indeed a fanciful notion. Li Luo smiled faintly, opting for silence as he gestured for the 2 to follow him into Yin Lingqing's refining chamber. Once the door was securely closed, he leisurely remarked, I have come to understand that prior to Tianshu County, the profits of the Luolan House reached 300,000 celestial gold each year, with Xiang House accounting for half of that. Within Xiang House, the first-grade refining chamber alone yields an annual profit of 30,000 celestial gold, while the second-grade chamber generates 40,000, and the third-grade chamber nearly 80,000. You see, the disparity is vast. How could one possibly catch up? Yin Lingqing, incensed, replied, I've mentioned before that the factors influencing the quality of spiritual water are merely three: the formula, the rank of the refiner, and the source of water and light. The formula for the Qingbi spiritual water is already quite refined, and with my skills, there is little room for improvement unless we enlist the aid of some master refiners, which would demand considerable time and resources. In dire straits, the Song family has likely prepared well and is now poised to launch their offensive, taking advantage of our internal and external troubles at Luo Lan House. Kai Wei, her lips slightly parted, added, "Then we are left with only the enhancement of the strength and experience of the refiners. However, this is also a matter of time. One cannot simply expect the first-grade refiners at Shiyang House to suddenly excel beyond the average. That is unrealistic." Kai Wei's beautiful eyes suddenly turned to Li Luo, smiling. "Didn't he, the young master, refine a batch of Qingbi spiritual water with a potency of 60%? Yan Lingqing shot her a glance, saying, "What quantity can he possibly produce alone? Even if you worked him like a beast of burden, he could scarcely yield much." Li Luo's handsome visage darkened slightly. While he had no qualms about refining first-grade spiritual water, he still held a certain status. How could he be reduced to mere labor? "Then it seems we are left only with the source of water and light. However, this is not the time to dwell on such matters," Li Luo continued, disregarding the previous exchange. Yan Lingqing retorted, "The source of water and light relies solely on the innate qualities of the refiners. Are you suggesting we elevate the affinities of the refiners at Shiyang House as well? Unless one possesses some secret source of luminous water, it cannot serve as a consumable to enhance the refining power of the extraordinary liquid. However, such secret source waters are closely guarded secrets of every major power, and we at Shiyang House are utterly devoid of them." Upon hearing this, Li Luo chuckled lightly and remarked, "That may not necessarily be the case." Kai Wei and Yan Lingqing exchanged bewildered glances at his words. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Li Luo suddenly reached into his bosom and retrieved a crystal vial, containing approximately half a bottle of deep blue liquid. "Shall we test this?" he proposed. Yan Lingqing raised her delicate brows, exclaiming, "I've already told you. Other source waters are ineffective. Only the secret source water." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Li Luo had uncorked the vial, and an almost ethereal purity emanated from within, abruptly silencing Yan Lingqing, whose beautiful eyes widened in astonishment at the crystal bottle in Li Luo's grasp. In the next moment, she snatched the vial from his hand, allowing a drop of the blue liquid to cascade onto her fingertip. She sensed it intently, and her astonishment deepened. This is secret source water, and its purity rivals that of 7th-grade water properties. How could you possess such high-quality secret source water?" Yan Lingqing exclaimed, her grip tightening on Li Luo's arm in her excitement. Even secret source water is graded in quality, and the one Li Luo produced reached a remarkable 7th-grade purity, highlighting its rarity. Such pure secret source water could significantly enhance the success rate of refining extraordinary liquid, making it exceedingly valuable. Li Luo felt a slight sting in his arm from Yan Lingqing's grasp, indicating her fervor, and he softened his tone, saying, "Sister Lingqing, do not be overly excited. Can this secret source water be utilized?" "Of course it can," she replied immediately. "With this level of purity, if we incorporate it into our Shiyang House's Qingbi extraordinary liquid, it could undoubtedly stabilize the refining power at 60%, enough to overshadow Songzi House's radiant brilliance. However, the only drawback is that this secret source water is rather scarce. It may only yield around 30 bottles of first-grade Qingbi extraordinary liquid." Her eyes sparkled with fervor as she gazed at Li Luo, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. "What if we use it on the 2nd-grade extraordinary liquid?" Li Luo pondered aloud. Internally, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. This secret source water was derived from his own water properties. Due to his unique empty property, it imbued the source water he refined with an ethereal essence, making it closely resemble the so-called secret source water. However, this amount was merely what he had accumulated over 3 days, as his current strength at the 6th Seal Realm did not allow for a substantial yield of secret source water. "Let us prioritize the first-grade Qingbi extraordinary liquid for now," he concluded. "If I provide some of this secret source water every 3 days, can the first-grade refining room's performance become the highest in Shiyang House?" Li Luo inquired. Kai Wei pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, the first-grade refining room produces 150 bottles of Qingbi spirit water each month, excluding various costs. The annual value of this output is approximately 90,000 celestial coins. In contrast, the third-grade refining room's annual output is valued at 210,000 celestial coins. For the first-grade refining room to catch up, it would need to double its production, which seems quite challenging given its current success rate. However, if there is sufficient secret source water, doubling the output isn't too difficult. This high-purity source water is merely excessive for the first-grade spirit water's extraordinary light, thus significantly enhancing the success rate of its refinement, Yin Lingqing asserted. Li Luo clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Then that resolves the issue." Yin Lingqing blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Could it truly be this simple? She exhaled heavily. It was not simplicity, but rather that Li Luo had presented an idea far beyond ordinary comprehension. After all, if others discovered he was using such high-purity source water to refine first-grade spirit water, many would undoubtedly scold him for being wasteful. Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing exchanged knowing glances, tacitly refraining from asking Li Luo where he had acquired this secret source water. They surmised that it was likely a secret bestowed upon him by the two lords. It seems the young master truly is a blessing for our Luolan house. Kai Wei chuckled softly, her lovely face brimming with joy. Although the quantity of secret source water was somewhat limited, it was indeed sufficient for the current output of first-grade spirit water at Xiang House. Yin Lingqing nodded slightly. Since Xiang House only produced 150 bottles of first-grade Qingbi spirit water each month, if Li Luo supplied the secret source water every 3 days, it would adequately cover all first-grade spirit water production. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I must get busy with producing the first batch of enhanced Qingbi spirit water to establish our name and restore our reputation, she said, tightly grasping the crystal bottle filled with deep blue source water as she began to usher them out. Upon hearing this, Li Luo and Kai Wei reluctantly exited the refining room. Soon, he noticed Kai Wei quickening her pace and swiftly reached out to grasp her arm. "Sister Kai Wei, are you trying to shake me off?" Li Luo protested, somewhat indignantly. Kai Wei looked at him innocently and said, "Young master, what are you talking about? I have many matters to attend to." "Sister Kai Wei, I was just brainstorming strategies for Xiang House. You can't neglect the contributions of your benefactor." Li Luo observed the surroundings and then whispered, "I still need a batch of 5th-grade spirit water's extraordinary light." Kai Wei gazed at him with a hint of resentment in her beautiful eyes and replied, "Young master, in less than a month, you've already spent 70 to 80,000 celestial coins. This is the profit of Luolan House in Tianshu County over 2 years. If you continue like this, I truly won't be able to support you any longer." Li Luo felt a touch of embarrassment. His extravagant spending was indeed quite outrageous. However, he found himself in a predicament, for his innate talent was akin to a bottomless pit of gold. At this moment, he could only be profoundly grateful that his parents had bequeathed him the foundation of the Luolan House. Otherwise, the prospect of attaining the rank of Marquis within 5 years might have remained nothing more than a distant dream. "This is the final batch of 5th-grade spiritual water," Li Luo assured. Upon hearing this, Kai Wei hesitated momentarily before finally biting her silver teeth and conceding, "Very well, then I shall sell 2 more properties." The mere thought of it filled her with melancholy. With her abilities, she had never been reduced to such a state of relying on the sale of assets for sustenance. Yet, there was little choice. Who could possibly satiate the insatiable appetite of someone like Li Luo? Li Luo forced a chuckle and nodded in agreement. He was not lying. For if his water-light affinity were to successfully advance to the 6th grade, he would indeed no longer require the 5th-grade spiritual water. For by that time, he would need the 6th-grade spiritual water instead. Yet, he dared not voice this thought now, fearing that Kai Wei might abandon her efforts altogether. Chapter 39. Enhanced Azure Spirit Water. In the ensuing days, Li Luo devoted half of his time to practicing in his ancestral home, while the other half was spent at the Shiyang Pavilion, diligently honing his refining skills. He had reached a commendable proficiency, consistently producing a vial of first-grade Azure Spirit Water each day, establishing himself as a bona fide first-grade alchemist. Moreover, the potency of the Azure Spirit Water he crafted was steadily improving with his growing experience. However, he was evidently not content with merely this achievement and began to gradually experiment with the more intricate 2nd-grade spirit water concoctions. The complexity of the 2nd-grade formulas far surpassed that of the Azure Spirit Water, necessitating an array of materials that were both complicated and cumbersome. Consequently, his attempts were met with unyielding failure. Yet, Li Luo exhibited no urgency. He understood that failure was a form of learning. He believed that with persistent efforts, he would not be far from ascending to the rank of a second-grade alchemist. Additionally, Kai Wei had begun to deliver the final batch of fifth-grade spirit water. And under the nourishing influence of these vials, Li Luo could distinctly sense that his water-light affinity was nearing evolution. As Li Luo awaited the evolution of his water-light affinity, an unexpected stroke of fortune befell him. His affinity had unexpectedly advanced, reaching the 7th seal level. At this juncture, he also received delightful news from Yin Lingqing. The first batch of enhanced azure spirit water had finally been completed. At the Xiang Pavilion, a delicate box lay upon the table. When opened, it revealed 40 crystal vials filled with a verdant liquid, the enhanced azure spirit water. Yin Lingqing's exquisite features radiated excitement as she addressed Li Luo and Kai Wei, thanks to the exceptionally high purity of the secret method source water provided by Li Luo. Our success rate in the first-grade refining chamber has doubled. Where we previously produced only 5 vials of spirit water daily, we now achieve 10. With a stable refining potency around 60%. This truly qualifies as a superior product among first-grade spirit waters. Upon hearing this, Li Luo furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated the implications. A daily output of 10 vials would yield an annual value of merely 180,000 gold coins from the first-grade refining chamber, which remained somewhat short of the 210,000 gold coins generated by the third-grade chamber. Pondering this, he voiced his thoughts. Perhaps I could take charge of this matter. Kai Wei chimed in with a charming smile. How do you intend to proceed, Sister Kai Wei? Li Luo inquired. Somewhat taken aback, Kai Wei replied with a radiant smile. The Golden Dragon Treasure House is currently interested in acquiring high-quality, first-grade spirit waters, offering prices that exceed the market rate, reaching 60 gold coins per vial. If we can persuade them to select our azure spirit water from Xiang Pavilion, the value of this contract would elevate the first-grade refining chamber above the third grade. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, the Golden Dragon Treasure House holds significant prestige. Their endorsement would, in a sense, determine which establishment produces the highest quality first-grade spirit water in Tianshu County. The value of such a title is immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Li Luo experienced a moment of enlightenment. The Golden Dragon Treasure House has consistently adhered to a high-end boutique approach. In the past, items of such caliber as the Grade 1 spiritual water of miraculous light would seldom grace their offerings. Now that they have a need, it is only natural that they would opt for the finest Grade 1 spiritual water. Those fortunate enough to be selected by it would find their worth elevated, allowing them to consign within the Golden Dragon Treasure House, which serves as a powerful endorsement. I shall make a visit to the Golden Dragon Treasure House shortly, Kai Wei remarked, though I do hope the young master of the manor will accompany me, as I must rely on your esteemed reputation. The Golden Dragon Treasure House has always maintained a neutral stance, yet its strength is indisputable. In the realm of the Great Xia, few would dare to provoke it. For the establishment believes in the principle that harmony brings prosperity, and it never makes enemies, regardless of the extent of his influence within the manor. Li Luo remains the young master of the Luo Lan Manor, a title that garners unquestionable respect. He readily agreed, seeing as securing control over the Xiang house to generate profit was paramount. Let us proceed, he said, effortlessly lifting the box and flashing a smile at Kai Wei. The resplendent Golden Dragon Treasure House buzzed with activity, undoubtedly a focal point in Southwind City. Upon entering, Li Luo and Kai Wei were respectfully greeted by a maid, who informed them that President Lu was currently in a meeting and would require a brief moment. The two settled into the VIP lounge, waiting patiently. However, it wasn't long before Li Luo's gaze fell upon a pair of slender, elongated legs before him. As he looked up, the exquisite visage of Lu Qing'er came into view. Today, Lu Qing'er donned a black mini-skirt, her fair legs dazzling to the eye, while her cascading dark hair accentuated her svelte height. What brings the young master of the manor here? Lu Qing'er inquired with a hint of curiosity. I seek to discuss matters with President Lu. Li Luo replied with a smile. Lu Qing'er glanced at the box beside him, saying, Is that the Grade 1 spiritual water of miraculous light? Clearly, she was well informed about the recent procurement by the Golden Dragon Treasure House. Li Luo nodded in affirmation. Must I trouble the young master of the manor for such a matter? Lu Qing'er remarked. Even the finest Grade 1 spiritual water is merely a Grade 1 item. It is but a drop in the ocean for both Luo Lan Manor and the Golden Dragon Treasure House. You do not understand the plight of a fallen young master. Li Luo sighed, his tone somber. Lu Qing'er smiled non-committally before her gaze drifted to the mature and enchanting Kai Wei beside him. This sister is truly beautiful. Does the Luo Lan Manor have such high standards for its housekeepers? Kai Wei returned the compliment with a gentle smile. You are quite lovely as well. I imagine you have countless admirers at Southwind Academy. I wonder if any of them include the young master of the manor? Li Luo cleared his throat and interjected. Let us refrain from discussing such trifles. El Qinger remarked. Allow me to escort you to my second uncle. He is currently hosting guests from the Song family, likely in connection with the recent endeavor of Jinlong Baohang to incorporate the exquisite Yiping Ling Shui into their consignment. The Song family has proactively approached us to recommend their Sunlight Wonder from Songzi House. Li Luo exchanged glances with Kai Wei. Surprised that the Song family had also arrived at this conclusion, it seemed they were not lacking in acumen. Recognizing the opportunity to elevate their product's reputation through the prestige of Jinlong Baohang. I hope our visit won't disrupt their discussions, Li Luo expressed with a hint of embarrassment. Yet he rose to his feet, displaying genuine resolve. After all, no conclusions have been reached yet. El Qinger, unfazed, replied, however, you must understand the quality of the Sunlight Wonder from Songzi House. While I can facilitate your entry, should you wish for my uncle to reconsider, it will ultimately depend on the merit of your Qing Shui from Xiang House. Li Luo asserted earnestly. I conduct my affairs with integrity and never resort to backdoor dealings or connections. El Qinger lightly scoffed, not engaging in further debate. As she led the two through the corridor until they reached the exterior of a private chamber. Just as they arrived, a familiar figure emerged. Song Yunfeng? Li Luo's brow arched, recognizing none other than Song Yunfeng. Upon spotting Li Luo, Song Yunfeng appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of furrowed concern as he directed his gaze at El Qinger. Qinger, what brings him here? El Qinger, maintaining her composure, replied. Li Luo and I had an agreement. Once he arrived, I would bring him to you. Li Luo observed her flawless, beautiful visage, noting that the more exquisite a woman, the more adept she was at lying without so much as a flutter of her eyelashes. Impressive indeed. Song Yunfeng's expression fluctuated, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Yet, there was little he could do. This was Jinlong Baohang, not the Song family. Ultimately, he could only watch as El Qinger stepped inside, casting a fleeting glance at the box in Li Luo's hand. Li Luo, do not waste your efforts. Xiang House cannot compete with us at Songzi House. Li Luo replied with a smile. That remains to be seen. If you could contemplate this possibility, do you think I would allow you to claim a draw? Song Yunfeng's composure faltered, his countenance darkening, his eyes blazing with fury as if he wished to engulf Li Luo. However, Li Luo paid him no further heed and entered the room alongside Kai Wei. Chapter 40. The sniping at Songzi House. In the spacious living room, the lights shone brightly. The portly chairman Lu sat smiling at the head of the table, while to his left sat a robust middle-aged man, exuding a formidable presence, none other than Song Shan, the head of the Song family. They were evidently engrossed in conversation when Lu Qinger entered with Li Luo and Kai Wei, interrupting their dialogue. Song Shan cast a surprised glance their way, and upon recognizing Li Luo and Kai Wei, his smile faded, replaced by a nonchalant demeanor. Chairman Lu also appeared momentarily taken aback, but before he could speak, Lu Qinger gently announced, Second uncle, the people from Luolan Manor have arrived. Chairman Lu glanced into his niece's eyes, his lips twitching slightly, yet he quickly recovered, smiling as he nodded. Since they are here, let us hasten to take our seats. Song Shan placed his teacup down with a measured grace, his brows furrowing as he regarded Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu, what is the meaning of this? Chairman Lu chuckled lightly, stating, there is no need for concern, Master Song. At Golden Dragon Treasure House, we believe in prosperity through harmony. However, we also hold another principle. The quality of the items we offer must be exceptional. Although the first-grade spiritual water of Xiang House may be of a lower tier, once it enters Golden Dragon Treasure House, it must meet the highest standards. Otherwise, it would tarnish our reputation. Thus, we shall be selective. Li Luo and Kai Wei took their seats, nodding in agreement. What Chairman Lu says holds merit. Song Shan's expression remained solemn as he cast a fleeting glance at Li Luo and Kai Wei, gradually calming his demeanor. Holding his teacup with an indifferent air, he remarked, Chairman Lu, there is no need to waste time on such matters. The Qingbi spiritual water from Xiang House has recently been thoroughly defeated by the Rizhao Qiguang from my Songzi House. I believe Chairman Lu is already aware of the disparity in their refining capabilities. Frankly speaking, within Tianshu County, It is impossible to find first-grade spiritual water of superior refining quality compared to that of my Songzi house. If you truly believe Xiang House is a worthy choice, feel free to say so, and we shall withdraw. One must commend Song Shan for his audacity. His words were neither too soft nor too hard, yet brimming with authority. Chairman Lu, with a jovial demeanor, replied, Master Song, do not take offense. I acknowledge the exceptional quality of the Rizhao Qiguang from Songzi House, but surely, we must afford other families a chance to present their offerings. If it turns out that Songzi House is indeed the best, I shall apologize to you. At this, Song Shan's expression softened considerably, and he engaged in light banter with Chairman Lu once more. However, his occasional glances towards Li Luo and Kai Wei carried a hint of derision. He was well aware of the situation at Xiang House, with the chairman's position currently unoccupied. Yan Lingqing and Zhuang Yi were locked in a fierce struggle, leaving Xiang House in disarray. Yet here was Li Luo, attempting to compete with Songzi House at Golden Dragon Treasure House. Truly a display of hubris, as if the title of a lesser manners deputy could wield significant influence. Seated beside Song Shan, Song Yunfeng maintained a stoic expression, ready to witness the unfolding drama. Standing beside President Lu, El Qing'er possessed a slender figure and an innocent, sweet demeanor that starkly contrasted with Kai Wei's allure. However, her eyes reflected a hint of doubt and concern, for she understood that if Li Luo failed to present genuine top-grade spiritual water today, her second uncle would undoubtedly dismiss Xiang House. Meanwhile, Song Shan and Song Yufeng would surely revel in their misfortune. At that moment, after calming Song Shan, President Lu turned his gaze towards Li Luo and Kai Wei. Smiling as he inquired, I trust you both are aware of the requirements of our Golden Dragon Treasure House. Although the first-grade spiritual water was of a lower grade, we at Golden Dragon Treasure House will not entertain any options with a refining strength below 55%. Kai Wei replied with a charming smile, President Lu, the sunlight spiritual light from Songzi House has a refining strength of merely 56%, correct? Indeed. Song Shan raised an eyebrow, smirking as he retorted. Steward Kai certainly has a bold tongue. It seems that the azure spiritual water from Xiang House previously reached a mere 52%. Master Song is aware that was the past, Kai Wei replied with a slight smile. Meanwhile, Li Luo had placed a box upon the table, opened it, and revealed 40 vials of azure spiritual water. President Lu, allow me to introduce our latest product from Xiang House, the enhanced azure spiritual water, with a refining strength of 60%. Kai Wei's soft voice resonated throughout the room. 60%? Both President Lu and Song Shan's expressions shifted. The former was skeptical, while the latter scoffed. With a wave of his hand, President Lu summoned a maid who approached with a testing needle, inserting it into a vial of azure spiritual water. The needle's indicator, under the watchful eyes of President Lu, Song Shan, and others, stabilized at the 60% mark. Indeed, it truly possesses a refining strength of 60%? President Lu exclaimed in astonishment. Song Shan remarked coolly, Xiang House's endeavor is indeed considerable. However, I wonder if this azure spiritual water originates from the hands of third-grade refining masters or your two fourth-grade refining masters at Xiang House. President Lu pondered thoughtfully. First-grade spiritual water was not highly regarded. If crafted by third or even fourth-grade refining masters, achieving a refining strength of 60% was feasible. Yet employing such artisans for first-grade spiritual water was a significant loss. The time spent could yield far greater value in producing third-grade spiritual water instead. Song Shan's insinuation was clear. He suspected that Xiang House had resorted to utilizing some of their third-grade refining masters to concoct a batch of first-grade spiritual water to meet their objectives. President Lu then turned his gaze towards Li Luo, stating, Young Master, what we require at Golden Dragon Treasure House is not merely this batch. We seek a long-term order. If Xiang House cannot consistently supply this quality of azure spiritual water, it may lead to unfavorable consequences. Song Shan, with an indifferent expression, took a sip from his teacup. He harbored no belief that Xiang House could sustainably produce azure spiritual water with a refining strength of 60%. Could they continuously sacrifice the time of their third-grade refining masters to fabricate first-grade spiritual water? If so, it wouldn't be long before Xiang House faced closure. Li Luo faced the scrutinizing gaze of President L with remarkable composure. He calmly stated, Rest assured, President L, my Luolan house is well established and will not engage in foolish acts for trifling benefits. As for the notion of having a third-tier or even fourth-tier alchemist from Xiang House concoct a first-tier spiritual water miracle, that is an absurdity we would never consider. If you choose the Qingbi spiritual water, I assure you that Xiang House will provide a stable long-term supply, with the refining potency not falling below 60%. Furthermore, all future Qingbi spiritual water offerings from Xiang House will be enhanced versions. In the entire Tianshu County, the first-tier spiritual water miracle will undoubtedly be represented by Qingbi spiritual water. Observing Li Luo's calm demeanor, President L felt a slight tremor in his heart. Could it be that the Qingbi spiritual water from their Shiyang house could indeed be elevated to such a level without relying on third-tier alchemists? It was not only him who was taken aback. Even Song Shan and Song Yunfeng momentarily froze, as Li Luo's aura was overwhelmingly strong, far from a mere bluff. This compelled Song Shan to question whether the Qingbi spiritual water from Xiang House could genuinely reach such heights. However, how could that be possible? Just half a month prior, the Qingbi spiritual water had barely achieved a potency of 52%. How could it have increased to 60% in such a short span? But if that were not the case, what gave Li Luo the confidence to promise a consistent supply of Qingbi spiritual water with a refining potency of 60%? The room fell into a brief silence, while El Qingger curiously observed the box of Qingbi spiritual water, though she too was astonished. An instinct told her that this might somehow be related to Li Luo. President L, holding a vial of Qingbi spiritual water, remained silent for a few moments before a smile spread across his round face. He turned to Song Shan and, with a hint of apology, said, "It seems, Master Song, that this time collaboration is not feasible." Upon hearing this, Song Shan did not express anger. Instead, he set down his teacup and smiled. "There will always be opportunities in the future, President L." Since President L had made his choice, he decided not to linger. If any issues arise with Xiang House's supply in the future, President L may always reach out to us at Songzi House. Song Shan displayed the demeanor of a gracious leader, not allowing himself to be visibly shaken by Li Luo's challenge. Instead, he smiled at Li Luo and remarked, "Young master, you truly are a remarkable talent. I heard that you recently had a draw in a contest with Yunfeng at the academy. It seems that under your stewardship, Luolon House will undoubtedly have a bright future." Li Luo smiled in return and replied, "It was merely fortune." Song Shan chuckled, choosing not to prolong the conversation, and departed with the sullen-faced Song Yunfeng. After their departure, President L turned to Li Luo with a smile. "I heard from Qing'o that you have resolved the issue of the empty phase. Congratulations. Now, let us proceed to draft a contract regarding the Qingbi spiritual water." At this moment, Kai Wei approached to finalize some contractual terms with President L. As they were engrossed in their tasks, Li Luo stretched lazily, and Lu Qing'o approached him with a gentle smile, saying, "Congratulations. Thanks to you, things could have become quite troublesome otherwise." Li Luo expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that had Lu Qing'er not guided them here directly, the matter would have been exceedingly challenging once the Golden Dragon Treasure House established a contract with the Song family. Lu Qing'er waved her hand dismissively, reminding him, "However, you ought to devote more of your energy to the upcoming academy examination. You know, failing to secure a spot at the sacred Xuanqing Academy would be the greatest loss." Li Luo nodded in agreement, smiling at her words. Suddenly, Lu Qing'er inquired, "Do you have time lately? No one has sparred with me during the holidays. If you're free, we could practice together and validate each other's skills." Li Luo replied, somewhat exasperated, "Am I to be your punching bag?" "No, I won't." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'er gazed at him with a faint smile for a few seconds before turning to leave. Outside the Golden Dragon Treasure House, aboard the Song family's carriage, Song Yunfeng expressed incredulity. "Father, can the Xiang House truly produce the Azure Spirit Water with a refinement power of 60% consistently?" Song Shan replied calmly, "We shall wait and see." His son, frustrated, remarked, "It is infuriating. We expended such great effort to leverage my sister's connections to invite a master alchemist to improve the formula for the Rizhao Wonder, yet it is merely a first-grade spirit water wonder." Song Shan interjected, shaking his head. "Even if Xiang House prevails this time, they cannot compete with our Songzi House. Additionally, in 2 days, I will visit the governor's office. The governor's son, Shi Kong, is the top student at Dongyuan Academy, and he is of the same age as you. You might find it beneficial to engage with him." "The governor's office?" Song Yunfeng was taken aback. "Shi Kong is reportedly the most formidable contender from Nanfeng Academy in this upcoming examination. and his status as the governor's son makes him one of the most influential youths in Tianshu County. The only individual who could potentially rival him in status is Li Luo, the young master of the Luolan house. Of course, this was in reference to the peak period of the Luolan house. Currently, however, Li Luo's standing and renown paled in comparison to that esteemed individual. Chapter 41. The position of president on the following day after signing a long-term contract with Jinlong Baoang. Li Luo convened a high-level meeting at Xiang House in his capacity as the young master. In the conference hall, Vice President Zhuang Yi arrived fashionably late, lightly complaining. Our third-grade refining chamber is currently under immense pressure to produce the third-grade spiritual water, and time is truly of the essence. After all, the gap left by the first-grade refining chamber must be filled by us. He settled into his seat and smiled at Li Luo, saying, I hope the young master can show some understanding. It has indeed been quite taxing. In response to his insincere smile, Li Luo remained courteous, his charming visage adorned with an unwavering smile. For after today, the internal issues of Shiyang House would be thoroughly resolved, enabling it to generate a continuous stream of profits, thus allowing him to procure even more high-quality spiritual water. How could he not be joyful? Observing the smile on Li Luo's face, Zhuang Yi felt a slight unease. Yet he dismissed it, considering that although Li Luo was the young master, he wielded little actual authority, being under Pei Hao's influence, and Li Luo had no legitimate reason to challenge him. Elder Jinping was also present, equally unaware of the purpose behind Li Luo's high-level assembly. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, he inquired, Young master, what matters have you summoned us for? Li Luo replied with a smile, It is not anything else. I previously mentioned the vacancy for the president's position at Xiang House, did I not? Zhang Ping was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Isn't this matter already settled? The evaluation is based on the performance of the refining chamber heads, and it seems that Vice President Yin is at a considerable disadvantage. Does the young master wish to abandon this method? But this is the rule of Xiang House. Even the young master cannot arbitrarily change it. Lest he lose the support of the crowd, Zhuang Yi interjected. Although the high-ranking members present remained silent, their expressions clearly indicated agreement with Zhuang Yi's statement. Li Luo, meeting their inquisitive gazes, waved his hand and said, This rule is indeed sound and requires no alteration. I merely wish to convey that the results should already be evident. The confusion in the eyes of the assembled members deepened, and even Zhuang Yi paused in surprise before chuckling. Is the young master about to announce my victory? Or has Vice President Yin voluntarily conceded? At this, some high-ranking members appeared somewhat enlightened. Indeed, according to this rule, Zhuang Yi's third-grade refining chamber had significantly outperformed the first and second-grade chambers. Given such a vast disparity, Yin Lingqing's choice to withdraw would not be unreasonable. Concede? Dream on. Yin Lingqing exclaimed, her brows arching with disdain. At that moment, Kai Wei smiled gracefully, producing a contract and handing it to Elder Zhang Ping. We at Xiang House have signed a long-term order for the Azure Spirit Water with Jinlong Baoang. Elder Zhang Ping accepted the contract, and, after a few glances, his expression changed drastically. Aqua Spirit Water with a refining strength of 60%? Are you all out of your minds? How could Xiang House possibly provide a green jade spirit water with a refining strength of 60%? Elder Zhang Ping's expression darkened, and he forcefully slammed his palm onto the table, fixing his gaze upon Li Luo with a heart full of anguish. Young master, how could you sign such a contract? This is nothing short of a mockery of Xiang House's reputation. The others, having long since been rendered speechless, stared in disbelief at Li Luo, Kai Wei, and Yin Lingqing. They had never anticipated the emergence of such a contract. Green jade spirit water with a refining strength of 60%? What a farce. Even a first-tier refinement master from Xiang House could not possibly concoct such a thing. Zhuang Yi, too, was momentarily taken aback, but his heart soon swelled with uncontainable joy. He had not expected that Li Luo and his companions would bring about their own downfall without any assistance from him. The prospect of green jade spirit water with a refining strength of 60% was utterly inconceivable. With a heavy sigh, Zhuang Yi addressed Kai Wei sternly. Does the young master lack understanding, or does the chief steward not grasp the gravity of this situation? He turned his gaze towards Zhang Ping and the others, exclaiming, Are they intending to have the third-tier refinement room handle this? Do they wish to ruin Xiang House? I shall never agree to this. Elder Jinping, you see for yourself that Xiang House must swiftly confirm a president. Otherwise, we will lose all our market in Tianshu County. Li Luo observed Zhuang Yi's impassioned outburst without interruption, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Once Zhuang Yi had finished, Li Luo turned to the still frowning elder Zheng and remarked, "This contract will not involve any of Xiyang House's third-tier refinement masters. It will be entirely executed by the first-tier refinement room." Elder Zheng furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Young master, our first-tier refinement room does not possess such capabilities." That was true in the past. Li Luo smiled lightly, then retrieved a box from beneath his feet and opened it to reveal 10 enhanced vials of green jade spirit water. Elder Zheng, this is the enhanced green jade spirit water that Xiyang House will produce in the future, with a refining strength that can consistently reach 60%. Previously, 40 vials have already been delivered to Jinlong Treasure House, and we have about 10 remaining. Moreover, we anticipate that the production of this enhanced green jade spirit water will increase to 300 vials per month, if not more, thus surpassing the total value of the third-tier refinement room. Everyone gazed at him in astonishment, as if they were listening to an absurd tale. Enhanced green jade spirit water? What on earth was that? They had never heard of such a thing. Could the first-tier refinement room at Xiyang House truly produce green jade spirit water with a refining strength of 60%? Zhuang Yi's anger flared, and his words grew increasingly impolite, tinged with unease. For Li Luo's calm demeanor did not suggest a loss of reason. The others exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Elder Zheng took the testing needle from the table and inserted it into the enhanced green jade spirit water. To everyone's astonishment, the scale pointed firmly to 60%. The eyes of all present widened in disbelief. There is no doubt regarding the enhanced Qingbi spirit water. It is rumored to have been concocted by Vice President Yin herself. Although the first-grade refining chamber was recently sealed, it will soon be accessible to all. The words of the young master ring true. The enhanced Qingbi spirit water produced by the Xiyang chamber will stabilize at a potency of 60%. At this moment, the gentle voice of Kai Wei graced the air. Elder Zheng Ping paused momentarily, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. The 10 vials of Qingbi spirit water undeniably confirmed the authenticity of the claims, and there was no need for Li Luo and his associates to resort to such easily debunked fabrications. After a brief silence, Elder Zheng exhaled heavily, a bitter smile gracing his lips. If this is indeed the case, the first-grade refining chamber may very well surpass the third-grade chamber in the future. He continued, "Thus, I hereby announce that Yin Lingqing shall become the president of the Xiyang Chamber in Tianshu County." "I object," exclaimed Zhuang Yi, his face contorted with disbelief as he slammed his hand on the table. This must be some sort of trick. How could the first-grade refining chamber possibly produce Qingbi spirit water with a consistent potency of 60%? Elder Zheng's expression darkened. "Your objections are futile. The contract with the Golden Dragon Treasure Bank alone suffices to affirm this." Zhuang Yi's complexion turned ashen. "I refuse to believe that they can consistently provide Qingbi spirit water with a potency of 60%. Rising from his seat, Li Luo drew back the curtains of the assembly hall, revealing the first-grade refining chamber encased within a crystal wall. Inside, numerous first-grade alchemists were diligently at work, and some were seen collecting freshly refined Qingbi spirit water. Eventually, a servant entered, cradling a box filled with the newly produced Qingbi spirit water, heading straight for the assembly hall. Moments later, when the box of enhanced Qingbi spirit water was presented before the assembly, no one dared voice any skepticism. Despite their incredulity, the truth lay plainly before them. Even Zhuang Yi, pale and shaken, sank into his seat, muttering in disbelief. Yet, all present understood that Zhuang Yi had undeniably lost this round, and perhaps he himself had not anticipated such a swift defeat. A rare smile emerged on Elder Zheng Ping's typically stern visage. Rising from his seat, he declared, "From this moment forth, Yin Lingqing shall be promoted to the new president of the Xiyang Chamber in Tianshu County." Applause erupted within the assembly hall, and Li Luo leaned back in his chair, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. It had not been an easy journey, but at least for now, the coffers were secure. Chapter 42. The governor's mansion to celebrate her promotion to the president of Xiyang House. The exuberantly joyous Yin Lingqing hosted a banquet for Li Luo and Kai Wei that evening. It was then that Li Luo truly witnessed the remarkable capacity of Yin Lingqing. What astonished him further was not only her formidable drinking prowess, but also that Kai Wei, too, was a paragon of feminine valor. The sight of these two women indulging in their libations left Li Luo trembling in their presence, feeling as insignificant as a timid quail. "Li Luo, as long as you can bolster the support of that mystical source water, I assure you I can transform all the spiritual waters produced by Xiang House into the strongest in Tianshu County, Yan Lingqing declared, her beautiful eyes fixed fervently on him. Fueled by the wine. Very well, I shall endeavor to provide, Li Luo replied with a smile. At present, his spiritual power was merely at the 7 seal stage, however. Once he ascended to the realm of a spiritual master, his capabilities would undergo a significant transformation, allowing him to provide a far greater supply of mystical source water. If Xiang House could dominate the market for spiritual waters and wonders in Tianshu County, then the profits for the Luolan mansion would soar, enabling Li Luo to indulge his whims even further. Then let us toast to the future supremacy of Xiang House in Tianshu County, Kai Wei chimed in, her enchanting laughter filling the air. Under the influence of the alcohol, her already stunning visage radiated even more allure, brimming with charm. The trio raised their glasses, clinking them together in shared merriment. After assisting Yan Lingqing in resolving the internal issues of Xiang House, Li Luo found himself considerably more at ease. In the following days, he reduced his visits to Xiang House slightly. As the holiday approached, he needed to begin contemplating another matter of utmost importance, the impending academy entrance examination. The academy entrance examination determined the admission quota for the Shengxian Star Academy, the pinnacle of educational institutions in the Great Xia Kingdom, a revered sanctuary for countless young aspirants. Across the vast expanse of the Great Xia, no faction dared to underestimate the strength and prestige of the Shengxian Star Academy. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, dynasties had risen and fallen. Yet the Shengxian Star Academy remained steadfast, unwavering in its foundation and might. Rumor had it that within its halls resided formidable individuals with royal titles. Thus, while Li Luo held the position of the young master of the Luolan mansion, he still found himself lacking compared to the illustrious Shengxian Star Academy. For the sake of his future prospects, entering the Shengxian Star Academy was an absolute necessity. Moreover, he had a promise to fulfill with Jiang Qingyi. The academy entrance examination would encompass all the academies within Tianshu County, each sending forth their top 20 students to vie for admission to the Shengxian Star Academy. The number of slots allocated by the Shengxian Star Academy varied each year, yet according to the immutable rules, those who ranked in the top 10 of the examination were guaranteed admission, while the remaining slots would be distributed based on the performances of the respective academies. Therefore, Li Luo set his sights on securing a position among the top 10 in the examination. Achieving a top 10 finish would be no small feat within the Gilded Chamber. Li Luo, having concluded his training, wore a contemplative expression. Although the South Wind Academy is esteemed as the premier institution in Tianshu County, one must not underestimate the other academies. While the majority of the top 20 from these institutions may not pose a significant threat, there inevitably exist a few individuals of remarkable ability, and collectively, their numbers cannot be dismissed. Moreover, there lies the formidable Dongyuan Academy, which poses a genuine threat to the South Wind Academy. The challenge of navigating through such formidable adversaries to secure a position within the top 10 is daunting. Presently, Li Luo possesses the strength of the 7th Seal Realm, and his water-light affinity is anticipated to evolve into the 6th grade before the upcoming examination. However, this does not guarantee his safety. As he progresses, others likewise advance. Thus, he cannot afford to underestimate the significance of this examination. This concern is not solely Li Luo's. It is likely shared by all holders of the water affinity. The inherent characteristics of water signify that, in terms of offensive and destructive capabilities, it pales in comparison to fire, lightning, and metal affinities. While other water affinity users may feel a sense of helplessness regarding this, Li Luo is distinct. He is not merely a water affinity user, but possesses the exceedingly rare water-light affinity. With these thoughts in mind, Li Luo rose and exited the Gilded Chamber, ascending to the library in South Wind City at the governor's mansion. During this grand summer, the governor oversees a county. Thus, the status and power of the governor's mansion are unparalleled within the region. Haha, Brother Song. I have long wished to invite you to the governor's mansion for a visit. However, I was previously too occupied to find the time, and thus, I could only wait until today. Laughter echoed in the parlor of the governor's mansion, emanating from a gaunt middle-aged man. Despite his smiling visage, he exuded an aura of authority that commanded respect. This was none other than Shi Qing, the governor of Tianshu County, who himself is a formidable figure of the Celestial Gang realm. Seated in an adjacent position was Song Shan, the head of the Song family. The governor is ever so busy with official matters. How could he possibly be like us idlers? Song Shan remarked with a smile. Brother Song, are you jesting at my expense? Shirqing chuckled, holding his teacup and casually observing the floating tea leaves within. The recent activities of the Song family have not gone unnoticed. I presume you have reaped considerable benefits from the Luolan mansion. Indeed, we owe much to your guidance. Esteemed Governor, Song Shan replied. It is a pity about the Luolan mansion. Had those two not gone missing, it is likely that in the future, it would have led the 5 great mansions of the Great Xia, Shirqing remarked with a faint smile. Regrettably, those two were too conspicuous, otherwise. His words trailed off, abruptly halting. Presently, the Luolan mansion is struggling for survival, and the Song family must seize this opportunity. He turned his gaze towards Song Shan and said, Thank you for your counsel, Governor. The Song family will certainly remember this kindness. Song Shan nodded slowly, expressing his gratitude. Shirqing smiled, and the conversation shifted to other topics. Outside the parlor, adjacent to a serene lake, Song Yunfeng listened to the faint sounds emanating from within. His gaze fixed upon the tranquil waters ahead. There, a young lad in white attire stood by the lakeside, his short hair adorned with a single braid cascading down the back of his head. With bait in hand, he leisurely fed the fish. After a moment, he clapped his hands, prompting a maid to respectfully present a silk handkerchief, which he casually took to dab at his face before turning to approach Song Yunfeng. As he drew nearer, his features became clearer, though he appeared rather ordinary. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yet, in the presence of this seemingly unremarkable youth, Song Yunfeng felt an intangible sense of danger. The individual before him was none other than Shirkong, the son of the governor and the foremost scholar of Dongyuan Academy. Yunfeng, my father has instructed me to ensure that Dongyuan Academy secures the title of the premier academy in Tianshu County in this year's examinations, Shirkong remarked with a smile. With Brother Shirkong's prowess, that is certainly within reach, Song Yunfeng replied. However, it may not suffice. El Qinger from Nanfeng Academy is no trivial opponent, should we face her. She will be a formidable rival, Shirkong noted. Song Yunfeng nodded in agreement, fully aware of El Qinger's capabilities. Though I do not fear her, I prefer to avoid uncertain variables in my endeavors. Thus, I may require your cooperation during the examinations, Shirkong stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng's expression shifted, revealing his discomfort. Brother Shirkong, are you suggesting that I betray Nanfeng Academy? Your words are rather harsh. And do you truly regard Nanfeng Academy as family? It is merely a temporary stop on our path of cultivation. As long as you achieve a top 10 score in the examinations, you will naturally gain entry into Shengshuangsing Academy. At that point, will Nanfeng Academy still hold any significance for you? Shirkong laughed. Rest assured, I will not ask you to undertake anything too conspicuous. He waved his hand dismissively. This is also my father's wish. The old dean of Nanfeng Academy has harbored grievances against my father, obstructing his promotions repeatedly. Therefore, this year, we must seize the title of the premier academy in Tianshu County. Song Yunfeng remained silent for a considerable time before finally nodding with difficulty. Shirkong then smiled gently, placing a hand on his shoulder. By the way, I heard that Li Luo has made quite a name for himself lately. Did he not draw with you in a previous match? At the mention of this, Song Yunfeng's expression darkened. He merely took advantage of the situation. If we meet in the examinations, he would stand no chance of a draw. I see. Shirkong pondered for a moment. That is indeed unfortunate. I was looking forward to encountering this young lord during the examinations. However, hearing your account has diminished my interest considerably. There will be no need for Brother Shirkong to intervene. When the opportunity arises, I will handle him myself, Song Yunfeng asserted. Very well, though I have scarcely met him. I find myself rather disliking him, Shirkong remarked with a faint smile. Detecting the disdain in his words towards Li Luo, Song Yunfeng felt a twinge of curiosity. Observing this, Shirkong chuckled lightly, adopting a casual tone. This incident has indeed become a scandal. Many years ago, my father once attempted to propose to Jiang Qingyi from the Luolan mansion. Haha. Of course, in the end, he was outright rejected by the two lords of the mansion. It seems they intended to reserve her for their own son. Yet, one cannot help but wonder if their ineffectual offspring is truly capable of cherishing such a gem. Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng felt a sudden clarity. He finally understood why the governor's office had been covertly aiding the Song family in their endeavors to engulf the Luolan mansion's assets. It turns out there was such a history between the two parties. Chapter 43. the 6th rank of water light affinity. As the last 3 bottles of 5th grade spiritual water essence remained, Li Luo's water light affinity finally underwent the long-awaited evolution. Ascending to the 6th rank, in the attic of his bedroom, Li Luo lay back on the carpet, his face adorned with a complex blend of emotions and ecstasy. Less than a month prior, he had been regarded as a so-called empty affinity, his future shrouded in uncertainty. Yet now, his unique water light affinity had reached the 6th rank. With an affinity rated at 9, attaining the 6th rank is undoubtedly considered a commendable achievement. Upon further evolution in the future, he would step into the realm of genuinely high-ranking affinities. Moreover, due to the distinctive nature of the water light affinity, even at the 6th rank, the power derived from it would not be inferior to that of certain 7th rank affinities. Thus, in terms of affinity grade alone, Li Luo had already caught up with many of his exceptional peers. To his knowledge, within the entire Southern Wind Academy, only Lu Qing'er possessed an affinity of the 7th rank. Even if one were to broaden the scope to the entire Tianshu County, the number would still be exceedingly limited. Li Luo would not allow the presence of a prodigy like Jiang Qingyi, who possessed a 9th rank affinity, to lead him to dismiss the significance of 7th rank affinities. If 9th rank affinities were not extraordinarily rare, how could the Sheng Xuanqing Academy possibly initiate special admissions to enroll Jiang Qingyi ahead of time? It is worth noting that the standards of the Sheng Xuanqing Academy are exceptionally high, having encountered countless geniuses. Thus, ordinary talents lack the qualification to warrant such an opening of doors. Li Luo raised his palm, where blue affinity energy began to coalesce at his fingertips, remarkably pure, resonating with the sound of gentle waves, clear and refreshing. He sensed that with the evolution of his water light affinity to the 6th rank, his affinity energy had also become significantly more robust and refined, drawing him closer to the 8th imprint realm. The blue energy ultimately formed a sphere the size of a fist at his fingertips. In the next moment, he flicked his finger, sending the blue sphere hurtling forth. Just as it was about to strike the wall, it erupted in a brilliant explosion of light, causing Li Luo, who had anticipated this, to squint against the dazzling brilliance. With a light chuckle, he acknowledged that this technique was not particularly rare. It was merely a common mid-tier affinity technique known as water bullet technique. Should an opponent be struck by it, the water affinity's power would impede their speed. However, the technique's drawback lay in its relatively low attack power, making it difficult to inflict significant harm. Thus, Li Luo improved and enhanced this mid-tier technique by integrating light affinity energy into it. The resultant water bullet not only traveled faster but also unleashed a blinding flash of light, achieving a disruptive effect. Consequently, this enhanced technique was renamed Water Light Bullet. In preparation for the impending academy examination, Li Luo had dedicated considerable effort to refining his techniques, and the Water Light Bullet was one of the successful experiments. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the 2 remaining bottles of 5th grade spiritual water essence on the table, a hint of melancholy crossing his features as he sighed. In a mere span of less than a month, his radiant water affinity had ascended by 2 ranks, a pace that, if divulged, would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. However, Li Luo discerned that this period of rapid advancement was likely nearing its conclusion. For once one reaches the 6th grade spiritual water affinity, it no longer resembles the 5th grade, which could be effortlessly procured in the hundreds. Moreover, in terms of price, while the 5th grade spiritual water affinity retails at 5,000 gold, the 6th grade demands a staggering 30,000 gold. He had expended approximately 180 units of spiritual water affinity to elevate himself from the 5th to the 6th grade. Transitioning from the 6th to the 7th grade represents a pivotal juncture in one's affinity, as it marks the threshold from mid-grade to high-grade. Thus, the requisite spiritual water affinity for this leap would likely be even greater. Tentatively, should 200 units be necessary, the final cost would reach a daunting 6 million gold, a sum that might well encompass the entirety of the annual revenue of the entire Luo Lan estate. Given the current tribulations both within and outside the estate, it was inconceivable that they could muster 6 million gold to support his endeavors. Furthermore, even if funds were available, one would have to await the appearance of 6th grade spiritual water affinities in the market. As per Li Luo's knowledge, the entire Tianshu County sees the emergence of scarcely more than 10 units of 6th grade spiritual water affinities each month. The prospect of gathering sufficient quantities to evolve to the 7th grade seemed almost insurmountable, unless one ventured to the royal city. When one calculates the requirements for nurturing this innate affinity to the 9th grade, the The financial implications soar to a truly terrifying figure. Under such circumstances, even the Luo lawn estate appears diminutive. Upon closer inspection, it seems that this innate affinity might indeed be somewhat deceptive. Admittedly, due to his unique empty affinity, he could absorb lower-grade spiritual water affinities, yet the efficiency of such endeavors is exceedingly low. For instance, after achieving the 6th grade, his absorption of 5th-grade spiritual water affinities would yield results markedly inferior to those prior to his evolution. Thus, for him, substituting lower-grade affinities for higher ones may not be as advantageous as it seems. They could only serve as a last resort. Li Luo's expression turned contemplative, yet fortunately, his singularity was not limited to this aspect alone. Upon attaining the realm of an affinity master, he would have the opportunity to forge a second affinity to fill a second affinity chamber. Therefore, even if he faced financial constraints in advancing his first affinity, the emergence of a second would suffice to propel his progress further. In truth, it is only when the second affinity chamber is filled that the unique advantages belonging to Li Luo would truly manifest. Though a 6th or 7th grade water affinity may pale in comparison to your 9th grade, what of 2 6th or 7th grade dual attributes? Or 3, if I cannot best you in one-on-one combat, surely I can overwhelm you with sheer numbers. This advantage, at least until he encounters formidable opponents of the Marquis realm, is likely to persist, unless he encounters an exceptionally gifted individual who fortuitously opens their second affinity chamber before reaching the Marquis realm. Such talents are likely as rare as his innate empty affinity. Moreover, should he indeed come across such an individual, his tri-affinity strength would surely provide him with a considerable edge against their dual affinities. With a tumult of thoughts swirling within him, Li Luo let out a heavy sigh, suppressing his emotions entirely. He then reached for a blue jade tablet resting on the table, which contained a newly acquired energy guiding technique he had meticulously selected for himself, the Xuanpu breathing method, a superior grade skill requiring a 6th grade affinity. This energy guiding technique surpassed the previous Kanglin meditation chart in its sophistication, promising a more potent manifestation of water affinity, making it ideally suited to Li Luo's current needs. Li Luo delved into the intricacies of the Xuanpu breathing method, and after a considerable period of contemplation, he began to grasp its fundamentals and attempted to practice it. Over the next 2 days, he dedicated the majority of his focus to the cultivation of the Xuanpu breathing method. It was not until the day before the end of the holiday that Kai Wei sent someone to inform him that the resonance tools he had previously commissioned were finally completed. Chapter 44. The approaching examination in a hall of the old residence. Li Luo entered with an exhilarated stride, his gaze immediately drawn to the alluring figure of Kai Wei. Her tall, voluptuous silhouette and her exquisite, oval face, radiant like the most vibrant flower, exuded an enchanting charm. However, having grown accustomed to her allure over time, Li Luo's attention soon shifted to an iron box placed upon a table. With a few swift steps, he approached the box and opened it, revealing a glimmering light. Inside lay 2 short blades, their icy gleam captivating. One blade was a striking azure, with subtle water patterns flowing across its surface, while the other was a delicate pale hue, crafted from a rare metal known as sun spirit iron, said to emit a blinding brilliance under sunlight. Both blades were imbued with the energies of water and light, allowing Li Luo to maximize the potency of his water-light affinity when wielding them. The hilts of the twin blades were fashioned in the likeness of a beast's maw, with fangs subtly protruding. Overall, the blades exhibited a deeper curve, their edges slightly bent and shimmering with a chilling light, extraordinarily sharp. As Li Luo grasped the twin blades and executed a gentle flourish, a faint whistle of slicing air accompanied his movements. He then secured the blades at his waist, presenting an exceptionally dashing appearance. Excellent, Li Luo nodded in satisfaction, casually naming the 2 blades. The azure one would henceforth be called the water pattern blade, and the other, the sun pattern blade. While these weapons were merely competent tools, they did not yet ascend to the level of treasures. Kai Wei, with her discerning eye, recognized that aside from their somewhat unique design, these short blades were not particularly precious. Weapons of this kind were categorized by rank. The standard ones were merely ordinary implements, while those surpassing this classification were deemed treasures. Compared to ordinary weapons, treasures were significantly more formidable and rare, each carrying a price tag that far exceeded that of standard tools. However, treasures required a stronger affinity to wield effectively, and with Li Luo currently at the 7th seal stage, Even if he possessed a treasure, he would struggle to unleash its true power. This will suffice for now. Once I advance to the realm of affinity masters, I shall seek a set of authentic treasures. Li Luo remarked with a smile, knowing these blades were merely a temporary measure in preparation for the forthcoming academy examination. Thank you, Sister Kai Wei, he expressed his gratitude. Kai Wei waved her hand dismissively, saying, your academy examination should be approaching soon, right? In recent days, the Southern Wind Academy has become quite lively, with elite teams arriving from various cities in Tianshu County. The annual academy examination is a significant event for all counties. The ensuing competition will attract countless spectators, creating a bustling atmosphere. Li Luo nodded, replying, there are still 3 days remaining. A hint of concern flickered in Kai Wei's beautiful eyes as she inquired, are you confident? Although you have awakened your water affinity, it is still somewhat later than other students, and I am uncertain if you can catch up. The significance of gaining admission to the Sacred Mystical Star Academy is well understood by Kai Wei. Should Li Luo succeed in this endeavor, it would greatly enhance his own reputation. At the very least, some individuals within the Luo Lan house would no longer dare to disregard him as a young master. This, in turn, would alleviate some pressure from Jiang Qingyi. With twin blades at his waist and his hand resting upon their hilts, a smile graced Li Luo's face. Fear not, Sister Kai Wei, I possess compelling reasons not to fail, he declared. For if I cannot even achieve this step, the prospect of breaking off the engagement will be forever beyond my grasp. As the holiday came to a close as scheduled, Zhao Kuo, possessing only a 5th grade affinity, was neither particularly high nor low in rank. Yet, his ability to reach the 7th imprint realm before the grand examination attests to the diligence he had exerted. Li Luo gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. How can I compare to you? You are handsome, possess a keen insight into the art of divination, and have now awakened your water affinity. In the future, you will become another legend of the South Wind Academy, following in the footsteps of Senior Jiang Qingyi. Zhao Kuo replied earnestly, I chose to befriend you primarily due to your sincerity. You never speak falsehoods, Li Luo acknowledged with a look of admiration. Of course, during the grand examination, I shall count on you, Brother Luo, Zhao Kuo said with a grin. Not a problem. I will secure first place and bring you directly into the Sacred Mystical Star Academy, Li Luo responded confidently. Brother Luo is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Su Shanwei, who was walking ahead, could not help but feel a tinge of embarrassment listening to the two engage in their shameless banter. He turned and admonished, silence. We have arrived. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo immediately ceased their chatter, turning their attention to a courtyard ahead, where a dozen figures awaited them, specifically the top 20 candidates from the South Wind Academy. Among the crowd, Li Luo spotted familiar faces, El Qinger, Song Yufeng, and Tifa Qing, among others. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the duo, amusement evident in their expressions. Evidently, their earlier exchange had not gone unnoticed. However, faced with the teasing gazes from the crowd, Li Luo remained remarkably composed, revealing no signs of embarrassment. In such situations, as long as one maintains their poise, the awkwardness falls upon others. Zhao Kuo, on the other hand, wore a simple, honest smile, embodying his straightforward persona. His skin truly is thick, someone mused. Li Luo has grown rather arrogant. Having previously drawn even with Song Yunfeng through the competitive mechanism, he now dares to boast of achieving first place without even consulting El Qinger. In front of the gathering stood the elderly dean, who cast a jovial glance at Li Luo and Zhao Kuo before addressing the crowd. It appears everyone is present. Allow me to discuss the details of the upcoming grand examination. Upon hearing this, everyone straightened, attentively awaiting the dean's next words. The Academy's grand examination will commence in 3 days, and you 20 will represent the South Wind Academy in this contest. My sole request of you is to uphold the reputation of our South Wind Academy as the premier institution in Tianshu County. This year, the Sacred Mystical Star Academy has allocated a total of 50 admission slots to Tianshu County. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone perked up their ears. The 50 available slots were evidently fewer than in previous years, leading to a more intense competition ahead. According to past regulations, the top 10 in the Academy's grand examination would each secure an admission quota for the Shengshuangsing Academy, while the remaining 40 would be allocated based on the rankings of the top 10. The academies represented by the 8th, 9th, and 10th places would receive an additional admission slot, while those represented by the 5th, 6th, and 7th places would gain 2 extra slots. The The third and fourth places would each obtain 5 additional slots. The second place would garner 6 slots, and the first place, a staggering 15 slots. This last statement caused a wave of astonishment among the crowd, as no one had anticipated such a significant weight assigned to the top position in this year's examination. While it was true that the academy represented by the first place had historically received more slots than others, this year's disparity was indeed remarkable. Among the crowd, the mentor Lin Feng from their academy gazed at Lu Qing with a gentle and encouraging smile, saying, "Qing if Nanfeng Academy wishes to uphold its reputation this time, it will likely depend on your ability to secure the first place." The elderly dean also nodded with a particularly amiable expression. Clearly, they had high hopes for Lu Qing, which was entirely reasonable, as she was indeed the pillar of Nanfeng Academy at present. Faced with their earnest gazes, Lu Qing's delicate features remained remarkably composed as she softly replied, "I will do my utmost to compete." The elderly dean nodded and then cautioned, "However, you must be wary of Shikong from Dongyuan Academy. He possesses formidable strength and may prove to be your fierce rival." Upon hearing this name, a flicker of seriousness passed through Lu Qing's beautiful eyes, and she nodded earnestly. "Starting tomorrow, you need not attend the academy, but rather, you will reside at Bailingyuan, the gathering place for teams from various academies in Tianshu County. 3 days hence, we shall enter Bailing Mountain from there, which is the venue for this grand examination." The elderly dean offered several more reminders before ultimately summarizing his thoughts. "Having been in charge of Nanfeng Academy for decades, its honor is more precious to me than my own life. So I ask everyone to exert great effort in the examination to help me preserve this most vital treasure." With a solemn expression, the elderly dean slightly bowed to the crowd. Finally, he waved his hand, and the assembly began to disperse, each person harboring their own emotions. As Li Luo stepped out of the courtyard and gazed at the azure sky, unblemished by clouds, a swell of emotions stirred within him. The grand examination was finally approaching. Regrettably, his parents were not present. Yet, if they were, might they shake their heads in disapproval, saying, "This son is too foolish. He cannot be compared to his exemplary peers." It was said that in Jiangqing's cohort, the other academies of Tianshu County had been utterly subdued, lacking even the courage to provoke Nanfeng Academy. Upon learning of her early admission to Shingshangsing Academy, the various academies of Tianshu County had rejoiced, their hearts swelling with excitement and tears of joy. In stark contrast to Jiang Qing's illustrious and dazzling resume, which could easily blind the beholder, Li Luo's journey has been undeniably tumultuous. Just a month ago, the overwhelming majority believed he might not even qualify to partake in the grand examination. Reflecting upon this, a chill swept through Li Luo's once fervent heart, prompting a deep sigh of resignation. What does it all mean? Chapter 45. The White Spirit Garden. Nestled on the outskirts of Southwind City, the White Spirit Garden lies against the backdrop of White Spirit Mountain. It has frequently served as a venue for the prestigious examinations of the academies. On the following day, Li Luo and his companions, under the guidance of mentors Lin Feng and Su Shanyue, meticulously prepared to journey to the White Spirit Garden. Upon their arrival, they were met with a throng of people outside the estate. A myriad of vendors formed a bustling street that extended in all directions, creating a lively atmosphere. This was hardly surprising, as the academy examination is a significant event for all the counties. Although only the finest students from each academy participate, this very exclusivity heightens the competition, as everyone is eager to witness which young prodigy will emerge victorious as the new champion of Tianshu County. Such an achievement is the pinnacle of glory for any young man. As the group entered the White Spirit Garden, the fervor intensified. The cacophony of voices surged from all sides, and their presence immediately attracted considerable attention, for the name of Southwind Academy still resonated prominently within Tianshu County. Is this the top 20 from Southwind Academy? Wow, that beautiful young lady with long hair must be Lu Qing. I hear she is the top student at Southwind Academy. This year, she is likely to claim first place. Not necessarily. The talented Shikong from Dongyuan Academy is formidable and may well rival her. Which one is Li Luo from Southwind Academy? I heard Jiang Qingyi is his fiancée. How dare he tarnish my goddess? Look, the most handsome one is Li Luo from Southwind Academy. Humph. He is indeed handsome, but what else does he have to offer? He possesses wealth and influence. After all, he is the young master of the Luolan house. Humph. Relying on family connections is not true strength. We must strive for self-improvement. I heard he tied with the second-ranked Song Yunfeng in the preliminary examination at Southwind Academy. Goodness, you are so annoying. Can you please be quiet? The multitude of discussions flooded the ears of the Southwind Academy group. Clearly, the topics surrounding Lu Qing'er and Li Luo garnered the most attention, the former due to her prowess and the latter because of his unique reputation. Not far away, atop a stone pavilion on a high ground, 3 figures stood, their gazes fixed upon the Southwind Academy team entering the White Spirit Garden, 2 young men and 1 young woman. One young man was tall and robust, his fiery red hair dazzling in the sunlight, while the other appeared refined and somewhat frail. The young woman, clad in green, was petite and charming, her delicate features strikingly beautiful, particularly the vine-like green tattoos adorning the backs of her hands. These 3 were not unknown. The red-haired youth was named Xiang Liang, the top student from the Morning Light Academy in Tianshu County, renowned for his formidable strength. The refined young man was Zhong Fu, the leading student from Zhongyang Academy. The petite young woman was Qi Su, the foremost student from Shiguang Academy. Together, they represented powerful contenders in the top 10 of the upcoming academy examination. Is that Lu Qing'er? She appears to be a formidable opponent. Xiang Liang's voice resonated with intensity, his eyes blazing with fervent combat spirit as he fixated on L. Qing'er. From her presence, I sensed an undercurrent of danger. Zhong Fu furrowed his brow and spoke softly. The foremost individual of the Southern Wind Academy has never been an easy opponent, has she? Yet you should consider yourselves fortunate. At least we are not in the same cohort as Jiang Qingyi, or else we might as well retire for the night. Qi Su chimed in with a light-hearted laugh. Xiang Liang and Zhong Fu nodded in agreement, lamenting, Jiang Qingyi is truly terrifying, a 9th-grade luminary, enough to instill fear. Those who share her cohort truly deserve our sympathy. However, within this cohort of the Southern Wind Academy, only L. Qing'er and Song Yufeng warranted caution. The others were not formidable threats, Xiang Liang confidently asserted. Although the academy he attended could not rival the Southern Wind Academy, it was precisely for this reason that it could amass significant resources to support individuals like him. Such individuals, though not abundant in the Tianshu County's various academies, were not singular either, as institutions were willing to invest heavily to recruit these gifted students. What about Li Luo? Qi Su inquired. I heard he reached a stalemate with Song Yunfeng in the preliminary examination. That was merely a stroke of luck. It will be of no use in the major examination, Xiang Liang replied. Upon hearing this, Qi Su appeared to understand, expressing a hint of regret. What a waste of such a handsome face. Meanwhile, the soft-spoken Zhong Fu remarked, underestimating one's opponents is a grave mistake. Li Luo's ability to match Song Yunfeng indicates he possesses some peculiar strengths. Therefore, for the sake of thorough preparation, it is essential to gauge his true capabilities in order to eliminate any potential instability. Leave that to me. I will devise a plan, Xiang Liang replied dismissively. Qi Su's gaze shifted as she said, Have you all received the message from Master Kong? He wants us to meet tonight to discuss certain matters. Xiang Liang nodded, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the governor's son, the only one capable of confronting L. Qing'er directly. He recognized the importance of maintaining a degree of respect. Zhong Fu also nodded gently, stating, his objective must be aimed at the Southern Wind Academy, which aligns with our interests. After all, the Southern Wind Academy has monopolized the title of the premier academy in Tianshu County for far too long, consistently securing the most admission slots. If we could suppress them, it would benefit our respective academies. Qi Su added with a smile. Moreover, without his influential presence, it would be unlikely for us to unite. While various academies may target the Southern Wind Academy, competition among them remains fierce, making it difficult to forge alliances without a strong figure to mediate. Thus, Master Kong's emergence is indeed welcomed. Meanwhile, Li Luo and his companions, under the guidance of Lin Feng and Su Shangyue, settled into their dormitory within the Bailing Garden. By chance, Li Luo found himself sharing a room with Zhao Kuo. As the two organized their living space, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. When Li Luo opened the door, a rather flamboyant face appeared, revealing a corner of a page from a book concealed in their arms. Brother, care to buy some materials? Upon hearing these words, Li Luo was instantly reminded of those seedy vendors who used to furtively peddle various unhealthy books at the entrance of the Southern Wind Academy. Yu Lang, when did you change professions? Li Luo inquired with a chuckle. The person before him was none other than Yu Lang, who had previously faced off against Li Luo and met defeat in a rather exaggerated manner, having spat out copious amounts of blood. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Yu Lang replied, I possess first-hand information containing intelligence on the top students from various academies, which I have used to deduce the top 10 contenders for the upcoming examination. Oh, Li Luo raised an eyebrow, impressed by this fellow's cleverness in recognizing the value of such information, seemingly having prepared for this endeavor for quite some time. Your knack for making money is commendable, he remarked, subsequently purchasing a piece of information to show his support. Absolutely. This data is the result of my dedicated labor. And I assure you it is worth every penny, Yu Lang declared with utmost conviction. Li Luo casually flipped open a page, only for his smile to falter as he directly encountered his own name. Li Luo, Southern Wind Academy, young master of the Luo Lan House, once deemed a waste. Now an emerging genius, suspected of possessing a 5th-grade water affinity, characteristics, strikingly handsome. Unfortunately, good looks offer no advantage in securing a position, and the estimated probability of attaining a top 10 finish in the examination is exceedingly low. Fuming with indignation, Li Luo lifted his head, ready to unleash a tirade. But Yu Lang swiftly darted away like a gust of wind, a voice trailing behind him. I was merely safeguarding your information. Grinding his teeth, Li Luo muttered. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you scoundrel. Just hope I don't cross paths with you again. Chapter 46. The unconventional young master of the ministry. As his gaze traversed the pages, a seriousness enveloped his countenance. For he discerned that much of the intelligence contained therein was indeed quite substantial. It appeared that Yu Lang had genuinely invested effort into this, rather than fabricating information to deceive. Naturally, this did not include the entry pertaining to him, Li Luo, apart from the undeniable fact of his handsome visage. He would not concede to any other attributes mentioned. At this moment, Li Luo's attention was captivated by an analysis regarding the top 10 contenders of the upcoming grand examination. First place, Nanfeng Academy, Lu Qing'er, possessing a superior 7th-tier ice affinity, suspected to be at the 9th seal level. This young lady boasts both beauty and strength, remaining undefeated within Nanfeng Academy. Second place, Danyuan Academy, Shikong, also of superior 7th-tier thunder affinity, likely at the 9th seal level. He may be the sole individual capable of posing a genuine threat to Lu Qing'er with a chance to claim the top spot. Third place, Chenxi Academy, Xiangliang. Inferior 7th-tier fire affinity, at the 8th seal level. He is a premier student nurtured through substantial resources, and his prowess should not be underestimated. Fourth place, Nanfeng Academy. Song Yunfeng, inferior 7th-tier red eagle affinity, at the 8th seal level. In the preliminary rounds of Nanfeng Academy, his record was nearly flawless, with his only defeat at the hands of Lu Qing'er in one draw, instigated by Li Luo himself. Fifth place, Shiguang Academy, Qi Su, inferior 7th-tier spirit poison vine affinity, at the 8th seal level. Sixth place, Zhongyang Academy, Zhongfu, inferior 7th-tier water affinity, at the 8th seal level. Seventh place. Upon perusing this list, Li Luo recognized that nearly all of the formidable contenders within the top 10 possessed strength at the 8th seal or above, clearly indicating that they were no mere pushovers. It was evident that securing a spot among the top 10 would not be an easy feat. He contemplated, stroking his chin. Currently, he was at the 7th seal level, which rendered him somewhat weaker in comparison to these potent competitors. However, due to the unique qualities of his water-light affinity, in an actual confrontation, his opponents might not necessarily hold a significant advantage. If he were to encounter Song Yunfeng again now, there would be no need for a repeat of their previous match, which had ended in a draw. Clearly, among the top 10, Lu Qing'er and Shikong stood in a league of their own, both possessing 9th seal strength and adept mastery of their respective arts, making them the most likely candidates to seize the first place. Yet, Li Luo harbored little ambition for the top honor at this moment. Why? Because his strength simply did not permit it. Although he wielded a 6th-tier water-light affinity, both Lu Qing'er and Shikong possessed superior 7th-tier affinities. Their backgrounds were formidable, and the resources they commanded would undoubtedly rival those available to him as a young master. Thus, to presume he could effortlessly surpass them in strength would be a grave misjudgment. After all, he was not like Jiang Qingyi, who, with her 9th-tier radiant affinity, could effortlessly dominate all, instilling in others a lack of courage to challenge her. A previous encounter with Pei Hao, who was at the late stages of the earthly fiend, illustrated this point. Despite his status, he gained little advantage against the merely initial stage Jiang Qingyi, showcasing the overwhelming and tyrannical nature of the 9th-tier radiant affinity. Li Luo's current aspiration is to secure a place within the top 10 in the upcoming examination, as acquiring a spot would suffice. He harbors little desire for the coveted first position, recognizing that such brilliance often attracts envy and scrutiny. After enduring past tribulations, he believes that a humble and steady approach to life is prudent, should circumstances permit. He yearns to discreetly achieve a modest goal, to ascend to the rank of a marquis, thereby ensuring the stability of his precarious existence. After all, the remaining 5 years of his life loom over him like a sword poised to strike, causing considerable unease. The information he has perused is remarkably comprehensive and replete with valuable insights. Upon completing the review, Li Luo could not help but express admiration, as he now possesses a foundational understanding of the top students from various academies. Moreover, he suspects that Yu Lang intentionally omitted certain details about him to avoid drawing attention. Otherwise, given Yu Lang's knowledge, the information would not have been so vague and misleading. He reflects on having misjudged Yu Lang. As he mused, a rumble from his stomach reminded him that night had fully descended. Just then, a knock echoed from the door, and Yu Lang's voice called out, "Li Luo, your friend Zhao Kuo has been intercepted." Li Luo opened the door, frowning as he questioned, "What did you say?" Outside, Yu Lang shrugged and replied, "It seems that fellow had a confrontation with someone from the Zhongyang Academy, and the leader is Zhong Fu. You should be familiar with him from my examination materials." "People from Zhongyang Academy? What do they intend?" Li Luo inquired, astonished. "Zhong Fu has appeared. If this were merely to target Zhao Kuo, I doubt you would find that credible," Yu Lang analyzed. "Are they coming for me?" Li Luo pondered aloud. "It's likely they wish to gauge your standing," Yu Lang suggested. "I have been so low-key. Why would they need to probe me?" Li Luo expressed his bemusement, noting that Zhong Fu is a formidable contender for the top 10, making it perplexing that he would focus on him. "It appears he is a cautious individual, which aligns with his character," Yu Lang concurred, recognizing Li Luo's understated demeanor, with his only notable achievement being a draw against Song Yufeng due to circumstances. "To bully my brother, regardless of who it is, I cannot tolerate it," Li Luo declared vehemently, promptly exiting the room. Yu Lang scratched his head, remarking, "By saying that, aren't you inadvertently fulfilling their intentions?" At the western side of Bailing Garden, amidst a throng of people, many halted, resulting in a blockage. Within the crowd, several students from Zhongyang Academy encircled Zhao Kuo, embroiled in a heated argument, while onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. "What is happening?" someone asked. "I heard that a student from Nanfeng Academy has been harassing a junior from Zhongyang Academy." "How audacious! Where's the junior?" "Over there. Her appearance is rather ordinary. Are the students from Nanfeng Academy truly so desperate?" Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Zhao Kuo grew increasingly impatient, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, he forcefully pushed through the crowd and took off running. Yet, no sooner had he begun to flee than he sensed a formidable force surging from behind. A somewhat cold hand pressed against his back, and the power emanating from that palm rendered Zhao Kuo rigid, unable to move. He turned his head to see a frail-looking youth with a refined demeanor standing behind him and exclaimed in anger, "What do you intend to do?" Zhong Fu, with a smile, replied, "Brother, the matter is far from settled. You must allow someone of stature from the Nanfeng Academy to address this situation, don't you think?" "You intend to extort me?" Zhao Kuo retorted in a low voice. Zhong Fu chuckled. "If the Nanfeng Academy fails to send someone of sufficient standing, it seems you will simply receive a beating, all in the name of seeking justice for our junior sister. Preposterous. She is far more robust than I am. Do you think I would dare to provoke her?" Zhao Kuo fumed. Zhong Fu, undeterred, maintained his hold on Zhao Kuo as the crowd around them grew increasingly intrigued. After a heated exchange of insults, the atmosphere shifted as the crowd stirred. Zhong Fu's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing Li Luo emerge. Indeed, he has arrived. Zhong Fu thought gleefully. As long as Li Luo made an appearance, today he would surely uncover the truth of his capabilities, whether he was genuinely formidable or merely a fade. However, before his elation could fully manifest, he witnessed Li Luo turn and call out, "Supervisor, over here. This individual has breached the rules by engaging in a private duel. Please apprehend him and revoke his eligibility for the upcoming examination." The smile on Zhong Fu's face froze in disbelief as he observed a supervisor in official attire emerging expressionlessly from behind Li Luo. "Blast it," Zhong Fu muttered in frustration. He had not anticipated that the young master of the Luo Lan house would resort to such tactics. In recent days, the skirmishes among students from various academies within the Bailing Garden had become commonplace. Yet they typically adhered to an unwritten code of conduct to resolve matters on their own. Who had ever seen someone so quick to report to a teacher? Was there no sense of pride left? This young master certainly did not play by the rules. Chapter 47. Zhong Fu punished to stand amidst the throng of onlookers. Many students gaped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. No one anticipated that Li Luo, who had come to the rescue, would casually bring along a supervising mentor. How brazen of the young master! Is he not afraid of Zhong Fu? The students engaged in heated debate, incredulous that someone would resort to reporting to a mentor. It was shocking indeed. Yet, perhaps seeking a mentor was the most prudent course of action. Engaging in a private brawl was, after all, a blatant breach of protocol. While some students pondered this dilemma, Zhong Fu hastily withdrew his hand from Zhao Kuo's back, plastering a smile on his face as he addressed the expressionless mentor. Mentor, we were not fighting. We were merely jesting. But you clearly intended to strike me, Zhao Kuo retorted. Zhong Fu awkwardly denied. How could that be? Do not slander me. Li Luo stepped forward, smiling. It's all right. Bravely express your true thoughts. Zhong Fu laughed nervously. No, truly not. The supervising mentor surveyed the situation, glancing at the robust little female student from Zhongyang Academy, and quipped, if you were going to stage a scene, couldn't you choose a better accomplice? Zhong Fu felt aggrieved. Zhongyang Academy was imbued with vibrant yang energy, and it was challenging to find female students among them. This sturdy little sister was the only girl within their top 20, cherished dearly by her peers. You shall stand for 3 hours. If you are even a minute late, your dean will come to collect you, the mentor stated tersely. Indeed, there had been an alarming frequency of brawls among students lately. And while they often turned a blind eye, Li Luo's report compelled them to act. Failing to do so would be dereliction of duty. With that, the mentor turned and departed. A low chuckle rippled through the crowd of spectators, their laughter directed at an unknown target. Zhong Fu stood there helplessly, afraid to move, until Li Luo approached and said with a smile, are you so curious about me that you went to such lengths to provoke me through Zhao Kuo? Zhong Fu regarded Li Luo thoughtfully, sighing. Others claim the young master is not to be feared, but I sense you could be the greatest variable in this examination. Thus, I needed to gauge your true capabilities. Li Luo was taken aback. You hold me in such high regard? Zhong Fu nodded. Because I am aware of Jiang Qingyi's formidable prowess. I cannot believe that one betrothed to her could truly be without merit. You've sparred with Jiang Qingyi? Li Luo inquired. Astonished. Zhong Fu sighed. Sparred? Hardly. She merely glanced at me once, and I was so frightened that my legs went numb. However, Li Luo, your reluctance to engage suggests you are concealing something. I am quite curious to see how you will perform in the upcoming examination. When the time comes for the grand examination, one will surely know. With that said, he leisurely departed alongside Zhao Kuo amidst the many peculiar gazes. Zhong Fu watched them leave, a look of helplessness crossing his face, only to be replaced by a sudden realization. Damn it, having been punished to stand. How could he possibly attend the gathering hosted by Shirkong tonight? Surely he doesn't think I've betrayed him by not showing up, does he? Meanwhile, in a room somewhere within the White Spirit Garden, Shirkong greeted Xiang Liang and Qi Su with a gentle smile, personally pouring tea for both while engaging in polite conversation. After a while, Qi Su furrowed his brow and remarked, why hasn't Zhong Fu arrived yet? Xiang Liang shared his confusion, as Zhong Fu did not appear to lack interest in Shirkong's proposal, making his absence rather unlikely. Shirkong maintained his smile, but a hint of depth lingered in his gaze. Could it be that Zhong Fu did not wish to show him respect? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, someone suddenly knocked and entered, whispering something in his ear. Instantly, a look of astonishment surfaced on Shirkong's face. He waved the person away and turned to his companions, saying with a smile, it seems Zhong Fu may not be able to join us tonight. He attempted to probe into Li Luo's background and was reported to the supervising mentor, resulting in a 3-hour standing punishment. As he spoke, his expression bore a hint of oddity. What? Xiang Liang and Qi Su exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances that conveyed a mix of amusement and disbelief. Li Luo certainly had a way of playing the game that defied expectations, Xiang Liang chuckled, reporting to the mentor. Who would have thought he would come up with that? Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed? Perhaps he simply lacks the means to contend with Zhong Fu and resorted to such a measure, Qi Su suggested. I said there was no need to test Li Luo. He is not a worthy opponent for us, nor does he merit our caution, Xiang Liang retorted dismissively. Shirkong, still smiling, remarked, Zhong Fu's caution is commendable, if they indeed cross paths during the grand examination. It would be prudent to eliminate Li Luo swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. However, it is evident that he does not take this too seriously. He then shifted the topic to the matter at hand. Though Zhong Fu is absent, our meeting today cannot be delayed. We share a common goal, to dethrone the Southern Wind Academy from its position as the foremost institution in Tianshu County. The strongest contender from Southern Wine this year is likely El Qing, if we can eliminate her. The academy will lose its chance at the top spot, and consequently the majority of admission slots. My proposal is straightforward. In the final stages, we must unite to eliminate El Qing. Xiang Liang and Qi Su exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation before voicing their concerns. It won't be easy to join forces against El Qing, even if we cannot defeat her. Her abilities should allow her to retreat unscathed. Moreover, there will surely be other formidable opponents during the final stages. If we engage too fiercely with El Qing, we risk becoming prey to others. Shirkong smiled faintly and said, I shall make all the necessary arrangements. You need only to appear at the appointed time and place. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Liang and Qi Su ultimately nodded in agreement. Let it be as you say. The Southern Wind Academy has held dominion over the prestigious Academy of Tianshu County for far too long. It is time for a change. A broader smile graced Shirkong's face as he raised his teacup. The three clinked their cups gently together. Then, may our collaboration be a joyful one. Chapter 48. An unexpected encounter. In the ensuing 2 days, no one dared to provoke Li Luo again. However, whenever he ventured outside, the peculiar glances directed at him seemed to carry an odd significance. Yet, would Li Luo be perturbed by this? Clearly not. After all, compared to the tribulations he faced in the preceding 2 years, this was trivial. At Bailing Garden, within the Wind Dining Hall, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo sought nourishment. Ascending to the upper floor, they discovered the spacious hall teeming with patrons, youthful faces radiating vitality, amidst a symphony of laughter and lively chatter. There are simply too many people, Zhao Kuo remarked in exasperation. Li Luo shared a similar sentiment, and was about to retreat when he noticed someone beckoning him from a nearby window-side table. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Qing. Let us go join them for a meal, Li Luo said, not hesitating as he led Zhao Kuo over. However, as they approached, he observed that seated with Lu Qing were Tifa Qing and Song Yunfeng. Feel free to join us if you don't mind. There is space available, Lu Qing said, her slender fingers gesturing to the empty seats. Tifa Qing cast a glance at Li Luo but refrained from the customary mockery, opting instead for a quiet sip of water. In contrast, Song Yunfeng furrowed his brow, manifesting a hint of displeasure, believing that anyone with discernment would understand the appropriate course of action in this situation. Yet, to his chagrin, Li Luo plopped down beside him with a grateful smile. You're a true friend, alleviating my urgent need. Song Yunfeng's lips twitched slightly, and he replied with a hint of disdain, Li Luo, I've heard you've stirred up trouble again. With so many students from other academies at Bailing Garden, could you refrain from tarnishing the reputation of Nanfeng Academy? Your actions leave us, fellow students of Nanfeng, rather embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Li Luo pondered for a moment before retorting, if my actions cause you embarrassment, I suggest you withdraw from school promptly. Such a statement sparked anger in Song Yunfeng's eyes, while Lu Qing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Song Yunfeng sneered, whether I withdraw or not is not up to you, Li Luo. I'm looking out for your welfare. Don't think that a draw in the preliminary exam grants you the liberty to offend students from other academies. You know as well as I do how meaningless that draw is here. However, Li Luo paid little heed to Song Yunfeng's words and turned to Lu Qing, who was summoning a waiter. Please order us a meal. Thank you. Witnessing this, Song Yunfeng's anger intensified, with a twinge of jealousy igniting within him. For he had never spoken to Lu Qing in such a manner, while this scoundrel Li Luo dared to command her in front of him. Are you all prepared for the major examination tomorrow? Lu Qing interjected, clearly unwilling to let their banter continue. Everyone nodded, and the conversation seamlessly shifted. Li Luo, however, remained engrossed in his meal, his focus unwavering. However, after consuming half of his meal, he suddenly sensed a slight shift in the atmosphere at the table. His gaze instinctively turned towards a particular direction, where a figure was approaching. The young man, while not strikingly handsome, exuded an aura that commanded respect and elicited a feeling of pressure. This presence, despite the gentle smile adorning his face, was not to be underestimated. He was Shirkong, the son of the governor of Tianshu County, affiliated with the Dongyuan Academy. As Shirkong ascended the stairs, his gaze swiftly landed on Li Luo and his companions. And he approached with a smile, inquiring, "May I join you all?" Lu Qing'er raised her eyes slightly and replied coolly, "I'm afraid it's full." Shirkong, maintaining his smile, borrowed a chair from a nearby table. The others at the table, clearly recognizing him, dared not object. He seated himself beside Song Yunfeng and remarked, "Qing'er, my father is acquainted with Uncle Lu. There is no need for such formality, is there? We are, after all, rivals, so why feign friendliness? Isn't it exhausting to put on such an act?" Lu Qing'er retorted, "Your words, Shirkong, carry little weight." With a resigned smile, Shirkong responded, "We shall inevitably both enter the Shanxian Star Academy in the future, at which point we will be classmates. There is no need for such estrangement. Yufeng, don't you agree?" He turned to Song Yunfeng, who nodded calmly in response. Li Luo, having finished his meal, set down his utensils and turned to Lu Qing'er, asking, "Have you finished? Shall we take a stroll to aid digestion?" At this, Lu Qing'er nodded slightly. She understood that Li Luo was helping her diffuse the situation, as she had no desire to linger and engage in meaningless conversation with the disingenuous Shirkong. Noticing this, Shirkong narrowed his eyes slightly and flicked a broad bean with his fingers. A faint rumble echoed, as a streak of silver shot towards Li Luo with lightning speed. However, just as the silver light was about to strike him, a pair of chopsticks emanating a chilling aura swiftly intercepted it, sending the bean flying. The chopsticks embedded themselves into a pillar, frost spreading around them. Lu Qing'er regarded Shirkong with a piercing gaze, a cold energy rising around her, and stated, "Shirkong, do not seek trouble where there is none." The commotion drew attention from the hall, with curious eyes turning towards them. Upon realizing that the conflict involved Lu Qing'er and Shirkong, interest peaked. Were the two strongest contenders for the Academy's top position about to clash prematurely? Amidst the scrutiny, Shirkong chuckled, "Just a slip of the hand. Please don't be upset, young Master Lu." Li Luo shook his head, responding with a hint of exasperation. "I'm not angry, merely remarking on your wastefulness. It seems your upbringing is lacking. Doesn't your father teach you better? If your home is short on discipline, I could offer you a couple of switches." With a smile, Shirkong replied, "You are right, young Master Lu. I will be more mindful next time." Acknowledging one's mistakes is the mark of a good child. Li Luo commended with a nod before turning to leave with Zhao Qua. El Chingo cast a cold glance at Shirkong before following suit, with Tifa Qing hastily trailing behind her. Song Yufeng briefly scrutinized Shirkong before rising to depart. Shirkong observed their retreating figures with indifference, nonchalantly tossing the remaining broad beans from the plate before him into his mouth, gently chewing with a smile, though his eyes betrayed a profound indifference. What secrets does Li Luo harbor? Does he conceal formidable strength, or is he truly devoid of capability? He pondered aloud, then chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Ah, a discarded young master of the Xiaofu poses little threat. Eliminating El Qing'er should ensure that the Nanfeng Academy cannot uphold the prestigious banner of the foremost academy in Tianshu County. Nevertheless, this individual is indeed quite irksome. It seems prudent to orchestrate a few arrangements to expedite his dismissal from the competition." Chapter 49. The grand examination commences. Time swiftly passes in the bustling Bailing Garden, and before one could blink, the day of the grand examination has arrived. Outside the Bailing Garden, a surging tide of people continues to swell, clearly indicating that individuals from all corners of Tianshu County have come to witness this momentous event. At the foot of Bailing Mountain, the expansive viewing platforms are densely packed, brimming with spectators. In the forefront, there are several spacious and opulent pavilions designated for the prominent figures of Tianshu County. Shortly thereafter, both Governor Shi Qing and the venerable President Wei Cha of the Nanfeng Academy make their appearances, capturing considerable attention. As the two most influential figures in Tianshu County, they directly enter the central pavilion, where refreshments of fragrant tea and fruits are promptly presented. "Oh, the venerable president appears to be as spirited as ever," remarks Governor Shi with a smile. President Wei, with a smile that barely reaches his eyes, responds, "I have heard that Governor Shi is quite dissatisfied with the esteemed position of our Nanfeng Academy as the foremost academy in Tianshu County." "Such rumors are surely unfounded," Governor Shi replies, shaking his head with a smile. He then shifts the topic, stating, "The title of the foremost academy in Tianshu County is earned through strength. No one can alter that unless another academy surpasses Nanfeng Academy in capability." With a calm demeanor, President Wei retorts, when Nanfeng Academy rose to prominence in Tianshu County, you, Governor Shi, were likely lost in some obscure corner. Over the years, Governor Shi's administration in Tianshu County has been fraught with conflicts with President Wei, some of which have directly impacted the reputation and interests of Nanfeng Academy. It is well known that President Wei regards the Academy's prestige as his lifeblood, and any harm inflicted upon it by Governor Shi is utterly intolerable. Moreover, the Daxia Royal Court conducts annual evaluations of the performance of the governors of various provinces. And as the head of the foremost academy in Tianshu County, President Wei possesses significant influence. Given the animosity between the two, it is improbable that President Wei would offer a favorable assessment, which has hindered Governor Shi's advancement throughout the years. As time progresses, the enmity between them deepens, leading to a sharp exchange of words upon their encounter. Particularly this year, if Governor Shi's performance evaluation does not meet a certain standard, he is likely to be reassigned to a less significant county. This scenario underscores Governor Shi's relentless efforts to diminish the stature of Nanfeng Academy as the leading institution in Tianshu County. While the atmosphere in the central pavilion is tense, other areas buzz with excitement as prominent families such as the Song, Tifa, and Bei clans make their appearances. President LV of the Golden Dragon Chamber of Commerce arrives with a beaming countenance, as his niece is set to make a significant impression in this grand examination. In one of the pavilions, Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing also arrive, for as members of Luolan Mansion. They are keenly interested in the performance of their young master in the examination. Certainly, much of this is due to their close friendship with Jiang Qingyi, which leads them to regard Li Luo with a brotherly affection. Additionally, Li Luo's handsome appearance and amiable demeanor, devoid of the aloofness typically associated with the young lord, make him quite endearing, even if he occasionally exhibits a mischievous streak. Do you think the young lord will make it into the top 10? Kai Wei, elegantly reclining against the back of her chair, casually peeled a banana, her alluring red lips parting as she gently bit into it. This scene would undoubtedly stir a fire within any man present. Yin Lingqing tapped her fingers on the table, unable to restrain herself. You vixen. Could you be a bit more reserved? There are no outsiders here. Kai Wei replied with a hint of feigned innocence, then offered a slice of cantaloupe from the fruit platter to Yin Lingqing, saying, You should eat more of this. It will do you good. You're becoming quite demanding, aren't you? Yin Lingqing retorted angrily. Just because you look fierce, does that make you special? She immediately stood up and pounced on Kai Wei, vigorously tickling her. Kai Wei, trembling and giggling uncontrollably, finally begged for mercy. Please spare me, I was wrong. Her pitifully charming demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual composed and rational self as the housekeeper of the Luolan Manor. However, if the talented El Qing'er from the Southern Wind Academy were to secure first place, the Academy would gain an additional 15 slots, which would make it quite feasible for Li Luo to claim one. Kai Wei chuckled lightly and remarked, I believe it will not be difficult for the young lord to enter the top 10. Yin Lingqing looked at her in surprise, evidently unaware of the source of her confidence. Do not let his gentle demeanor fool you. Beneath it lies a certain pride, after all. He is the son of those two and also engaged to Qingyi. Given his character, he may not obsess over first place, but he is unlikely to accept being merely ushered into the sacred Xuanqing Academy. Kai Wei continued, Moreover, I have a strong intuition that our young lord is far more complex than he appears. Yin Lingqing pondered this, acknowledging that Li Luo indeed possesses an enigmatic quality. Despite being a novice in the art of resonance, he has accomplished quite a bit in just this short month. I hope he can secure a place in the top 10 through his own merit. Otherwise, being brought into the sacred Xuanqing Academy in such a manner would be quite awkward for him, especially since he is both the young lord of Luolan Manor and Qiyi's fiancé. Just thinking about it, I worry that his enrollment there might not be entirely beneficial. Yin Lingqing adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses, a hint of sympathy flickering across her cool features. Kai Wei nodded gently, sharing her concern, having come from the great Xia royal city. She was well aware of the prestige of the sacred Xuanqing Academy, and she understood the immense reputation Jiang Qingyi held there, which was certainly worthy of the spotlight. Li Luo currently finds some solace in the city of Nanfeng, shielded from the tumultuous waves of chaos. However, upon his arrival at the Shengxian Star Academy, he is likely to confront the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jiang Qingyi's dazzling aura, which is blindingly brilliant. For one with a lesser capacity for endurance, it would be nearly insurmountable. As the two women conversed, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly became electrified. their gazes drawn to the entrance where various academies' teams were now making their entrance. Their eyes swept across the crowd, and soon they spotted Li Luo from the Nanfeng Academy, easily identifiable by his silver-gray hair and strikingly handsome features. He truly has a remarkable appearance. With this change in hair color, he is even more handsome, Kai Wei remarked with a smile. Yin Lingqing retorted with mild annoyance. You're such a beauty fanatic. It's rather superficial. Yet, she could not deny that Li Luo, having inherited the fine genes of his illustrious parents, was indeed impeccable in appearance. As countless gazes were fixed upon him, a figure clad in a starry robe ascended the platform, the fabric shimmering with a silvery glow reminiscent of twinkling stars. This was the Mentor's robe of Shengxian Star Academy, indicating that the newcomer was an overseer dispatched from the academy. Students of Tianshu County, I am Enlai, a mentor from Shengxian Star Academy. This year's academy examination will be conducted based on a points system to determine rankings. Enlai appeared to be around 30 years old, a testament to his commendable accomplishments at such a young age. As his voice echoed through the air, the leading mentors from various academies produced crystal tokens, distributing them among their respective students. Li Luo and his companions received their tokens, which were roughly the size of a palm, engraved with their academy's insignia and their names. At the commencement of the examination, each of you will enter 2 evaluation stages. By successfully navigating these stages, you will earn foundational points. During these evaluations, students are prohibited from engaging in combat. Once these stages are completed, the competition will become unrestricted, allowing you to seize crystal tokens from others and claim their points in the 3rd elimination round. However, points cannot be stolen from students of the same academy. Your ultimate destination lies in the depths to the southwest of White Spirit Mountain, where you will find the ruins of an ancient city known as White Spirit Ruins. Upon reaching this location, the final rules will be revealed to you. As Enlai's calm voice concluded, the expressions of all the students gradually transformed into seriousness, a palpable tension permeating the air. After outlining all the rules, Enlai glanced at the sky and then flashed a radiant smile. Enough with the trivialities. I hereby declare the official commencement of the academy examination. With his proclamation, the taut atmosphere exploded into a cacophony of excitement, a fervor spreading throughout the vicinity. The examination had finally begun. Chapter 50. The examination requires thought. With the proclamation of the exam begins by Mentor Enlai, the ground before the numerous students erupted, as countless trees burst forth from the earth. These trees intertwined, ultimately forming a series of corridors, dark and leading into the depths of Mount Bailing. In front of the South Wind Academy group, Lin Feng and Su Shangyue exchanged glances at the corridor for a moment before gesturing to the students behind them. Let us set forth. As their voices resonated, figures surged forward, each emanating varying hues of energy, swiftly darting into the corridor. Simultaneously, students from other academies also surged forth, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Meanwhile, the silver-robed mentor from the Sheng Xuanqing Academy entered the central pavilion, where the supervisor and the old dean nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as they remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, Mentor Enlai." Although Enlai's strength and status were somewhat inferior to theirs, his position as a supervisor sent by Sheng Xuanqing Academy commanded a degree of respect. Furthermore, Enlai was a promising young talent. Despite currently holding the title of Silver Radiance Mentor, he possessed the potential to ascend to the rank of Gold Radiance Mentor. Upon promotion, he would indeed be a notable figure within the Dixia Kingdom. Within the Sheng Xuanqing Academy, mentors are categorized into 3 ranks: Silver Radiance, Gold Radiance, and Purple Radiance. It is said that the stringent requirement for a Silver Radiance Mentor is to reach the Earthly Fiend General Realm, while the Gold Radiance requires one to attain the Heavenly Gang General Realm. The most esteemed Purple Radiance mentors must reach the Marquis Realm. Yet even within the well-established Sheng Xuanqing Academy, Purple Robe mentors are exceedingly rare. As the atmosphere outside Mount Bailing reached a fever pitch, Li Luo too was swept into a corridor formed by entwined trees. He soon realized that as he progressed, the number of branching paths ahead increased, seemingly diverting the crowd. With each wave of separation, the surrounding individuals became strangers, though Li Luo remained alongside Zhao Kuo and a few other students from Southwind Academy. After advancing for approximately 10 minutes, Li Luo and his companions finally reached the end of the corridor, where a grand wooden door stood before them. As they approached, the towering door began to creak open. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo exchanged glances, then cautiously followed the flow of the crowd into the space beyond. As the last person entered, The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and a radiant light burst forth. The group soon discovered that they were within an exceedingly spacious hall, constructed of thick, sturdy wood. Silence enveloped them as they nervously surveyed their surroundings. Li Luo and Zhao Kuo stood at the side, their gazes sweeping the room. They recalled the earlier words of the Xuanxing Academy mentor, indicating that they would first encounter 2 levels of assessment to determine their foundational scores. It seemed that this hall was the first level. However, what kind of trial awaited them? As Li Luo pondered in confusion, he suddenly perceived a subtle sound, prompting him to fix his gaze upon the ceiling of the grand hall. There, he discerned 2 dark openings, each approximately a foot in size. The sound emanated from these very holes. Soon, the noise escalated, becoming increasingly pronounced, until all present became aware, raising their heads with heightened vigilance towards the 2 apertures. Squeak. Under the collective scrutiny, 2 torrents of darkness erupted from the openings, an ear-piercing cacophony resonating ceaselessly. It was an overwhelming swarm of black, 4-winged bats. These bats were robust, roughly the size of wash basins, with sharp claws and fiery red eyes, presenting a rather terrifying visage. Countless 4-winged bats surged into the hall, indiscriminately launching themselves at the students below. At this moment, Li Luo activated his spiritual power, unwilling to allow the bats to approach. He resorted to long-range strikes, dispatching the encroaching bats from afar. As the swarm multiplied, panic ensued among the students, some crying out in alarm upon realizing that if struck by these bats, the integral crystal plates upon their chests would emit a flicker of red light. "Do not let them hit you, or it will diminish your base score," bellowed one voice. Others were in disarray, wailing in despair, having been struck multiple times, clearly realizing that their chances of accruing a substantial base score in this preliminary assessment were dwindling. Understanding the situation, Li Luo quickly moved closer to Zhao Kuo, relentlessly felling the 4-winged bats that approached from all directions. Yet, the bats seemed to be inexhaustible, perpetually swarming in. Eventually, Zhao Kuo could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "I can't hold on much longer. I'm exhausted." As Li Luo rapidly surveyed the endless tide of bats, his gaze flickered momentarily before he seized Zhao Kuo's wrist and swiftly retreated to the edge. "Stay still. Do not disrupt my technique," he instructed, channeling his spiritual power, a faint luminescence enveloping his form and extending to Zhao Kuo. Beneath this flowing light, the figures of Li Luo and Zhao Kuo appeared to gradually fade. "Is this a mid-level technique, the water shadow technique?" Zhao Kuo gaped in astonishment, then glanced at the oncoming bats, unable to suppress his urge to exclaim, "Brother Luo, this is useless. Shouldn't we strike down these bats?" Li Luo remained silent, the spiritual energy cloaking their bodies shimmering with brilliance. Just as Zhao Kuo braced for the imminent assault, he was astonished to witness the bats that had been charging towards them suddenly lose their target, bewilderingly halting, before veering off to attack others. "Is it possible to do that?" Zhao Kuo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Can a mid-level water shadow technique truly evade the perception of these bats?" He lowered his head for a glance, and was taken aback to find that even his shadow had vanished. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Luo, your water shadow technique is somewhat monstrous. It's akin to the legendary invisibility technique." "Invisibility, my foot. It merely utilizes the refraction of water light to conceal us beneath the illumination. It's a rudimentary illusion. Anyone with a modicum of focus can detect it," Li Luo retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Nonetheless, it is quite remarkable. I have yet to witness anyone who can master the water shadow technique to such an extent," Zhao Kuo marveled. Li Luo chuckled softly, knowing full well that the ordinary water shadow technique could not achieve such prowess. His exceptional skill was due to the assistance of luminous elemental energy within his technique. The fusion of water and light was what rendered the concealment effect so formidable. "There is no need for us to intervene any further. We shall simply await the conclusion here," Li Luo said leisurely. "Luo, not only are you handsome, but your intellect is equally impressive. It's truly a pity that the sacred Xuanxing Academy did not offer you a special admission. Their discernment is lacking," Zhao Kuo praised exuberantly. "Let it be, after all. It will be our alma mater in the future, so we need not be overly critical," Li Luo responded graciously. "Ah, I never imagined you possessed such a broad-minded disposition." "Luo," Zhao Kuo remarked with a look of admiration. Just as he was about to flatter Li Luo further, he suddenly spotted a figure, harried and pursued by a swarm of 4-winged bats, drawing closer to their hiding place. "That fellow looks somewhat familiar," he noted. Li Luo turned his gaze, and his lips twitched in recognition, The one being relentlessly chased was none other than the notorious Yu Lang. Ignore him. Pretend we haven't seen him, Li Luo instructed. Yu Lang, a sixth-tier wind element wielder, was remarkably swift. Although he appeared frantic, the four-winged bats were unable to catch up with him. Wait, Luo. That scoundrel is heading straight for us. Does he somehow know we are hiding here? Zhao Kuo exclaimed urgently. Upon closer inspection, Li Luo confirmed this alarming suspicion, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, as Yu Lang approached, his shifty eyes darted toward Li Luo in Zhao Kuo's hiding place. In a hushed tone, he called, Luo, quickly lend me a hand. Li Luo feigned ignorance. If you don't help me soon, I will lead a horde of bats over, exposing you both, Yu Lang threatened. Realizing he was met with silence. Damn it, Yu Lang, your shamelessness will ultimately lead to your downfall, a resigned voice interjected. Instantly, a hand emerged from nowhere, seizing Yu Lang's arm and cloaking his figure with a surge of light. The swarm of four-winged bats, bewildered, came to an abrupt halt before scattering in disarray. Chapter 51. 3 zeros within the Grand Hall, chaos reigned supreme. Only a handful of robust students, endowed with considerable strength, managed to find each other for support, thus sustaining minimal damage. While everyone was preoccupied with fending off the four-winged bats, no one noticed 3 figures lurking at the periphery, skillfully evading the search efforts of the bats, and passing judgment on the disheveled crowd within the hall. Look at that fellow. His face is nearly shredded. Goodness, what misfortune. That poor soul was caught in the nether region by a four-winged bat. Just look at his contorted expression. One wonders if he'll suffer from psychological trauma henceforth. How pitiable. The trio observed the disarray within the hall, feeling a twinge of sympathy. They also regretted not bringing along some snacks to enjoy while witnessing the spectacle. It would have been a delightful experience to savor treats amidst the lively chaos. Suddenly, Li Luo glanced at Yu Lang and frowned. Could you refrain from crowding me so closely? Isn't it rather unpleasant? The latter had a firm grip on Li Luo's hand, drawing nearer, exuding an odor of sweat that made Li Luo uncomfortable. Yu Lang retorted earnestly, what if you were to suddenly throw me out? I must hold on tightly. Li Luo was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that if it weren't for Yu Lang's assistance in concealing information, he would have surely kicked this nuisance out. Brother Luo, surely we have performed flawlessly? Zhao Kuo grinned widely, nearly splitting his face with joy. If we don't receive full marks for this round, it would be an affront to justice. Li Luo nodded in agreement. They had successfully evaded all attacks from the four-winged bats, so if this were the criterion for evaluation, no one could surpass their performance. Evidently, the trial had concluded. Within the hall, many bloodied students collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a crystalline stone above began to shimmer, and a radiant light swept across the assembly, scanning every individual present. Soon after, everyone noticed numbers beginning to dance upon the crystal plates affixed to their chests. I have foundational points now, 46. I scored 50. How unfortunate. I only received 20. A cacophony of joy and despair echoed throughout the hall. However, amidst the jubilations and lamentations over their scores, Li Luo, Zhao Kuo, and Yu Lang remained in a state of bewilderment. They discovered that the points displayed on their crystal plates still read 0. How is this possible? Zhao Kuo exclaimed, dumbfounded. We clearly evaded the attacks of the four-winged bats. Yu Lang, equally incensed, felt they were being treated unfairly. After a moment of hesitation, Li Luo speculated. Could it be that the water shadow technique was so effective it shielded us from the detection beam, causing us to be overlooked entirely? Zhao Kuo, astonished, queried. Is it conceivable that the exceptional concealment of the water shadow technique could also be a fault? Just now, it seemed that the probing light had indeed not landed upon us. Yu Lang pondered for a moment and echoed the sentiment. In an instant, the three exchanged bewildered glances, their spirits plummeting. None had anticipated such an outcome. They had eagerly awaited their full foundational scores, only to be informed that their exceptional evasion had led to their non-detection, resulting in a score of 0. How outrageous. This cannot stand. I must lodge a complaint. This is their error. Yu Lang exclaimed in indignation. Li Luo shrugged dismissively, saying, if we step out now, we will immediately forfeit our qualification for the grand examination. Let it be. A 0 is just a 0. After all, foundational scores are merely subject to theft by others. Moreover, there is still another round of evaluation to consider. Hearing his words, Yu Lang's fury subsided somewhat. Yet he could not refrain from cursing under his breath. Li Luo dispelled the water shadow technique, revealing their figures, which instantly attracted the attention of several onlookers within the grand hall. Upon noticing the zeros displayed on the crystal plates of the trio, Expressions of disbelief spread across the faces of the spectators. They had observed that even the most unfortunate participants had managed to secure at least a few points, presumably as performance scores, yet none had received a 0. What could Li Luo and his companions have done to warrant such a score? Within the hall, snickers of schadenfreude began to echo. Unfazed by the gazes, the trio maintained their composure, choosing not to linger any longer. Instead, they swiftly made their way toward a wooden door that had swung open on the opposite side of the hall. Damn it, this is infuriating. They had initially been entertained by the misfortune of others, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule. The vicissitudes of life were on full display here. As Li Luo and his companions proceeded toward the next round, a commotion erupted at the foot of the White Spirit Mountain. The colossal crystal wall began to flicker with numerous scores, names emerging in rapid succession, captivating all attention and eliciting waves of astonishment. The scores danced for a moment before gradually coming to a halt, revealing that the names at the forefront all boasted a perfect foundational score of 100. This was the pinnacle of the evaluation round. Unsurprisingly, among those leading were names such as Lu Qing'er and Shi Kong. Countless gazes swept over the display, but suddenly, a voice of confusion broke through the crowd, for 3 curious scores stood out. 0? It was known that the lowest score among others was at least 1 point, attributed to performance. However, a 0 was indeed unprecedented. The emergence of these 3 zeros ignited fervent discussion. Particularly, when the name associated with one of the zeros was revealed, a gasp of astonishment arose. Southern Wind Academy. Li Luo. Wasn't he the young master of the Luo Lan residence? His reputation in Tianshu County was quite significant. How had he suddenly managed to achieve a score of 0? What on earth was happening? Hey, that 0 score can't possibly belong to the young master, right? Kai Wei remarked, her rosy lips parting in surprise upon spotting the conspicuous 0. Yan Lingxing rubbed her temples and stated, aside from him, who else at Southern Wind Academy could be named Li Luo? How could it be a 0? Kai Wei found herself in a perplexing mix of amusement and frustration. What on earth had transpired? Yan Lingxing shrugged, replying, you ask me, but who shall I inquire? Yet it hardly mattered. These preliminary assessments merely served to accrue basic points. The true determinant of the outcome lay in the final elimination round. With a sigh of resignation, Kai Wei remarked, this young lord truly brings one no peace of mind. Inside the pavilion, the venerable dean, the chief supervisor, and the esteemed mentor in Lai were equally taken aback by the glaring zeros assigned to the 3 individuals. For a moment, they were left in bewilderment. The chief supervisor soon broke the silence with a chuckle, addressing the dean. Your students from the Southern Wind Academy are indeed quite unique. The dean furrowed his brow, contemplating the names of the 3 miscreants with a hint of exasperation. What on earth were these troublemakers up to? It was utterly embarrassing. Resigned to the situation, he chose to disregard the chief supervisor's sardonic remarks. Recognizing that this was merely an initial assessment and not of significant consequence. However, he silently hoped that these 3 little rascals would refrain from causing further disturbances. Otherwise, would he truly be unable to wield authority as the dean? Chapter 52. The ghost-faced demon vine tree. As Li Luo and his companions exited the gnarled entrance of the grand hall, the landscape before them underwent a dramatic transformation. They found themselves amidst a shadowy forest, where towering trees loomed ominously, their dark branches sprawling outward to obscure the sky, imparting a somber atmosphere. After casting a glance at this dimly lit woodland, their gazes fell upon a crystalline wall ahead, evidently a recent installation. Upon the surface of the wall, words flowed rhythmically, emanating a soft glow. Li Luo and his companions scrutinized the inscription, their expressions growing solemn. Their task was to procure the ghost-faced fruit. Within this shadowy forest resides a peculiar plant known as the ghost-faced demon vine tree, notorious for its ferocity, as it delights in strangling any creature that dares to approach, subsequently burying their remains at its roots to nourish and fortify itself. Once matured, the demon vine produces a singular ghost-faced fruit, and this second tier of assessment requires them to obtain one to earn foundational points. Confronting the demon vine will not be an easy feat. Its tendrils are laden with venomous thorns and strike with ferocity. To be frank, even those at the 8th imprint level would find it exceedingly challenging to seize the ghost-faced fruit from it, Zhao Kuo remarked, furrowing his brow. You seem inclined to venture alone, Li Luo jested. How could that be? We are comrades forged through trials and tribulations, Yu Lang replied, somewhat awkwardly. Li Luo merely shook his head, dismissing Yu Lang's unreliable banter. However, he did not oppose the notion of collaboration. While he was confident in his ability to procure the ghost-faced fruit independently, having assistance would undoubtedly ease the endeavor. After all, why toil alone when one could share the burden? Let us proceed, Li Luo declared, taking the lead as he ventured into the depths of the shadowy forest, with Yulang and Zhao Kuo hastily following suit. The trio journeyed deeper into the woods, and after traversing for several minutes, they detected commotion emanating from the right. Exchanging glances, they stealthily approached, parting the dense underbrush, and beheld a large black tree standing amidst a muddy wetland, its trunk ensnared by dark vines, which, adorned with ominous thorns, whipped through the air like a black serpent, producing a piercing sound. Upon the tree's stout trunk, a grotesque visage seemed to materialize, sending chills down their spines. It was indeed a ghost-faced demon vine tree. Surrounding this formidable entity were 6 or 7 figures, evidently collaborating to subdue the vine tree, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks against it. In retaliation, the demon vine struck fiercely, its thorn-laden tendrils lashing out with tremendous force, leaving the 6 or 7 individuals in a state of utter disarray. "This is too tragic to witness," Yulang remarked, unable to bear the sight. The assailants, of mediocre strength, each around the 6th imprint level, were being ruthlessly overpowered by the demon vine, their numbers proving insufficient against its might. With each strike from the tendrils, the resounding crack echoed painfully, reminiscent of a parent's wrathful wielding of a rod. In but a short span of time, the makeshift team before them found themselves in a desperate flight, bloodied and battered. Fortunately, the range of the cursed vine tree's attacks was somewhat limited, otherwise, their retreat would have been far from simple. The 3 witnesses could only shake their heads in dismay at the tragic scene. "This cursed vine tree is rather troublesome," Zhao Kuo remarked with a hint of concern. Although their strength surpassed that of the previous group, traversing the violent attacks of the cursed vine tree to seize the cursed fruit from its branches would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge. "Yulang, you should attempt it first," Li Luo suggested after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Yulang pouted in dissatisfaction. "Why must it be me? You are of the wind element, the fastest among us. If you don't take the lead, who will?" Li Luo replied with a smile. Left without a retort, Yulang begrudgingly advanced, azure energy emanating from his form, propelling him forward like the wind and stirring the air into a wave. "Indeed, he truly lives up to the title of the fastest man in our Southern Wind Academy," Zhao Kuo remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Li Luo observed Yulang's figure. Indeed, the lad's speed was remarkable, and it was evident that he had devoted considerable effort to honing his swiftness, a wise choice, indeed. As Yulang swiftly approached the cursed vine tree, it sensed his presence and immediately unleashed its tendrils like a gigantic serpent. Yulang adeptly evaded the onslaught. Yet as he drew nearer, the tree seemed to perceive him as a threat, sending forth an increasing number of tendrils to obstruct his escape routes. Gradually, his movements began to lose their earlier grace, and he found himself in a precarious situation. Ultimately, he opted to retreat, his form flickering as he exited the tree's attack range and rejoined Li Luo and Zhao Kuo. "It's south impossible to get close, let alone snatch the cursed fruit," Yulang said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his tone laced with resignation. "Actually, it's not overly difficult," Li Luo replied with a smile. "Your earlier speed has already forced the cursed vine tree to reveal its attack frequency. Now, we will strike together. Zhao Kuo will act as the shield up front, while I support him in containing the tree's frontal assaults. You will seize the opportunity from the side to claim the cursed fruit. However, this means Zhao Kuo will bear the brunt of the ordeal," he added. Zhao Kuo merely chuckled and replied, "Rest assured, I am quite resilient." Li Luo nodded, choosing not to indulge in overly sentimental remarks. In this moment of collaboration, each individual must contribute to the cause. He did not wish to let Zhao Kuo reap the rewards without participating, nor did he believe Zhao Kuo would accept such an arrangement. "All right," Yulang agreed without objection. Having established a simple battle plan, the trio hesitated no longer. Li Luo drew twin blades from his waist, while Zhao Kuo removed the hefty axe from his back. "Let us move." With a low command from Li Luo, Zhao Kuo roared, his robust frame charging forth like a mighty bear, launching himself at the cursed vine tree with unrestrained ferocity. A faint silver luminescence emanated from his body, and as the silver bear's power surged, Zhao Kuo's already robust physique swelled even further. Swiftly, the magical vine tree retaliated, its serpentine tendrils whipped forward with a piercing rush, accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound. Zhao Kuo wielded his massive axe with the ferocity of a tempest, cleaving through the approaching vines, sending emerald green sap splattering in all directions. Suddenly, the muck beneath his feet erupted as tendrils emerged from the earth, aiming directly at Zhao Kuo's lower half. Yet, in that moment, a blade glimmering with azure light sliced through, severing the encroaching vines. Li Luo, enveloped in a radiant blue energy, stood behind Zhao Kuo, his dual knives intermittently glinting with blue light as they cut down the vines that threatened Zhao Kuo. The two advanced relentlessly towards the magical vine tree. However, as they drew nearer, the vine tree began to go berserk, unleashing countless tendrils that crashed down like a frenzy. Despite Li Luo's valiant efforts to shield him, several vines still lashed against Zhao Kuo's body, leaving trails of blood. Yet, he remained silent, gritting his teeth and pressing forward step by step. Yu Lang, strike now. At this moment, Li Luo sensed that the time was ripe and shouted urgently. Understood. Yu Lang's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the ghost-faced fruit. Just as he reached out to seize it, the ground beneath him suddenly erupted, and an eerie figure shot forth, aiming to snatch the fruit first. Damn it! The unforeseen turn of events darkened Yu Lang's expression, and he erupted in curses. No one had anticipated that someone lay in wait, like a cunning bird of prey. Yet, as Yu Lang watched the intruder advance faster than he, Li Luo, "Not far away," shouted. "Yu Lang, close your eyes." With a cold demeanor, he raised a hand, and a blue energy orb had already coalesced at his fingertips, shooting forth. The orb detonated near the space between Yu Lang and the assailant, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Chapter 53. Lian Zhong. At the moment Li Luo's voice pierced the air, Yu Lang was beset by a torrent of thoughts. Closing his eyes would undoubtedly grant his opponent an advantageous opportunity in the current predicament. However, understanding Li Luo's typical approach, he steeled himself and shut his eyes. Thus, when the blinding light erupted, Yu Lang adeptly avoided its piercing glare, relying on his prior memorization of the route to swiftly grasp the ghostly face fruit. Conversely, the assailant was momentarily startled by the sudden brilliance, their vision momentarily compromised, causing their speed to falter. The intense radiance appeared abruptly, only to vanish just as swiftly. Nevertheless, Yu Lang successfully seized the ghostly face fruit. His expression hardened, and a slender sword shot forth from his sleeve, imbued with azure energy that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, mercilessly lunging towards the assailant, who was perilously close. Humph! The attacker, realizing their failed attempt, let out a cold huff and retaliated with a powerful punch, unleashing a torrent of yellow energy that collided forcefully with Yu Lang's assault. The energies clashed, causing the assailant to stagger slightly, while Yu Lang was propelled backward, landing on the ground not far away. In that instant of triumph, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo swiftly distanced themselves from the reach of the ghostly face vine tree's assault, quickly joining Yu Lang's side. Their gazes icy as they scrutinized the figure before them. Ah, such a quick reaction, and yet you still failed to seize it. In the face of the trio's frosty stares, the figure chuckled softly. At that moment, he revealed himself, a tall, muscular youth with short hair, emanating an aura of raw power that bore down upon onlookers. A student from Donyuan Academy? Zhao Kuo immediately recognized the emblem on the youth's chest, identifying it as belonging to Donyuan Academy. It was Lian Zhong, the second-ranked student of Donyuan Academy, possessing a 6th-tier Earth affinity and an 8 imprint strength. Yu Lang effortlessly unveiled the identity and details of his opponent, demonstrating his intimate knowledge of the elite students from various academies, a testament to his prowess in compiling examination materials. Li Luo's expression remained composed as he remarked, "So, students from Donyuan Academy are so fond of pilfering? Your educational philosophies seem to warrant scrutiny." "Oh, the examination rules do not explicitly forbid theft," Lian Zhong replied with a grin. "Stealing is one thing, but lurking like a groundhog for so long without success is rather infuriating," Li Luo countered with a laugh. The smile on Lian Zhong's face waned slightly. His ambush was premeditated, and he had anticipated an easy capture, intending to taunt his adversaries afterward. Yet, he had not anticipated Li Luo's swift reaction, which thwarted his plans. "Li Luo, it seems I underestimated you," Lian Zhong said, fixing his gaze on Li Luo before adding with a nonchalant smile. "But this is merely an appetizer. Do not let it inflate your ego." "Is it safe to assume you have your sights set on me?" Li Luo inquired. "Alas, our leader has decreed that he is too occupied to entertain you himself, so we are tasked with providing you some amusement." Lian Zhong replied with a feigned sense of resignation. Shirkong, Li Luo pondered thoughtfully. Engaging in a scuffle here seems rather futile, especially since one cannot seize points at this juncture. Once we advance past this phase and enter the elimination rounds, I shall seek you out, Lian Zhong remarked. He then cast a glance towards Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang, stating, if you possess any wisdom, you should part ways with him early. The word from our leader is that all from Dongyuan Academy will target him. Associating with him will only invite misfortune upon yourselves. Enough of your nonsense, Zhao Kuo retorted. Glaring fiercely, I would rather you so-called elite from Dongyuan Academy come and offer me points. Yu Lang, shaking his slender sword, pondered deeply. Li Luo and I share a bond akin to life and death, profound as the ocean. To separate from him would require a financial incentive. If you lack the sense to comprehend, then do as you please, Lian Zhong sighed, dismissing the matter, and moved deeper into the shadowy forest. At least provide a number if you wish to negotiate, Yu Lang implored hastily. He attempted to follow but was halted by Li Luo, who asserted, there is no need to squander time here. Engaging in combat indeed holds no merit, as we cannot claim his points. How arrogant! Yu Lang cursed under his breath. Evidently agitated, whether due to Lian Zhong's attempted ambush or the latter's refusal to increase his offer remained unclear. Zhao Kuo turned to Li Luo, furrowing his brow. Brother Luo, should the people from Dongyuan Academy truly target you, we ought to seek allies to counteract them. Without assistance, they clearly hold the numerical advantage. Patience. Let us observe for now. Yu Lang interjected. Wait, I am no cur. Here, this is our recent acquisition. He then presented the ghost-faced fruit he held. Let Zhao Kuo have it first, as he has suffered the most, Li Luo suggested. At that moment, Zhao Kuo bore numerous bloodstains upon his body, appearing quite pitiful. However, these were merely superficial wounds, and with his resilience, he would recover swiftly. Accepting the ghost-faced fruit without further ado, Zhao Kuo prepared to assist Li Luo, while Yu Lang intended to seize another fruit. Grasping the fruit, he crushed it, extracting the seed within and forcefully squeezing it, ultimately releasing a drop of green juice that dripped onto the crystal token resting on his chest, merging seamlessly into it. The points displayed on the token surged to 100. Let us proceed and procure the second one, Li Luo urged, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. Over the next hour, the trio encountered 2 more ghost-faced vines, and employing the same method once more, they successfully acquired both fruits without any further interruptions. Consequently, the foundational points for Li Luo and Yu Lang reached 100. Upon achieving a base score of 100, additional attempts to collect ghost-faced fruits would yield no benefits. Thus, the 3 did not linger, instead embarking at full speed towards the location of the third round of eliminations. At the foot of Mount Bailing, the colossal crystal wall shimmered with constantly shifting scores, drawing countless gazes, creating a vibrant spectacle. On the leaderboard, a uniform array of perfect scores occupies the forefront, boasting a substantial base score of 200. Among these individuals, El Qing'er and Shirkong stand out prominently. Notably, above the crystalline wall, 2 mirror-like projections display striking images that possess considerable visual impact. The first showcases El Qing'er, elegantly poised atop a ghost-faced vine tree. At that moment, the vexatious vines of the tree are entirely encased in ice crystals. Her flowing hair and slender figure, complemented by her enchanting beauty, instantaneously captivate countless onlookers, allowing them to appreciate the allure of the foremost figure from the Southern Wind Academy. The second image features Shirkong, who holds a ghost-faced fruit with a smile, standing before a vine tree that emits dark smoke and occasionally flickers with lightning. Both individuals have triumphed over the vine tree through their individual prowess, seizing the ghost-faced fruit. Their remarkable achievements have garnered them resounding acclaim, with everyone recognizing that the top spot in this year's rigorous examination is likely to be contested between these 2, Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing. However, do not dwell on these projections. Their gaze is fixed on the leaderboard. Upon witnessing that Li Luo's score has finally ascended from 0 to 100, they breathe a sigh of relief. Although this assessment phase merely serves to accumulate base points, the thought of Li Luo entering with 2 zeros would indeed be rather peculiar. Thus, as the elimination round commences, the grand examination officially unfolds. In the depths of the White Spirit Mountain, Li Luo, Yu Lang, and Zhao Kuo emerge from the shadowy forest. Before them lies a babbling stream, while the opposite bank reveals a terrain of intricate rolling hills, replete with trees and boulders. The trio exchanges knowing glances, understanding that crossing the stream leads to the venue for the elimination round. Without hesitation, they harness their energy, their figures flashing as they traverse the several yards of the river, stepping onto the opposite shore and embarking on the elimination round of the grand examination. Chapter 54. The fishing trio as Li Luo and his companions crossed the stream and set foot on the opposite bank. They simultaneously noticed shadows darting toward them from a distance. However, after a brief exchange of glances, they instinctively dispersed, swiftly vanishing into the intricate and densely wooded mountains. The trio also ventured into the thickly shaded forest, where the melodies of birds echoed through the mountains, causing their expressions to grow somber. "What are your plans moving forward?" Li Luo inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang. Zhao Kuo replied with a grin. "Initially, I intended to navigate the elimination round to gather some points on my own, but I believe it would be wiser to accompany you instead." "Is it because of that ominous warning?" Li Luo asked. "There is no need to be overly concerned. I have yet to feel the weight of his threat." Li Luo reassured. "You certainly possess great abilities, and I know you are not intimidated by him. However, I worry he might rally the students from Donyuan Academy to target you. While my strength may not match yours, I could at least help share the burden in such a scenario," Zhao Kuo explained. He then flashed a broad smile and added, "Moreover, isn't it faster to earn points while following you, Luo Ge?" Li Luo chuckled softly, recognizing that Zhao Kuo's decision stemmed largely from a desire to assist him. So he refrained from further persuasion and simply nodded in acknowledgement. "And what about you?" he asked, turning to Yu Lang. Yu Lang brushed aside his bangs and replied earnestly, "You are aware of my capabilities. As long as I wish, I could navigate this elimination round with ease. Therefore, if you are willing to pay me handsomely for protection, I can offer you a discount for our friendship, just 1,000 gold. Before he could finish, Li Luo and Zhao Kuo had already moved ahead. "Wait, 500 gold. Yu Lang exclaimed urgently. Li Luo continued to ignore him. "How can you disregard my offer? If you find the price unsatisfactory, why not negotiate? Such discourtesy is unbecoming." Yu Lang retorted indignantly. 5 gold, Li Luo said, raising his left hand and shaking it playfully, a smile playing at his lips. "Deal," Yu Lang exclaimed triumphantly. Li Luo nearly twisted his back in surprise, remarking, "You truly are something else, Lang." Yu Lang, brimming with pride, declared, "As long as you dare to haggle, I shall respond in kind. Do you really think 5 gold could humiliate me? How naive." Li Luo shook his head in resignation, though a hint of amusement danced in his eyes. He understood that both Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang were genuinely concerned about him potentially becoming a target for Donyuan Academy, which was why they chose to stay by his side, preventing him from encountering misfortune alone. Though their personalities differed, both were friends worthy of deep trust. "I have a suggestion," Yu Lang suddenly proposed. "The three of us together would attract too much attention. I recommend that Zhao Kuo proceed alone at the front, while Li Luo uses the water shadow technique to cloak me in the rear." Li Luo contemplated this notion. "Are you suggesting we set a trap?" Indeed, Zhao Kuo would serve as the bait. His solitary figure, appearing simple and honest, would easily draw the attention of those with ulterior motives who might attempt to seize his points. "That sounds like a splendid plan," Zhao Kuo replied with a smile, then composed himself, adopting an expression that conveyed a sense of earnestness and a hint of timidity. "Zhao Kuo, your acting truly feels underappreciated at the Southern Wind Academy," exclaimed Yu Lang with astonishment. Zhao Kuo chuckled bashfully, scratching his head. "Let us go with that then." Li Luo, observing the scene, decisively declared the establishment of the fishing trio. In the dense forest, where shrubs were thick and patches of light filtered through the leaves, a somewhat robust figure treaded cautiously among the trees, his flickering gaze warily scanning his surroundings, exuding an air of extreme vigilance. Occasionally, he would take refuge in a shadow for a brief moment before quietly proceeding. He truly embodied a persona of fear and fragility. In the concealed depths behind the burly figure, Li Luo and Yu Lang were quietly observing, their expressions reflecting a mix of admiration and disbelief at Zhao Kuo's cautious demeanor. "His performance is incredibly immersive," Yu Lang remarked. Having previously believed himself quite skilled in acting, yet recognizing that Zhao Kuo was no ordinary character, Li Luo nodded in agreement. Sensing Zhao Kuo's genuine commitment to his role and perceiving great potential within him. However, others were also on high alert. Li Luo glanced towards a particular shadow, having already noted 2 individuals who had fixated on Zhao Kuo, yet they remained inactive, lurking behind him while closely observing. It was evident they were assessing whether Zhao Kuo was truly as timid and fearful as he appeared. Yet, Li Luo sensed that the two were beginning to lose their composure, for Zhao Kuo's acting was so convincing that they were likely to take the bait. Just as Li Luo mentally counted down, the leaves in the forest rustled, and two figures shot forth, swiftly positioning themselves in front of and behind Zhao Kuo, effectively blocking his escape. This sudden turn of events startled Zhao Kuo, who, with a furious expression, demanded, "What do you want? I am from the Southern Wind Academy. Dare you touch me?" His display of bluster elicited further admiration and applause from Li Luo and Yu Lang hidden in the shadows. The two who revealed themselves appeared to hail from different academies. However, their strength was formidable, emanating a powerful aura that clearly indicated they had reached the seventh seal stage. "Brother, we've been following you for quite some time. You must be the Zhao Kuo from the Southern Wind Academy, right? I've seen you in the examination materials. Let us skip the pleasantries and hand over your points," one of the interceptors stated. "Dream on," Zhao Kuo roared, as his silver aura surged, activating his silver bear form. In response to his movement, the two assailants wasted no time and attacked, their swords flashing like lightning as they lunged at Zhao Kuo with fierce and ruthless intent. However, just as their strikes were about to land on Zhao Kuo, a faint sound of slicing wind suddenly emanated from behind them. Instantly, their hair stood on end, and they beheld Zhao Kuo's previously timid visage now adorned with a mocking smile. "Damn it, we've been fooled." In an instant, the two individuals comprehended the situation, their hearts brimming with unease and indignation. They had meticulously surveyed their surroundings numerous times, yet why had they failed to detect their adversary? The cunning of their opponent was beyond comprehension. A chill enveloped their hearts. These two were no ordinary individuals. They promptly channeled their energy, directing their blades towards Zhao Kuo. Aware that they had already fallen into a trap, they understood that their only recourse was to join forces and capture this pretender, using him as leverage to instill caution in their foe. Zhao Kuo, too, sensed their intentions. Instead of retreating, he revealed a fierce glint in his eyes, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of trepidation. Wielding a massive axe, he swung it with such ferocity that it seemed to form a wheel of blades, clashing directly with the two assailants. The clang of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Zhao Kuo let out a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward. Realizing that the strength of his adversaries was not inferior to his own, their combined efforts swiftly overwhelmed him. However, before the duo could pursue him further, two formidable waves of energy surged from behind, crashing into their backs. With a gasp, they expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing like tumbling gourds. As they struggled to regain their footing, a cerulean dagger and a slender sword hovered ominously at their throats. "Brothers, make any sudden movements, and you'll bleed," came a playful voice from the side. Exchanging glances, their expressions turned grim and dejected. "Damn it, the Southern Wind Academy is truly insidious, resorting to such underhanded tactics. If you weren't so greedy, you wouldn't have been caught at all." Li Luo chuckled, beckoning Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo to remove the crystal tokens from their chests. They rubbed the tokens against the two captives' crystal badges, instantly nullifying their points. As the scores dropped to 0, the badges emitted a frantic red light, and beams of energy ensnared the two, binding them securely. This signified their elimination, and the temporary restraints were intended to restrict their movements, preventing interference with other participants. Having secured their points, the trio had no desire to engage in further conversation with their adversaries. They turned to leave, faint voices trailing behind them. The haul was quite satisfactory. I wonder who the next unfortunate soul will be? Hopefully, someone more substantial than these two. Zhao Kuo, your acting skills are truly impressive. These individuals have been exceedingly cautious for half an hour, yet you managed to lure them out. Your dedication is commendable. In this line of work, one must love what they do, came the reply, leaving the speaker momentarily speechless. Chapter 55. The mist countless gazes converged upon the crystalline barrier, sporadically erupting into exclamations of astonishment and cries of despair, as everyone focused intently on the performance of their respective academies' participants. Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing were no exception, their attention unwaveringly fixed on their young lord. Upon witnessing the steady increase in Li Luo's points, smiles blossomed upon their faces. "Our young lord is doing quite well," Kai Wei remarked, lightly fanning herself with a floral handheld fan and letting out a cheerful laugh. "It seems he has yet to encounter formidable adversaries. As the elimination rounds progress, only the most challenging opponents will remain, And that will reveal true capabilities, Yin Lingqing cautiously analyzed. Kai Wei nodded, her smile radiant as she replied, but I have complete faith in our young lord. Such confidence? Is it because beauty is justice? Kai Wei quipped with utmost seriousness. How tiresome, Yin Lingqing replied, adjusting her silver-framed glasses, dismissing her companion's banter. In the dense forest, a resounding clang echoed. Li Luo and his companions surrounded a hapless individual. In the face of his desperate gaze, the trio swiftly relieved him of his points, leaving him in tears as they departed. Our points have reached 1,500, Li Luo observed, glancing at their respective crystal tokens. This sum was the fruit of their labor over the better part of the morning, beneath which lay a cluster of greedy yet unfortunate fish. However, it feels increasingly difficult to catch them, Zhao Kuo lamented, recalling that they had only ensnared this one unfortunate soul in the past hour. It seems our reputation as fishermen has spread, Li Luo responded. Throughout the morning's fishing endeavors, they had not been without their missteps. Some fish proved exceedingly elusive and formidable, allowing a few to escape. The news of their fishing exploits had undoubtedly circulated among the other participants in the vicinity, making them weary of biting. Continuing to fish was not a realistic expectation. As more participants were eliminated, acquiring points would necessitate direct confrontations. Li Luo remained indifferent to this reality, as he had not truly anticipated a continual fishing spree. Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang nodded in agreement, fully understanding the situation. As the three engaged in casual conversation, their steps remained vigilant and unceasing. However, as they advanced, they abruptly noticed a thin veil of mist beginning to permeate the forest. The mist thickened rapidly. Li Luo halted, a frown creasing his brow. Something feels amiss. We must retreat. After running for several minutes, Li Luo suddenly turned around, only to discover that Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo had inexplicably vanished from sight. After a moment of contemplation, he searched the nearby thicket and soon spotted clusters of gray mushrooms, which were the source of the mist. It's the mist mushroom, Li Luo muttered, somewhat exasperated. This particular mushroom emitted a fog that could disorient one's sense of direction. Clearly, they had unwittingly wandered into a region populated by these mushrooms. It seemed that in their hurried escape, Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo had lost their way and fallen behind. What a troublesome predicament, he thought to himself. Li Luo crushed the mist mushroom beneath his foot. Although the mist posed a nuisance, it was likely time-limited. He believed that once the fog dissipated somewhat, he would be able to locate the two of them. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mist, Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang found themselves together. Realizing that they had lost track of Li Luo, bewildered, they exchanged glances and cautiously continued on their way. After a while, they heard footsteps approaching from ahead, and joy surged within them. Zhao Kuo tentatively called out, "Luogu?" The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and soon a figure emerged within their line of sight. However, upon recognizing the individual, their expressions shifted slightly. It was not Li Luo, but rather a person they had encountered previously, Lian Chong from the Dongyuan Academy, who had attempted to seize their ghost face fruit. At this moment, Lian Chong wore a cold smirk as he fixed his gaze on the two, saying, "Li Luo didn't wait for you, but it seems he has encountered two little followers first." Without hesitation, Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang turned to flee. The adversary had clearly laid a trap, and his target was undoubtedly Li Luo. However, as they moved, they noticed two figures emerge from the direction they were attempting to escape, effectively blocking their retreat. To their dismay, there were four of them, each bearing the insignia of Dongyuan Academy. "Let us fight." Zhao Kuo's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Yet Yu Lang raised his hand and urgently exclaimed, "We surrender, we surrender. We give up." Lian Chong paused momentarily, a sneer creeping across his lips. "Is the South Wind Academy so weak-kneed?" Zhao Kuo bellowed. "Yu Lang, what are you doing? Do you think they will spare you if you surrender?" "Zhao Kuo, they are after Li Luo. This doesn't concern us too much," Yu Lang replied. "Damn you, you worthless fool." Zhao Kuo's face was ablaze with rage as he swung a fist towards Yu Lang. Yu Lang hastily dodged, his expression darkening as he retorted, "You're going too far. We are not even Li Luo's subordinates." He then turned to Lian Chong, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, and pleaded, "Brother, spare me this time." Lian Chong chuckled. "Did you not tell me before that you and Li Luo were sworn brothers?" Yu Lang awkwardly replied, "That was merely a joke. It was just for appearances. If you are willing to let me go, I can help you find Li Luo. He had established a special means of contact with us." Zhao Kuo's eyes were about to burst with fury as he lunged at Yu Lang, intent on delivering a fatal blow, but was intercepted by two students from Dongyuan Academy. Lien Chong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yu Lang. Do you think I would believe you? I was unfortunate enough to encounter those two and was coerced into joining their team. Lien Chong furrowed his brow, and at that moment, he heard Yu Lang's voice again. Actually, I hinted at this to you before. Hinted at what? Lien Chong inquired. Yu Lang wore a subtle smile. I suggested you increase your payment. As long as you add to it, I can assist you. Lien Chong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yu Lang had uttered those words, yet how could he possibly believe them? However, upon further reflection, in light of the rumors surrounding Yu Lang, could this truly be an insinuation? If so, this fellow was remarkably shameless. Lien Chong crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly. If you can indeed bring Li Luo here, I might let you off the hook, regardless of the veracity of his words, as long as Li Luo could be summoned. That sufficed. Yu Lang, elated, exclaimed, no problem. Zhao Kuo shares a close bond with Li Luo. We can use him as leverage. When Li Luo arrives, we can threaten him with Zhao Kuo, ensuring he treads carefully. He then promptly began offering suggestions. Upon hearing this, Lien Chong stared at Yu Lang for a moment and remarked, you truly are adept at betraying your allies, aren't you? Yu Lang forced a sheepish smile. Yu Lang, may you meet a dreadful fate. Just wait, I will not spare you. Zhao Kuo roared in a fit of rage. Bind him and silence him. Lien Chong commanded with a wave of his hand. For students from the Danyuan Academy surged forward, swiftly restraining Zhao Kuo. Lien Chong positioned himself beside Yu Lang, placing a blade across the latter's throat with a smile. Now, utilize your means of communication to summon Li Luo. Should he fail to appear, you shall face immediate elimination. Yu Lang thumped his chest, a serious expression adorning his face. Rest assured, brother, Li Luo will undoubtedly fall into our trap. When you capture him, make sure to thoroughly humiliate him. I have long harbored a deep-seated disdain for his astonishing good looks. At this, Lien Chong rubbed his rugged, ordinary visage, and an unknown thought crossed his mind, igniting a surge of ire within him. For he too loathed those who thrived solely on their appearance. Yu Lang's words struck a chord deep within him. Losing a fight was acceptable, but a pretty boy must perish. And for someone as striking as Li Luo, he deserved a fate worse than death. Chapter 56. Temptation. After Yu Lang and Lien Chong had finalized their agreement, Yu Lang retrieved a bamboo whistle from his pocket and placed it to his lips, producing a delicate yet piercing sound that resonated through the mist. Upon hearing this sound, Zhao Kuo immediately began to thrash violently, prompting the 4 students from Danyuan Academy nearby to restrain him firmly. Zhao Kuo struggled in vain, his face reddening and tears brimming in his eyes as he glared at Yu Lang with a venomous expression, as if he wished to devour him alive. Lien Chong, who had previously harbored some doubts about Yu Lang, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Zhao Kuo's reaction, albeit his contempt for Yu Lang deepened further. This fellow truly had no backbone. Yet it suited him well, as he needed such a spineless character at this moment. Let us proceed slowly, Lien Chong instructed. And Yu Lang began to move forward through the mist. In another part of the fog, Li Luo, patiently awaiting the dissipating haze, suddenly opened his nearly closed eyes. He had heard the whistle. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered to himself, 5 individuals? They must be Lien Chong's men. How unfortunate for those 2. Previously, while conspiring to bait their adversaries, Li Luo had made arrangements with Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang, one of which involved using the whistle to convey simple messages. According to their pact, if such a situation arose, the unapprehended individual would devise a means to rescue the captured, and if the enemy proved too formidable, they would seek assistance from their peers at Nanfeng Academy. Lien Chong. Li Luo smirked slightly, his palms brushing the hilts of his twin blades, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Did you truly believe I would let you escape unscathed? Without hesitation, Li Luo turned and strode purposefully toward the source of the whistle, quickly vanishing into the mist. Within the fog, several figures advanced slowly. Lien Chong held Yu Lang captive at the forefront, while the 4 students from Danyuan Academy flanked Zhao Kuo from behind. The whistle continued to echo. Lien Chong furrowed his brow and inquired, why has there been no response yet? Yu Lang replied helplessly, the mist is so thick, perhaps Li Luo has moved far away. Lien Chong, growing impatient, urged, speed it up, don't waste our time. Yu Lang complied, vigorously blowing the whistle once more. Unbeknownst to them, in the rear, the mist shimmered subtly, a faint glimmer of water rippling. Just as everyone's attention was focused ahead, a hand emerged from the fog, eerily seizing the last person's mouth. A punch striking soundly against their head, rendering them unconscious. However, The remaining three from Dongyuan Academy suddenly reacted, exclaiming in alarm, "We are under attack." Lien Chong, at the front, paled and abruptly turned to look back. In that instant, several blue orbs of light shot forth from the mist. Bang! The orbs exploded, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The individuals present squinted in pain, instinctively closing their eyes. At this moment, Zhao Kuo, who had already closed his eyes at the first opportunity, forcefully collided with three individuals and plunged into the mist. "Damn it, I've been fooled." Lien Zhong, realizing he had been ambushed, was consumed by rage and swung his blade toward the figure of Yu Lang before him. However, the latter propelled himself with a push, unleashing the power of the wind, and swiftly evaded the lethal arc of the blade. "Ha! Does this foolish donkey think he can catch me?" Yu Lang mocked, darting into the fog, disappearing in an instant. Lien Zhong's face turned ashen, and a yellow aura erupted from his body before he unleashed a furious attack, transforming his blade into a fierce streak of light, hurling it at the direction where Yu Lang had vanished. Clang! Lien Zhong grasped the hilt tightly, the blade slicing through the air, his gaze dark and fixated on that spot. There, within the faint mist, stood Li Luo, wielding dual blades and wearing a smile, flanked by Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang. "Well, you dare to play tricks on me." Lien Zhong's eyes bore into Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo, fully understanding the situation now. The earlier whistle from Yu Lang had undoubtedly summoned Li Luo, but it also conveyed some crucial information, allowing the latter to avoid recklessly charging into their encirclement and instead prepare a cunning ambush against them. Yu Lang sighed lightly and said, "Big brother, it's not that I deceived you, it's just that." He offered more. As he spoke, he winked at Lien Zhong, the implication unmistakable. "Would you like to increase the offer?" Lien Zhong's face flushed with anger, his breath heavy, eyes filled with menace. "Hey, this guy is furious like a bull. We should retreat for now. The mist here seems to be clearing," Yu Lang quickly suggested. Yu Lang was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you blind? That guy has the strength of 8 seals and 3 accomplices. Those 3, can you two handle them?" Li Luo inquired. "Are you serious?" Yu Lang's expression turned solemn. Li Luo fixed his gaze on Lien Zhong and nodded slightly, saying, "My patience has been nearly exhausted by him, so I believe he should pay a price." Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo exchanged glances, contemplating for a few moments before finally nodding. "All right, I also wish to deal with these bastards." Excitement glimmered in Zhao Kuo's eyes as he seized his great axe and swung it vigorously. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Lien Zhong, witnessing this scene, suddenly broke into an unexpected laugh despite his earlier fury. "You actually aren't running away?" he said incredulously. Li Luo had gone to great lengths to rescue Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang, and it would be most prudent to flee while the mist had yet to dissipate entirely. However, Lien Zhong did not anticipate that Li Luo seemed intent on pursuing trouble with him instead. Is it possible that this handsome man has lost his mind? Lien Zhong gripped his blade, lightly swinging it, the blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound, his gaze now fixed on Li Luo, the smile on his lips gradually morphing into a sinister grin. "Li Luo, do not think that just because you are the young master of the Xiaofu, I wouldn't dare to act against you. If you fail here, it will be only you and the Luolan mansion that will suffer the shame." Li Luo smiled and said, "Do not jump to conclusions, lest you find yourself in a precarious situation, which would be both embarrassing and detrimental to your reputation." "Oh, do you think yourself worthy?" Lien Zhong retorted with a sneer, then waved his hand towards the 3 individuals from Dongyuan Academy behind him, saying, Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo will handle this. I shall take care of Li Luo first." The 3 complied, as they all possessed the strength of the 7 seals, and felt confident against their opponents in a 3-2 scenario. "We shall depart first. Be cautious. If you find yourself in trouble, send up a signal, and we will seek an opportunity to withdraw," Yu Lang whispered, before racing off in another direction with Zhao Kuo. The 3 adversaries immediately followed suit. With their departure, only Li Luo and Lien Zhong remained, locked in confrontation. Lien Zhong gripped his blade, his gaze fierce and contemptuous as it bore down on Li Luo. However, this time, he refrained from further idle chatter. Suddenly, his yellow elemental energy erupted, revealing the full extent of his 8 seals' power. The oppressive aura surged forth. "Li Luo, even if you regret your choices now, it is too late. Watch as I trample your face into the ground." Lien Zhong laughed maniacally, his figure launching forward with blinding speed, the blade's light whistling as it sliced through the air, enveloped in a golden radiance, and struck down heavily towards Li Luo. Chapter 57, Water Wave Technique. With a fierce exhalation, Lien Zhong unleashed his attack without mercy, fully activating his 8 seal power. As a menacing yellow blade of light slashed toward Li Luo. Yet, in the face of such a daunting assault, Li Luo exhibited no intention of evasion. With a flick of his toes, he soared forth like a hawk, dual blades in hand, radiating a vibrant blue water affinity. Clang! The clash of blades resonated as their powers surged, stirring the leaves upon the ground into a frenzied dance. However, this collision caused Lien Zhong's expression to shift, for he realized that Li Luo exhibited no fear of his 8 seal power. In their confrontation, he found himself unable to suppress his opponent. How could this be? He was clearly merely at 7 seals. Lien Zhong felt a surge of alarm. The 8 seals did not seem so formidable after all. Li Luo, meanwhile, wore a smile. With his water-light affinity having evolved to the 6th tier and his power reaching 7 seals. He was no longer under the same pressure he had felt during the earlier assessment against Song Yunfeng when faced with an opponent of 8 seals. Such audacity! Lien Zhong scoffed with fury, his power surging as he unleashed a fierce strike. Yet, Li Luo was swifter still, his dual blades swirling with blue light, unleashing a series of blade strikes that cascaded toward Lien Zhong like undulating waves. Lien Zhong's eyes blazed with wrath as he met the onslaught with his great blade. Fierce as a wolf, fierce as a tiger. Clang, clang. But as the battle raged on, Lien Zhong began to feel the ferocity of Li Luo's attacks intensifying, the strength behind each blade growing ever more formidable. Was this a high-tier water technique, the 9 layers of azure waves? Lien Zhong's demeanor shifted. This water technique excelled at gradually accumulating power during combat, and should it successfully build its momentum, it would undoubtedly impose significant pressure upon him. Having considerable combat experience, Lien Zhong quickly gathered his thoughts, unleashing earthy yellow power as he delivered a heavy diagonal slash, an advanced earth technique, Earth Cleave. The blade descended, carving a line into the ground, yet Li Luo's dual blades danced with lightning speed, effortlessly countering each strike as waves of blade light cascaded in layers. Do you think you can shatter my 9 layers of azure waves? It appears your strength is still insufficient, Li Luo chuckled lightly. Lien Zhong's expression grew increasingly grim. He could not comprehend why Li Luo, merely at 7 seals, possessed such overwhelming and tenacious power. In their earlier exchanges, he had clearly felt that Li Luo's power seemed imbued with an inexplicable spiritual essence, balancing his earth affinity in subtle ways. It was as if Li Luo's affinity was of a higher caliber altogether. Yet, according to the intelligence he had gathered, Li Luo was merely of the 5th tier. How could he prove to be such a formidable adversary? Amidst Lien Zhong's chaotic thoughts, Li Luo's gaze suddenly sharpened. The momentum of the 9 layers of azure waves was complete. It was time to counterattack. Stepping forward, his blue affinity surged, akin to rolling azure waves. As the radiant blue water-patterned blade in his hand glowed brilliantly, the powerful blade light striking down toward Lien Zhong's chest with ferocity. This strike was exceptionally ruthless. Suddenly, Li Luo unleashed a retaliatory strike, causing Lien Zhong's expression to grow grave. The accumulation of the 9 layers of azure waves momentum made him wary of underestimating Li Luo's blow. He took a deep breath, earthy yellow energy surging from his body, and with a fierce roar, a faint armor of light materialized around him. This was a high-tier technique. The Earth Armor. The pale yellow light armor enveloped him, radiating a profound strength. Known for its robust defensive capabilities, the Earth element was now Lien Zhong's chosen advantage, and he could no longer afford to look down upon Li Luo. Buzz! The blue blade of light descended, striking the armor on Lien Zhong's chest, causing it to tremble violently, faint cracks appearing on its surface. Lien Zhong's imposing figure was pushed back several steps, crashing heavily against a large tree trunk. A subtle pain throbbed in his chest, yet he exhaled in relief. Thanks to the formidable defense of the Earth Armor, he had withstood Li Luo's most powerful attack. What a resilient shell! Li Luo couldn't help but marvel at the Earth element's defensive prowess. Lien Zhong had previously been overly confident in his offensive capabilities, neglecting his own strengths, but now, by opting for defense, he had become a more formidable opponent. At this moment, Lien Zhong's face was etched with seriousness. Through their earlier exchanges, he had come to realize that Li Luo's strength was indeed on par with his own. In fact, he was now compelled to rely on the Earth element's advantages to defend and deplete Li Luo's energy. Li Luo, you are indeed impressive. With your 7 imprints of energy, you have forced me, an 8th imprint, into such a predicament. However, you will never defeat me, Lian Zhong declared, his yellow energy surging continuously, reinforcing his light armor. Li Luo stroked his chin, observing the thick armor covering Lian Zhong with a hint of exasperation. Come on, brother, this is just playing dirty. Hiding in your shell when you can't win? Weren't you just so arrogant? Lian Zhong snorted coldly, ignoring Li Luo's provocation and steadfastly retreating into his shell. Then come and strike me, he challenged. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, since you have such a peculiar request. I shall oblige. Humph. Stubborn as ever, Lian Zhong scoffed. With a slight smile, Li Luo sheathed the sun-patterned blade and grasped the water-patterned knife with one hand. In the next moment, water energy surged forth, swirling and flowing along the blade. Gradually, the water energy coalesced into a blue blade of light, undulating like a rapidly flowing current. High-tier technique. Water blade? Lian Zhong observed, immediately discerning its nature, and a mocking grin crept across his face. The water blade technique was one of the more powerful offensive techniques among entry-level water element skills, utilizing rapid movement to create a sharp cutting edge. However, water energy was ultimately not adept at offense, making it unlikely for Li Luo to breach his earth armor. Gazing at the swirling water blade with a slight smile, Li Luo murmured softly to himself, an ordinary water blade may indeed fail to penetrate your shell, but my water blade is anything but ordinary. As he spoke, a sudden burst of dazzling points of light flickered amidst the azure glow of the water. Only Li Luo understood what was transpiring. The radiant power surged forth, coalescing into exceedingly slender beams of light, through which the water element flowed. Consequently, the velocity of the water element's movement reached an astonishing level. The water technique, catalyzed in this unique manner, was anything but ordinary. Thus, Li Luo aptly named it the Enhanced Water Technique, version 1. Lian Zhong gazed at the flowing azure light upon Li Luo's blade, sensing that its hue had become remarkably pure. Confusion clouded his understanding of the phenomenon. Yet an unsettling feeling akin to a prickling awareness crept over him. However, Li Luo did not allow him to dwell in discomfort for long, as he surged forward, his water-patterned blade seemingly conjuring emerald waves, soaring through the air towards Lian Zhong. Come on, I fear you not, Lian Zhong roared, his voice echoing in defiance. As he shouted, Li Luo's figure brushed past him, the brilliance of his blade slicing through the earthy yellow armor that adorned Lian Zhong's physique. In the next instant, Lian Zhong's expression froze, and the surface of his earthy yellow armor erupted violently. His body, too, began to tilt backward, sending clouds of dust swirling around him. Unbeknownst to all, amidst the dense forest, a suspended crystal shimmered with light, casting the unfolding battle as a projection upon the crystalline wall of Bailing Mountain. Chapter 58. A grand feast at the foot of Mount Bailing. A fervent uproar filled the air. The vast crystal wall continually displayed fluctuating scores, while the top projected scenes of fierce battles, occasionally eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Suddenly, the imagery shifted, revealing two figures locked in a standoff amid a grove. In a nearby pavilion, Kai Wei was idly peeling a grape, poised to place it into her rosy lips, when her gaze abruptly halted, fixated on the crystal wall. That person, could it be the young lord? She exclaimed, her surprise evident. Yin Lingqing, upon hearing this, immediately turned her attention to the scene, where the two figures stood in confrontation. Indeed, it was true. Kai Wei, forgetting her grape, straightened her posture and inquired, who is he fighting? Though Yin Lingqing did not recognize the opponent, she quickly gleaned information from the growing murmurs around them. It was Lian Chong, the second-ranked from Dongyuan Academy, possessing 6th grade aptitude and 8th print strength. Why would Li Luo provoke such a formidable adversary? Kai Wei pondered, her brow furrowing in concern. Even if the young lord refrained from confrontation, he would inevitably attract attention during the elimination rounds, with their full attention now riveted on the unfolding battle. The scene depicted Li Luo and Lian Chong commencing their clash, each fierce encounter subtly altering the expressions of the two women. However, as the fight progressed, their astonishment deepened, for they observed that Li Luo exhibited not a shred of disadvantage. Despite his 7th print strength, he maintained a firm upper hand over his 8th print opponent, especially when, in a climactic moment, the water-patterned blade of Li Luo shimmered with aquatic light, shattering Lian Chong's luminous armor with a single stroke. Kai Wei could not restrain her excitement, slapping the table with delight. The young lord is remarkable. Beside her, Yin Lingqing's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. She too had not anticipated that Li Luo could so effortlessly vanquish an adversary of such caliber. This impressive feat left no room for criticism. As she gazed at the image of Li Luo, she observed him sheathing his blade. A stark contrast to the earnest youth she often saw diligently concocting spiritual water elixirs at his workbench. Now, he radiated a conspicuous brilliance. Perhaps this was the true essence of Li Luo, his usual gentle mischief merely veiling his latent prowess. Now, I find myself genuinely believing he might indeed breach the top 10, Yin Lingqing mused with a light chuckle, her previously cool gaze now alight with intrigue. Outside the pavilion, a crescendo of astonished exclamations arose, clearly indicating that the outcome of the battle between Li Luo and Lian Chong had astonished many. Within the main pavilion, the old dean, the supervising instructor, and Minter and Lai also witnessed the battle's result. The old dean wore a broad smile, his eyes gleaming with unmistakable pride as he remarked, "It is indeed amusing that the second-ranked student of the Dongyuan Academy has been defeated by Li Luo, who ranks 15th at our Nanfeng Academy. What do you think?" "Supervisor Shi?" Supervisor Shi's face twitched slightly, and he chuckled. "Truly, the young master of the Luolan house is exceedingly surprising." "Is this Li Luo, the young master of the Luolan house, the one betrothed to Jiang Qingyi?" inquired Minter and Lai suddenly from the side. The old dean nodded with a smile. "He is not lacking in appearance. He. Although Li Luo has yet to enter the Xingxian Star Academy, his name has long been renowned there." Minter and Lai remarked with a wry smile. Defeating an opponent with 8 seals does not necessarily guarantee entrance into the Xingxian Star Academy, Supervisor Shi replied with a subtle smile. "Then you must keep a close watch," the old dean said, raising an eyebrow, his tone indifferent. Unbeknownst to Li Luo, the fervor his battle had stirred outside the mountain was considerable. At that moment, he was dragging the unconscious Lian Zhong toward another battlefield. Pushing through the underbrush, he observed that the fight ahead was fiercely contested. However, to his surprise, despite the Dongyuan Academy holding a slight numerical advantage, they were being suppressed by Zhaoque and Yu Lang. If the situation continued, it would not be long before the opposing side began to suffer injuries. With a smile, Li Luo stepped forward. His sudden appearance caused the intense battle to momentarily halt, as both Zhaoque and Yu Lang, along with the 3 students from Dongyuan Academy, turned their astonished gazes toward him. The shock intensified when they beheld Lian Zhong, whom Li Luo had dragged along, unconscious. "What the hell, Li Luo, you monster? You actually defeated Lian Zhong?" Yu Lang exclaimed, momentarily dumbfounded. Li Luo nodded with a smile, then tossed Lian Zhong forward, fixing his gaze upon the 3 students from Dongyuan Academy. "Do you wish to continue resisting?" Under his penetrating gaze, the 3 students were filled with dread, losing all courage to fight, and they turned to flee in a panic. However, Li Luo was prepared. With a flick of his fingers, water-like projectiles shot forth, exploding before them and blinding them with a searing brilliance that elicited cries of anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Zhaoque and Yu Lang unleashed a powerful offensive. In a matter of moments, the 3 adversaries lay on the ground, wailing in defeat. "Let us divide their points," Li Luo suggested with a grin. "Wow, what a catch!" Yu Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 5 opponents had amassed significant points, particularly Lian Zhong, whose score reached an impressive 2,400. Though Yu Lang was tempted by the prospect of claiming Lian Zhong's points, he instead said, "Li Luo, you keep Lian Zhong's points for yourself. Zhaoque and I will handle the division of the other 4s." The combined points of the remaining 4 from Dongyuan Academy totaled over 1,000, which, while not as bountiful as Lian Zhong's, still constituted a considerable gain. Upon hearing this, Li Luo contemplated saying something, but Zhaoque chuckled. "Brother Luo, you have single-handedly defeated Lian Zhong. We cannot take advantage of this opportunity. Moreover, you possess the potential to break into the top 10. So there is no need for you to entangle yourself with us over such matters." Seeing both of them express such sentiments, Li Luo decided against being overly sentimental. He removed the crystal token and thoroughly claimed Lian Zhong's points. Yu Lang and Zhaoque wore expressions of greedy delight as they wiped him clean, all while the 4 members of the Dongyuan Academy looked on in horror. "Our leader shall not let you off." In a mix of fury and despair, the Dongyuan Academy members let out a roar, tears of regret streaming down their faces. After this significant gain, Li Luo's points soared to 3,900, while Yu Lang and Zhaoque also accumulated just over 2,000 points. Although the scoreboard remained unseen, Li Luo estimated that he had likely secured a place in the top 30, with Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo also poised to enter the top 100. A smile graced his face. Although the top 10 still seemed a distance away, it was not insurmountable. The big brother from Dongyuan Academy, truly considerate. I wonder if more surprises await us. As the elimination rounds progressed, the remaining competitors grew increasingly elusive and formidable. Claiming points became a challenging endeavor. Thus, Lien Zhong's arrival with his team to provide a wave of warmth was nothing short of heartwarming, deserving of an accolade. Let us proceed. We should not be far from the White Spirit Ruins, Li Luo declared, taking a step forward, with Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang following closely behind. Chapter 59. The White Spirit Ruins. After overcoming the obstruction led by Lien Zhong from the Dongyuan Academy, Li Luo and his companions pressed onward. During their journey, they encountered a series of formidable adversaries, yet ultimately, each opponent yielded their points with tears in their eyes. 2 hours later, the trio stood upon a high vantage point, gazing at the vast expanse of ruins that lay before them. Once a deserted town, the ravages of time had rendered it a mere shadow of its former self. Numerous shattered edifices stood in disarray, extending to the horizon. Towering trees and creeping vines erupted from the ground, obstructing their view. This was the White Spirit Ruins, the decisive battleground of the Academy's grand examination. With vigilant eyes, Li Luo and his companions cautiously approached the edge of the ruins, where they discovered a towering crystal wall. As they drew near, words began to materialize upon its surface, detailing the final rules of this elimination round. The regulations were straightforward. Once only 10 individuals remained within the White Spirit Ruins, the grand examination would conclude, and rankings would be determined based on their accumulated points. Suddenly, Li Luo's gaze fell upon the crystal badge on his chest, which began to shimmer, projecting a faint light that formed a translucent screen before them. It was the leaderboard. How intriguing, Yu Lang remarked, clearly surprised. Evidently, upon entering the White Spirit Ruins, they could freely consult the score rankings. Li Luo scrutinized the list, noting that the top position was held by El Qing'er, whose score reached an impressive 9,500 points. Remarkable, she has certainly caused quite a stir, Li Luo remarked with a chuckle. Following El Qing'er, as expected, was Shikong from Dongyuan Academy, with a score of 8,300 points. The subsequent names clustered around 5,000 points, and Li Luo noted his own rank, 17th. Meanwhile, Yu Lang and Zhao Kuo hovered around the 30th position. Lo Gu, if we encounter a formidable foe, and the situation turns dire, you should make your escape. Our rankings are likely the limit for us. If the opportunity arises, we will expend our final efforts to create some value for you. I believe Yu Lang shares this sentiment, don't you? Zhao Kuo observed the leaderboard for a moment before speaking. Yu Lang pondered for a few seconds before responding. Actually, I feel I might be able to salvage something further. Zhao Kuo shot him a glare, retorting, no need for salvaging. You are already finished. Yu Lang could only nod in agreement, conceding, all right, I am indeed finished. Though Yu Lang often indulged in jest, it was evident that he concurred with Zhao Kuo's assessment. The two possessed the strength of 7 seals. Yet they did not match Li Luo's extraordinary prowess. In the face of an 8-seal adversary, defeat was likely. As they approached the White Spirit Ruins, where increasingly powerful individuals gathered, their strength alongside Li Luo would gradually shift from that of allies to burdens. Moreover, with the final aim of reducing the number of participants to just 10, they could not rely on following Li Luo to secure their survival until that moment. Doing so would only impose additional pressure on him. Even if Li Luo remained unconcerned, they could not take such an outcome for granted. Moreover, and most importantly, their entrance into the top 10 holds little significance, as long as El Qing'er can secure first place. The admission list distributed to the Southern Wind Academy will reflect their ranking, allowing them to partake in the benefits. Li Luo, upon hearing this, smiled and remarked, we shall see how things unfold. In truth, his aim was merely to enter the top 10 and secure a place. While the burden of vying for first place was already on El Qing'er's capable shoulders, there was no need for him to seize the spotlight. Let us find a place to hide in the White Spirit Ruins and observe, Li Luo declared, gesturing as he led the two companions into the intricately structured terrain of the ruins. Meanwhile, in another part of the White Spirit Ruins, Shikong stood before a crystalline wall, his expression serene as he gazed at the faint luminous screen displaying the leaderboard. His attention lingered on El Qing, who held the coveted first position for quite some time. Boss, Lien Zhong's name is absent from the list. Has he encountered misfortune? One of the students from the Eastern Abyss Academy exclaimed in astonishment behind Shikong. Shikong, surprised, turned to look back and indeed found Lien Zhong's name missing. But he did spot Li Luo ranked at 17th. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had previously instructed Lien Zhong to look after Li Luo. Yet now it seemed Lien Zhong had been eliminated while Li Luo had risen in rank. He must have been ousted by Li Luo, Shirkong remarked coolly. What? Isn't that Li Luo just at the 7 imprints level? How could he possibly eliminate Lien Zhong? Someone nearby voiced in disbelief. There are always various means to achieve one's ends. And do you truly believe that Li Luo is a mere waste? Shirkong chuckled softly, though an icy glimmer flickered in his eyes. This young lord has been concealing his true capabilities all along. Should we take measures against him? The student inquired. Shirkong waved his hand dismissively. Our primary objective now is El Qinger. While Li Luo's rise is somewhat unexpected, he does not yet warrant a change in our plans. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once El Qinger is dealt with, he will merely be a jester, inconsequential and easily dismissed. With that, Shirkong stepped into the depths of the White Spirit ruins. Shortly after entering, he discovered a recently carved mark etched upon a crumbling wall. A smile graced his lips as he followed the mark through a series of overgrown and dilapidated streets. Approximately 10 minutes later, he arrived at a shattered house. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and as Shirkong entered, 4 figures emerged from the shadows, revealing themselves to be Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu, who had previously made arrangements with Shirkong, along with the final member, Song Yunfeng. Shirkong, it seems you've indeed been outpaced a bit by El Qinger in points, Xiang Liang remarked with a grin upon seeing him. Shirkong replied with a calm smile. A temporary lead. There is no need for concern. Now, tell me, when shall we make our move? The foremost priority now is to ascertain the whereabouts of El Qinger, and subsequently devise a comprehensive strategy to ensure she has no opportunity to evade capture. If she were to escape, it is unlikely we would be afforded a second chance to besiege her. At that point, she could merely delay us or reduce her numbers to a mere 10, thereby concluding the examination by force. Zhong Fu spoke slowly. Shirkong nodded, then turned his gaze to Song Yunfeng, smiling as he said, "It seems we must trouble you with the task of locating her." Xiang Liang and the others also regarded Song Yunfeng, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, sensing a hint of disdain in their eyes. Although Xiang Liang and his companions were aligned with a different faction than the Southern Wind Academy, and thus deemed it reasonable to contend with El Qinger, Song Yunfeng, as a member of the Southern Wind Academy, was aiding Shirkong against her, which seemed rather treacherous. From their perspective, they were undoubtedly pleased to have an insider like Song Yunfeng on their side, yet this did not prevent them from harboring contempt for his character. "I am prepared," Song Yunfeng replied, his expression betraying his displeasure. "Then I sincerely thank you, Yunfeng. Should this endeavor succeed, you shall be regarded as the principal contributor." Shirkong expressed his gratitude with genuine sincerity. Chapter 60. Perilous circumstances. As time progressed, the White Spirit ruins witnessed an influx of students, each having triumphed over fierce competition and formidable adversaries to arrive at this juncture. Thus, they could be regarded as the elite of this cohort from Tianshu Prefecture. Their arrival shattered the tranquility of the desolate ruins, igniting fierce battles that erupted in various locations. This intensity was also reflected on the leaderboard. Whether outside or within the White Spirit Mountain, all could observe the tumultuous fluctuations of the rankings. Names would intermittently vanish from the list, replaced by others, indicating the harsh reality of elimination. Within a dilapidated structure, Li Luo listened to the sounds of conflict resonating from nearby. Gazing at the leaderboard reflected on the crystal plate before him, he lamented, "The rate of elimination is astonishing. In scarcely over an hour, more than 100 names had dwindled to merely 60. It is indeed ruthless," Zhaoque concurred. As they conversed, a figure darted in like the wind, revealing the silhouette of Yulang. "It is chaotic out there. Battles are erupting everywhere," Yulang remarked, having been scouting for information. His wind affinity granted him remarkable speed, making him an apt scout. "Did you discover anything?" Li Luo inquired. Yulang nodded, his expression suddenly turning grave. "I inadvertently caught sight of Shirkong, and surprisingly, he was accompanied by Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu." Upon hearing this, Li Luo's gaze sharpened. "Have they formed an alliance?" "I suspect they may have joined forces to target Lu Qinger," Yulang replied, licking his lips, his tone grave. In the context of this academy examination, the only one who could compel Shirkong to exert such effort is likely Lu Qinger. Zhao Kui's expression shifted as well. In a certain sense, Their hopes of securing admission to the St. Xuanqing Academy might not rest solely on Li Luo, but rather on Lu Qing'er. Only she possessed the potential to claim the top position, and the additional quota awarded to the first place could elevate them all. Li Luo's brow furrowed slowly. This possibility looms large. If Shikong is indeed orchestrating such a scheme, then Lu Qing'er is undoubtedly in peril, should Shikong succeed in eliminating her. The remaining members of the Nanfeng Academy would likely face complete eradication at his hands. Even I would find it impossible to confront the combined forces of Shikong, Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhongfu alone. Li Luo fell silent for a few moments, then took a deep breath, looking to Yu Lang. Which direction did they head? Yu Lang promptly indicated a direction. Are you planning to pursue them? You all understand Lu Qing'er's significance. I must ascertain her safety. Otherwise, if trouble befalls her, we shall all find ourselves in a precarious situation, Li Luo sighed. Yu Lang and Zhao Quan nodded in agreement. You two should remain here for the time being. It will be more convenient for me to go alone, Li Luo stated. All right, be cautious. Both Yu Lang and Zhao Qua understood that such a level of combat was beyond their involvement. Hence they refrained from saying much more, merely offering a word of caution. Li Luo acknowledged with a nod, refraining from further discussion. His body trembled slightly as a bluish aura flickered around him, resembling a veil of shimmering water that cloaked his form, and then he silently darted away. In a certain part of the White Spirit ruins, Lu Qing'er sat atop the remnants of a dilapidated tower. Her beauty was striking, clad in a white garment that accentuated the budding curves of her figure and her slender waist. Below, she wore white trousers that hugged her curves and elongated her already graceful legs. Her long hair cascaded down, gently swaying at her waist, creating a scene of exquisite elegance that contrasted sharply with the desolate surroundings. At that moment, Lu Qing'er retrieved a small cloth pouch from her bosom, containing some dried fruits. She began to nibble on them slowly, replenishing her energy for the day. Suddenly, she paused mid-bite upon noticing a graceful figure gliding in. A glance revealed it to be Tifa Qing. Earlier, upon entering the White Spirit ruins, she had encountered Tifa, who, upon seeing her, had been overjoyed and wished to join her for the sake of earning points. Lu Qing'er had no objections to assisting a fellow student. Qing'er, you truly bring glory to us girls. So many men have been subdued by you alone, Tifa Qing exclaimed with a cheerful grin. Lu Qing'er offered a faint smile and replied, It is not over yet. Tifa nodded and remarked, In this upcoming academy examination, the Danyuan Academy is indeed a formidable rival. I have some concerns regarding that Shikong. Lu Qing'er did not deny this. She too sensed the threat posed by Shikong. Yes, in such times, students from different academies can lend each other a hand. That's why I left a signal nearby. It was a reminder from Song Yunfeng before the examination. He said that if he encountered you and thought you needed assistance, he would come to help upon seeing the signal, Tifa said, smiling. Lu Qing'er abruptly halted her chewing, her gaze sharpening as she turned to Tifa. You said you left a mark for Song Yunfeng nearby? Tifa was taken aback by the intensity of her gaze, stammering, Yes. Why? After all, Song Yunfeng is the second-ranked student from our Nanfeng Academy. If he comes to assist you, then you need not fear Shikong. Lu Qing'er fixed her penetrating gaze upon Tifa for several seconds before placing the cloth pouch into her bosom and rising with a frosty demeanor. I shall take my leave now. Do not follow me. Qing'er, what is the matter? Have I done something wrong? Tifa hurriedly inquired. Qing'er chose to disregard her surroundings, her delicate toes barely touching the ground as she gracefully leaped from the crumbling high-rise, landing amidst the chaotic debris. She intended to slip away swiftly, though uncertainty lingered in her mind regarding the significance of the mark left by Tifa Qing. The thought of exposing her whereabouts unsettled her instincts, imparting a sense of vulnerability. Perhaps I am overthinking it, she mused quietly to herself. Yet, just as she prepared to vanish into the shadows, her body tensed abruptly. The stones beneath her feet erupted violently, unleashing a surge of green light that spiraled towards her ankles. The ambush was alarmingly sudden. However, Qing'er was not entirely unprepared. Maintaining her composure in the face of danger, she sprang into action, releasing a torrent of icy energy with a deft movement of her foot. The advancing green light was instantly frozen, revealing its true form, a tangle of verdant vines. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated from ahead. Qing'er turned her icy gaze in that direction, only to find a figure standing atop the shattered remnants of the wall, a smile gracing her face. It was Shikong. Surrounding her on both sides and behind were three formidable opponents, Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhongfu, all ranked among the elite. In that moment, the atmosphere felt suffocatingly dire. Not far off, atop the dilapidated tower, crystals shimmered with light, casting this scene onto the crystalline wall at the foot of Bailing Mountain. The atmosphere at the mountain's base ignited with palpable tension. Chapter 61. The encirclement of Luqing'e. As the colossal crystal wall at the foot of Bailingshan projected the scene of Luqing'e being besieged, a cacophony of gasps erupted, each gaze brimming with astonishment. Was that truly Luqing'e from the South Wind Academy, the number one on the leaderboard? Was she being specifically targeted? There stood Shirkong, along with Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu, all prominent figures within the top ranks of the leaderboard. The South Wind Academy was in peril. It was evident that Shirkong had come prepared, likely having meticulously plotted this scheme. Should Luqing'e be eliminated, the loss of the first rank would likely allow the Dongyuan Academy to surpass them this year. These individuals displayed an audacity that was quite unbecoming, attacking such a beautiful young woman. Yet, there were no violations here. It could only be said that Luqing'e had been rather careless. In the pavilion, Yin Lingqing and Kai Wei also directed their gazes toward the crystal wall, their delicate faces tinged with gravity. Luqing'e may truly be in trouble, Kai Wei remarked. This is a concerted effort targeting the South Wind Academy, Yin Lingqing interjected incisively. The adversaries had accurately tracked Luqing'e's movements and not only mobilized Shirkong, but had also enlisted the aid of the other three top-ranking individuals, evidently leaving Luqing'e with no chance of escape. This is troubling, Kai Wei said, her eyebrows knitted in concern. As Li Luo was affiliated with the South Wind Academy, she naturally sided with them. Furthermore, Luqing'e had previously lent a helping hand to Xiang House, thus she did not wish to see her eliminated. However, it was clear that her sentiments could not alter the intricately orchestrated encirclement. In the main pavilion, the atmosphere subtly shifted to one of somber tension, as if the very flow of air had come to a standstill. This was prompted by the suddenly darkened visage of the old dean, whose formidable aura emanated a palpable sense of oppression. Yet, the supervisor sure seemed unperturbed by this pressure, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appears you have invested considerable effort into this encirclement. The old dean's voice resonated ominously. This siege involved not only the Dongyuan Academy, but also participants from 3 other academies, indicating a meticulously planned conspiracy rather than a spontaneous act. Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu were merely students. Their collaboration with Shirkong was likely a result of directives from their respective academies. Only someone of the supervisor's caliber could unite several academies to confront the Southwind Academy within the entirety of Tianshu County. With a smile, the supervisor remarked, "The Southwind Academy has long monopolized the title of the foremost academy in Tianshu County. This current predicament is simply a reflection of the people's will. The supervisor's presence here truly is a case of a single rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel," the old dean retorted mercilessly. A flicker of anger crossed the supervisor's eyes as he replied coolly, "That is also the old dean's doing. Rest assured, this year's performance evaluation by the royal court will certainly reflect poorly on you, and I suspect the supervisor will soon find himself needing to change positions," the old dean stated coldly. The face of the chief supervisor finally revealed a hint of a cold smile as he remarked, "You may rest assured. Should the prestigious title of the foremost academy be tarnished, the evaluation of Nanfeng Academy would lose its significance." Although their gazes never met, the palpable anger and resentment in their words suffocated the atmosphere within the pavilion. Meanwhile, the mentor in line maintained an observant demeanor, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, choosing not to engage in the conflict between the two parties. Having witnessed such scenarios numerous times, he remained silent as long as no rules were violated. His attention was solely captured by the image displayed on the crystal wall, and he inwardly shook his head, lamenting that the young girl named Luqing'e would likely be at a disadvantage in this predicament. Amidst the ruins strewn with crumbling remnants, Luqing'e gazed coldly at Shirkong ahead, her voice ringing clear yet laced with a biting chill. "It seems you have gone to great lengths for this moment. It is indeed a testament to how much you value me." Shirkong chuckled in response. Luqing'e gently shook her head, realizing that further words would be futile. Instantly, an icy white energy surged within her, and the specialized ice silkworm gloves on her hands began to reveal minute white scales that stood erect, resembling the tongue of a fierce beast. With a gentle grip, she could effortlessly rend flesh. Eagerly, Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu activated their energies, drawing their weapons and eyeing Luqing'e with sharp, apprehensive gazes. The tension in the air solidified for a moment. In the next instant, the trio launched their attack, darting toward El Qing'er from three distinct directions, fierce assaults converging upon her. El Qing'er's long hair danced in the wind of her energy, and rather than retreating from their combined onslaught, she boldly advanced to meet it. The icy energy howled, chilling the air around her, and a faint frost began to materialize upon the ruins beneath her feet. Boom! The energies collided with a violent force, causing a shockwave to ripple through the air. It was Xiang Liang and his companions who paled in response, acutely aware of the overwhelming power of El Qing'er's ice affinity, which effortlessly dispersed their energies. Indeed, she possessed the strength of the ninth seal, a seventh-grade ice affinity. Thoughts raced through the minds of the trio as they prepared to strike once more. Crimson Flame Palm. Xiang Liang roared, his body enveloped in fiery energy as he unleashed a blazing palm strike toward El Qing'er. Poison Vine Technique. Chi Su clasped his hands together, emerald energy surging forth across the ground, morphing into green tendrils that swiftly coiled around El Qing'er's delicate feet. Water Whip. Zhong Fu waved his robe, and a blue water whip shot forth, laden with moisture, aimed directly at El Qing'er's brow. The three clearly had anticipated this moment, executing their attacks with remarkable synchrony, simultaneously targeting all of El Qing'er's vital points. Ice Ring. However, with a sudden stomp of her delicate foot, El Qing'er unleashed an icy blue halo that erupted around her, instantly freezing everything in its path, dispelling the assaults from Xiang Liang and his companions. For a moment, their momentum faltered. Yet, El Qing'er seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack towards Xiang Liang, her slender hands moving with a chilling air that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Under her relentless offensive, Xiang Liang found himself at a disadvantage, in a state of utter disarray. Had it not been for the swift intervention of Zhong Fu and Chi Su, he would have surely faced defeat in no time. The fierce battle erupted amidst the ruins, dazzling all who witnessed it. Remarkably, even in a 3-against-1 scenario, it was evident that El Qing'er held the upper hand, suppressing her adversaries with remarkable prowess. Her extraordinary combat ability left countless onlookers beyond astonished. This beautiful young lady was unexpectedly formidable. Shirkong, are you not going to make a move? With the situation growing increasingly dire, Xiang Liang could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Boom! Just as his voice fell, a subtle rumble akin to distant thunder resonated through the ruins, as a bolt of lightning surged forth, aimed directly at El Qing'er. The sudden ferocious assault caused her eyes to narrow, yet she remained unperturbed. After all, she had anticipated Shirkong's entrance. Immediately, an icy power coalesced upon her silken gloves, manifesting delicate ice crystals that began to spread across the surface. With a swift motion, she struck out her palm, colliding fiercely with the lightning-tinged spearhead. Sizzle! As frost and lightning clashed, a wave of energy swept across the ground. El Qing'er's delicate frame trembled slightly, and both she and the attacking figure were forced to recoil. This marked the first time in this grand exam that El Qing'er had been unable to secure the upper hand in a confrontation. A look of gravity crossed her exquisite visage as she gazed ahead at the figure cloaked in crackling lightning energy, muttering, "Seventh-grade lightning affinity, indeed domineering. Your seventh-grade ice affinity is no trifling matter either," Shirkong replied with a smile. "However, under today's circumstances, there is no escape for you." El Qing'er remained silent for a moment. Shirkong's strength was indeed on par with her own, and with Xiang Liang and his companions now surrounding her, she found herself in a significantly disadvantaged position. Yet, if they believed that this would lead her to surrender without a fight, they were sorely mistaken. "Since you wish to play, then let us play to the end," El Qing'er said coolly. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Liang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, El Qing'er suddenly extended her hands, gently peeling off the icy silken gloves. As the gloves slipped away, her hands were revealed, causing Xiang Liang's pupils to constrict and a look of seriousness to flit across Shirkong's face. Had she finally revealed her hidden card? Chapter 62. The ice jade hands. The pristine white gloves slipped from El Qing'er's delicate hands, revealing a pair of long, slender, and strikingly beautiful jade-like hands that captivated the gaze of all present. Her fingers, as pale as snow and seemingly untouched by the world, radiated an ethereal beauty. El Qing'er's exquisite hands resembled an exquisite artifact meticulously crafted from mutton-fat jade, flawless and irresistible. Thus, when she unveiled her hands, even the three young boys, as well as the girl Chi Su, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting envy. While they had encountered many pretty faces, this was their first glimpse of such exquisitely formed hands. It seemed a pity that she usually concealed them beneath silk gloves. Furthermore, on Qing'er's hands, akin to icy crystal jade, mysterious frost patterns flickered, exuding an aura of extreme cold. Be cautious, that is Qing'er's secret technique, the ice jade hands. Even though she is currently at the 9th seal, the power of this technique rivals that of some of the higher-tier techniques. The serious voice of Shi Kong resonated at that moment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Xiang Liang and the others changed dramatically, their gazes towards Qing'er's flawless hands now filled with trepidation. The higher-tier techniques were in a different realm for them, beings of the 10th seal. Such techniques were beyond their capability to wield. Yet, Qing'er's secret art enabled her to unleash the might of higher-tier techniques even before entering the realm of a technique master, which was indeed fearsome. At that moment, they comprehended why Shi Kong, despite his considerable strength, had insisted on rallying them to hunt Qing'er. It was because she possessed such a hidden card. Qing'er's charming visage was as frigid as ice, resembling a glacier. She uttered no unnecessary words, her graceful figure suddenly darting forward, targeting Shi Kong. However, Shi Kong appeared to have anticipated her move. A flicker of lightning illuminated his form, and in an instant, he retreated with a speed akin to that of lightning. The power of the thunder element was equally adept at speed, rivaling that of the wind element. Observing this, Qing'er decisively abandoned the notion of capturing the leader first and shifted her focus to Xiang Liang. As Qing'er rushed towards him, Xiang Liang's expression changed drastically. Lacking Shi Kong's swiftness, he could only roar, his fiery red energy surging around him. Simultaneously, he wielded a long blade that seemed to be engulfed in flames, bringing it down upon Qing'er in a fierce strike. With a whoosh, the scorching blade light howled through the air, yet Qing'er remained unfazed. She curled her left fingers, summoning a chilling aura that met the fiery blade head-on. With a resounding clash, a crisp sound echoed, and Xiang Liang was horrified to witness thick frost spreading from the edge of his blade, instantly extinguishing his fiery energy. The frost continued to spread at an alarming rate, rapidly encasing his body in ice. In but a single strike, she had subdued Xiang Liang, a formidable opponent at the 8th seal. The formidable power of Qing'er's icy jade hands instilled a sense of dread. Consequently, Chi Su and Zhongfu, upon witnessing this, did not hesitate to turn and flee. Yet, having revealed her trump card, Qing'er would not allow their escape. With a deft movement of her jade foot, it seemed as if frost materialized beneath her, transforming into two icy threads that instantly immobilized the soles of their feet. Swiftly, her graceful figure darted forth, her left hand striking with great speed. Mere moments later, two more ice sculptures emerged amidst the ruins. In the blink of an eye, the three elite contenders, who ranked high on the leaderboard, were entirely vanquished by Qing'er. However, after subduing them, the faint frost patterns adorning her left hand began to dim. Clap, clap. Applause resonated from behind, revealing Shi Kong, who wore a smile as he beheld the scene, exclaiming, "What an impressive icy jade hand." Qing'er, her expression unchanging, propelled herself towards Shi Kong. This time, however, Shi Kong did not evade her approach. Thus, Qing'er struck out with her right palm, unleashing a piercing chill that howled through the air, creating an impression that the atmosphere itself was on the verge of freezing. With overwhelming force, her palm met Shi Kong's chest. Surprisingly, Shi Kong's body remained unfrozen. A tempestuous surge of lightning danced across his exterior, forming what appeared to be a suit of lightning armor. Qing'er, if your icy jade hands were at full strength, they might shatter my thunder armor. Yet, this level of power is insufficient, Shi Kong remarked, a smile gracing his face. The thunder armor was also his secret weapon. Had Qing'er unleashed her full force with her icy jade hands, Shi Kong would have approached with caution. However, since she had expended a portion of her strength against Xiang Liang and the others, he felt no fear. It could be said that his intent in summoning Xiang Liang and his companions was to deplete Qing'er's icy jade hands, and now, his plan was unfolding as he desired. The clash of lightning and frost raged, each consuming the other's strength, until Qing'er felt a heavy weight in her heart as she observed the frost patterns on her right hand fading. The power of her icy jade hands had been exhausted. Boom. At that moment, Shi Kong struck with lightning speed, delivering a fierce and thunderous punch directly to Qing'er's abdomen. She was instantly propelled backward, crashing into a pile of rubble, blood appearing at the corner of her lips. Qing'er, it is unfortunate, but the victor in the end is still me, Shikong said with a hint of remorse, stepping closer to the temporarily defenseless Qing'er. Seeing this, Qing'er sighed inwardly, her expression stoic as she regarded the approaching Shikong, though filled with reluctance. She had no choice but to concede defeat. I shall graciously accept your points, Shikong declared, extending his hand towards the crystal badge on Qing'er's chest. Suddenly, in that instant, a flurry of luminous orbs surged forth, erupting between Shikong and Qing'er in a brilliant explosion of blinding light. The sudden assault momentarily stunned Shikong, his eyes seared with pain. Yet, he swiftly extended his hand towards the front, attempting to grasp Lu Qing. However, his effort proved futile. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he hurriedly opened his stinging eyes, only to witness a figure swiftly enveloping Lu Qing'er in their embrace, leaping into the ruins and vanishing amidst flickering light. Fury ignited within Shikong as he propelled himself forward, determined to pursue. Yet, upon surmounting the shattered wall, he found himself surrounded by an unsettling emptiness, devoid of any presence. The smile that once adorned Shikong's face dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming gloom. Although the figure had evaded capture with remarkable swiftness, Shikong recognized them unmistakably. Damn Li Luo! How dare he thwart my plans? A voice, laden with seething rage, slowly escaped through Shikong's clenched teeth. Chapter 63. The Klitsch heroic rescue emerges amidst the ruins of chaos. Shikong was enveloped in an aura of fury, his gaze dark and foreboding. Just as he was about to eliminate Lu Qing'er, the greatest obstacle in his path was unexpectedly removed by the sudden appearance of Li Luo, who managed to rescue her. Shikong scanned the area, attempting to sense Li Luo's whereabouts, but to no avail. It was as though Li Luo and Lu Qing'er had vanished into thin air, eluding detection entirely. The three individuals, having emerged from the icy embrace, bore expressions of deep purple and blue, their bodies trembling from the cold. After a considerable interval, they gradually regained some semblance of composure. Observing this, Shikong remarked, Lu Qing'er has been spirited away by Li Luo. Our task remains incomplete. Our immediate priority is to locate them. Given that Lu Qing'er sustained injuries from my attack, she will require time to recuperate, and her ice jade hand has exhausted its power, rendering her incapable of activation for a short period. Thus, finding her will facilitate her elimination with relative ease. Xiang Liang and the others nodded in agreement. They had invested significant effort and were unwilling to see it squandered. Relying solely on our limited numbers may prove insufficient given the complexity of this terrain. I propose we disseminate news of Lu Qing'er's severe injuries. Presently, there are other students within the White Spirit ruins. If Lu Qing'er were at her peak, they would likely hesitate to act against her. However, with her injuries and the substantial points she carries, it is plausible that some daring individuals may entertain ulterior motives, Zhong Fu suddenly suggested. His words garnered immediate agreement from the others. Even Shikong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded approvingly. Let us act swiftly and not afford them too much time, he commanded, prompting the group into action. Outside White Spirit Mountain, as Lu Qing'er was unexpectedly rescued, a chorus of relieved voices arose from the crowd. Stripping away other considerations, they were undoubtedly drawn to the sight of the beautiful Lu Qing'er, especially as she was the beleaguered party in this scenario. Yet, they understood that despite her rescue, Lu Qing'er had already been injured, and this reprieve would merely delay her inevitable elimination. It appeared that the one who rescued Lu Qing'er was none other than the young master of the residence. Although Li Luo's figure had flickered away in an instant, Kai Wei's keen sight allowed her to recognize him. Yin Lingqing nodded slightly, commenting, Li Luo's heroic rescue was executed with remarkable finesse. He timed it perfectly. Which young maiden could resist such gallantry? Kai Wei replied with a teasing smile, could it be that Qing Yi has acquired yet another rival? Yin Lingqing, reveling in the drama, responded, if that is the case, then we are in for quite the spectacle. While they shared laughter, the atmosphere in the main pavilion remained tense. However, with Lu Qing'er's sudden rescue, the old dean's grim demeanor softened slightly. Yet, he refrained from speaking, fully aware that in this situation, the Southern Wind Academy had begun to find itself at a disadvantage. With Lu Qing'er severely injured and her combat capabilities diminished, matching Shikong would prove exceedingly challenging. The calm governor beside them sipped his tea, unfazed by the abduction of Qing. He understood that, despite the unexpected turn of events, it had occurred a tad too late. El Qing'er was no longer the most pressing concern. As long as Shirkong could locate her and seize the points, everything would come to a close. At that point, the prestigious banner of the foremost academy in Tianshu County would unfurl over Dongyuan Academy. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced the governor's lips. By the way, the one who rescued her was Li Luo, wasn't it? The people from Luolan House continue to be a source of irritation, yet it matters not, as long as he maintains control over Tianshu County. There are ample means to gradually undermine Luolan House's holdings here. In a secluded area of Bailingsu, within the hollow of a grand tree emerging from the ruins, Li Luo gently laid El Qing'er down. He glanced down to find her gaze fixed intently upon his face. Although he recognized the overwhelming impact of such a heroic rescue on her, he still hoped she could rein in her emotions. Li Luo pondered. El Qing'er let out a soft huff, her delicate brows knitting together as a sharp pain emanated from within, making her acutely aware of her injuries. "How are your injuries?" Li Luo inquired, noticing her discomfort. With a sigh, El Qing'er responded, "They are rather severe. My combat effectiveness will likely diminish significantly. I was far too careless. That is troublesome. Shirkong and the others will undoubtedly be frantically searching for us. If he is clever, he might even draw in other students. Sooner or later, we will be discovered." Li Luo frowned. "I'm sorry," El Qing'er murmured, lowering her head. "Why are you apologizing?" Li Luo asked in confusion. "Failing to secure first place has let you down, and it may also cause Nanfeng Academy to lose additional admission slots." El Qing'er spoke softly. "What concern is that of yours? Admission slots must be fought for. If you achieve first place, it's your merit. If not, it simply reflects the misfortune of others in Nanfeng Academy," Li Luo retorted, somewhat irked. "The El Qing'er I know is not so sentimental. Have you been struck senseless?" El Qing'er shot him an annoyed glare, replying, "You're the one who is daft." Li Luo chuckled and said, "By the way, I nearly forgot, although you're injured, I possess the water element. I can assist in your healing. My injury cannot be fully mended in such a short time." El Qing'er hesitated. "Whatever can be restored, let it be," Li Luo remarked, his unique water-light element capable of healing, suggesting that their combination might yield remarkable results. He then reached out, grasping El Qing'er's delicate, pale hand. Startled by her vigorous reaction, he offered a wry smile. "I'll use my water element to aid your recovery." El Qing'er stammered, "Well, just don't hold my hand." Li Luo scratched his head, feeling utterly speechless. "My meager power is considerably weakened through clothing. Perhaps you should turn around while I adjust your attire slightly." LV Qing'er, her small white teeth clenched, gazed at him in a blend of shyness and indignation, resembling a fierce little tigress. "This is too much. It's exceedingly difficult to manage. Let us simply await our elimination here." Li Luo, equally vexed, thought to himself that this girl was quite a handful. Even healing required such tedious negotiation. "I, Li Luo, have my limits too." "Wait," LV Qing'er exclaimed, noticing his intent to rise. She hastily interjected, lowering her gaze, "I apologize. Please, continue with your healing." With a dismissive grunt, Li Luo seated himself once more, extending his hand to grasp LV Qing'er's delicate fingers. Surprisingly, perhaps due to her practiced secret arts, her hands were tender and cool to the touch, akin to fine jade, evoking an irresistible desire to play with them. Yet, Li Luo maintained a stoic expression as he swiftly channeled his internal energy. The azure power surged through his palm, gradually infiltrating LV Qing'er's body, mending her injuries. As Li Luo's water affinity energy flowed within her, a flicker of astonishment crossed LV Qing'er's eyes. She realized the purity of his healing power exceeded her expectations. A gentle warmth radiated from her injuries, alleviating the sharp pain. Stealing a glance at her hand held captive by Li Luo, she bit her rosy lip, tilting her head slightly to let her long hair cover half of her face. At that moment, her complexion flushed, and she trembled subtly, a sight rarely seen on her otherwise composed visage. In truth, LV Qing'er was not resisting Li Luo's grip. Rather, due to her cultivation of the ice jade hand technique, her palms became exceedingly sensitive when not channeling energy. Thus, she typically wore silken gloves, ensuring no one could touch her hands. Yet now, with Li Luo's clumsy handling and his insistence on her admitting fault, a sense of unjust grievance stirred within the proud LV Qing'er. Chapter 64. The Hostage in the White Spirit Ruins, Chaos Reigns. The remaining students have been stirred by the rumors disseminated by Shirkong and others, claiming that El Qing'er of the Southwind Academy has been gravely injured and is now in hiding. Upon hearing this news, a palpable excitement ignited among the crowd. For everyone knew that Qing'er currently held the top position on the leaderboard. Whoever could fortunate enough to locate her would instantly ascend to the pinnacle. Previously, they had feared her formidable prowess, but now that she was severely wounded, what was there to fear? Thus, some greedy students could not restrain themselves and began to scour the area, determined to unearth her as if digging 3 feet into the ground. Atop a crumbling wall, Shirkong gazed impassively at the turmoil and unrest enveloping the White Spirit ruins. They had been searching for an hour, yet it seemed as if Li Luo had vanished along with Qing'er, leaving no trace. Zhong Fu remarked, "There is no need for impatience. Under such meticulous searching, they cannot conceal themselves for long." Shirkong exhaled, aware that anxiety would yield no results, yet a vague unease gnawed at him. Suddenly, he heard a commotion. Turning his head, he saw Song Yunfeng emerge from the nearby ruins, seemingly clutching a figure in his grasp. "I believe I can coax Li Luo out," Song Yunfeng said with a faint smile. He gestured to the tightly bound individual in his hands, stating, "This person is Zhao Qua, a friend of Li Luo within the academy. He had been following Li Luo alongside Yulang. Li Luo is likely aware of your movements, probably alerted by Yulang. But when he discovered your presence, he did not notice that I was also observing him from the shadows. When you clashed with Qing'er, I slipped past and captured Zhao Qua, though Yulang managed to escape." Zhao Qua, his hands and feet bound and his mouth gagged, glared furiously at Song Yufeng. When Song Yufeng first spotted them, they had sensed something amiss. However, their guard was somewhat lowered due to the mutual understanding that they could not compete for points among peers, thus diminishing their competitive drive. Yet, neither he nor Yulang anticipated that Song Yunfeng would strike against them so suddenly. In that critical moment, Zhao Qua had deliberately collided with Song Yunfeng, buying Yulang a fleeting chance to flee, but he himself had been captured. Song Yunfeng, unfazed by Zhao Qua's fiery glare, remarked, "Though we cannot take lives during the exam, we can certainly dangle this fellow for amusement. I trust Li Luo will take notice, and then it will be up to him to decide whether to rescue his dear friend." "Haha, Yunfeng, you are indeed a timely assistance," Shirkong exclaimed, descending with unrestrained laughter. He then turned to Chi Su, instructing, "Hang Zhao Qua in a conspicuous spot. I am curious to see whether Li Luo will choose to save his brother or Qing'er." Zhong Fu furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Is this not going too far?" Shirkong waved his hand dismissively and remarked softly, "If Li Luo refrained from meddling, these troubles would not arise. All of this stems from him." Upon hearing this, Chi Su nodded in agreement and raised his hand, causing green tendrils to extend forth and ensnare Zhao Qua. Within the hollow of the tree, Li Luo gently opened his eyes and regarded the enchanting figure of Qing'er before him. Noticing her flushed cheeks and slight tremors, he inquired with curiosity, "Are you all right?" Qing'er bit her rosy lip and shook her head gently, her voice barely above a whisper. "Is it done?" Li Luo smiled and nodded, releasing her delicate hand. Evidently relieved, Qing'er relaxed her tense form considerably, as the crimson hue of her cheeks began to fade. She sensed the remarkable recovery of her injuries and exclaimed in astonishment, "My wounds have healed nearly 80% in less than an hour. I have recovered so much under your care. Li Luo, you are truly incredible." Li Luo humbly gestured for her to focus on regaining her energy. Qing'er inclined her head slightly, then closed her beautiful eyes, channeling her energy to restore her depleted power. Meanwhile, Li Luo rose and approached the entrance of the hollow, gazing out at the desolate ruins. Suddenly, his expression hardened as he focused intently on a particular direction. Casting a glance back at the recovering Qing, he harnessed the power of water and employed the water shadow technique to cloak himself, becoming less visible. With that, he swiftly slipped out of the tree hollow. His figure darted gracefully among the ruins, and after several minutes, he paused in a concealed spot, his gaze icy as he fixed it on an open space ahead. There, suspended from the remnants of a crumbling high-rise, was Zhao Qua. Shirkong and his companions stood nearby, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "Li Luo, I know you can see this. I won't waste words with you. Hand over Qing'er, and I shall release your friend." Shirkong's powerful voice resonated. However, the surroundings remained eerily silent. "If you do not show yourself, do not blame me for tarnishing your friend's reputation today," Shirkong sneered, grasping a stone and crushing it in his hand before flicking a shard towards Zhao Qua, who winced in pain as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Yet, despite the agony, Zhao Qua's mouth remained tightly clenched, refusing to utter a sound. for he understood that his captors sought to provoke him into revealing Li Luo's position. "Your resolve is commendable," Shirkong remarked with a faint smile, repeatedly flicking his fingers as the shards of stone, enveloped in lightning energy, struck Zhao Kuo, producing a series of dull thuds. The latter's body convulsed violently, akin to a severely injured fish, as he endured the relentless assault. Whoosh! At that moment, a sudden sound of rushing wind pierced the air, and a figure cloaked in azure light emerged, unleashing a barrage of invectives. "Shirkong, you spineless wretch. Should you fall into my hands, I shall hang you upside down in a cesspit." Shirkong regarded the newcomer with an impassive expression, while Song Yunfeng interjected. "That is Yulang. Zhao Kuo, I have come to rescue you." Yulang howled, his figure darting forward, aiming directly at the suspended Zhao Kuo. With a disdainful snort, Song Yunfeng sprang into action, delivering a powerful strike towards Yulang, who, seemingly caught off guard, allowed the blow to land squarely upon him. Yulang staggered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his form danced like a leaf caught in the wind, swiftly advancing towards Zhao Kuo. Shirkong furrowed his brow, poised to intervene. At that moment, Yulang opened his mouth and unleashed a beam of azure light, which struck Zhao Kuo's chest, shattering the crystal token. Yulang descended gracefully, observing the approaching Song Yunfeng, who resembled a ravenous tiger. Unhurriedly, he removed the crystal token from his chest, and before their eyes, crushed it in his hand. "Haha, I am without a token now. I have been eliminated. Come and fight me," Yulang proclaimed, puffing out his chest and grinning at Shirkong and Song Yunfeng. Both Shirkong and Song Yunfeng were momentarily taken aback. They had believed Yulang came to rescue Zhao Kuo, only to realize that he had no such intentions and instead had willingly eliminated both himself and Zhao Kuo. Consequently, they found themselves unable to take any action against the eliminated participants, as it would constitute a violation of the rules. In an instant, the expressions of Shirkong and Song Yunfeng darkened noticeably. Chapter 65. I'm fine in the desolate clearing. Yulang sat on the ground with a cheerful grin, while Zhao Kuo hung above, swaying gently in the breeze, both of them laughing heartily. "Yulang, your little brain is quite clever," Zhao Kuo remarked. However, Song Yunfeng appeared somewhat vexed, for it was he who had proposed the plan, only to have it disrupted by Yulang's unexpected interference. "You had a chance to break into the top 10, yet you chose to eliminate yourselves here. Do you truly believe that was a wise decision?" Song Yunfeng scoffed. Yulang, with a languid demeanor, replied, "You, my dear naive friend, wouldn't comprehend this. Although I, Yulang, have a fondness for wealth, I still possess some principles. At the very least, I will not engage in treacherous acts that harm my own academy to assist others. What you say holds no weight with me. I will undoubtedly progress to the Sheng Xuanqing Academy, while you all are effectively at an end," Song Yunfeng stated coolly. Yulang chuckled, "That remains to be seen. After all, you previously found yourself in a stalemate against Li Luo, so what else is possible?" A shadow of anger flickered in Song Yunfeng's eyes. Yulang had a knack for striking at his vulnerabilities. Shirkong waved his hand to halt the exchange of barbs, saying, "Enough. If this method fails, we shall continue to search diligently. They cannot hide for long." Song Yunfeng nodded in agreement, choosing to disregard Yulang's incessant prattle. Yet, they remained unaware that not far from their concealed position, Li Luo observed the scene with an impassive expression. His demeanor appeared tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. But those familiar with Li Luo understood that such a facade indicated genuine anger. Li Luo's gaze lingered on Shirkong and Song Yunfeng for a few seconds before he turned away, his silhouette fading into the distance. As he departed, Shirkong seemed to sense something, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction Li Luo had vanished. Had he felt a hostile glare? If so, that would be fortuitous. Surely, the earlier confrontation would incite Li Luo's wrath. But what could the fury of the weak accomplish? Within the tree hollow, time passed, and an hour slipped by. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a dark crimson glow over the Bailing Mountain, the world grew hazy. Yet, Li Luo could hear an increasing number of voices approaching, searchers closing in on his location. When Li Luo opened his eyes, he found Lu Qing'er's beautiful gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met briefly before she quickly looked away. "How is your recovery?" Li Luo inquired. "Quite well," Lu Qing'er replied with a charming smile. Li Luo fell silent for a moment before asking, "In your current state, can you still defeat Shirkong?" Lu Qing'er hesitated momentarily, shaking her head gently as she said, "No, Master Kong's strength is not inferior to mine. If my Ice Jade Hand were at full capacity, I could certainly defeat him. However, my Ice Jade Hand's power is currently depleted and cannot be restored for the time being, compounded by the fact that my injuries have yet to heal completely. Furthermore, Master Kong's thunderstorm armor is remarkably formidable. Without my Ice Jade Hand, I fear I may not be able to overcome it. Li Luo furrowed his brow. If that is the case, doesn't it mean that Master Kong will inevitably claim first place? Lu Qing'er regarded Li Luo with a hint of confusion. Sensing that his emotions seemed somewhat off, she cautiously inquired, Li Luo, what is troubling you? Li Luo replied calmly, I must eliminate both Master Kong and Song Yufeng before the top 10 are determined. Lu Qing'er was taken aback. The number of people in the White Spirit Ruins was already limited, and given the strength of Master Kong and Song Yufeng, securing a spot in the top 10 was virtually guaranteed. It seemed implausible for Li Luo to prevent them from even entering the top 10. They just captured Zhao Kuo and humiliated him in an attempt to force me out, but ultimately, Yulang discreetly eliminated Zhao Kuo, and he himself shattered his crystal plate. Opting for self-elimination, Li Luo stated calmly. Upon hearing this, anger flared upon Lu Qing'er's exquisite visage. That is outrageous. It dawned on her why Li Luo's demeanor was amiss. The gentle disposition he usually portrayed had vanished, revealing genuine fury within him. I will assist you. Though Master Kong is indeed a formidable opponent, if it comes to a life-and-death struggle, he may not necessarily prevail. Lu Qing'er declared after a moment of silence, her words deliberate. Li Luo cast a glance at her, noticing a glimmer of resoluteness in her eyes that surprised him. Did Lu Qing'er possess some deeper card up her sleeve? However, it appeared that such a card would require a price. Otherwise, she would not have preferred elimination over its use. There's no need for that, Li Luo responded, touched. Shaking his head with a smile. I will handle Master Kong. You focus on dealing with Xiong Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu. Lu Qing'er looked at him in astonishment. You intend to confront Master Kong? While I do not wish to speak discouraging words, the reality is that you are merely at the 7 seal level, whereas Master Kong possesses the strength of 9 seals at the upper 7 grades. He is far more formidable than Song Yunfeng and his ilk. Li Luo chuckled helplessly. I hadn't planned on overshadowing you in this grand examination, but their aggressiveness has left me no choice. So please, do not blame me. I am truly being compelled. Who cares about overshadowing? But you. You mustn't act recklessly, Lu Qing'er exclaimed, unable to suppress her frustration. She feared that if Li Luo persisted in his obstinacy, he might fall victim to Master Kong. Have a bit of faith in me, will you? Li Luo smiled. Your 7 seal power is vastly inferior to Master Kong's. Lu Qing'er insisted. That much is true, Li Luo acknowledged, then added with a grin, which is precisely why I plan to break through to the 8 seals. Lu Qing'er was left speechless. Is there even time for you to achieve a breakthrough now? Li Luo raised his hand and said, Wait a moment. L. Qing'er, perplexed, inquired. Wait for what? 3, 2, 1. I'm ready. Li Luo exhaled deeply. L. Qing'er, still in a daze, was about to speak when, in the next instant, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Li Luo. At that moment, she sensed a profound surge of energy within him, a clear indication that his power level had ascended. Could it be he had truly reached the 8th imprint? This was utterly bewildering. What sort of extraordinary individual was he? Chapter 66. Li Luo's anger within the depths of the tree hollow. Lu Qing'er was left astounded by Li Luo's actions. Her rosy lips slightly parted as she gazed at him, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor, now exhibiting an unexpectedly adorable and innocent charm. Finally, Lu Qing'er exhaled in relief, casting an irritable glare at Li Luo. You could have simply broken through without the theatrics. Counting 1, 2, 3 nearly shattered my worldview. Yet, she couldn't help but express her bewilderment. Your cultivation speed seems rather swift. I perceive that the 7th grade resonance is not as formidable as it appears. Li Luo nodded in response. I've enhanced my rank using the spirit water's remarkable light. Master Kong possessed the strength of 9 seals, coupled with the upper 7th grade thunder resonance, a type of resonance that is both swift and aggressive, making it exceedingly troublesome in combat. In contrast, Li Luo had merely just broken through to the 8th seal, with a water resonance potentially reaching around the 6th grade. The disparity was undeniably significant. Let us proceed with the trial, Li Luo declared. Upon witnessing his resolve, Lu Qing'er refrained from further persuasion, recognizing that if she could swiftly dispatch her opponent, she could then hasten to assist Li Luo. Bang! No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling resonance surged forth, akin to a shard of ice, striking his face directly, enveloping him in frost and rendering his features frozen. He could not even emit a cry before collapsing. However, his cry immediately drew the attention of nearby individuals, who swiftly approached. Yet, as they neared, they beheld Li Luo and Lu Qing'er emerging from the shadows. Is Lu Qing'er unharmed? Has Master Kong deceived her? Upon seeing Lu Qing'er, unscathed and with the icy resonance flowing around her, their expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Lu Qing'er donned her ice silk gloves once more, her gaze icy as she stared down those who sought to take advantage of the situation. Step aside, our target is Master Kong. Her cold command echoed, and the icy resonance swirled around her, causing frost to spread across the rocky ground beneath her feet. The surrounding students turned pale and hastily retreated, inwardly cursing Master Kong for his deceptions. Lu Qing'er's current state was far from that of someone gravely injured. After driving away the others, Li Luo and Lu Qing'er stood firm, aware that Master Kong and his companions would soon receive word of their presence. Their wait was not prolonged. Within mere minutes, several figures darted in from the western direction, agilely navigating the ruins. It was indeed Master Kong, Song Yunfeng, and others. They halted before Li Luo and Lu Qing, their gazes filled with astonishment as they regarded Lu Qing'er, whose condition appeared to be far better than they had anticipated. "Qing'er, have your injuries healed?" Master Kong inquired with apparent concern. Lu Qing'er, her delicate features unruffled, ignored his foe's sympathy, instead directing her piercing gaze towards Song Yunfeng, declaring, "Song Yunfeng, you are truly despicable." Previously, she had been besieged by Shi Kong and others, evidently due to the mark left by Tifa Qing on Song Yunfeng. Thus, the instigator of all this turmoil was none other than Song Yunfeng. Under the icy gaze of L. Qing'er, Song Yunfeng's demeanor appeared somewhat unnatural, and he could only awkwardly utter, "Qing'er, I have my own grievances." However, L. Qing'er coldly averted her gaze from him, her indifferent expression seemingly consigning him into an unfathomable abyss within her heart. A flicker of shame and indignation crossed Song Yunfeng's eyes, and he ceased his defenses, inwardly seething. What a pretentious act. After pursuing you for so long, I've made no progress whatsoever. Let us see how proud you remain after this elimination. Simultaneously, his dark gaze shifted toward Li Luo, for L. Qing'er's swift recovery was evidently attributed to him. "Li Luo, are you a meddler by nature? You truly relish involving yourself in others' affairs." Song Yunfeng gritted his teeth, his expression grim. Li Luo cast a sidelong glance at Song Yunfeng and slowly replied, "It was you, this traitorous scoundrel, who led Zhao Kuo and Yu Lang to their downfall, wasn't it?" With a cold voice, Song Yunfeng retorted, "Even if I hadn't done so, they would have been eliminated eventually." Li Luo chuckled softly, yet for some inexplicable reason, his smile emanated a chilling aura. At that moment, Shi Kong's gaze shifted from L. Qing'er to Li Luo, and he remarked, "Li Luo, this matter does not concern you. I offer you an opportunity to depart. Perhaps you might still manage to secure a place within the top 10. Li Luo responded with a smile, "However, I am quite irate at present, and thus, I have no intention of allowing you to enter the top 10. Shi Kong was momentarily speechless, pointing to his head in disbelief. "Have you lost your reason in your fury? It seems the earlier incident indeed struck you hard. Although Qing'er has recovered significantly, if you expect her to defeat me, you are underestimating the situation considerably." Li Luo shook his head earnestly, saying, "I do not intend for her to defeat you. Rather, I plan to confront you myself." This declaration left Shi Kong too incredulous to even smile, while Song Yunfeng, Xiang Liang, and others gazed at Li Luo with strange expressions, for his words rendered them devoid of even mocking thoughts. Had Li Luo truly been driven to folly by anger? As they stood in bemusement, L. Qing'er addressed Li Luo. "Shall I handle Xiang Liang, Qi Su, and Zhong Fu? What about Song Yunfeng? Do you require me to deal with him as well?" Li Luo pondered for a moment and replied, "Before indulging in the main course, I need an appetizer to build momentum, and Song Yunfeng is just right." "Understood." L. Qing'er nodded slightly, and in an instant, she darted off in another direction. This left the onlookers genuinely astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. L. Qing'er was truly intent on allowing Li Luo to confront Shi Kong? What do we make of this? Xiang Liang and the others exchanged puzzled glances with Shi Kong. Shi Kong narrowed his eyes slightly and said nonchalantly, "L. Qing'er's icy jade hand cannot be employed at present. You should accompany her for a while. Once I resolve matters here, I shall assist you." Upon hearing this, the three hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement, saying nothing further, and cautiously followed El Chinger. As they withdrew, within the desolate ruins, only Li Luo stood alone, confronting the formidable Shirkong and Song Yunfeng. This scene was projected at the foot of Mount Bailing, provoking a wave of astonishment and murmurs, surpassing even the earlier frenzy when Lu Qinger was hunted. Chapter 67. Li Luo prepares to make his move at the foot of Bailing Mountain. The atmosphere bubbled with fervor, akin to boiling oil. What did I just witness? That figure must be Li Luo, the young master of the Luolan house, is it not? Is he truly intending to confront both Shirkong and Song Yunfeng alone? How astonishing. It seems Li Luo is not even among the top 10 popular contenders. What emboldens him to take such a risk? I cannot fathom it. It eludes my understanding. Yet, with such striking good looks, perhaps he possesses genuine talent. Alas, appearances can be deceiving. No, you are mistaken. This is no mere fade. It gleams like the most resplendent diamond. Within the pavilion where Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing resided, the two women exchanged glances, each releasing a soft sigh. What on earth is this little ancestor planning? They felt a tinge of concern. Previously, Li Luo had been rather low-key, retreating quietly when left undisturbed. Yet now, he suddenly seeks to confront Shirkong and Song Yunfeng head-on. A leap so vast, it is almost unbearable. Can he truly hold his own against them? Kai Wei inquired, though she held some faith in Li Luo. Such confidence was rooted in the belief that he could at least break into the top 10. However, his current endeavor appears to exceed all reasonable expectations. A shadow of worry clouded the beauty of both women, reminiscent of a sibling entering a rebellious phase, inducing a headache. In the main pavilion, the elderly dean, whose expression had been solemn, also witnessed this scene. Surprisingly, he did not find it utterly unbelievable. Instead, a subtle shift flickered across his countenance. This Li Luo, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his deep understanding of Li Luo's parents, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing Li Luo step forward. Logically, Li Luo's previous prowess seemed inadequate to contend with Shirkong, yet, guided by some instinct, the dean caught a glimpse of hope. This young master indeed exhibits commendable courage. At that moment, the supervising elder, with a slight smile, remarked, "Unfortunately, he is not Jiang Qingyi." He shook his head, offering this assessment. However, the dean paid no heed to these words, refraining from engaging in an argument, for such discussions were futile at this juncture. Everything would be revealed once the confrontation commenced. The dean's gaze remained fixed on Li Luo's elongated silhouette reflected in the mirror, and he found himself reminiscing about the exhilaration and anticipation he felt when Li Taixian and Dan Tai Lan entrusted Li Luo to the South Wind Academy. Previously, the academy had already produced a Jiang Qingyi. Should another Li Luo emerge, the South Wind Academy's reputation would soar throughout the Great Xia. Yet later, those hopes evaporated with Li Luo's vacant resonance, leaving the dean troubled and distressed, ultimately resigned to the harsh reality. Now, Li Taixian and Dan Tai Lan, will your son bring forth a long-awaited miracle? Amidst the multitude of astonished gazes, Li Luo fixed his eyes upon the opposing duo, Shirkong and Song Yunfeng, and smiled, inquiring, "How do you wish to proceed?" Song Yunfeng retorted with a sneer, posturing, "I alone am more than capable of handling you." Just as he was about to step forward, Shirkong restrained him with a subtle smile, suggesting, "Why go alone? Regardless of whether he possesses true confidence or is merely feigning it, let us not grant him even the slightest opportunity. We shall confront him together and swiftly bring this to a close." Upon hearing this, Song Yunfeng hesitated, remarking, "Isn't this somewhat overestimating him?" Shirkong replied coolly, "I do not fear overestimating him, but I am wary of the possibility of a misstep." Noticing Shirkong's caution, Song Yunfeng reluctantly nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the two unleashed their innate powers, launching a fierce assault upon Li Luo. Li Luo, taken aback by their sudden onslaught, exclaimed, "Hey, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Aren't you meant to take down the weaker opponent first?" "Enough of your prattle," Song Yunfeng scoffed, intensifying his attack. Initially, Li Luo intended to draw his twin blades to confront them, but upon seeing them charge simultaneously, he opted instead to turn and flee. Shirkong and Song Yunfeng immediately gave chase, unleashing a barrage of energy attacks from behind. Yet, Li Luo nimbly evaded each one. "Aren't you quite arrogant? Why are you running now?" Song Yunfeng taunted mockingly. Li Luo paid him no heed, focusing solely on his escape. He swiftly darted into a desolate ruin strewn with crumbling walls. Shirkong and Song Yunfeng pursued relentlessly. As they rounded a corner, they were met with several luminous orbs hurtling towards them, exploding with a blinding flash that caught them off guard, forcing them to squint against the searing light. However, both were astute. In that fleeting moment of blindness, they thrust their long spears forward, sending forth a fierce gust that scattered debris. When they opened their eyes, Li Luo's figure had vanished from sight. Shirkong's expression darkened as he leapt onto a massive boulder, scanning the area until he spotted a faint silhouette hastening into the distance, heading towards the location where El Qing'er and Xiang Liang were engaged in battle. A diversion? This fellow is truly cunning. Is he intending to assist El Qing'er in clearing her hands to confront us together? He is going to aid El Qing'er. I shall intercept him. Shirkong called out to Song Yunfeng before summoning the power of lightning that flickered across his body, propelling him forward like a silver streak towards the elusive figure. The power of the lightning element is inherently explosive, and under full force, Shirkong swiftly closed the gap, unleashing a cold shout as he hurled his spear, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the faint silhouette. Yet, when the spear struck the figure, it emitted no cry of pain. Rather, it passed cleanly through, embedding itself into the adjacent stone wall. Shirkong's expression shifted slightly as he focused intently, realizing that what he saw was merely the faint shadows refracted from the residual ethereal energy on the ground, while Li Luo's figure had inexplicably vanished. Trouble loomed. He had fallen into a trap. This was the true scheme to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. His target was Song Yunfeng. Anger surged within Shirkong's eyes as he realized he had been played by Li Luo from beginning to end. Li Luo had no intention of aiding Lu Qing'er. His sole aim was to lure him away from Song Yunfeng, leaving the latter vulnerable to attack. Yet, how could this fellow possess such confidence in swiftly eliminating Song Yunfeng in such a brief span of time? As this thought flickered through his mind, Shirkong immediately turned back. At that very moment, amidst the intricate ruins, Song Yunfeng was hastening towards Shirkong's direction. However, as he rounded a crumbled wall, a sudden rush of wind assaulted him. A blade shimmering with a chilling light, enveloped in blue ethereal energy, descended fiercely towards his face. The unexpected assault caused Song Yunfeng's countenance to change, and in a flash, he grasped the entirety of the situation. His eyes darkened with a sudden frost. Did you truly consider me an easy target? Li Luo, today I shall make you aware of just how. With a fierce shout, Song Yunfeng's silver spear quivered in his grasp, his ethereal energy surging forth without restraint. The spear's radiance blazed like a dragon, fervent and wild, echoing the cry of a ferocious eagle as it clashed head-on with the descending blade. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The impact of their energies reverberated through the nearby ruins, causing dust to cascade from the shattered walls. Yet, at the moment of collision, Song Yunfeng's expression turned exceedingly grim. An overwhelming force poured forth from the spear, akin to relentless waves crashing down upon him. Bang! Thus, Song Yunfeng was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily into the crumbling wall. Fortune? At that moment, his voice, tinged with an unusual tone, barely escaped his lips. Chapter 68. Li Luo's grand ambition. What did you just say? Li Luo inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded Song Yunfeng, who had collided with the wall, leaving a series of cracks in its wake. The latter appeared utterly disheveled, having been forcefully subdued by the overwhelming power of Li Luo's strike. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Song Yunfeng's mouth as he incredulously looked up at Li Luo. You actually reached the 8 marks? How is that even possible? In the moment of their earlier clash, the spiritual energy Li Luo exhibited was on par with his own. What astonished him the most was the remarkable purity of Li Luo's water affinity, which possessed a rich and profound quality akin to that of a 7th-rank water element. But wasn't this fellow supposed to be merely 5th rank? At that moment, Song Yunfeng felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Li Luo sighed softly and began. This matter actually traces back 16 years, to the day I weaned. Song Yunfeng instinctively leaned in, intent on listening closely. Yet, in the next instant, Li Luo's foot struck the ground, and a shimmering light of water erupted beneath him. He glided forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Song Yunfeng in an instant, and then brought his blade crashing down once more. Song Yunfeng hastily raised his guard. The force of the strike resonated through him, causing him to kneel on one knee. Enraged, he bellowed, "Are you toying with me?" Quite astute of you to see through my ruse, Li Luo replied, a smile of admiration gracing his lips. In the next moment, a swift kick landed squarely on Song Yunfeng's chest, propelling him backward, his face streaked with mud. Before Song Yufeng could regain his footing, Li Luo charged forward again, his blade slicing through the air like a tempestuous wave, enveloping Song Yunfeng in a blinding torrent of light. Under the relentless assault of Li Luo's blade, Song Yunfeng soon found himself bleeding profusely, his condition growing increasingly dire. Realizing that he could not sustain this onslaught any longer, he let out a furious roar, unleashing all of his spiritual energy as a crimson spear of light surged toward Li Luo in a sweeping arc. Seeing this, Li Luo raised his palm, an ethereal glow of water flickering before him, and shouted, "Great rebound technique." The sound of his voice reminded Song Yunfeng of the haunting memory during the pre-examination when he had been struck by Li Luo's enigmatic water mirror technique. Back then, Li Luo had only been at the 6th mark. Now, with his strength equal to Song Yunfeng's, the rebounding force of the water mirror would surely be far more formidable. Consequently, Song Yunfeng hastily tempered his attack. However, as he reined in his power, he was astonished to find that there was no water mirror materializing before Li Luo. Instead, the latter's strikingly handsome face radiated a brilliant smile directed toward him. "Just teasing you." With that, as Li Luo's laughter echoed, he took a decisive step forward. Water surged along the edge of his blade, vibrating with a resonant hum, as though the very air around them trembled in response. Li Luo swung his sword down, and it met Song Yunfeng's spear with a resounding clang. In the next moment, Song Yunfeng's expression turned to one of sheer horror as he witnessed his iron spear being cleaved in two by Li Luo's blade. The remaining blade ruthlessly cleaved through his flesh. Ack! A blood-curdling scream erupted as Song Yunfeng was grievously injured, blood gushing from his chest. At that moment, Li Luo heard a swift gust of wind behind him. A glance revealed the grim-faced Shirkong hurrying towards him. "Li Luo, how dare you?" Shirkong's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating painfully in the ears. Yet, Li Luo paid him no heed. He kicked the wailing Song Yunfeng aside and effortlessly flicked a severed gun barrel, sending it hurtling through the air. Swoosh! The broken gun struck Song Yunfeng's shoulder, pinning him to the wall as he howled in agony. Just then, Shirkong arrived, fury etched on his face, his spear lunging towards Li Luo with the ferocity of a lightning bolt. Shirkong's gaze was icy as he glanced at the injured Song Yunfeng, his brow furrowing slightly. It was evident that the latter's condition was dire, rendering him temporarily incapable of fighting back. Shirkong's eyes shifted back to Li Luo, the anger within him gradually dissipating. "Li Luo, it seems everyone underestimated you. You are indeed the most concealed talent of Nanfeng Academy." Li Luo chuckled lightly. "You flatter me." Shirkong's expression remained indifferent as he continued. "However, do not become too complacent, for the larger scheme is already in place. Your appearance now cannot alter anything. Whether it can be altered or not, one must attempt it," Li Luo replied with a slight smile. His gaze flitted between Song Yunfeng and Shirkong. "As Yu Lang suggested, I intend to plunge both of you into a cesspit, but upside down." Shirkong shook his head, dismissing such futile banter. He slowly raised his spear, pointing it at Li Luo. "Let us forego the idle chatter. Such words may only render you a laughingstock later. Unleash your true strength, Li Luo, or I shall utterly tarnish the reputation of the young master of the Luolan house today." As his words fell, the power of thunder surged through his body, the 9-seal resonance erupting without reservation. Boom! Amidst the faint sound of thunder, Shirkong shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his speed causing Li Luo's gaze to sharpen. The thunderous power was indeed formidable. Buzz! In mere moments, Shirkong stood before Li Luo, his thunder spear slicing through the air like a flash of lightning, rapidly launching an assault. The resonating thunder brought an overwhelming sense of pressure. Li Luo wielded dual blades, the blue resonance energy flowing swiftly along the edges, demonstrating his unwavering resolve to activate the most lethal water blade technique. As he slashed with both blades, the blue water energy left a shimmering trail in the air. Clash! In the next instant, blade met spear, the force of their collision generating a howling wind that sent debris swirling around them. In this direct confrontation, Shirkong remained steadfast, while Li Luo was forced to slide backward, clearly at a disadvantage. The 8-seal resonance. "Yet your resonance is so pure that my thunderous power cannot penetrate your body to wreak havoc." Although he seemed to hold the upper hand, Shirkong could not help but furrow his brow slightly. This was due to the unique purity of Li Luo's elemental energy. After all, he was a practitioner of the 7th-tier thunder element, an inherently domineering force. Moreover, high-tier elemental energy possesses a certain sentience, capable of subtly eroding and undermining an opponent's energy during clashes. This is one of the advantages of advanced elemental mastery. However, despite having previously repelled Li Luo, Shirkong found that the thunderous energy had not penetrated Li Luo's body as he had hoped, failing to diminish his combat capabilities. Li Luo gently twisted his grip on the dual blades. The earlier confrontation had made him acutely aware of the ferocity of his opponent. It was no wonder that even Lu Qing'er regarded him with caution. With a 9th imprint of strength and a 7th-tier thunder element, he was indeed a formidable rival. Suddenly, a smile broke across Li Luo's face, for he felt no trepidation in the face of his adversary's might. Instead, he sensed a subtle stirring of fervor within his veins. Over the years, the existence of the vacant element had led Li Luo to shy away from exposing himself. Preferring to keep a few cards close to his chest for a sense of security, he had sought to maintain a low profile. Yet, at this moment, he realized that although he had grown accustomed to a discreet development, the spirit of combat had always coursed through his veins. After all, he was the son of 2 candidates. Well then, having remained inconspicuous for so long, it was time to make a grand display. With a low chuckle, Li Luo, dual blades in hand, channeled his elemental energy and shot towards Shirkong with remarkable speed. Chapter 69. The Great Battle with Shirkong. In a dilapidated alley amidst the ruins, 2 figures, enveloped in auras of power, collided fiercely. Their blades and spears danced with remarkable speed, creating a flurry of strikes that tore through the nearby crumbling walls, leaving deep fissures in their wake. Li Luo's expression was grave as he wielded his dual blades, unleashing a relentless cascade of shimmering light, akin to surging waves, crashing towards Shirkong. In contrast, Shirkong appeared unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the continuous onslaught from Li Luo. He opted to counter with sheer force, each sweep of his spear, imbued with the power of thunder, slicing through the waves of blade light with ease. The two engaged in a fierce melee, their energies clashing intensely. However, it was evident that Shirkong held a slight advantage. Occasionally, the spear would pierce through Li Luo's defenses, posing a significant threat. Thus, despite the apparent upper hand, Shirkong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, as this was not the scenario he desired. As the battle intensified, he seized an opportune moment, his gaze sharpening as the thunderous energy coursing through his spear grew wild and fierce. With a high-level technique, he unleashed the Thunderbird. The spear blazed with lightning, accompanied by a deafening avian cry that reverberated through the air, rendering Li Luo momentarily deaf. Blinded by the brilliance of the lightning, and with the Thunderbird's wrathful form barreling towards him, Li Luo's wave-like blade light was instantly shattered. Just as the spear rushed forward, a shimmering water mirror materialized before Li Luo. The water light magic mirror. The Thunderbird collided violently with the mirror, sending ripples cascading across its surface. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged from the mirror, meeting the Thunderbird's charge head-on. A thunderous roar echoed as the shockwave from their clash cracked the walls of the alley. Both Li Luo and Shirkong were sent reeling, their feet leaving imprints upon the ground. Shirkong's expression was frigid, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle. Is this the peculiar water mirror technique that forced Song Yunfeng to a draw during your pre-examination? Clearly, he possessed some knowledge of Li Luo's abilities. You may call it the Great Stalemate Technique. Li Luo responded with a grin. Unperturbed by Li Luo's jest, Shirkong brandished his spear once more, unleashing another furious Thunderbird assault. Li Luo raised his hand, activating the water light magic mirror again, and once more. Both were pushed back from the force of their clash. The two resumed their fierce entanglement. However, despite Shirkong's superiority, his attacks could not breach Li Luo's water light magic mirror, resulting in a stalemate in their battle. This scene, witnessed by countless spectators outside by Ling Mountain, elicited waves of astonishment, as the outcome was decidedly unexpected. The young master of the Luolan mansion, despite having maintained a low profile in the Tianshu prefecture over the years, unexpectedly radiates brilliance during this academic examination. It is indeed a testament to his lineage. Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing are equally astonished, as Li Luo has, unbeknownst to them, reached the remarkable stage of 8 seals. Just a month prior, he was merely an empty manifestation, While this rapid advancement can be attributed to prior accumulation, the pace of his cultivation is still astonishing. Ultimately, it can only be credited to the principle of substantial preparation yielding sudden success. As countless gazes outside the mountains marvel, the clash between Li Luo and Shi Kong continues for several more minutes, until a moment arrives when Shi Kong, with a chilling gaze, unleashes another strike, employing the water light magic mirror, which rebounds with immense force. However, this time, a faint flicker of lightning dances across Shi Kong's form, resembling a suit of thunder armor. Upon contact, the rebounding force is entirely absorbed, causing the lightning to surge with even greater ferocity. The unexpected turn of events causes Li Luo to narrow his eyes and retreat swiftly. Yet, Shi Kong's assault is swifter. The spear sweeps through the air, igniting a cascade of lightning that directly strikes Li Luo. With a dull thud, Li Luo is propelled backward, his short blade carving deep grooves into the ground until he finally stabilizes his stance. A trickle of blood appears at the corner of his mouth, and a sharp pain radiates from his chest, clearly a result of Shi Kong's sudden attack. Fortunately, as a wielder of the water light manifestation, he possesses formidable healing abilities, allowing the pain in his chest to dissipate rapidly as his energy circulates. Li Luo gazes ahead, where Shi Kong stands with his spear, observing him with an impassive expression. A subtle glow of lightning forms an ethereal armor around him, which has absorbed the rebounding force of Li Luo's water light magic mirror. The thunder armor, he recalls, is Shi Kong's trump card, as previously mentioned by LV Chinger. Once this armor manifests, it not only significantly enhances Shi Kong's defensive capabilities, but also boosts his attack power and speed, rendering him quite formidable. As Li Luo contemplates his predicament, Shi Kong shows no intention of granting him respite. He moves with a flash of lightning and charges directly at him. This time, the onslaught is evidently more ferocious than before. Li Luo refrains from engaging directly, instead flicking his fingers to unleash water light projectiles, which explode in a dazzling brilliance to counter Shi Kong's advance. However, Shi Kong is well prepared, closing his eyes as a spear, enveloped in wild lightning, descends upon Li Luo's vicinity. With a ripple of water light beneath his feet, Li Luo glides backward to evade the attack. Yet, Shi Kong's assault remains relentless, akin to a thunderstorm, as the booming sound reverberates and he continues his pursuit. In the narrow alley, shattered walls crumble under the pressure. As Li Luo retreats desperately while Shi Kong relentlessly closes the distance, their surroundings illuminated by flickering lightning and flowing water light. Empowered by the thunder armor, Shi Kong completely overwhelms Li Luo. At the foot of Mount Bailing, a sense of regret permeated the air. As the battle reached this juncture, the disparity had become evident. Li Luo could not prevail against the formidable Shi Kong of the Nine Seals. It appeared that the esteemed reputation of the Nanfeng Academy, the foremost institution in Tianshu County, was in jeopardy this time around. Chapter 70, Li Luo's Arrow Boom. Boom. The faint sound of thunder reverberated through the ruins, while not far away. Students from other academies observed the unfolding spectacle. Under their watchful gaze, Shi Kong unleashed his full combat prowess, compelling Li Luo to retreat repeatedly in evasion. If this situation persisted, it would not be long before Li Luo was eliminated. They shook their heads in quiet disapproval. Although Li Luo's rise had been remarkably swift, he was still lacking when faced with a formidable opponent like Shi Kong, which was indeed a pity. Clang! Amidst the multitude of scrutinizing eyes, the clash of blades rang out violently, sending Li Luo's figure hurtling once again, crashing into a dilapidated structure. Shi Kong stood firm, his gaze disdainfully fixed upon the crumbling edifice, his body radiating an overwhelming aura of thunder energy that exuded an oppressive intensity. Li Luo, attempting to perform a miraculous comeback. "It seems your abilities fall short," he remarked with a subtle smile, his words laced with a hint of mockery. "If you wish to salvage a modicum of dignity, it would be prudent to concede." Within the shadowy confines of the ruined building, Li Luo leaned against the wall, listening to Shi Kong's taunts, and unexpectedly chuckled to himself, murmuring, "What a formidable adversary. It appears I was somewhat naive, believing I could avoid this predicament. However, the timing should be just right now." With a resigned expression, he grasped his twin blades, bringing their hilts together. The hilts, shaped like beastly jaws, aligned perfectly, their fangs interlocking. With a gentle twist, they fused into a singular entity. Simultaneously, the blades extended, deepening their curvature, transforming into a magnificent bow crafted from his dual swords. Indeed, it was a splendid azure silver bow. Li Luo extended a finger to press at the hilt, revealing a small aperture at the blade's tip, from which a silver thread sprang forth. With a delicate maneuver, he fashioned it into a bowstring. This was the specialized equipment he had previously requested. Typically, it manifested as dual blades, but unbeknownst to others, it harbored a concealed form. This grand bow, which he had christened the wave-light bow. Gripping the bow's position tightly formed by the hilts, Li Luo concealed his trump card, previously reluctant to reveal it. Yet, it was evident that excessive modesty could lead to downfall. He raised his gaze toward Shirkong's silhouette outside, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it bore an icy chill. Meanwhile, Shirkong felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping over him. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly transformed his spear into a streak of silver light that shot into the dilapidated structure. Boom! The resonance of energy erupted, but in that instant, a figure burst forth from above, landing atop a distant, vine-covered stone pillar. It was none other than Li Luo. Shirkong grasped his spear, drawing it back into his hand. His brow furrowed as he regarded Li Luo, particularly the magnificent bow of alternating azure and silver hues in his possession. At this moment, whether within the ethereal realm of the White Spirit Abyss or beyond the White Spirit Mountain, numerous astonished gazes were fixed upon Li Luo, who had suddenly drawn forth a grand bow, leaving many bewildered as to his intentions. "Is he still intent on conjuring illusions at such a time?" remarked Shirkong, his tone laced with indifference. Li Luo remained silent, inhaling deeply before drawing the bowstring back. In an instant, the energy within him surged forth, coalescing into a faint luminous arrow upon the bowstring. The arrowhead and shaft shimmered with a brilliant radiance, crafted from concentrated light energy. Only Li Luo understood that within this arrow, the light energy had formed numerous orderly voids, intricately woven throughout its body. As he channeled his water energy through these pathways, they propelled one another with unparalleled swiftness. The sensation was akin to light carrying water, flowing at an indescribable velocity. When the speed of water reached such heights, who would dare to deem it gentle and yielding? As Li Luo felt the rapid depletion of his energy, a smile crept upon his lips. The foundation of this technique was rooted in a high-level water manipulation skill, water flow loss, intertwined with an advanced light manipulation technique, flowing light art. Through countless conceptualizations and myriad failures, he had ultimately succeeded in transforming these two techniques, thanks to his profound understanding of energy manipulation. He named this arrow the Celestial Flowing Light Arrow. It represented Li Luo's most potent technique to date and served as his final trump card. Initially, Shirkong's demeanor was calm and composed, for he did not believe Li Luo could achieve anything significant at this juncture. However, as the flowing light arrow coalesced upon Li Luo's azure silver bow and locked onto him, his expression began to shift. At that moment, he inexplicably sensed an omnipresent sting, as if confronted by a formidable adversary capable of inflicting severe harm. How could this be? He wields mere 8 marks of energy. How can he evoke such dread within me? Shock rippled through Shirkong's eyes. Even with the protective armor of thunder, he felt no fear, not even against the peak of El Chinga's power. Yet, how could Li Luo pose a threat to him? What was this flowing light arrow? Could it be a tiered technique? Yet, such mastery was beyond the capabilities of someone wielding only 8 marks of energy. But if it were not a tiered technique, why did it instill such unease within him? As his thoughts raced, Shirkong suddenly retreated swiftly, choosing not to recklessly advance against Li Luo's unknown arrow. He believed this would be Li Luo's final strike. If he could evade it, the ensuing Li Luo would be akin to a fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Li Luo regarded the hastily retreating Shirkong with calm eyes. "Your thunder energy indeed excels in speed, but can you outpace water carried by light?" With the bowstring taut like a full moon, Li Luo's fingers abruptly released their grip. Buzz! In that instant, a low hum resonated. Everyone beheld a streak of luminous energy dash through the air, almost imperceptible in its flight path. Boom! The shimmering arrow hurtled forth, causing Shirkong's body to bristle with alarm as he bellowed. Thunderstep! It felt as though lightning danced beneath his feet, propelling him to the zenith of his speed. Yet it was all in vain. Shirkong could merely perceive a fleeting glimmer streaking across his line of sight, followed by the sudden emergence of a gaping hole in the wall ahead, through which the golden rays of the setting sun poured in. In that critical moment, Shirkong roared with fervor, channeling all the power within him as his spear surged forth like a thunderous dragon, crashing towards the four. A crisp clang resonated, and in that instant, Shere Kong's pupils constricted in horror as the spear, entwined with the force of thunder, abruptly fractured in two. A luminous arrow shot forth from the shattered weapon, piercing through the air, and, within mere breaths, it penetrated his outstretched left palm, leaving him aghast. The so-called armor of frenzied thunder barely withstood a heartbeat before it was utterly obliterated. A piercing scream erupted. Blood gushed from Shere Kong's left arm as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the remnants of the crumbled wall, a torrent of crimson splattering forth. An eerie silence enveloped the entirety of White Spirit Mountain, both within and without, as if time itself had paused. Chapter 71. The Reluctance to Leap at the Foot of the White Spirit Mountain. As the image on the crystal wall froze upon the moment, an arrow of flowing light pierced the left arm of Shere Kong. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Countless eyes widened in astonishment, their faces etched with terror and disbelief. They could scarcely fathom what they had witnessed. The once dominant Shere Kong was, in an instant, shattered by a great bow that Li Luo had seemingly conjured from thin air. This scene bordered on the surreal. Inside the pavilion, Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing, their delicate lips parting in shock, blinked repeatedly, closing their eyes only to reopen them in disbelief. Indeed, the image was no illusion. Shere Kong had truly been vanquished. What could possibly account for this turn of events? Kai Wei murmured, her mind swirling. Just moments before, she had been anxious for the retreating Li Luo, yet now, within mere minutes, Shere Kong lay on the ground, crying out in agony. The transformation was so drastic that even Kai Wei, with her expansive heart, found it difficult to reconcile. Yin Lingqing bit her crimson lip, contemplating. If I am not mistaken, it appears that Li Luo has triumphed over Shere Kong. Kai Wei leaned back against her chair, and a smile gradually blossomed upon her charming oval face as she chuckled lightly. Henceforth, who would dare to claim that the young master is merely a talisman of the Luo Lan mansion? Though she had only been in Tianshu County for a month, Kai Wei had diligently cared for Li Luo, who, with his amiable disposition, had won her affection. She treated him as if he were her own brother. As the chief steward of the Luo Lan mansion in Tianshu County, Kai Wei was acutely aware of the myriad happenings within the estate, including the rigorous nature of Li Luo's training. Apart from the insatiable consumption of spiritual water, which posed a significant drawback, she found him to be an exceedingly likable young master. Thus, witnessing Li Luo manifest a miracle filled her with genuine joy and satisfaction. In the future, certain individuals within the Luo Lan mansion would likely no longer overlook Li Luo. Yin Lingqing nodded gently, acknowledging that Li Luo's performance today was indeed astonishing, revealing that he had long concealed his true capabilities. This young master, unlike his illustrious parents, exhibited a remarkable humility. Yin Lingqing remarked. Those two, who once overshadowed an entire generation in the Great Xia Kingdom, were nothing short of resplendent, while Li Luo, in contrast, appeared vastly more understated. To an uninformed outsider, one might even mistakenly believe that Jiang Qingyi was the true scion of that lineage, while Li Luo was merely an adopted child. The issue of the empty manifestation significantly impacted the young master, thus even if he were to resolve that predicament, he would remain reluctant to expose himself entirely to the scrutiny of the world. He preferred to maintain a low profile, preparing numerous hidden cards to bolster his sense of security, as he often stated, to develop quietly and avoid recklessness. Kai Wei noted. I wonder, during this grand examination, had it not been for Shere Kong and the aggressive Song Yinfeng, I suspect the young master would have been content with merely securing a position in the top 10 and withdrawing. Yin Lingqing slightly nodded her head, acknowledging that, given Li Luo's character, such a possibility indeed existed. To him, gaining admission to the Xingxian Star Academy was paramount. The question of whether he ranked first was, in truth, of little consequence. I believe such a disposition is not necessarily a flaw, Kai Wei remarked with a light laugh. Yin Lingqing shot her a glance, replying, You are rather indulgent towards Li Luo. Such a handsome young lord is not easily encountered. Kai Wei giggled playfully, as laughter and cheerful banter resonated between Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing. The old dean in the main pavilion erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth causing the very pavilion to tremble, drawing the attention of others in nearby pavilions. Truly, he is the son of Li Tai Xian and Dan Tai Lan. A tiger begets no dog. The old dean's face glowed with vitality, the earlier somberness vanishing as if by magic. He emphatically pounded the table and turned to Supervisor Shi, exclaiming, "Do you see? This is the foundation of our Nanfeng Academy." Supervisor Shi, with an impassive expression, lowered his head to sip his tea. Yet, the reflection in his cup revealed eyes brimming with fury. He had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. That Li Luo, who had seemed on the brink of defeat, had unexpectedly surged forth, striking down Shi Kong with a single arrow. The thought of years of scheming shattered in an instant was unbearable, despite his frantic efforts to suppress his anger. He could not help but crush his teacup with a fierce grip, growling, "Can't you be quiet for once?" "Quiet, you old stick in the mud," the old dean retorted, his temper flaring even more fiercely. "Who do you think you are? Can you silence me?" Supervisor Shi's face darkened. A terrifying aura suddenly emanating from him, suggesting the presence of a phantasmal green python, exuding an ominous might. That was a 7th-tier green python manifestation. "Ah, do you wish to engage me in battle? I have long tolerated your insolence." Yet, the old dean merely laughed in response, his crimson aura rising, revealing a fiery red beast that seemed to tread upon molten lava, a 7th-tier, flame-swallowing beast. The two formidable warriors unleashed their full might, the overwhelming power causing the stone pavilion to show signs of strain, cracks beginning to form. At that moment, Minter and Lai swiftly interjected, "Gentlemen, we are in the midst of a major examination. If you disrupt the proceedings here, the Shengxian Star Academy may reduce the admissions quota for Tianshu County next year." Upon hearing this, the old dean immediately tempered his fervor, retracting his aura with a disdainful snort. Minter and Lai shook his head, choosing not to further involve himself in their squabble, instead directing his gaze towards the crystal screen, where Shi Kong was seen with an arrow piercing his left arm, evidently gravely injured and soon to be rendered powerless. The outcome was all but sealed. Yet, this conclusion had not been anticipated by anyone before. It was said that the young lord of the Luolan house possessed no potential, but now it seemed, rumors could indeed be misleading. Shi Kong lay on the ground, wailing in agony, blood gushing from his arm like a fountain. In the shadows, numerous gazes fixated on this scene, collectively inhaling sharply as if attempting to absorb all the chill in the vicinity. Their astonishment at this moment was beyond expression. Not far away, Song Yunfeng, with a broken spear embedded in the wall, stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, repeatedly murmuring, "Impossible, impossible." He could hardly believe that Li Luo had actually defeated Shi Kong. This was utterly illogical. After all, Shi Kong possessed the 9-seal vitality and held a top-tier lightning affinity of the 7th grade. His combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. In the entire Tianshu prefecture, only Lu Qing'er could pose a threat to him. Yet now, he had been utterly vanquished by Li Luo's arrow. At that moment, Song Yunfeng felt an overwhelming malice. Had it not been for Shi Kong's status, he might have cursed aloud. "Are you being paid to throw this match?" Being an outsider, he could not comprehend why Li Luo's seemingly simple arrow had obliterated Shi Kong to such an extent. However, no matter his confusion, it did not alter the reality before him. Li Luo stood atop a stone pillar, overrun with vines, gazing nonchalantly at the bloodied Shi Kong sprawled on the ground, devoid of any further action, as if he were savoring Shi Kong's dire predicament. He even languidly settled onto the top of the pillar, one hand gripping the azure silver bow, the other dangling at his side, his gaze coldly fixed on Shi Kong. This demonic aura sent shivers down the spines of the other students lurking in the shadows, rendering them mute for fear of drawing Li Luo's attention. In this area, every soul held their breath in suspense. Minutes later, a sudden gust of wind shattered the eerie silence as Lu Qing'er rushed into view, tugging a rope that bound 3 disheveled figures, Xiang Liang, Zhong Fu, and Shi Su. Clearly, she had triumphed over them. Upon arriving, her gaze immediately fell on Song Yunfeng, nailed to the crumbling wall, causing her heart to lurch. She pressed forward, traversing the dilapidated alleyway, her pace gradually slowing. Ahead lay a pool of blood, within which Shi Kong clutched his arm, his breath faint and labored, as if teetering on the brink of death. Shock gradually etched itself onto Lu Qing'er's delicate features. Behind her, Xiang Liang, Shi Su, and Zhong Fu stood, their expressions vacant with disbelief. Lu Qing'er raised her gaze towards Li Luo, who sat imperiously atop the stone pillar, his demeanor cold and his aura so potent that even she felt a pang of trepidation. She slowly approached the base of the pillar, looking up at him, reminiscent of her first days at the Nanfeng Academy, gazing up at the then remarkable Li Luo. "Are you all right?" she inquired softly. Li Luo gradually lowered his head to meet her gaze, and she observed him relax entirely, a sigh of relief escaping him. You've finally arrived. Hurry. Help me down. My vitality is depleted. I cannot jump. Lu Qing'er stood there, momentarily stunned. It is both amusing and exasperating to realize that the grand display you put on for so long was merely due to a depletion of your energy. Chapter 72. Why must you force me? The stone pillar upon which Li Luo stood loomed impressively high, while the ground below was strewn with sharp, jagged rocks. It was not that he was incapable of jumping. Rather, the previous arrow had drained him of all his strength. At this moment, numerous eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated upon him. Should he leap and exhibit any sign of weakness, it was inevitable that others might seize the opportunity, especially given the multitude of easily attainable points available here. Therefore, Li Luo chose to remain seated, adopting a posture that would intimidate those watching. Lu Qing'er ascended gracefully, a fragrant breeze accompanying her as she approached Li Luo. Her enchanting gaze briefly swept over him before she extended her delicate hand. Wearing gloves, he noted with relief, preventing the potential for both of them to plummet together. Lu Qing'er cast him a sidelong glance, her youthful charm reminiscent of poetry, and then seized his hand, gliding down from the pinnacle of the stone pillar. Upon their feet landing on the ground, Li Luo felt a renewed sense of stability. He turned his attention to Xiang Liang and the others, who were ensnared by Lu Qing'er, and remarked with a smile, "So, you three have also fallen, I see?" Xiang Liang and Qi Su appeared despondent and remained silent. However, the wariness reflected in their gazes towards Li Luo surpassed that directed at Lu Qing'er. The scene before them was indeed quite intimidating. Meanwhile, Zhongfu sighed and said, I previously mentioned that Li Luo could be the greatest variable in this examination, and it seems my prediction was not mistaken. Xiang Liang and Qi Su exchanged glances, their earlier dismissive attitude towards Zhongfu's conjecture now faltering. They had never truly regarded Li Luo as a threat, but in light of the current circumstances, Zhongfu's caution proved to be warranted. Had they meticulously planned and thoroughly assessed Li Luo's capabilities, the situation would not have devolved into such a dismal state. Li Luo waved his hand dismissively and proceeded to drag the incapacitated Song Yunfeng from the wall, unceremoniously tossing him beside Shikong. In a considerate gesture, he also staunched Shikong's bleeding, lest excessive blood loss lead to his demise, which would only complicate matters further. Shikong opened his weary eyes, fixing his gaze upon Li Luo, and gritted his teeth, saying, Li Luo, you truly know how to conceal yourself. Li Luo chuckled softly, his expression turning somber as he posed a question. Why must you force me? I merely aspired to secure a place in the top 10. Why have you driven me to this extreme? Behind him, Zhongfu, Xiang Liang, and the others swallowed hard, taken aback by the intensity of his words, which felt almost like a dagger to the heart. Indeed, Shikong was so enraged that his entire body trembled, and he could not suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his mouth. Do not rush to expel blood, Li Luo quickly interjected, then examined a leaderboard with his crystal token, noting there were still 13 participants remaining. However, as he spoke, another contender vanished, leaving only 12. Ah, fortunately. I nearly missed it, he remarked with a smile. Do you know what I intend to do next? Li Luo inquired, casting a cold smile towards Shikong and Song Yunfeng. I have stated that I will ensure you two are eliminated from the top 10. Shikong's face turned ashen, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he retorted, Li Luo, you are ruthless. In the event of falling outside the top 10, one would inevitably forfeit their opportunity for admission, and it is even possible that he may not gain entry into the esteemed St. Xian Star Academy. For Shikong, this would undoubtedly be an exceedingly grave consequence. Beside him, Song Yunfeng shouted furiously, Li Luo, you cannot do this. You are angering both the Song family and the governor's office. Naively, Li Luo shook his head and replied in a calm tone, when one errs, they must bear the consequences, and now it is your turn to pay for your prior misdeeds. He removed the crystal plate, swiftly siphoning away all of Shikong's points, and then took down Zhongfu's plate, thus appropriating Song Yunfeng's points as well, for it is against the rules for individuals within the same academy to seize points from one another. As a result, both Shikong and Song Yunfeng found their scores reduced to 0. In that moment, Li Luo began to applaud. Let us extend our congratulations to Shikong and Song Yunfeng for their commendable 11th and 12th places in the grand examination. Shikong and Song Yunfeng's faces drained of color. Meanwhile, Xiang Liang and the others fell silent, trembling in fear, feeling an overwhelming dread emanating from Li Luo at that moment. El Qing'er quietly observed Li Luo, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy at seeing him in such a formidable state. Typically, Li Luo was rather unassuming, appearing harmless. Yet El Qing'er relished seeing him radiate with brilliance, reminiscent of the time he had scolded her over divination techniques when she first entered the Nanfeng Academy, leaving her feeling utterly wronged. The countdown for the grand examination should be commencing soon, El Qing'er remarked with a smile. Li Luo then turned his gaze to Xiang Liang, Zhongfu, and the others, frowning as he said, "It seems you three have benefited from this situation." Ultimately, only 2 individuals could be eliminated from the top 10. And in terms of animosity, it was evident that Shikong and Song Yunfeng held absolute priority. This meant that Xiang Liang and his companions would still remain within the top 10. Even with their points cleared, they would merely occupy the last positions. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang, Zhongfu, and Qi Su presented eager smiles, saying, "Brother Luo, we were compelled into this, primarily due to the directives from the higher-ups at the academy. Having consumed so many of the academy's resources, we must heed their commands. However, rest assured, once we enter the St. Xian Star Academy, you shall be our leader. We will follow your every instruction." Li Luo disregarded their words and turned to El Qing'er, stating, "Please clear their points, for I find their presence quite irksome." To this, El Qing'er merely smiled lightly and replied, "No." Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her response. Zhongfu calmly interjected, "Brother Luo, what she means is that if she were to take our points, she would surpass you in score and claim the title of first in the grand examination." Xiang Liang and Qi Su's eyes brightened with realization, glancing back and forth between the two. If El Qing'er bested them, their points would naturally be hers. Yet she preferred to remain behind Li Luo rather than seize the first place openly. What sort of relationship did they share? This situation was intriguing. Even Zhongfu looked at Li Luo with newfound respect. "Brother Luo, you are impressive. Engaged to a paragon like Jiang Qingyi, yet still managing to attract such attention?" Upon hearing what Zhongfu had said, Li Luo finally realized that after acquiring the points from Shikong and Song Yunfeng, he had astonishingly ascended to the first position. A wave of panic washed over him. "Qing'er, hurry. I now find myself afflicted with a rather acute case of first-place anxiety. One simply needs to acclimatize." Lu Qing'er replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Li Luo, filled with indignation, retorted, "Lu Qing'er, do not take it too far. What grievances could I possibly have against you for you to wish me such misfortune? Please, I implore you, I do not desire to be in first place." Lu Qing'er, however, settled herself upon a nearby rock, allowing the setting sun to cast its golden hue upon her slender silhouette, embellishing her delicate figure with a warm glow. She rested her chin upon her hands, gazing at the irate Li Luo with a playful smile. At that moment, the melodious sound of a bell reverberated through the White Spirit Mountain, signaling the conclusion of the grand examination. In the White Spirit Market, everyone exhaled in relief, their faces illuminated by expressions of sheer ecstasy. Meanwhile, Li Luo's countenance darkened, for this was the bell that heralded the end of the examination, and, regrettably, he had secured the first place. Chapter 73. The conclusion of the grand examination. The name inscribed in the coveted first position was unmistakably clear: Li Luo, Southwind Academy. This unexpected triumph took everyone by surprise. At the onset of the examination, few could have anticipated that the victor would not be the favored El Qing'er or the sole contender capable of rivaling her, Shikong, but rather the previously unassuming Li Luo, who had never showcased any remarkable achievements. The young master of the Luolan House was a familiar figure to the people of Tianshu County, as the Luolan House originated from Southwind City and ultimately rose to prominence within the Great Xia Kingdom. The two lords of Luolan House had often been subjects of boastful conversations among the residents of Tianshu County, as their son, Li Luo, had been under scrutiny since childhood. But his so-called empty residence led many to lament that Li Taixian and Dan Tailan, once paragons of brilliance, had given rise to a son seemingly devoid of their gifts. The phrase "a tiger father begets a dog son" was likely the most frequently heard by Li Luo over the years. Some even speculated that perhaps Jiang Qingyi, not Li Luo, was the true offspring of Li Taixian and Dan Tailan. Yet today, as spectacle reshaped their perceptions of the young master. Though lacking the piercing intensity of Jiang Qingyi, he exuded a gentle yet profound demeanor, leaving one with the impression that he harbored untold depths. In contrast to his parents and Jiang Qingyi, he appeared to possess a unique essence. At the foot of the mountain, Su Shangyue, leading the South Wind Academy delegation, gazed at the crystal wall, his eyes seemingly transfixed, unable to look away. After a lengthy silence, he finally stammered, "Did you see that?" Li Luo is first. Beside him, Lin Feng wore a stiff expression, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Although the first position remained with South Wind Academy, it was not within his jurisdiction. And more crucially, this first place belonged to the very individual he had vehemently advocated be relegated to the second academy. He had never imagined that Li Luo would ultimately claim the top spot in the grand examination. In that moment, facing the ecstatic Su Shangyue, whose expression was contorted with joy, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of regret for the first time. With Li Luo's ascendance to first place, it was easy to foresee the many scrutinizing glances he would receive at South Wind Academy. As it had never before happened that the top student was not from the first academy, Lin Feng would be derided as short-sighted, while Su Shangyue would be hailed as possessing extraordinary insight. Thus, although South Wind Academy preserved its prestigious reputation as the leading institution of Tianshu County, Lin Feng felt an impulse to weep. "Lin Feng, you truly are a good brother. I shall never argue with you again." Lin Feng managed a smile that was more painful than tears, his voice trembling like a leaky vessel. Haha, we're all brothers here. How could I be so distant?" Kai Wei sighed. What an utterly unexpected outcome. Alas, Li Luo has indeed concealed his prowess well. Should his remarkable achievements reach Qi's ears, she would undoubtedly be astonished. Yin Lingqing nodded in agreement, bestowing high praise upon Li Luo for his performance in this grand examination. Should the young lord gain admission to the sacred Xuanqing Academy, his standing within the Luo Lan house would undoubtedly be elevated, alleviating much of Qing's burden. Kai Wei remarked softly. Yin Lingqing slightly inclined her head. Although the Luo Lan house currently faces internal and external turmoil, there remain factions loyal to the so-called royal lineage, which essentially refers to Li Luo. After all, regardless of circumstances, he is the direct descendant of both house leaders, holding the most legitimate claim to inheritance, even surpassing Jiang Qingyi. However, due to his previous lack of a resonant affinity, his future appeared bleak, leading some to relinquish their hopes. Yet, if Li Luo were to continue to excel, he might rekindle the people's support, and with Jiang Qingyi's assistance, he could firmly secure the position of house leader in the Luo Lan house. At that time, stability would surely return to the Luo Lan house. Both Kai Wei and Yin Lingqing eagerly anticipated that day. In the main pavilion, when the results were announced, the headmaster remained silent, but anyone could sense the formidable aura emanating from him. The old dean, however, paid him no mind and rose to applaud vigorously. "Well done, young man. Truly, you are Li Tai Xian, the son of Dan Tai Lan. Everyone underestimated you, including this old, weary man," the old dean exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The headmaster, with a grim smile, uttered no words, nor did he bid farewell to the old dean or Enlai. He simply rose and departed, enveloped in a palpable air of gloom. Enlai, witnessing this, felt somewhat helpless and could only smile at the old dean, saying, "Congratulations, Dean Wei Sha, for once again securing the title of the foremost academy in Tianshu County for Nanfeng Academy this year." Currently, on the scoreboard, Li Luo and Lu Qing'er occupied the first and second positions, marking the best performance Nanfeng Academy has seen in recent years. With an impressive additional 21 spots that would establish Nanfeng Academy as the greatest beneficiary in Tianshu County. One can only imagine how many families will strive to enroll their children next year, after all, even if they cannot secure a spot through merit. The Academy's extra slots would grant them a chance to enter the sacred Xuanqing Academy. The old dean beamed with delight. The fervor at the foot of the mountain persisted, while the students within the mountain began to emerge gradually. Particularly when Li Luo and Lu Qing'er made their appearance, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with thunderous cheers resonating. Yet, the spotlight upon Li Luo bore a weight of anxiety. Having already faced numerous tribulations due to his looks, would he now have to contend with the burdens of his talent? This pressure had already surpassed what his age could bear. "Brother Luo, you are incredible," Zhao Kuo exclaimed with unrestrained joy as he rushed forward. Although he had been eliminated in the top 10, Li Luo and Lu Qing'er had achieved exceptional results, ensuring that, based on his ranking at Nanfeng Academy, he would effortlessly gain admission to the sacred Xuanqing Academy. The other students from the Southern Wind Academy wore beaming smiles, their gazes toward Li Luo brimming with admiration. Thanks to the additional quota, nearly every participant in this grand examination would be granted a place. Truly, one person's success elevated all around him. Li Luo flashed a smile at Zhao Kuo, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Before his eyes scanned the crowd in search of Yu Lang, whom he soon spotted amidst the throng. At that moment, Yu Lang was engaged in earnest conversation with a charming and sweet junior, holding her delicate hand as he spoke gravely. Do you know why Li Luo was able to defeat Shirkong? It is because I went to great lengths to unsettle Shirkong, disrupting his mindset. Thus, Li Luo claimed the top spot, and I dare say half the credit belongs to me. But fret not, for I consider him a dear brother and place no importance on such trivial accolades. The innocent junior gazed at him with adoration, utterly captivated. Meanwhile, El Qinger, conversing with a group of her female companions, interjected with a gentle smile. They say today marks a momentous occasion, so there will be a gathering tonight to celebrate. Would you care to join us? Li Luo sighed. Such gatherings were ultimately rather meaningless, serving merely as a platform for everyone to fawn over him once again. Previously, these younger girls had taken advantage of him during such events, and he suspected tonight would be no different. Nonetheless, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. Song Qiyu. In the nocturnal embrace of Nanfeng City, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Yet, the city remained a cacophony of lively chatter, as throngs of people who had departed from Bailingshan poured into the bustling streets, amplifying the already vibrant atmosphere. The gathering for the grand examination hosted by Li Luo and his peers was set to take place at the esteemed Qingfeng Tower, a distinguished establishment nestled alongside the serene Qingfeng River. This exquisite venue, celebrated for its picturesque surroundings, was the most upscale restaurant in Nanfeng City. The event was generously sponsored by the affluent young lady, L.V. Qinger, who had reserved an entire floor for the festivities. As the youthful revelers celebrated with fervor, Li Luo found himself seated beside L.V. Qinger, sharing a couple of modest drinks. The delicate-skinned girl, her countenance adorned with a subtle rosy hue, radiated an undeniable charm under the soft glow of the lights, captivating all in attendance. A fellow student approached to raise a toast, exclaiming, "Lo Gu, you are truly remarkable. Together with Qing Jie, you have boldly seized the first and second positions in the grand examination. This will undoubtedly become a celebrated tale within our Nanfeng Academy." L.V. Qinger smiled gently, clinking her glass with the student in response. Yet, the atmosphere turned sour as some intoxicated classmates began to vent their frustrations, cursing Song Yunfeng, the traitor who, despite being one of them, had conspired with other academies against Qing Jie. Their indignation echoed throughout the gathering, as betrayal is a bitter pill to swallow. Amidst the crowd, Tifa Qing approached L.V. Qinger, her cheeks flushed with shame. "Qinger, I sincerely apologize for what transpired earlier. Had I not left a mark, you would not have fallen into their ambush." L.V. Qinger shook her head with a gentle smile, clinking her glass with Tifa's as a gesture of consolation. Yet, Li Luo keenly observed the subtle chill in her eyes, indicating that L.V. Qing had not entirely forgiven Tifa. It seemed she had placed her in a category of individuals she deemed unworthy of her friendship. After all, regardless of Tifa's intentions, her foolishness was certainly not to L.V. Qinger's liking. Fostering friendships with such simpletons often leads to unforeseen troubles, leaving one to bear the brunt of their naive antics while they feign innocence. "Li Luo, I used to hold a grudge against you, and I hope you can overlook my past behavior. I lacked foresight, but your performance today surely deserves the admiration of Sister Jiang," Tifa Qing said softly, casting a glance at Li Luo. Li Luo smiled and waved his hand dismissively, opting not to dwell on the matter further. After her apology, Tifa sensed the coolness in L.V. Qinger's demeanor and gracefully withdrew. Li Luo turned his attention back to L.V. Qing, noticing that her expression had grown even more frigid after Tifa's apology. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing of consequence, merely the annoyance of foolish individuals," L.V. Qinger replied, her face betraying no emotion. Li Luo's confusion deepened, yet he refrained from probing further into the girl's sentiments. Instead, he shifted the conversation, remarking, "Though Song Yunfeng was eliminated from the top 10, might he still secure a position alongside us?" In the preliminary ranking, Song Yunfeng secured the second position. If the allocation of slots were to follow this ranking, it is certain that Song Yunfeng would receive one. Theoretically, this is the case. El Qing'er pondered for a moment and remarked, "However, our old dean is notoriously frugal and petty. Song Yunfeng's betrayal nearly caused the Nanfeng Academy to lose its prestigious title as the foremost academy in Tianshu County. I doubt he will easily grant Song Yunfeng his wishes." Li Luo nodded, feeling somewhat relieved by this assessment. Otherwise, it would be disheartening for him to toil endlessly while also having to bring along someone like Song Yunfeng into the Sheng Xuanxing Academy. The thought alone felt quite suffocating. Now, however, Li Luo found the dean's petty characteristics somewhat endearing. As Li Luo and El Qing'er celebrated joyously on an upper floor of the Qingfeng Tower, a group of individuals observed from behind the railing with a hint of amusement in their gazes. At the center of this group was a girl clad in a yellow dress, whose beauty was striking, with exquisitely defined features. Her slightly thin eyebrows imparted a sense of cold sharpness. Emotionlessly, she listened to the muffled derogatory remarks about Song Yunfeng rising from below, and her eyes betrayed a flicker of anger. This girl was named Song Qiuyu, the elder sister of Song Yunfeng, who had just arrived in Nanfeng City and received some troubling news. To her astonishment, the first place in the Tianshu County examination was claimed by that so-called wasteful young master. Flanking Song Qiuyu were two young men, one of whom, dressed in green with short hair, toyed with his wine glass and remarked, "Jingming, he is not a waste anymore." Securing first place in the examination indicates that this young master possesses some merit. "Indeed," replied Song Qiuyu. The young man referred to as Jingming was named Tifa Jingming, the brother of Tifa Qing. Yet, the strength of Tianshu County truly leaves much to be desired. It is said that individuals at the Tinseal realm have emerged in other, more formidable counties during this examination, remarked another young man with a light chuckle. Mo Ling, I understand that your Beiqiu County has a profound heritage, ranking among the top 10 in strength among the counties. Meanwhile, Tianshu County merely holds a mid-tier position among the 100 counties of the Great Xia. Therefore, refrain from mocking us, Song Qiuyu responded with a hint of exasperation. Mo Ling hailed from a well-established family in Beiqiu County, which indeed boasted a more substantial foundation compared to Tianshu County. Thus, he couldn't help but display a subtle sense of superiority when regarding Tianshu County. Upon hearing her words, the young man named Mo Ling chuckled softly and said, "I do not intend to mock. The emergence of a Jiang Qingyi from Tianshu County is enough to command respect." They were all students of the Sheng Xuanxing Academy. Noticing Song Qiuyu's dissatisfaction with the gathering of these young rascals below, Mo Ling suggested with a smile, "Since these youngsters will soon be our juniors, why not go greet them?" As he spoke, he had already risen to his feet. "Let it be," Song Qiuyu replied. "They are merely a bunch of young kids." Mo Ling waved his hand and remarked, "As their future senior, I believe it is essential for them to become acquainted with the style of the Shengxuanxing Academy." After saying this, he turned and made his way to the next level. Upon witnessing this, Song Qiuyu smiled in apparent resignation and playfully warned, "Do not go too far. It would be unfortunate to frighten them." Tifa Jingming drained his cup in one gulp and chuckled, "The long night is upon us. It would be quite delightful to witness a fine performance." The disparity between the Tinseal realm and the Resonance Master realm will provide these young ones with an exceptionally vivid lesson before they enter the Shengxuanxing Academy. Chapter 75. Do you intend to assassinate me? Upon hearing this, the others, though somewhat reluctant, nodded in agreement. Just then, a sudden sharp clap echoed from beyond the curtain, accompanied by a voice that questioned, "Do you not watch where you are walking?" The curtain was then drawn aside, revealing a student from the Southern Wind Academy, who staggered back, clutching his face, and fell onto the ground, appearing quite dazed. Following him was a young man who surveyed the multitude of youths inside. Smiling as he remarked, "I apologize for interrupting your celebration. This little fellow was careless and stepped on my foot." He pointed at the boy on the ground, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. "And so, you resorted to violence?" Lu Qing'er frowned, her tone icy. Upon seeing Lu Qing'er, Mo Ling's eyes brightened momentarily. He had caught a glimpse of her striking beauty and serene aura from a distance, but now, up close, she was undeniably exquisite. Her grace and appearance would rank her among the finest even within the esteemed St. Xuanxing Academy. He gazed at her and said with a smile, "My apologies, I acted impulsively. Are you a student of the Southern Wind Academy? It seems your performance this year is commendable. I am a student of the St. Xuanxing Academy, and in the future, I suppose I will be regarded as your senior." Mo Ling continued with a grin. The students from the Southern Wind Academy were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of apprehension as they realized he was a student from the St. Xuanqing Academy. Li Luo scrutinized the newcomer and commented, "It seems he is not here with good intentions. Actually, I merely wish to witness the top scorer of the Tianshu County's recent examination," Mo Ling replied nonchalantly, his gaze sweeping over Li Luo before revealing a careless smile. However, to be frank, how could someone with only the 8 seal resonance energy achieve first place? The quality of this year's Tianshu County candidates is quite questionable. The crowd glared at him in indignation. It was evident he had come to stir trouble. Lu Qing'er leaned towards Li Luo and whispered, "This person is here to cause mischief." Li Luo, his expression grave, nodded in agreement before stepping forward to confront Mo Ling, stating in a low voice, "Friend, we are not acquainted. There is no need to seek conflict, is there?" Mo Ling feigned innocence and replied with a smile, "What are you talking about? I simply wish to greet you all as a future senior." "What did you say? You intend to assassinate me?" Li Luo's voice escalated sharply. Mo Ling was taken aback, exclaiming, "Assassinate? What are you talking about? Is this fellow out of his mind? Where did I mention assassination? I merely came to disrupt your atmosphere a bit and help Song Qiuyu vent some frustration. Protect the young master." At that moment, several figures suddenly emerged from behind the screens, their bodies radiating resonance energy, all exhibiting the strength of resonance masters. These were Li Luo's bodyguards. As the young master of the Luo Lan house, despite the current dire situation, it was only logical to have some guards for protection, was it not? Typically, these guards would remain inactive, but upon perceiving any assassination attempts against Li Luo, they would spring into action without hesitation. Just like now, upon hearing the word assassinate, they charged out and directly lunged at Mo Ling. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Ling's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily exclaimed, "I did not. I merely came to extend a greeting." He had not anticipated that despite his benign intentions towards Li Luo, this fellow would immediately summon his guards. However, those guards paid no heed to his words. Their fists and feet, imbued with energy, launched towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Mo Ling quickly channeled his own energy to respond, but his strength was barely comparable to that of a single guard. In a matter of moments, several of them besieged him, and blows rained down upon his face, eliciting a chorus of pained cries. The surrounding students of Nanfeng Academy were rendered speechless, witnessing the young master's consistent propensity for chaos. Rather than reporting to a teacher or engaging in a fair duel, he had opted to call upon his guards. A solo confrontation seemed only possible under a myriad of stringent conditions. Yet, this instance of unruliness was oddly satisfying to the onlookers. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Song Qiuyu and Tifa Jingming were taken aback by the unfolding drama, hastily setting down their wine glasses and rushing downstairs. "What are you doing?" Their voices echoed. As they descended, their energies surged, ready to intervene. "Young Master Li Luo, you certainly exhibit a grandiose display of authority, summoning guards to assault at the slightest whim," Song Qiuyu remarked, her delicate features tinged with anger. "Brother," Tifa Qing exclaimed upon noticing her approaching sibling, Tifa Jingming. In the meantime, Liu Qing'er, standing beside Li Luo, remarked, "That is Song Qiuyu, sister to Song Yunfeng and Tifa Jingming. It seems they have come to stir trouble, likely due to Song Qiuyu." Li Luo regarded Song Qiuyu and her companion with a smile, saying, "Are you associates of this person? He just attempted to assassinate me. Were you the ones who incited him? How audacious! To accuse without basis." Song Qiuyu retorted furiously, "What assassination? He is our friend, merely greeting you as a senior." Mo Ling, having regained his footing, glared at Li Luo with fiery eyes, his bruised face contorted in indignation. "When did I ever claim to wish you harm? Such shamelessness." Li Luo pondered for a moment, then said, "I distinctly heard you say you wanted to." Mo Ling interrupted, his voice rising. "I meant to say I wanted to greet everyone as a senior. Is that so?" Li Luo clapped his hands together, stating, "I have inadvertently disrupted many people's good fortune today and was merely concerned someone might retaliate against me, so I was a bit tense. It appears I misheard." Mo Ling trembled with rage. "Let us do this, then. Allow today's expenses to be charged to my account as an apology," Li Luo offered with a smile. Song Qiuyu's expression turned frigid. Given their status, who would care about the cost of a meal? Li Luo's gesture was clearly a deliberate provocation, as he had discerned Mo Ling's intent to cause trouble and was simply seeking a pretext to strike first. "Do you think I care for such trifling amounts?" Mo Ling gritted his teeth. Li Luo smiled slightly and replied, "Then pray tell, what else can you do?" Song Qiuyu paused for a moment. Initially, they had intended for Mo Ling to disrupt the atmosphere and provoke Li Luo, hoping that the latter, engulfed by his anger, would foolishly engage in a contest with Mo Ling, thus leading to his own humiliation. However, to their surprise, the young master did not exhibit that kind of youthful arrogance, especially not in front of a few charming young ladies. This youth was surprisingly composed. In the midst of the commotion, they realized that they were actually powerless against Li Luo. Could they truly resort to attacking him together? Setting aside the numerous guards nearby, escalating the situation held no real purpose. Thus, in the end, Song Qiuyu merely cast a deep glance at Li Luo without uttering a word, and instead, assisted Mo Ling. Turning to leave, Tfa Jing's gaze lingered on Li Luo for a moment before he smiled, nodded at Tfa Qing, and followed suit. Although Song Qiuyu and his companions had departed, the atmosphere had been thoroughly disrupted, causing the crowd to lose interest and gradually disperse. Li Luo stood with LV Qing beneath the Qingfeng Pavilion. Recently, due to the spiritual water provided by Li Luo, the quality of Xiang House had significantly improved, leading to exceptional market performance, nearly suffocating Songzi House. Could it be because of the upcoming Spiritual Water Spectacle Festival in Tianshu County next month? Li Luo pondered. In Tianshu County, an annual ceremony dedicated to the spiritual water spectacle is held, during which all the spiritual water establishments in the county participate. At this event, each establishment engages in various strategies to garner attention and seize a share of the spiritual water market. Li Luo was also aware that they at Xiang House were preparing for this event. A slight frown crossed his brow, with the support of his efforts. The Xiang House branch in Tianshu County was flourishing, experiencing a steady influx of substantial funds daily, enabling him to procure 6th-grade spiritual water. At this juncture, how could he possibly allow Song Qiuyu to disrupt his primary source of funding? Chapter 76. The external aid of the Song family under the veil of night. Within the Song family estate, Song Qiuyu seated herself alongside Mo Ling in the parlor. With a gentle motion of her delicate hand, she summoned the warm, flowing essence of water, skillfully working it across Mo Ling's face to gradually alleviate the bruises he had sustained. Earlier, at Qingfeng Tower, he had intended to greet the students of Nanfeng Academy and exchange insights regarding the Shengxian Star Academy. However, he was falsely accused by Li Luo of attempting to assassinate him, leading to an unprovoked assault from several of Li Luo's guards. Song Qiuyu's lovely visage bore an expression of indignation as she remarked, "Humph, it's that Li Luo again." Seated in the principal seat, Song Shan's countenance was shrouded in gloom and ire. Today, Song Yunfeng had been eliminated from the top 10 by Li Luo, rendering the Song family a subject of ridicule. Furthermore, the treatment of their esteemed guest was utterly intolerable. Li Luo is truly arrogant. Had this been in the royal city, he would have faced dire consequences. Mo Ling echoed her frustration, feeling particularly aggrieved. Despite having done nothing wrong, he found himself unjustly branded with the intent to assassinate, followed by a merciless beating. Recently, under Li Luo's management, the Xiang House had experienced a remarkable surge, with the quality of their 1st and 2nd-grade spiritual waters significantly enhanced, leaving the Song family's Songzi House struggling to keep pace. It is highly probable that he has employed some form of secret method or source water. Perhaps a legacy from Li Taixian or Dan Tailon, Song Shan stated gravely. Our formula for the daylight spiritual light at Songzi House was meticulously refined by the master of the royal city, and it undoubtedly surpasses the quality of the Qingbi spiritual water from Xiang House. Yet, we are now being overshadowed in terms of refining power. Only a secret method or source water could account for such an imbalance. Song Qiuyu interjected with a furrowed brow. If this continues, our Songzi House in Tianshu County may be entirely subdued by Xiang House, Song Shan lamented, his spirit unwilling to concede defeat. Song Qiuyu nodded gently, her expression tinged with concern. Observing her distress, Mo Ling smiled reassuringly. Qiuyu, why such melancholy? The Xiang House of Luolan Prefecture is not particularly distinguished within our great Xia. This is not their forte. They merely flaunt their power here in Tianshu County. Have you seen how mediocre their performance has been in the royal city? You speak from a position of ease. Your Mo family's Inc. house ranks among the top 10 in Great Xia, naturally allowing you to dismiss Xiang House. Song Qiuyu retorted with playful annoyance. Mo Ling responded with a light laugh. Have we not already agreed to collaborate? Henceforth, The formulas for the third-grade spiritual waters and below produced by my Ink House will be shared with the Song family, making you the representative merchant for Ink House in Tianshu County. The quality of our spiritual waters far exceeds that of Xiang House, and with this alliance, the Song family will surely prevail over them. Upon hearing this, Song Shan pondered. However, there are still certain terms of our collaboration that remain unfinalized. With a sweeping gesture, Mo Ling proclaimed, Uncle Song, there is no need for further discourse. I am well aware of your demands. My purpose in visiting this time is to finalize matters on behalf of our elders. As for certain interests, my Ink Pavilion can afford to make concessions, provided that our unique spiritual water and luminous essence can dominate the market in Tianshu County. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial for both our families. Furthermore, that arrogant Li Luo shall come to understand the true meaning of consequence. Song Shan's face displayed a hint of joy, but he ultimately sighed. I must thank you, dear nephew. I recognize that the Ink Pavilion possesses formidable strength, far surpassing that of the Song family. Hence I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Rest assured, the Song family will strive to establish a solid foothold for the Ink Pavilion in Tianshu County. Once Mo Ling departed, the faint smile on Song Qiuyu's face faded as she turned to Song Shan, saying, It seems that bringing him to Qingfeng Tower today had some effect. Holding his teacup, Song Shan's expression remained somber as he replied, Inviting the Ink Pavilion into Tianshu County may not necessarily be a prudent decision. Although they will provide us with some formulas for the luminous essence, I am aware that these formulas are not of great significance. What truly matters are two secret waters they possess, known as Black Marsh Water and White Moonlight. Only with the incorporation of these two mystical waters can their formulas exhibit their unique qualities. Thus, it appears that our Song family will find ourselves at their mercy, constrained in our choices. Song Qiuyu chuckled softly, but can things get any worse? Our share of the luminous essence market in Tianshu County is already minimal. If we fail to enlist strong allies, we shall only benefit Xiang Pavilion. With a sigh, Song Shan lamented. That wretched Luo Lan mansion and that detestable Li Luo are truly infuriating. Your opponent in this competition will likely be Yin Lingqing from Xiang Pavilion. Do you feel confident? Yin Lingqing, an old adversary. We have crossed swords numerous times at the Holy Xuanqing Academy, Song Qiuyu replied with a faint smile. However, this time, she shall undoubtedly face defeat. Upon hearing this, Song Shan nodded in agreement. Song Qiuyu then shifted the conversation, inquiring, What news of Yunfeng? He is not gravely injured. But the blow to his confidence has been substantial, Song Shan responded. During the preliminary examination, he faced Li Luo, who could only achieve a draw with the water mirror technique. Thus, Yunfeng did not perceive Li Luo as a true rival. Yet, in the final examination, Li Luo effortlessly overwhelmed him, hardly considering him a worthy opponent. This undoubtedly inflicted a significant blow to Yunfeng's morale. Surely he will gain admission to the Holy Xuanqing Academy? Song Qiuyu asked, her brows furrowed in concern. Song Shan hesitated, this time under the governor's directive. Yunfeng assisted Shikong in dealing with Nanfeng Academy, an act that has indeed drawn some resentment. However, generally speaking, his rank during the preliminary examination is already established, and with Nanfeng Academy having additional admission slots, he should be granted entry. That said, the old dean of Nanfeng Academy is notoriously obstinate, showing no regard even for the governor's influence. I cannot predict what actions he may take. I hope that the artist will adhere to proper decorum. Recently, I have been searching for an illustrator to depict Jiang Qingyi, but the costs are exorbitant. A mere design draft demands several thousand yuan, while the final piece often amounts to tens of thousands. Once completed, the artwork will be shared on our public WeChat account, and those who appreciate it may use it as wallpaper. For those interested in the progress, feel free to search for the Tian Kintu Do official account on WeChat, where the artwork will be promptly released upon completion. Chapter 77. The Aftermath of the Great Examination in the City of Southwind. The fervor surrounding the recent examination lingered for several days, its intensity showing no signs of waning, a testament to its profound impact. Following the examination, the students of the Southwind Academy were granted a week of respite before returning to the academy to receive their respective admission placements, marking the conclusive end of their studies there. Due to his remarkable achievement as the top scorer, Li Luo found himself at the center of heightened attention within Southwind City, a situation that caused him considerable distress. Consequently, he refrained from venturing outside in recent days, choosing instead to remain within the confines of his ancestral home, diligently practicing his resonance power and studying resonance techniques. During his leisure hours, he continued to hone his skills with the spirit water marvel. In a training room of the ancestral home, Li Luo wielded dual blades, channeling his resonance power to its fullest extent. His offensive surged like tumultuous waves, relentlessly striking towards a figure opposite him. The path of resonance cultivation progresses from the 10 imprint stage to the resonance master stage. While the former represents the novice phase of resonance practice, the latter signifies the true commencement of one's journey into the depths of cultivation. The disparity between the two stages is immense, a distinction that became increasingly apparent to Li Luo as he engaged with the guard before him. Although the guard had suppressed his resonance power to approximate the 10 imprints, Li Luo quickly discerned that his attacks posed little threat unless he transformed his dual blades into arrows and unleashed his most formidable shot. With a resounding clash, the blue water light enveloping Li Luo's blade struck against the iron staff wielded by the guard, resulting in a powerful rebound that forced Li Luo to stagger back several steps. With a sense of resignation, he halted his assault and gestured to the guard, indicating the conclusion of their sparring. The young master is indeed formidable. Despite possessing only 8 imprints of strength, he manages to exert pressure upon me, the guard remarked, bowing in respect. This statement was not mere flattery. The guard recognized that even while suppressing his resonance power, Li Luo's attacks could indeed pose a modicum of danger. Surrounding the training ground, other guards of the ancestral home nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Li Luo imbued with a newfound respect and reverence, sentiments that had previously eluded them. Li Luo's triumph in the Tianshu County grade examination had rendered it impossible for anyone to regard him as the once hapless individual devoid of potential. Though he may never reach the heights of Jiang Qingyi, he would no longer be underestimated. The young master of the Luolan mansion was gradually radiating his brilliance. Li Luo offered a warm smile and a nod to the guard before making his way to the edge of the training ground, where he spotted Kai Wei awaiting him. Today, Kai Wei donned a striking red dress, intricately embroidered with peony flowers, exuding exquisite elegance. Her already alluring figure was accentuated by the dress, showcasing a tantalizing silhouette that resembled a flower in full bloom. Amidst the scent of sweat that pervaded the training ground, many men, though hesitant to openly gaze, cast furtive glances, their admiration for her unnatural instinct. Senior Sister Kai Wei, Li Luo greeted with a cheerful wave. Kai Wei smiled gently and remarked, "The young master of the mansion truly exerts himself, achieving the top rank in the grand examination, yet still practicing diligently each day. However, it is merely the first in Tianshu County, which holds little merit. I have heard that in other formidable counties, there were even students of the Tenseal realm participating in this examination." Li Luo shook his head, acknowledging the truth in her words. Tianshu County ranks only in the middle among the 100 counties of the Great Xia, indicating that there must be students of even greater prowess in those other strong counties. "Did Sister Kai Wei come looking for me?" Li Luo inquired. "Spirit Qing has arrived. She must have matters to discuss," Kai Wei replied. Li Luo nodded. "Then let us proceed." With that, he and Kai Wei left the training grounds, traversed the corridor, and entered a reception room, where they encountered Yen Lingqing, attired in a blue outfit and adorned with silver spectacles, exuding an air of intellectual coolness. Once seated, Yen Lingqing began. "First, I must report that the performance of the Xiang Pavilion has seen a significant surge recently, entirely due to the secret method source water you provided. If the current sales continue, it is likely that this year, the Tianshu County branch of Xiang Pavilion will reach an astounding 1 million celestial gold. After deducting various costs, the profit will likely be around 300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Luo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Previously, the annual profits of the Luolan mansion in Tianshu County were merely 300,000 celestial gold. This year, just the Xiang Pavilion alone could achieve this remarkable figure, highlighting a tremendous increase. Of course, he understood that this was primarily due to the secret method source water he provided. And with his spiritual power reaching the 8th seal realm, he was able to supply a greater quantity than before. Consequently, this secret method source water began to be utilized in the second-grade spiritual water wonders, resulting in the dramatic rise in revenue for Xiang Pavilion. He calculated that 300,000 celestial gold could purchase around 10 units of 6th-grade spiritual water wonders, which seemed somewhat insufficient. Li Luo chuckled wryly, realizing just how deep the pit of postnatal manifestations could be. After reporting these matters, Yin Lingqing shifted the topic. A few days ago, did you encounter Song Qiuyu at the Qingfeng Tower? And a fellow named Mo Ling? Li Luo paused, then nodded. That man sought to provoke a confrontation, and there was a minor conflict. Mo Ling hailed from the Mo family of the Beiqiu County, a prominent clan specializing in spiritual water wonders. Their ink pavilion ranks among the top 10 in the Great Xia, boasting substantial heritage and strength. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the Song family may choose to collaborate with the Ink Pavilion, bringing them into Tianshu County to counter Xiyang Pavilion. Kai Wei spoke softly. Li Luo furrowed his brow. The Song family was indeed seeking external assistance. The appearance of Song Qiuyu at Qingfeng Tower was likely a well-orchestrated scheme, intended to incite some conflict between you and Mo Ling, thereby facilitating a partnership between their two families. Li Luo chuckled resignedly, realizing that he had inadvertently assisted Song Qiuyu. This was something he had not previously considered, truly underestimating that woman. Sister Lingqing is the banner of Xiyang Pavilion. Can she contend with her? Li Luo inquired. It seems she is indeed Lingqing's rival, Li Luo jested. Upon your arrival at the sacred Xian Star Academy, you shall truly comprehend the extent of my discord with her. Yin Lingqing remarked, her delicate features etched with concern. Yet, I am more apprehensive about the possibility of the Ink House's extraordinary spiritual waters being forcefully introduced. What caliber of quality can we expect from the Ink House's spiritual waters? Li Luo pondered before inquiring. If the Ink House seeks to penetrate the Tianshu County market, it will likely focus on third-grade products and those of inferior quality. As far as I am aware, their first-grade offering, named Black Star Spiritual Water, boasts a refining power of 62%. The second-grade variant, known as Black Moon Spiritual Water, achieves a refining power of 61%. The third-grade product, called Black, has a refining power of 60%. Li Luo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It was evident that the venerable Ink House's offerings surpassed all products from the Xiyang House, indicating a significant disparity in formulation expertise. Had it not been for his reliance on high-purity secret source water, he would have found himself outmatched. However, he remained unperturbed. While the formulation quality may not favor him, he held firm belief that the opposing side lacked an advantage in secret source water. Currently, the first version of the enhanced Qingbi spiritual water from the Xiyang House utilized source water that maintained the same purity level as that extracted during his 5th-grade water light phase. Thus, should Li Luo choose to enhance it further, the purity could be elevated considerably. Yet, he refrained from disclosing this information, as the current purity sufficed. Nonetheless, should the Ink House adopt an aggressive stance, he would not hesitate to leverage his superior source water purity. Following their lengthy discussion, Yin Lingqing hurriedly departed, clearly engrossed in preparations for next month's spiritual water festival. Once she left, Kai Wei gracefully produced 3 exquisite glass vials from her bosom, placing them gently before Li Luo. What is this? Li Luo's gaze fixed upon the 3 evidently expensive glass vials, intricately adorned with faint luminous patterns. Their design suggested a sophistication far superior to any spiritual waters he had previously encountered. Almost instinctively, he sensed the formidable refining properties contained within the liquid. 6th-grade spiritual waters? A look of astonishment illuminated Li Luo's countenance. Kai Wei had undeniably presented him with a delightful surprise. Young master, though I am unaware of your incessant utilization of substantial amounts of spiritual waters, my curiosity is minimal. Your recent achievements validate the worth of these spiritual waters. Hence, despite the financial constraints, I have managed to economize and procure 3 6th-grade spiritual waters for you. They may be somewhat limited, but they should suffice. Kai Wei remarked with a radiant smile, her fair, flawless cheeks glistening under the light. Li Luo joyfully grasped the 3 6th-grade spiritual waters and turned to Kai Wei, his voice filled with gratitude. Were it not for the fear of inciting your ire, I would be inclined to give you a hug. Kai Wei Jiao let out a soft laugh, gently waving her floral fan, and playfully winked at Li Luo. Such words should be reserved for the young ladies of your academy. For me, dear sister, these sweet nothings pale in comparison to the allure of your charming visage. With that, she gracefully turned and departed. Li Luo gazed at her alluring silhouette, touched his cheek, and sighed. This damnable handsomeness seems to ensnare even Sister Kai. Chapter 78. The retaliation of the old dean. As the brief holiday came to a close, Li Luo returned once more to the South Wind Academy. Standing before the familiar entrance, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. After today, his academic journey at the South Wind Academy would reach its conclusion. and the memories accumulated over the years would find their terminus here, regardless of what the future held. Li Luo understood that the experiences he garnered during his time at the academy had left an indelible mark on him. Now, he harbored an innate aversion to ostentatiously revealing himself, a sentiment rooted in the early days of his arrival at the academy when he basked in the limelight, only to learn the harsh lesson of how swiftly fortune can turn to misfortune. This realization instilled in him a desire to remain concealed, opting for a low-profile development, awaiting the day when he might ascend to nobility or royalty before indulging in a moment of glory. Unfortunately, the impending academy examination rendered his discretion meaningless. Damn that Shirkong, and damn that Song Yufeng, Li Luo muttered to himself, reflecting on how he had only needed to secure a place within the top 10 effortlessly, yet these two rascals had been so aggressive, forcing him to seize the first position instead. And then there was Lu Qing'er, who rightfully deserved the top spot. You really fail to recognize the kindness of others. Yet you still managed to claim first place while scheming behind their backs. A melodious voice chimed in from behind him. Turning around, Li Luo was greeted by the sight of Lu Qing'er, clad in the academy's uniform. Her black skirt accentuated her slender legs, and the knee-high white socks contrasted beautifully against her flawless skin, drawing the eyes of onlookers. Upon seeing Lu Qing'er, Li Luo let out a couple of dry chuckles. Unfazed by his previous remarks, she stepped closer to walk alongside him, her enchanting face adorned with a gentle smile. As they strolled together, they embodied a picturesque image of youthful beauty, attracting envious glances from those around them. In the past, such a sight would have invited snide remarks. But since Li Luo had claimed the title of the academy's top student, his reputation had begun to eclipse that of Lu Qing'er. As they entered the academy, greetings were exchanged with familiar faces, to which they responded with nods. However, as they traversed the shaded path, a commotion ahead caught their attention, drawing a crowd that formed a circle around the source of the disturbance. Vague shouts could be heard, with phrases like Song Yufeng, you scoundrel. How dare you return to the South Wind Academy? Resonating through the air. Surprised, Li Luo quickened his pace and squeezed through the throng with Lu Qing. In the clearing at the center of the crowd, he spotted Song Yunfeng, his face flushed with anger, cloaked in black robes, flanked by two vigilant bodyguards from the Song family, clearly there to protect him. Lying on the ground before them was a familiar figure, writhing in pain, blood frothing from their mouth. Upon seeing the scene unfold, Li Luo immediately recognized the individual involved, none other than Yu Lang. What was this fellow doing here? Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, astonished at how audacious Song Yufeng could be. Did he not realize he had already incurred the wrath of many, yet still dared to assault someone within the hallowed grounds of Nanfeng Academy? Li Luo rubbed his nose, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, particularly given Yu Lang's involvement. A glance at the writhing Yu Lang on the ground revealed an overly dramatic performance, lacking the finesse of Zhao Qua. You're talking nonsense. When did I ever hit him? I merely asked him to leave me alone and gave him a light shove. Song Yunfeng exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging with fury. He had no desire to visit Nanfeng Academy, but a message from the former dean had compelled him to attend, warning that any student failing to collect their admission personally would forfeit their place. Thus, despite knowing he would be met with scorn, he felt he had no choice but to come. Li Luo and L Qing'er exchanged contemplative glances, choosing to disregard Song Yunfeng. They sensed that a calculating hand was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Indeed, it was not long before a contingent of the Academy's security team arrived swiftly, bearing down menacingly upon Song Yunfeng and his two bodyguards. What do you think you're doing? The two bodyguards bellowed. Do you have a death wish? Assaulting students within Nanfeng Academy? Your audacity is astonishing, the security team retorted sternly, unleashing their energy as they surged forward, swiftly apprehending the two bodyguards and even Song Yunfeng himself. Meanwhile, a procession of academy mentors appeared, escorting the old dean, whose countenance was etched with fury. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance. You insolent fool! How dare you treat the rules of Nanfeng Academy with such disdain, as if I were already dead? The old dean approached with a thunderous expression, his palpable rage causing several students to instinctively shrink back. Upon spotting the moaning Yu Lang on the ground, the old dean's ire flared. Song Yunfeng, I never expected you to be so heartless as to maim a fellow student. Song Yunfeng, equally enraged and feeling wronged, protested. This is absurd. I merely pushed Yu Lang slightly, and you claim he is incapacitated? This is utterly unfounded. However, the old dean paid no heed to his aggrieved outburst, shouting instead, effective immediately, I revoke Song Yunfeng's student status at Nanfeng Academy. Expel him at once. The security team complied without hesitation, lifting Song Yunfeng and his 2 bodyguards to escort them out of the academy. As Song Yunfeng continued to struggle in anger, declaring, "I refuse to accept this. You cannot expel me from Nanfeng Academy. I have committed no wrongdoing." His voice faded into the distance, ultimately vanishing entirely. Li Luo, witnessing this spectacle, leaned towards El Qing'er and murmured, "This performance is exceedingly contrived. Had it been the dean of another institution, he might have been compelled to adhere to certain conventions. However, our venerable dean, rather small-minded, would rather sacrifice his dignity than forego his pride." As Song Yunfeng was unceremoniously dismissed, the surrounding crowd, after a brief silence, erupted into a tacit applause. The old dean, with an air of satisfaction, waved his hand to disperse the gathering and then approached the lamenting Yu Lang, expressing his disdain. "Your performance requires refinement. Had it not been for my thick skin, I truly would not have been able to endure it." Yu Lang quickly rose, lamenting, "Esteemed dean, this sudden task you imposed upon me was entirely unanticipated. After all, such emotions require a period of cultivation." The dean scoffed. Yet it was evident that he was in good spirits, a faint smile gracing his aged countenance. "I can tolerate students who do not contribute to the honor of Nanfeng Academy, but I cannot abide those who betray their peers and harbor intentions to harm them. Confronted with such individuals, regardless of the potential troubles it may incite, I shall not allow them to gain any advantage at Nanfeng Academy." Li Luo chuckled softly. In the eyes of many students, this old dean was often perceived as petty and miserly, yet today he found this very trait endearing. At the very least, his audacious decision to expel Song Yunfeng, disregarding all decorum, truly rendered one's thoughts remarkably clear and transparent. Chapter 79. Holiday. Today, the Southwind Academy held a graduation ceremony, marking the official conclusion of this cohort studies. Subsequently, the graduates will disperse to various esteemed institutions across the Great Xia, either continuing their cultivation or embarking on different career paths, thus parting ways, perhaps never to reunite again. Following the ceremony, Li Luo, Lu Qing'er, Yu Lang, and Zhao Kuo were summoned by the venerable headmaster to his courtyard. "You four have upheld the illustrious reputation of the Southwind Academy during this year's grand examination, and for that, I extend my heartfelt gratitude," the headmaster remarked, while tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Turning to face the students, he smiled warmly. Zhao Kuo scratched his head, acutely aware that his contributions were minimal, merely basking in Li Luo's brilliance. Conversely, Yu Lang grinned broadly, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance, as if he had truly bled for the academy. Li Luo chuckled, "Headmaster, if your sole purpose for summoning us was to express thanks, it seems rather unnecessary." The headmaster retorted, "In your youthful eyes, am I merely a miserly old man?" Yu Lang protested, "Headmaster, you are the person I respect the most. I cannot permit you to belittle yourself in such a manner. I suggest you omit the word miser." With a playful glint in his eye, the headmaster raised his pruning shears, aiming them at Yu Lang's lower half, causing the latter to leap back, his face paling in fright. "Humph," the headmaster snorted. "From this moment forth, even as you depart the Southwind Academy, in 2 months, you shall journey to the Holy Xian Star Academy. It is a place you have all longed for. However, irrespective of how far you may go in the future, you shall always remain students of the Southwind Academy. Though your results this time were commendable, do not let that breed arrogance, for upon arriving at the Holy Xian Star Academy, you will come to understand the vastness of the Great Xia and the depth of its hidden talents. Of course, if you manage to excel like Jiang Qingyi, then consider my words moot." The students nodded in acknowledgement of the headmaster's counsel. Apart from Yu Lang, who was somewhat frivolous, the other 3 were notably composed, particularly Li Luo. Had it not been for this examination, he might have remained obscured in the shadows, his true potential unknown. After imparting his wisdom, the headmaster produced 4 small crystal vials from his robe, each containing a pale yellow pill, exuding a faint fragrance. "This is the bitter lotus pill. Once your resonance reaches 10 seals, you may consume it to expedite the condensation of your resonance, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. Consider this a supplementary reward for your performance in the grand examination." Upon hearing this, Li Luo and his companions were pleasantly surprised. Unlike the plentiful consumables such as spirit water and wonderlight, medicinal pills were considerably rare and costly. The headmaster's generosity in presenting them with 4 bitter lotus pills was indeed noteworthy. Li Luo and his companions had heard of the bitter lotus elixir, reputed to require the sap of the xiangli tree as a medicinal catalyst. Consequently, it was typically only the prestigious academies that could concoct such a potion. For novices at the Ten Seal realm, the bitter lotus elixir was considered the finest of miraculous remedies. After all, many aspirants attempting to refine their xiang species might face multiple failures, thus wasting precious cultivation time. The bitter lotus elixir, however, could significantly diminish the likelihood of such failures, underscoring its rarity and value. Old Dean, should anyone dare to call me Yu Lang stingy again, I will be the first to confront them, Yu Lang vowed solemnly. The old dean cast a sidelong glance at him, but chose not to engage with this notorious scoundrel of the Nanfeng Academy. He casually tossed the elixirs to the quartet. Go ahead. Though I feel somewhat displeased, I must admit that the Shengshuangsing Academy is indeed the pinnacle of educational institutions. Within the Great Xiao, no other academy can rival it. Furthermore, only by entering the Shengshuangsing Academy will you truly grasp the realities of this world. Your futures will be remarkable, and I eagerly anticipate hearing more news about you from Nanfeng Academy. Listening to the dean's understated words, the four felt a wave of sentimentality wash over them. They bowed respectfully before turning to leave. As Li Luo was about to step out, the old dean regarded his retreating figure and suddenly chuckled. Li Luo, you clever lad. You haven't tarnished your parents' name. Li Luo paused, gazing at the clouds drifting above Nanfeng Academy, an inexplicable pang of emotion tugging at his heart. He had thought himself indifferent to others' opinions, yet the dean's words made him feel that his past efforts had not been in vain. In truth, he understood that it was not others' views he cared about, but rather the desire to avoid becoming a blemish on his parents' legacy. He loved those seemingly unreliable old folks dearly, and they, evidently, felt the same way. After a 2-month holiday, he would be heading to the Shengshuangsing Academy, where he would finally discover the extent of the young prodigies within the Great Xia. However, this time, he vowed to maintain a more low-key demeanor. During this 2-month break, Li Luo set a personal goal. He must reach the Ten Seal realm and, if possible, attempt to refine his Xiang species and step into the realm of Xiang masters. Of course, none of this was the most crucial aspect. The most pressing matter was that he was already counting down the final 5 years of his life. After all, while being low-key was important, it was evident that preserving his life took precedence. As the holiday time leisurely slipped away, approximately half a month later, Li Luo discovered that, as anticipated, his Xiang power had reached the 9th seal. Additionally, in his practice of the spiritual water miraculous light, his abilities had progressed by leaps and bounds. He was now capable of refining second-grade spiritual water miraculous light, qualifying as a competent second-grade Xiang refiner. Thus, overall, Li Luo was quite pleased with the progress he had made during this half-month holiday. As Li Luo gradually approached the realm of the Xiang master, he began to peruse the subtle and profound techniques of the Zhao Wuxiang divine forging art left to him by Li Tai Xian and Dan Tailan. This endeavor was prompted by a crucial consideration. Upon attaining the Xiang master realm, what attributes should primarily govern the construction of his second Xiang palace, and which attributes should serve as auxiliary.